Chapter 1. System Collapse. A blinding white light roused the unconscious Qin Wange from his stupor. As he regained awareness, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find an expanse of white enveloping him. Even the surface upon which he lay was a pristine white. Observing this scene with a sense of detachment, Qin Wange remarked, "It seems I have arrived in paradise, as anticipated, for I have committed no wrongs in my past life." Beep! As he pondered, a peculiar sound pierced the silence, followed by a voice echoing within his mind. Host: Qin Wange. Gender: male. Age: 28. Origin: Earthling, once a successful business tycoon who ascended to the pinnacle of global wealth at a young age, yet succumbed to an incurable ailment, leading to his premature demise. Assessing host compatibility with this system, Qin Wange, unfazed by the voice in his mind, responded flatly once it concluded. "There's no need for assessment. I am ill-suited to be the protagonist in any alternate realm. I harbor no fervent dreams of youth, and there is nothing particularly special about me. Perhaps you should seek another." Beep! The system detected that the host aligns exceptionally with its criteria and will now initiate binding. Qin Wange found himself at a loss for words. He had no desire to be a savior or a hero. Such notions seemed cumbersome. Yet, in this peculiar environment, he was uncertain of what actions he could take. Logically, he should have been deceased, but here he was, alive and well in occurrence that defied reason, leaving him in quiet anticipation. Soon, the voice returned to his consciousness. Beep! System binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the multiverse merchant system. As soon as the voice faded, Qin Wange interjected, "I truly do not wish for any system. Hold on a moment. What did you just say your system is?" Host: The system is designated as the multiverse merchant system. Intrigued, Qin Wange inquired, "Please elaborate on its functions." "Certainly, host. The system's objective is to facilitate your emergence as a merchant renowned throughout the multiverse. Throughout this journey, the system will provide you with fundamental support, but subsequent endeavors will rely solely on your own efforts." A smile crept across Qin Wange's face. He found this proposition rather appealing. However, he still had much to comprehend and felt compelled to ask further questions. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, the system began to malfunction. Beep! Warning! Warning! System failure imminent. All functionalities will be directly transferred to the host. Commencing transfer. Qin Wange was utterly speechless. It felt as if the system were jesting. Just as he contemplated this revelation, he suddenly sensed an influx of information flooding his mind, followed by a throbbing headache. Unable to endure the sensation, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Beep! Transfer complete. System activated. The consciousness of Qin Wange faded into oblivion. The voices within his mind dissipated entirely. During this period of unconsciousness, he experienced an extraordinarily vivid dream. In this dream, he encountered a plethora of peculiar individuals, each of whom, though unfamiliar, evoked a sense of familiarity. He then beheld a card adorned with bizarre patterns, suspended in midair, which incited a frenzy among the crowd, each person scrambling to seize it. He witnessed a person elongating their limbs at will, another transforming into a colossal golden fox, and yet another whose hair oscillated between golden and blue hues. The throng's exaggerated antics were solely dedicated to the pursuit of that enigmatic card floating above. Abruptly, he awakened as his eyes fluttered open. He sensed an overwhelming influx of knowledge filling his mind. He remained seated on the pristine white floor for an extended period, lost in contemplation. Eventually, Qin Wange rose. His demeanor transformed. The lethargy and lack of ambition that once plagued him evaporated, replaced by a glimmer of hope for the future. He surveyed the immaculate white expanse, and, with a gentle wave of his hand, the entire space morphed into a tidy, well-furnished room. The dimensions were neither too large nor too small, resembling that of an entire house, with various pieces of furniture meticulously arranged. A smile graced Qin Wange's face at this sight. He gradually settled onto the sofa, and, with a swift motion before him, a panel materialized, presenting a wealth of options. This panel was the system interface, embodying the essence of a universal merchant, encompassing all conceivable entities, they people, objects, or other existences. It contained an array of ninjutsu and weapons from Naruto, devil fruits from One Piece, and transformations from Dragon Ball, in addition to tangible items. The panel also featured countless non-physical entities available for trade, such as the Sharingan, Byakugan, and various bloodline limits. It included the 6 paths, Sage Bloodline, Chakra Fruits, the 3 types of Haki, the Marine 6 styles, the development of fruit abilities, the Super Saiyan lineage, and the powers of a god of destruction. In essence, it encompassed everything imaginable, And now, all the capabilities of the system have been bestowed upon Qin Wange, allowing him to assign any value to the items. Within, his ambition remained unchanged, to become a renowned merchant across all realms, with the means to achieve this resting entirely in his hands. With the acquisition of the system's full capabilities, which included a trading interface and a remarkable ability that granted him unparalleled freedom, Qin Wange realized he was invincible. Indeed, he felt an overwhelming sense of power upon awakening, aware that he could accomplish anything he desired. He could not fully comprehend the extent of his strength, but he understood that there was no task beyond his reach, be it halting time, shattering space, annihilating a dimension, or causing all living beings to vanish with a mere gesture. However, Qin Wange was neither a malevolent overlord nor a heroic savior. His sole desire was to intervene in destiny itself. He wishes to alter the fates of those in other realms. In his own unique manner, such endeavors are indeed the most intriguing. Qin Wange gazed at the panel, contemplating the steps he should take next. Despite his previous existence as a man solely devoted to work, devoid of any engagement with anime, novels, or films, he found himself transformed. With the acquisition of the system's boundless knowledge, Qin Wange was now omniscient and invincible. He felt that the dream he had previously experienced served as a revelation, prompting him to fulfill his merchant transactions in an extraordinary fashion. Rising from the sofa, a thought crossed his mind, and he donned a tailored black and white suit. In the next moment, a portal materialized before him, leading to another world. With a smile upon his face, Qin Wange stepped through, embarking on a new chapter of his life. Chapter 2. The Rules of the Cards. Before him lay an azure sky unseen on earth, leaf cascading with the gentle breeze, and a populace imbued with dreams. A man clad in a black and white suit stood atop a lofty perch, relishing the wind and quietly observing this enchanting realm. This man was Qin Wange, and he had chosen the world of Naruto as his inaugural destination, as its initial strength paled in comparison to other worlds. This choice afforded Qin Wange ample time to acclimate to his subsequent plans, especially since this was his first foray into such endeavors, where unforeseen challenges might arise that he could make adjustments at any time, and once his trading system was fully refined, traversing other worlds would become considerably more effortless, regardless of the timeline. Long Wei checked the current time, noting that it was shortly after the main storyline commenced. At this moment, Naruto had just completed Iruka's graduation exam. The outcome was all too evident. Naruto was unable to perform even a single basic shadow clone, rendering him unsuccessful in graduating. In this moment of despair, Naruto sat alone on a swing, his spirit crushed by the scornful glances and whispers of those around him. Suddenly, Qin Wange, dressed in his black and white suit, appeared before Naruto, who gazed at this peculiar figure approaching him with a mixture of confusion. Qin Wange slowly stepped closer and softly spoke. Such solitude and ostracism must be quite painful, do you not think? Upon hearing these words, Naruto's mood plummeted further. He lowered his head, seeking to evade the cold stares directed at him. At this juncture, Qin Wange spoke again. Do you desire the recognition of these people? Although Naruto was engulfed in sorrow, he lifted his head to respond, tears brimming in his eyes as he fervently nodded, declaring, I will earn everyone's acknowledgement. I shall become Hokage. Qin Wange smiled gently and replied, I can offer you that opportunity. Do you dare to wager? Naruto looked at Qin Wange with bewilderment, failing to grasp the meaning behind his words. Not wishing to elaborate further, Qin Wange surveyed their surroundings and suggested, it might be a bit noisy to converse here, let us find another location. Upon finishing his words, he gently snapped his fingers, and suddenly, Qin Wange vanished along with Naruto. After their disappearance, several ninjas emerged in haste. They frantically searched for Naruto's whereabouts, but no matter how diligently they scoured the area, they found nothing. One of the ninjas immediately exclaimed, I will report the situation here to Lord Third. You all continue searching. With that, he hurried towards the office building of the third Hokage. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in paperwork when he was suddenly confronted by a panicked ninja. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor and said, What brings you here? Wasn't it instructed for you to protect Naruto in secret? The ninja quickly replied, Report to Lord Third. Naruto has been taken by a strangely dressed man. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and shouted, What? What were you doing? Standing by while Naruto was abducted. The ninja hastily explained, Lord Third. At that time, the oddly dressed man did not exhibit any hostility towards Naruto. They merely exchanged a few words. Suddenly, the man took Naruto and vanished without a trace. We searched every surrounding area, but found no sign of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence, pondering. To be able to disappear so suddenly, could it be the flying thunder god technique? No, that's impossible. Perhaps it was the body flicker technique. Left with no other option, he called out to the ninjas beside him, send out teams to search the entire village. We must find Naruto as soon as possible and ensure his safety. The ninja nodded and promptly set out to carry out the command. Meanwhile, Naruto had already been brought to a high peak by Qin Wange. The scenery here was breathtaking, undisturbed by others. Qin Wange intended to convert this place into his temporary residence, although his small room was his actual abode. Every world offers unique vistas, and these were sights Qin Wange had never encountered before, leading him to decide to use this peak as his temporary dwelling in the Naruto world. Upon arrival, Naruto was not initially alarmed. Instead, he was captivated by the view and exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing. I've never seen a view this high before." Qin Wange smiled and replied, "This is the beauty of being elevated. The vistas from high places are always the most splendid. It is why people strive to ascend." After a moment of astonishment, Naruto recalled that he had been in Konoha just moments ago. Bewildered, he gazed at Qin Wange and said, "Uncle, you." Qin Wange interrupted, saying, "There is no need for astonishment. If you seize the opportunity one previously mentioned, one day, you too may achieve such feats." Unable to contain his curiosity, Naruto asked, "Uncle, what exactly is this opportunity you speak of?" With a smile, Qin Wange waved his hand, and a card adorned with peculiar patterns materialized before them. This card was crafted based on the vision from his dreams, containing items offered by his multiverse merchant system. However, as the game's planner, the contents of these cards held deeper significance. Everything had been meticulously arranged by Qin Wange in advance. He allowed the card to hover in the air before beginning his explanation. This card contains the means to fulfill your wishes, but to acquire it, you must engage in a trade using something of value that you possess. Naruto gazed at the card in Qin Wange's hand with a mixture of understanding and confusion. Qin Wange continued, "However, this is not a straightforward exchange. It involves a random selection. You will trade something of value with me, and in return, I will present you with a selection of cards capable of fulfilling your desire. In total, there will be 10 such cards. One of them holds the key to your wish, while the remaining cards will possess equal value to the item you trade. The minimum value will be determined by the rarity of what you offer me. Before each trade, we will first roll a die." As he spoke, Qin Wange produced a 10-sided die from an unknown source. He held it up and said, "This die has 10 faces. Before the trade, we will roll it once. The number you roll will determine how many of the 10 cards you can reveal." Upon finishing, Qin Wange observed Naruto, whose understanding of the rules was still clouded. However, the element of randomness was substantial. If the die showed a 10, it would guarantee the acquisition of the item that could fulfill his wish. Conversely, if he rolled anything less, perhaps a 9, there was no certainty of success. Even rolling a 1 might lead to revealing the very card that could grant his desire, illustrating the high stakes of chance involved. The choices made would ultimately rest upon their own decisions, adding a layer of excitement that far surpassed a simple one-tune equivalence. Chapter 3. Naruto's Moment of Truth. Despite Qin Wange's detailed explanation, Naruto remained bewildered. Noticing Naruto's confusion, Qin Wange felt a twinge of frustration and began to ponder, "Have I made the rules too complicated?" Suddenly, after a prolonged period of contemplation, Naruto broke into a carefree laugh and exclaimed, "Even though I don't quite get it, what you're saying is that these cards contain something that can make me stronger, right?" Qin Wange chuckled at Naruto's words and replied, "Exactly, but it all hinges on your luck." As Naruto prepared to take a leap of faith, he suddenly realized that he might not possess anything of value, as described by Qin Wange. A wave of dismay washed over him, and he looked at Qin Wange with a sense of helplessness. "Uncle, I've always been on my own. I don't have much money." As he spoke, Naruto's emotions surged, revealing a deeper turmoil. Qin Wange observed the young boy before him, who had his head bowed in despair. In that moment, Naruto was merely a child, burdened by the weight of prolonged solitude. Now he stood on the cusp of an opportunity to grow stronger, a step closer to realizing his dreams, aspiring to become the Hokage and earn the recognition of all the villagers. Naruto was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, regardless of its authenticity. After a brief silence, Qin Wange suddenly spoke, "You are my very first customer in this world, and this time I shall offer you my services free of charge." As soon as Qin Wange's words fell, Naruto's unrestrained excitement was evident, and he exclaimed joyfully, "Really? That's fantastic." Qin Wange interrupted Naruto's exuberance, producing a die from an unknown source and handing it to Naruto, softly instructing, "Hold it and toss it into the air." The number you roll will determine how many cards you may reveal. With that, Qin Wange waved her hand, and 10 cards adorned with peculiar patterns appeared before Naruto. He gazed at the floating cards, each one brimming with allure. Taking several deep breaths, Naruto gathered his resolve and hurled the die into the air. The dice began to spin endlessly in the air, with Naruto watching it with eager anticipation, while Qin Wange gazed at him with an impassive expression. In truth, these rules had all been established by Qin Wange, who undoubtedly possessed the authority to alter everything. As for how many points Naruto could roll and what he might obtain, Qin Wange had already meticulously planned it all. As the speed of the dice gradually slowed, Naruto was on the verge of jumping with excitement, and in the next moment, the dice came to a halt. The number landed on 1, and upon witnessing this outcome, Naruto instantly fell into despair, his disappointment palpable. Qin Wange chuckled softly to console him, saying, "Do not be disheartened. You still have another chance." Hearing this, Naruto's hope reignited, and he resolutely declared, "Yes, I still have a chance. I must choose wisely." As he spoke, he focused intently on the cards before him, quickly locking onto one in the center. Pointing to it, he said to Qin Wange, "I choose this one, uncle." Without further ado, Qin Wange waved his hand, causing all the cards to vanish except for the one Naruto had selected. The card slowly flipped over, revealing a glimmer of golden light as it turned. Soon, it was fully revealed, and the golden radiance was so brilliant that it nearly blinded Naruto, yet he maintained his unwavering gaze. As the light began to fade, a drop of red blood appeared on the card, leaving Naruto staring at it in bewilderment. Before he could voice his inquiry, Qin Wange spoke up first. "Congratulations. You have drawn the most valuable item with just one attempt." Naruto remained perplexed, examining the card in his hand, finding nothing extraordinary about it, and he began to wonder if he had fallen victim to a trick. Unfazed by Naruto's thoughts, Qin Wange continued, "The contents of the card are categorized according to their varying values and grades. Corresponding to the transaction's worth, the items within the card also possess a hierarchy. The white grade is the most common, followed by the blue, and the purple grade is already quite commendable. Naturally, the golden items are the rarest of all. The golden item within your card far exceeds the value of this transaction, thus your fortune is indeed quite remarkable." Upon learning that he had obtained the best item, Naruto immediately asked with excitement, "Then, uncle, what is the use of this item?" Qin Wange gently extracted a drop of blood from the card, allowing it to gracefully hover in his palm before he began to elucidate. This drop of blood harbors the essence of a formidable race known as the Scions. By partaking in this blood, one may acquire the Scion lineage. The Scion clan are born warriors, and the rarity of this blood lies in its potential for growth. Once merged with the Scion bloodline, the extent of one's future capabilities is solely contingent upon the user, with no upper or lower limits. Although Qin Wange spoke at length, the essence of his message resonated clearly with Naruto. Consuming this drop of blood would grant him strength. Qin Wange chose not to elaborate further, slowly extending the hovering Scion blood towards Naruto. As Naruto gazed upon this drop of blood, imbued with extraordinary power, he instinctively swallowed hard, and without a moment's hesitation, he consumed it. The moment the blood coursed through his veins, Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of heat enveloping his body. In agony, he collapsed to the ground. Qin Wange observed Naruto with an impassive demeanor and reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. As a guest, you shall receive the goods perfectly." With that, Qin Wange pointed a finger at Naruto, and a torrent of tumultuous energy was drawn from Naruto's being, flowing towards Qin Wange's fingertip. Before long, Naruto's suffering subsided, though he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Wange chuckled softly as he carried Naruto away, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned a considerable number of Umbu personnel, fervently searching for Naruto's whereabouts, yet to no avail. Hiruzen paced anxiously, when suddenly a ninja appeared before him. Reporting, "Third Hokage, we have searched the entire village inside and out, but Naruto remains unfound." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen furrowed his brow, preparing to respond when another ninja appeared, exclaiming, "Third Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto has suddenly materialized in his room and is confirmed safe." "What?" Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 4. The Scroll Theft Incident. Upon hearing the ninja's words, Hiruzen was left in a state of disbelief, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Just moments ago, the ninja had scoured the entire village without finding Naruto, and now he had inexplicably appeared in his own room unharmed. The more Hiruzen contemplated this, the more he sensed something amiss, prompting him to inquire about the situation. The ninja promptly replied, "I was assigned to guard Naruto's residence. Initially, the room was empty, but suddenly I sensed a presence materialize within. Turning around, I discovered Naruto had appeared on the bed, confirming he was unharmed and everything was normal. I rushed to report to you." Hiruzen, puzzled and determined to seek the truth, resolved to investigate personally. Thus, he declared, "Since Naruto is safe, let all ninjas return and stand by." Having concluded his conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he departed from the Hokage Tower and soon arrived at Naruto's residence, where Naruto was still fast asleep. After succumbing to unconsciousness, Qin Wange eradicated all the brutal powers of the Scion lineage, leaving Naruto with the most pristine essence of Scion blood. Meanwhile, Qin Wange was nestled in his modest room, reclining on the sofa while watching the television, which displayed the current scenes of Konohagakure. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal visit to Naruto, Qin Wange chuckled softly to himself, remarking that matters would soon become quite intriguing. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at Naruto's doorstep. The door was unlocked, allowing him to enter without hesitation. Upon seeing Naruto peacefully slumbering in bed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then assessed Naruto's physical condition and found everything to be satisfactory. Suddenly, Naruto groggily awakened, his first instinct being to scream, "Help! I'm dying." This startled Sarutobi Hiruzen, who clearly recognized that Naruto was still grappling with the aftereffects of consuming the Scion bloodline, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body. Once Naruto regained his composure, he glanced around and, upon recognizing his familiar surroundings, initially believed he had merely experienced a nightmare. It was then that he spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen, and after rubbing his eyes in confusion, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Grandfather Third Hokage," having been startled by Naruto's earlier outburst. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer appeared flustered. Instead, he offered Naruto a warm smile and said, "No need for alarm. I am here to see how you are faring." After his initial surprise subsided, Naruto's demeanor shifted to one of cheerfulness as he replied, "I'm doing great. Just yesterday, I indulged in some of Ichiraku's ramen. It was simply delightful." Observing Naruto's joyful expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened with a smile. Yet he was acutely aware of the deeper layers beneath Naruto's cheerful exterior. He understood fully the struggles and dignity Naruto fought to uphold amidst the challenges he faced in the village. After some time, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently interrupted Naruto's enthusiastic monologue, stating, "Here is some money for you. Take it and use it as you see fit. Although this exam ended in failure, one must not lose heart. I firmly believe you will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja." Naruto, momentarily saddened, quickly regained his resolve and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, declaring, "Of course, I aspire to become Hokage." Sarutobi nodded with a smile before turning to leave, leaving Naruto alone in his room. Instantly, a look of sorrow crossed his face. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, he lowered his gaze to his hands and sighed softly, muttering to himself, "If only this dream were real." Soon, having composed himself, Naruto stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. He sensed, albeit faintly, a newfound strength coursing through his body. However, he dismissed the thought and tidied up casually before departing. He was not one to surrender easily. Just a single setback, he thought, and with renewed optimism, Naruto returned to the Ninja Academy. As he walked down the street, he could hear whispers from those around him discussing his situation, but he had long since grown accustomed to such chatter. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Turning, he recognized a man with white hair, who seemed vaguely familiar. As the man approached, Naruto soon recognized him as Mizuki, one of the examiners who had been with Irika-sensei that morning. Despite Naruto's poor performance, Mizuki had expressed a willingness to pass him, though Irika had ultimately vetoed that decision. Thus, Naruto held a favorable impression of the white-haired man. With a gentle demeanor, Mizuki approached Naruto and remarked, "It is indeed unfortunate you did not pass the assessment. Irika can be quite unreasonable." The comment struck a chord with Naruto, who had managed to push the incident from his mind. His youthful face betrayed his inner sorrow. Noticing this, Mizuki allowed a sly smile to flicker across his features before leaning in mysteriously and saying, "I have a method that could enable you to pass the assessment effortlessly. Would you like to know?" Surprised, Naruto exclaimed, "Really? What is it?" Mizuki, however, chose not to elaborate further, turning to leave while gesturing for Naruto to follow him. Without a second thought, Naruto complied. Meanwhile, Irika appeared on the street, visibly anxious, wiping the sweat from his brow. He scanned the surroundings, murmuring to himself, "Where has Naruto run off to? This morning's events must have affected him deeply. I cannot let him lose hope. I must find him and offer guidance." With that, Iruka resumed his search for Naruto, who had already been led into a shadowy grove by Mizuki. Feeling a shiver of unease at the eerie surroundings, Naruto could not help but inquire, "Mizuki-sensei, where are we headed?" Shuei-mu abruptly halted his steps and turned to Naruto, saying, "If we proceed further, we shall arrive at the location where the village has concealed the Book of Seals, a tome that chronicles exceedingly powerful ninjutsu. If you manage to pilfer it, I shall impart those formidable techniques to you, and the examination will be a mere formality." Naruto felt a flicker of temptation at Shuei-mu's words, yet the thought of committing theft instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Shuei-mu, evidently perceiving the hesitation etched on Naruto's face, promptly adopted a grave demeanor and stated, "If you are unwilling, I shall not coerce you. However, such an opportunity may not present itself again." Taking a deep breath, Naruto steeled himself and declared to Shuei-mu, "Very well, I shall go tonight. I am determined to pass the examination and become a true ninja." Upon hearing Naruto's response, Shuei-mu displayed a triumphant smile and swiftly led Naruto away, now awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Chapter 5. Cards earned through culinary delights. At this moment, Qin Wange was idly observing the scenes unfolding on the screen, witnessing Naruto's myriad reactions. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, "This is not the tale I wish to behold. It appears I must intervene." With that, Qin Wange vanished from his small room, only to reappear moments later, clad in a suit within the confines of Konoha village. Just as Naruto turned from his parting with Shuei-mu, he encountered Qin Wange, momentarily taken aback, his astonishment rendering him speechless. Qin Wange, however, greeted him with a smile, saying, "It is a pleasure to see you again, my first guest." Nervously stammering, Naruto replied, "Why, you are that." Qin Wange disregarded Naruto's words and continued, "I truly do not comprehend why one would possess the means to enhance oneself, yet still pursue trivial matters of little worth. Would you not agree?" Naruto, feeling somewhat disoriented, gazed at Qin Wange and asked, "Uncle, do you mean that those previous experiences were not merely dreams?" Qin Wange nodded gently, casting his gaze around before suggesting, "I have heard that the ramen at Ichiraku in Konoha is quite delightful. Shall we go together?" A bit bewildered, Naruto followed Qin Wange to the ramen shop. Upon their entrance, Uncle Ichiraku warmly greeted them. "Welcome. What may I serve you today?" Qin Wange softly responded, "2 servings of your signature ramen, please." Uncle Ichiraku promptly acknowledged the order and invited them to sit and wait. Once seated, Qin Wange turned to Naruto once more, stating, "The Scion bloodline within you has been awakened. The simplest method to achieve a complete awakening is to enhance your physical capabilities. In essence, it requires rigorous training. And soon you shall experience the power of that lineage." He continued, "Of course, if you possess anything of value, you may exchange it with me, for there may be opportunities to acquire items that could expedite your training." As Qin Wange spoke, the beloved Ichiraku ramen was served before them. Naruto, for the first time, did not immediately indulge in his favorite dish. Instead, he pondered over Qin Wange's earlier words. However, Qin Wange, being merely a businessman, did not concern himself with Naruto's thoughts. Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and began to savor the aromatic and visually appealing ramen before him. The exquisite flavor truly astonished Qin Wange. In his previous life on Earth, he had indulged in countless delicacies worth millions. However, compared to the bowl of Ichiraku ramen before him, all those culinary experiences paled in comparison. Qin Wange swiftly polished off the entire bowl, silently reflecting on the fact that the gastronomic delights depicted in anime are beyond the realm of reality. It seemed that this flavor could serve as yet another item for future exchanges. Noticing Qin Wange relishing his meal, Naruto turned his attention to the Ichiraku ramen before him, momentarily dismissing all complex thoughts and beginning to enjoy his noodles. Meanwhile, Qin Wange gradually rose and approached Uncle Ichiraku, extending a hand to offer him a card adorned with peculiar patterns, saying, "Thank you for allowing me to savor such exquisite cuisine. In return, this card may serve as a token for unconditional exchanges with me." Uncle Ichiraku appeared somewhat bewildered by Qin Wange's words, even contemplating whether Qin intended to use the card as a substitute for payment. However, observing Qin Wange's genteel demeanor, Uncle Ichiraku dismissed the notion that he was the type to shirk his financial obligations and thus accepted the card. Beside them, Naruto gazed at the card in Uncle Ichiraku's hand with wide-eyed wonder, realizing he was perhaps the only person in this world aware of the card's true purpose. Qin Wange had previously mentioned that the card contained elements that could enhance his cultivation efficiency, an immense opportunity for Naruto. After seeing Uncle Ichiraku accept the card, Qin Wange reached into his pocket and retrieved some coins, precisely enough to cover the cost of the ramen. After handing the money to Uncle Ichiraku, Qin Wange continued, "This token now belongs to you. Should you wish to exchange with me, you may do so. Of course, you are free to pass it to others as well, which would surely enhance your future encounters. Until we meet again." With that, Qin Wange turned to leave, but Naruto called out, "Uncle, how can I find you if I wish to trade in the future?" Prompted by Naruto's words, Qin Wange paused thoughtfully and turned back, pointing at Naruto's wrist, from which a faint glow emerged. Naruto felt nothing unusual and looked at his wrist with confusion, but soon the light dissipated, revealing a curious pattern that mirrored the design on Qin Wange's card. Pleased, Qin Wange nodded at Naruto and explained, "This mark signifies that you are my guest. Simply place your hand upon the imprint to contact me. That will suffice. Farewell." After Qin Wange finished speaking, he abruptly vanished from the Yale noodle house, leaving behind a bewildered Uncle Yale and an excited Naruto. Throughout the encounter, Uncle Yale remained oblivious to the unfolding events and could only inquire of Naruto, "What did that gentleman mean?" Naruto promptly began to elucidate the nature of Qin Wange's profession. After absorbing Naruto's explanation, Uncle Yale fell into contemplation. Then, gazing at the card in his hand, he murmured to himself, "I never imagined this card held such value." As he spoke, Uncle Yale glanced at Naruto, whose eyes were steadfastly fixed on the card. With a smile, Uncle Yale extended the card toward Naruto, saying, "Since you desire it so much, I shall give it to you." Naruto, momentarily taken aback, pondered for a moment before declining Uncle Yale's offer. Though he yearned for the card, Naruto wished to earn it through his own efforts rather than simply taking it. Upon realizing Naruto's intentions, Uncle Yale smiled with approval and remarked, "You possess great ambition. Very well, I shall safeguard this card for you. Make sure to come and trade with me soon, or else I might just give it to someone else. If your words ring true, this item will undoubtedly be fiercely sought after." With smiles, Naruto and Uncle Yale engaged in conversation, ordering bowl after bowl of ramen, until the daylight gradually faded into twilight. After returning to his room, Qin Wange did not remain idle. Naruto's earlier words had stirred something within him. It became evident to Qin Wange that his entire system was still incomplete, lacking the essence of a fully fledged commercial framework. Thus, he set to work, returning to his room to incessantly experiment and ponder, gradually refining his business model. The tranquil night soon enveloped the entire Hidden Leaf village, the temperature dropping as the evening progressed. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 6. The Might of Scion Blood in the Depths of the Forest. Mizuki anxiously awaited Naruto's arrival, exclaiming in frustration, "You're wasting my time, you damn fox brat." As Mizuki vented his grievances, Irika, who had been searching for Naruto all day, suddenly appeared before him. Mizuki regarded Irika with a cunning smile, while Irika, caught off guard, greeted him amiably. Just as Irika was about to ask whether Mizuki had seen Naruto, Mizuki's previously jovial expression twisted into a sinister grimace. With a swift motion, Mizuki drove a kunai into Irika's chest, leaving him in disbelief as he stared at the weapon and the grinning Mizuki. Before Irika could utter a word, Mizuki kicked him away, relishing the sight of Irika's pain. "What unfortunate timing, Irika. I had intended to deal with you later, but it seems you've delivered yourself right into my hands." Irika, clutching his wound in agony, gritted his teeth and confronted Mizuki. "What do you mean, Mizuki?" Shuemu, with a relaxed demeanor, spread his hands and remarked, "I initially intended for that cunning fox lad to procure the Book of Sealing for me, but now plans have shifted. Since you have arrived, I shall deal with you first, and let that fox demon take the blame, allowing the village to expel him." Before Shuemu could finish his statement, Irika interrupted, shouting, "Silence! I will not allow you to exploit Naruto for your schemes." Shuemu paused momentarily before bursting into derisive laughter. "Ha ha ha! Irika, have you lost your senses? Do not forget that both your parents were slain by the fox demon." Irika was transported back to that fateful day, his fist clenching involuntarily. And ironically, this very scene was witnessed by Naruto, who was on his way to discuss matters with Shuemu. From their exchange, Naruto learned the reason behind his ostracism in the village. It was all due to that so-called fox demon. He was further shocked to discover that his beloved teacher Irika's parents were also victims of the fox demon, which implied a harsh reality for him. Naruto's emotional turmoil caught Shuemu's attention, and as he spotted Naruto leaning against a tree in a daze, Shuemu let out a disdainful snort and began to approach him. Iruka, seeing this, rushed forward to block Shuemu, shouting to Naruto, "Naruto, run!" Impatiently, Shuemu glared at Iruka, declaring, "If you wish to die so desperately, I shall oblige." As he spoke, the kunai in his hand lunged toward Iruka. At that critical moment, time seemed to slow for Naruto. He could distinctly see Shuemu's kunai aimed at his teacher, and reacting swiftly, he dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to Shuemu. With a cry of anguish, Shuemu was sent flying, while Iruka stared at Naruto in disbelief. In that fleeting instant, he had completely missed the speed at which Naruto had moved. Appearing before Shuemu and striking him down. Gasping for breath, Naruto looked at his hands in astonishment. It was in that moment he felt the power of his scion blood coursing through him. Shuemu, trembling, stood up from the ground, glaring fiercely at Naruto as he casually wiped the blood from his lips. At this point, Shuemu had become somewhat unhinged, shouting at Naruto, "You are merely a monster with a fox demon within. Just submit to your fate and perish." Clearly, this provocation had an effect on Naruto, however. The current iteration of Naruto was far beyond the capabilities of Mizuki. As soon as the words left his lips, Naruto dashed towards Mizuki with such speed that he appeared as nothing more than an afterimage. In the next instant, Mizuki was sent flying by a single punch from Naruto, crashing through a row of trees before finally coming to a halt. Mizuki, now sprawled on the ground, was rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth, while Naruto, filled with exhilaration, gazed at his hands, joyfully experimenting in the air. Unbeknownst to him, Iruka had already lost consciousness due to his injuries. Fortunately, Naruto quickly realized this and promptly transported Iruka to the ninja hospital. Subsequently, Naruto reported the incident to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, upon learning of the situation, personally visited the scene. When he beheld Mizuki's dire condition, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, immediately turning to the ninja beside him with a question. "Are you certain that this was the work of Naruto?" The nearby ninja replied without hesitation, "Yes, Lord Third, we witnessed it ourselves." Naruto's speed was comparable to that of a jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, sensing the need for a thorough investigation, and thus instructed a ninja to summon Naruto to the Hokage building. After resolving the matter, Naruto returned to his residence, brimming with excitement as he felt the newfound power coursing through him. He was on the verge of elation, but quickly recalled Qin Wange's words. He could not allow himself to become complacent due to this newfound strength. He must diligently train each day, striving to become even stronger. Just as Naruto was preparing to embark on his training journey, a ninja suddenly appeared at his window. Naruto regarded the ninja with curiosity until the latter spoke. "The third Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage building." Naruto, perplexed, responded, "Now?" The ninja nodded and departed, leaving Naruto in a state of confusion, suspecting that it might be related to Mizuki's incident earlier. Thus, lost in thought and unable to deduce anything further, Naruto set off for the Hokage building. Before long, he arrived at his destination, escorted by ninjas to the rooftop, where he encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Without hesitation, Naruto inquired, "Grandfather Third Hokage, did you call for me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Naruto and replied, "Indeed, Naruto. Thanks to your actions today regarding Mizuki, I am pleased to reward you by officially making you a ninja." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a Leaf Village Ninja forehead protector and handed it to Naruto, saying, "Wear this. From this moment forth, you are a genin." With great enthusiasm, Naruto accepted the forehead protector, immediately removing his old goggles and donning the new emblem upon his forehead. This marks yet another step closer to his dream. Naruto expressed his gratitude to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, after rewarding him, continued to speak. "Although Mizuki may not possess remarkable strength, he is still a nin. Pray tell, how did you manage to defeat him?" Naruto realized that the third Hokage had summoned him today for this very matter. Therefore, he did not withhold any information and recounted the events concerning Qin Wange to Hiruzen. Were this information derived solely from Naruto's lips, Hiruzen would likely harbor doubts. However, witnessing Naruto's displayed prowess compelled him to acknowledge the existence of such a wondrous entity as Qin Wange in the Hidden Leaf Village. Regardless of whether his arrival bodes well or ill for Konoha, Hiruzen felt it necessary to verify this personally. Chapter 7. The Destiny Cards. The tumultuous night has finally drawn to a close, and in the span of a single evening, myriad events have begun to unfold in an entirely new direction. At this moment in the Hidden Leaf Village, in a secluded location, an elderly man, his forehead and right eye bound in bandages, stands expressionless, leaning on a cane. Beside him, two ninjas engage in conversation, inquiring about each other's identities. The blonde-haired individual is named Yamashiro Kaze, hailing from the Yamashiro clan, a sensory-type ninja, while the dark-haired one is known as Yamanaka Toraikane, belonging to the Yamanaka clan, adept in controlling insects. Both are members of the Leaf Village's Root, making the identity of the bandaged man all too apparent. Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root in the Land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Village, is evidently disturbed by Naruto's recent actions. Upon learning of Qin Wange's situation from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo dismisses it entirely, categorizing Qin Wange as an invader of the village. The notion of fulfilling wishes is merely a ruse to deceive children, prompting Danzo to prepare to dispatch individuals to confront Qin Wange. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen remains blissfully unaware of these developments, still contemplating how to approach the enigmatic Qin Wange. In the meantime, Qin Wange has devoted an entire night to establishing his commercial system. The entire commercial chain is formally termed the Fate Cards, with the peculiar insignia on the reverse also named after fate. All individuals who have engaged in transactions with Qin Wange possess the right to receive a fate mark, with those bearing the mark categorized by their levels. Ordinary clients, those who have exchanged fate cards 10 times or fewer, holding no privileges aside from the ability to exchange cards. Developing clients, those who have exchanged fate cards up to 1,000 times, possessing the opportunity to acquire magical items during exchanges, which can enhance their chances of obtaining desired items. Advanced clients, those who have exchanged fate cards up to 10,000 times, capable of designating a specific card during each exchange, ensuring the card reveals items most needed by the advanced client. Of course, these are merely the preliminary offerings. However, they suffice for the current world of ninjas. In the future, Qin Wange intends to introduce a plethora of engaging activities for his clients to partake in, ensuring that monotony is avoided. Nevertheless, at present, the number of individuals aware of his existence remains exceedingly limited, and Qin Wange contemplates how best to promote himself. Just as he ponders this, he suddenly senses someone calling him through the fate mark, and it requires no thought to deduce who it is. In this world, only Naruto possesses this unique mark. Qin Wange set off directly, instantaneously arriving at Konoha. At that moment, Naruto was within the Hokage building, standing before the esteemed third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who appeared eager to meet Qin Wange. Thus, through Naruto, he was able to contact him. Qin Wange suddenly materialized in the Hokage building, startling everyone present. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, having initially thought that Qin Wange might be merely a slightly more powerful ninja. However, it soon became evident that he had underestimated the situation. With a smile, Qin Wange looked at Naruto and remarked, "What is it? Have you quickly acquired something valuable that you wish to trade?" Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and replied, Sir, it's because the third Hokage wants to see you, so I called you here." Qin Wange, appearing unconcerned, softly said, "It's no trouble at all. I am always willing to converse with a client." After speaking, Qin Wange turned his gaze toward Hiruzen. Before the Hokage could utter a word, Qin Wange began, "What a pitiable figure you are, laboring tirelessly for this village even in your twilight years. Would you care to exchange a card of fate? With a stroke of luck, one might acquire anything." Hiruzen took a moment to compose himself, gazing at Qin Wange without a hint of hostility. "This merely illustrates the insurmountable chasm between the man before me and myself," remarked Sarutobi Hizashi, clearing his throat. "Are there any conditions for the exchange with you, esteemed sir?" Qin Wange replied, "There are no restrictions. However, the items you ultimately acquire will solely depend on what you offer in exchange. If you intend to gamble with mere refuse, your chances are regrettably minimal." After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hizashi addressed Qin Wange, "I can offer the Book of Seals from Konohagakure in exchange." At this proclamation, the Hokage building erupted with commotion. Shimura Danzo had been lying in wait for quite some time. He had been anticipating Qin Wange's clever strategies. But upon hearing that Hizashi intended to exchange the Book of Seals, he could no longer contain himself. A throng of Umbu ninjas materialized within the Hokage building, and Danzo emerged from their midst, tauntingly addressing Hizashi. "Hizashi, it seems you have lost your senses as Hokage. How could you be so gullible as to believe such childish tricks?" Hisashi, astonished, exclaimed, Danzo, what are you doing here? Who permitted you to mobilize the Umbu? Danzo scoffed. If I had remained inactive, the village would have been besieged by external foes. Hisashi, infuriated, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? As Qin Wange silently approached Danzo, her serene visage revealed no trace of emotion. She spoke, if I am not mistaken, you intend to seize me along with these individuals, am I correct? Danzo regarded Qin Wange with disdain, retorting, at least you possess some self-awareness. Once I ascertain your identity, I shall interrogate you regarding your purpose in the village. Qin Wange's expression remained unchanged. She merely extended her hand towards Danzo and gently pinched. In the next moment, a crisp sound echoed through the silent Hokage building. Danzo suddenly collapsed, clutching his head in agony and letting out a howl of torment. The spectators gasped in shock, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Danzo's suffering, momentarily contemplated interceding. However, Danzo, with venomous rage, bellowed at Sarutobi, revealing his ambitions, schemes, and past deeds in a frenzied outburst. Every individual present was left in stunned silence, with Sarutobi Hiruzen being the most astounded. He had always believed that Danzo's presence would only fortify Konoha, thinking that light would inevitably coexist with darkness. He now realized he had been mistaken. At that moment, Danzo's excruciating pain subsided, and recognizing there was no opportunity left for explanation, he bolted from the Hokage building in a frantic escape, leaving the Umbu members momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Qin Wange, unfazed, remarked, now that the troublemaker has departed, let us proceed. Chapter 8. Sarutobi Hiruzen's first draw with a smile gracing her lips. Qin Wange gently inquired, once more for confirmation, Mr. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you certain you wish to exchange the Book of Seals for the Fate cards? Sarutobi Hiruzen had initially contemplated a moment of hesitation, but Qin Wange's preceding actions eradicated any lingering doubts. He nodded in agreement, and as soon as he did, Qin Wange lightly snapped her fingers, exclaiming, the transaction is complete. Now cast this die into the air. She presented Sarutobi with a die, furrowing his brow. He felt an unsettling doubt, but decided to take a chance and tossed the die skyward. It spun gracefully through the air, gradually decelerating, until it ultimately settled on the number 5. With a wave of her hand, 10 cards bearing fate sigils materialized before Sarutobi Hiruzen. She then softly announced, you may select 5 cards from these 10. The minimum value of the items within is blue. It appears that the Book of Seals holds some worth. As for better items, that shall depend on your fortune, of course. Amidst the selection, undoubtedly lies the treasures you desire most. Commence your choices. Qin Wange felt a stir of excitement at the mention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, without further hesitation, she directly opted for the first 5 fate cards. Observing nearby, Naruto's eyes glistened with fervor as he excitedly exclaimed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I drew only one chance, yet fortune smiled upon me, granting me the rarest golden item. Confused, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, what does a golden item signify? With patience, Qin Wange elucidated. The value of the items you offer in exchange can elevate the tier of all items within this card draw. White represents the most common, followed by blue, purple, and culminating in the rarest, gold. It is all contingent upon your luck. Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the meaning, turning to cast a puzzled glance at Naruto, pondering, how could this fellow possess such extraordinary luck? Or is it that golden items are easily obtainable? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could ponder further, Qin Wange had already summoned the cards, and as they unveiled, the colors began to manifest. 4 radiant blue lights and 1 purple glow emerged, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to sigh in mild disappointment upon realizing he had not drawn a golden item. Yet, the treasures exchanged from Qin Wange exceeded his expectations. As the fate cards were fully revealed, the items consisted of 2 crimson vials, 1 azure vial, a tome, and lastly, the purple item, a small cross pendant. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed quizzically at these unfamiliar objects, casting a helpless glance at Qin Wange. However, she had no intention of providing clarification, for this step had been meticulously planned. As these items came into contact with Sarutobi Hiruzen, information about each item materialized in the air, offering a detailed and comprehensive account of their functions. Crimson Potion, capable of instantly restoring all injuries of a person on the brink of death. Azure Potion, instantly replenishes a person's expended energy in the world of Naruto. This refers to chakra. Skill Book, Demon Ape Transformation. temporarily amplifies immense physical strength, resembling that of a demon ape, albeit leaving significant aftereffects post-use. Life-borrowing cross grants the user the ability to withstand a fatal blow once. The power dissipates after a single use. These items were all things that Sarutobi Hiruzen had never encountered in his entire life, each introduction more wondrous than the last. Sarutobi gazed at Qin Wange in astonishment and inquired, "Mr. Qin, are these introductions truly authentic?" To which Qin Wange replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. I am a merchant of integrity and would never deceive any of my clients." Unable to contain his excitement, Sarutobi was eager to test these miraculous items, particularly a simple vial of red potion, which promised immense effects. The other items were undoubtedly even more remarkable, if they were all genuine. Sarutobi felt this transaction would prove immensely profitable. Qin Wange lightly touched Sarutobi's wrist, and soon an emblem akin to Naruto's appeared upon it. Having accomplished this, Qin Wange departed, leaving behind a marveling Naruto and an exhilarated Sarutobi. Meanwhile, the fleeing Danzo was not yet completely lifeless. He dragged his thoroughly incapacitated body in a desperate escape. He sensed that his body was on the verge of collapse, yet he refused to surrender, even as his chakra had entirely dissipated, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Suddenly, limping along, Danzo encountered a somewhat dashing young boy. Upon seeing someone obstructing his path, Danzo bellowed at the boy, "Get out of my way." Any ordinary child might have been frightened into retreat by Danzo's fury, but standing before him was the renowned Uchiha Sasuke. Incensed by Danzo's unwarranted tirade, Sasuke, who typically shunned meddling in others' affairs, felt provoked by this half-dead old man daring to insult him. Thus, he approached, disdainfully regarding the elder, and retorted, "Old fool, dare to say that again." It was only then that Danzo managed to lift his head and discern the figure before him. Upon recognizing Sasuke, he erupted into a violent coughing fit, even expelling blood in his agitation. Sasuke hastily recoiled, fearful of staining his attire, while Danzo, after the fit, began to cackle madly, muttering to himself, "So, it is you, little Uchiha, in the twilight of my life. Shursui, Itachi, cough." The mention of the name Itachi ignited a blaze of fury within Sasuke, who surged forward, seizing Danzo by the collar and demanding, "What did you say about Itachi? Where is he?" Danzo, silent with a sinister grin, extended his arm, which was riddled with Sharingan eyes, startling Sasuke profoundly. However, Danzo's actions ceased abruptly. He could no longer hold on, and thus he breathed his last. Sasuke, shaken, was left in confusion, utterly unaware of this man's identity or why his arm was adorned with Sharingan, nor could he comprehend the implications of the name Itachi. In this moment, Sasuke found himself engulfed in uncertainty, standing before the lifeless body of Danzo, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Suddenly, Qin Wange appeared before him, casting a glance at Danzo's corpse before pondering aloud. "It seems he is utterly deceased. This body possesses some value." Sasuke gazed at Qin Wange in astonishment, taken aback by the suddenness of his appearance, unable to comprehend when he had materialized. Observing Sasuke seated on the ground, Qin Wange smiled and remarked, "Since you were the only one present at his demise, let us consider his head as yours. How shall I put it? This fellow's body does retain some worth. So, young one, do you aspire to grow stronger?" Chapter 9. A new fateful confrontation. Today, the Hidden Leaf Village remained as harmonious as ever, as if the death of Danzo had never transpired. In recent days, Naruto has been diligently training, and his physical prowess has begun to exhibit remarkable improvement. His speed and strength have now stabilized at the level of AJ Nin. In terms of taijutsu, even Guy with the 8 gates opened would not stand a chance against him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, intrigued, promptly tested the effects of a bottle of red medicine. To his astonishment, the results were exceptionally favorable. A ninja severely injured and with a severed arm was on the brink of collapse. However, upon consuming this potion, he astonishingly experienced a miraculous regeneration, becoming revitalized and full of vigor, which greatly delighted Sarutobi. Consequently, the aged leader began to study the techniques outlined in the tome of the magic ape transformation, seeking to further augment his strength to safeguard the hidden leaf. Eventually, the time arrived for the newly minted genin to be assigned to their respective teams. Unsurprisingly, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno found themselves grouped together once more. Yet, in contrast to the original storyline, Naruto had matured significantly, while Sasuke continued to exude his trademark aloofness. All three were assigned to Team 7, led by Kakashi Hatake. At this juncture, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. Sasuke disdainfully turned away, while Naruto shrugged it off with a smile, leaving only Sakura fixated on Sasuke. After the team assignments were announced, they awaited Kakashi's assessment the following day and subsequently parted ways. As Naruto walked home alone, Sakura incessantly chattered beside Sasuke. Suddenly, Sasuke called out to Naruto, causing both Naruto and Sakura to pause in surprise. Naruto turned to Sasuke with a puzzled expression. With a cold demeanor, Sasuke challenged Naruto, stating, "Let us spar and see if you have the qualifications to stand alongside me." Although Naruto had matured considerably, Sasuke's haughty attitude irked him greatly. He boldly extended his hand, replying, "Sure, I'm eager to witness just how formidable a so-called genius truly is." The atmosphere grew tense, and Sakura, feeling somewhat flustered, exclaimed, "You idiot, Naruto. There's no way you can defeat Sasuke. Just concede and walk away." Unfazed, Naruto remained resolute, while Sasuke coldly retorted to Sakura, "Be quiet." Startled into silence, Sakura ceased her protests. Sensing that a proper confrontation with Sasuke was inevitable, Naruto declared, "Let us find an open space." After speaking, Naruto turned and walked away, followed closely by Sasuke, leaving Sakura with a look of utter dismay. It wasn't long before the two discovered an open area, each standing at a distance from one another in silence. Suddenly, Sasuke launched an attack, sending several shuriken hurtling towards Naruto, who remained motionless in his place. Sasuke smirked disdainfully, believing Naruto was too stunned to react. However, in the blink of an eye, Naruto vanished from sight, and by the time Sasuke realized what had happened, Naruto stood right before him. Without hesitation, Naruto delivered a powerful punch to Sasuke's face, shouting, "You truly deserve this." With a resounding thud, Sasuke was sent flying, the sheer force of Naruto's blow propelling him far away. Just when Naruto thought the confrontation was over, he was acutely aware of the strength he had unleashed. He intended to check on Sasuke's condition, but was abruptly interrupted by a flash of golden lightning racing towards him. Although Naruto noticed it, he was unable to react in time, and the golden lightning surged through his body. In the next instant, Naruto felt an overwhelming weakness engulf him, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, rendering him immobile and paralyzed. At this moment, Sasuke approached Naruto from behind with a smile and remarked, "It appears you are not as inept as I had imagined." Naruto, struggling to turn around, suddenly noticed the mark on Sasuke's wrist and exclaimed in surprise, "You two have exchanged fate cards." It was then that Sasuke realized Naruto bore a fate mark as well, and upon uncovering this truth, Sasuke's smile deepened. He addressed Naruto, saying, "So that is the case. I always thought you were merely a tail-end charlatan. What could possibly allow you to injure me? It seems Mr. Qin's fate cards have indeed bestowed upon you considerable assistance." Seeing Sasuke's arrogant demeanor, Naruto retorted, "Since you have exchanged fate cards, you must surely be aware of the quality of the items within them. I drew a golden item, so what have you to be so boastful about?" Sasuke gazed at Naruto in astonishment, recalling that fateful night when Qin Wange entrusted him with the ownership of Danzo's corpse. He had also informed Sasuke of the rules regarding the fate cards, and in that moment, Sasuke had been tempted to make an exchange using Danzo's body. The worth of Danzo's corpse transcended its mere physical form, encompassing all of his jutsu, with Izanagi being particularly valuable. Ultimately, Sasuke secured a guaranteed blue exchange opportunity. Yet his luck had been lackluster, yielding only 3 cards. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the rewards these 3 cards had granted him. Specially prepared by Qin Wange, high-speed movement. This skill grants a lightness to the body, facilitating rapid movement and significantly enhancing one's speed. Electric shock. This ability imbues physical attacks with electrical currents, occasionally incapacitating the opponent. Flash of lightning. An assault that allows one to approach the opponent at high speed, guaranteed to paralyze them. The first 2 skills were blue, while the last emerged as a purple skill, collectively augmenting Sasuke's prowess tremendously. He felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, eagerly anticipating the moment to confront Itachi and exact his revenge. It was then that a figure came into view, Naruto, who was beginning to undergo a transformation. His relentless training suggested a determination to strengthen himself in various aspects, seeking the acknowledgement of others. Sasuke held a particular disdain for individuals like Naruto, and now that they had been placed in the same class, he finally saw an opportunity to deal with this insufferable rival. However, He was taken aback to learn that Naruto had also exchanged fate cards and had drawn a golden item. Sasuke, well aware of the rarity of golden items, remained skeptical upon witnessing Naruto kneeling and incapacitated. He believed Naruto was merely posturing, and thus he challenged him, saying, "If you truly have drawn a golden item, you had best utilize it swiftly, for your opportunity may soon vanish." Chapter 10. The card trading platform. Naruto gritted his teeth in silence, fixating his gaze on Sasuke. Though the Scion bloodline he had acquired was indeed the rarest of the golden treasures, its true value lay in its potential for growth. At present, Naruto had barely begun to tap into its might. Sasuke, observing Naruto's demeanor, laughed mockingly. "What's the matter? Have I exposed you? Did you truly believe that such golden items could be so easily obtained?" Naruto retorted with a fierce roar. "You will come to understand soon enough. Your current arrogance is merely fleeting." Sasuke ceased his laughter, and in an instant, a shuriken materialized in his hand, his eyes coldly fixed on Naruto. At that moment, Naruto felt an acute sense of danger. Although he could not fathom the depth of Sasuke's animosity, he had no time to ponder such thoughts. Feeling his body regain mobility, Naruto sprang to his feet and seized Sasuke, hurling him away with tremendous force, creating a deep crater in the ground. Yet, he sensed a lingering numbness in his limbs. Then he noticed a wound on his arm, faint yellow currents flickering at the sight. Before Naruto could react, Sasuke had reappeared before him with astonishing speed, comparable to Naruto's full-force sprint, showcasing a level of swiftness akin to that of a Jonin. Sasuke suddenly lunged, the shuriken in hand crackling with yellow energy. Naruto quickly dodged, narrowly evading the attack, and swiftly retrieved a shuriken of his own, igniting a fierce clash between the two. At this juncture, both Naruto and Sasuke exhibited speeds on par with Jonin. While Sasuke's strength was not greater than Naruto's, his strikes, once landed, could render Naruto immobile. The battle raged on until nightfall, both combatants exhausting their chakra reserves. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Gasping for breath, Naruto broke the silence. "Hey, why have you fixated on me for no reason? We barely know each other." After a moment of silence, Sasuke replied, "There is no particular reason. You have earned the right to stand alongside me, that is all." Naruto scoffed, "Humph. Who is truly stronger in the future remains to be seen." Suddenly, Sasuke rose to his feet, startling Naruto, who feared another bout was imminent, only to discover that Sasuke was merely preparing to depart. Before leaving, he addressed Naruto. "I have recently gathered information about a treasure of great value located in a hideout of rogue ninjas beyond the village. You should understand my intentions. If you wish to join, meet me here in 3 days." After speaking, Sasuke vanished from the spot, seemingly having departed. Naruto, however, remained lying there, contemplating Sasuke's words. He understood that Sasuke must be intent on confronting those rogue ninjas to uncover the treasure for the purpose of exchanging it for the fateful cards. He recalled that Qin Wange had once mentioned that the fate cards contained items capable of significantly accelerating their journey to strength. If he were fortunate enough to draw one, his power would undoubtedly surge immensely. Faced with such temptation, Naruto found it impossible not to feel stirred, ultimately making a silent decision within himself. In recent days, Qin Wange has not been idle. His system is now nearly complete. What remains is to disseminate the concept of fate cards. Although he possesses the ability to directly convey his message into the ears of every individual within this realm, such an approach would lack a certain charm. Thus, Qin Wange conceived a brilliant idea. He resolved to distribute a few scattered cards throughout the entire world of Naruto. Among these cards, the most prestigious are the blue items, while the majority are primarily white items. However, their main purpose remains promotional. Should someone obtain an item from the cards, the rules of the destiny cards will be imprinted in their mind, and a guiding marker will subsequently appear on the card. Ultimately, this leads to a store that Qin Wange meticulously selected after several days of consideration, a place that exudes comfort. The card exchange, a name simple and unpretentious. Yet the architecture is anything but ordinary, as the entire exchange is established high above the clouds. From the ground, one can only glimpse a fragment of the structure. A cloud ladder ascends through 1,000 tiers, unobstructed along the way. Upon reaching the 500th tier, one gains a clear view of the entire exchange, adorned with exquisite decorations. Dazzling colored lights flash incessantly, illuminating the cloud-based exchange, which perpetually resides in nocturnal splendor. The building is embellished with various radiant lights, evoking a sense of exhilaration upon sight. Suspended above the exchange is a colossal destiny card, continuously rotating. This splendid and captivating locale is indeed Qin Wange's card exchange. There are no prerequisites for entry. Even an ordinary individual, endowed with perseverance and determination, can gain access. Thus, Qin Wange has fostered an open environment, inviting full participation. Furthermore, within the exchange, Qin Wange has completed all necessary adjustments. He extracted from his omnipotent system a formidable manager for the exchange, a selection he pondered for quite some time. Ultimately, he chose a familiar face to many. Soon, a fairy maiden with crimson eyes, clad in a green top adorned with red lace, a white skirt, and gray hair, materialized in the world of Hokage. She smiled gently at Qin Wange, greeting him. "Hello, my name is Celia. It's a pleasure to meet you." Previously, Qin Wange could only encounter Celia in the pixelated realm of Arad. Today, he finally beheld her in the flesh. Observing Celia's attire, Qin Wange contemplated briefly before snapping his fingers, conjuring a black professional suit for women. He then extended it towards Celia, stating, "Please change into this. From now on, I shall be your employer, understand?" Summoned by Qin Wange to this world, Celia was bound to unconditionally obey his every command, thus she accepted the attire without hesitation. With a smile, she curtsied to Qin Wange, inquiring, "Very well, boss, shall I change here?" Qin Wange was instantly captivated by a single remark from Celia, causing a rush of thoughts to flood his mind, leaving him feeling somewhat flustered, which was quite detrimental to his aloof demeanor. Before long, Qin Wange escorted Celia to her room, providing her with an overview of the entire exchange and the responsibilities she was about to undertake. Celia, being exceptionally astute, quickly adapted to her tasks after familiarizing herself with the work requirements and soon donned her attire to commence her duties. During this period, Qin Wange observed the seemingly innocent yet provocatively dressed young lady as she acclimated to her new role. Chapter 11. The perverse Naruto. Time flew by, and it was soon time for the lower ninja's classification assessment. On this day, as usual, Kakashi arrived early in the morning with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, taking them to the top floor to discuss their dreams. The responses were largely unchanged, with the notable difference being the newfound confidence in Naruto and Sasuke's tones, as if they were proclaiming an inevitable accomplishment. Once the conversation concluded, they swiftly transitioned into the bell-snatching phase. Kakashi, as laid-back as ever, held his beloved Ika Paradise in one hand while leisurely observing the trio of young ninjas. At the moment he uttered the word start, Naruto surged forward, creating a massive crater in the ground, while Sasuke, not to be outdone, executed a high-speed dash towards Kakashi. The sheer velocity of both left Kakashi momentarily stunned, but his years of combat experience kicked in, allowing him to swiftly stow away his book. As Naruto and Sasuke were about to reach him, Kakashi skillfully employed the body replacement technique. In the next heartbeat, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The spot where Kakashi had stood was now occupied by a hapless wooden post that had been split in two by a surge of yellow electricity, charred from the impact. Immediately following that, Naruto delivered a powerful punch, reducing the severed post to mere splinters. The display of prowess left Kakashi, who had been lurking in the shadows, drenched in a cold sweat. Equally astounded was Sakura, who stood frozen in shock, utterly taken aback by the spectacle she had just witnessed. Suddenly, Sasuke turned to Naruto and admonished, "Can't you think for a moment? With that kind of commotion, how could he not notice? If I had struck first, we might have already secured the bells." Naruto retorted immediately, "What? If I hadn't acted first, you might have found yourself eliminated by now." Enraged, Sasuke shouted at Naruto, "Are you looking down on me, Naruto?" Without backing down, Naruto shot back, "Your body is too fragile. You simply can't withstand any damage." Thus, the two individuals entered into a mode of quarrel, exchanging retorts back and forth, while Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, wore an expression of exasperation. Although these two youngsters had inexplicably become significantly more formidable, their current demeanor posed no genuine threat. After some contemplation, Kakashi ultimately resolved to summon his trusted partner for assistance, as he felt it imperative to impart a thorough lesson to these insufferable brats. Meanwhile, Qin Wange's promotional campaign had commenced, and unbeknownst to many, the destiny cards had begun circulating throughout the entire ninja realm. Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly sought to comprehend the situation. Ever since he last exchanged destiny cards, He had eagerly anticipated another opportunity, yet he found himself unable to procure anything of sufficient value. He was not devoid of skills. In fact, he found the white items within the cards nearly useless, yearning instead for the coveted purple or even golden items. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to identify anything of worth. However, with the news of the destiny cards spreading across the ninja world, rare and valuable treasures had become even scarcer. Thus, he recognized the necessity for action. The emergence of Qin Wange had ushered in a new chapter for the entire ninja realm, and failure to keep pace with this transformative era could result in anyone being able to trample upon one's stature. It was crucial to act swiftly, while the news of the destiny cards had yet to fully disseminate. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to mobilize the entire village to search for valuable treasures, as he now required a new force to protect the village. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke found themselves in a dire situation, with Kakashi summoning his dear friend and comrade, Might Guy. The two executed a flawless combination of moves, leaving Naruto and Sasuke in a state of despair. Sakura, feeling utterly out of place, quietly withdrew to the sidelines as Naruto and Sasuke were once again sent flying. Struggling to regain his composure, Naruto propped himself up on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it, Kakashi-sensei, this is clearly cheating." Sasuke, with a furrowed brow, suddenly appeared to have an epiphany and said to Naruto, "They are exploiting our inability to cooperate effectively. If we can separate them, we stand a chance of snatching the bells. When I give the signal, we need to split them up." Naruto nodded in agreement, and the two rose once more, their gazes fixed intently on Kakashi and Guy. Although Guy maintained a facade of ease, he was inwardly fatigued and quickly wiped the beads of sweat from his brow as he observed the two rising opponents. In a discreet tone, he addressed Kakashi, "Hey Kakashi, are these two really just genin? They seem more formidable than your average J-nin." Kakashi sighed in resignation, responding, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you for assistance. Their strength is indeed quite perplexing." As Naruto surged forward once more, Guy swiftly moved to intercept him, with Kakashi providing support from the rear. Just as Guy engaged Naruto, Kakashi prepared to assist him, but Sasuke seized the opportunity to dash towards Kakashi. With a swift motion, he hurled a kunai, prompting Kakashi to leap back in evasion. However, the target of Sasuke's strike was not Kakashi. In an instant, Sasuke shouted at Naruto, "Get him!" Realizing the impending danger, Guy attempted to escape, but was firmly seized by Naruto, rendered immobile. The next moment, a sharp sound echoed through the air. A surge of yellow electricity coursed through Kai's body, rendering him instantly powerless as he collapsed to the ground, his astonished eyes fixed upon Sasuke. Naruto, too, wore a triumphant smile, now that Kakashi had reverted to a pair. The task of seizing the bells had become considerably simpler. As anticipated, it was not long before both Naruto and Sasuke successfully acquired the bells. Of course, Kakashi would never exert his full strength for such a minor assessment. Resigned to their passing, Kakashi was eager to comprehend the situation. Thus, he led the disheartened Sakura to the Hokage building. Before long, they stood before the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who elucidated the events that had transpired. However, merely understanding the circumstances offered little solace. Kakashi's predicament lay in the presence of the helpless young girl before him. In the face of the remarkably formidable duo, Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura's existence undeniably became a hindrance. Yet, Kakashi was determined not to allow this newly formed Team 7 to disband so easily. Consequently, he consoled Sakura, promising that he would also take her to find Qin Wange to exchange for a fate card. He assured her that she would eventually catch up to them. For a girl like Sakura, such a promise was a source of great joy, though Hiruzen Sarutobi, with his vested interests, understood the significant price of Kakashi's commitment. Chapter 12. A visit to the exchange. The following day, Kakashi first guided Sakura to find Naruto, who happened to be engaged in a sparring session with Sasuke. The scene bordering on violence. Upon noticing Kakashi's arrival, the two ceased their movements, and Naruto cheerfully approached, exclaiming, "Hey, Kakashi-sensei." Sakura. Kakashi politely acknowledged Naruto, while Sakura kept her gaze lowered, refraining from greeting him. She was acutely aware of her previous disdainful attitude towards Naruto, and now he was no longer someone she could mock at will. Although Naruto himself was not particularly bothered, Sakura felt a pang of guilt. Soon, Kakashi revealed the purpose of their visit. Upon hearing that Sakura also intended to exchange for a fate card, Naruto's excitement grew. He recognized that the times had shifted dramatically. The gap between Sakura and them had widened considerably. If this disparity could not be bridged, their Team 7 could hardly be regarded as a cohesive unit. Sasuke, appearing indifferent, interjected, "If you wish to acquire something valuable from Mr. Qin, you must first possess an item worthy of exchange. Otherwise, there is no need to trouble him." Listening to Sasuke's words, Kakashi felt a twinge of frustration. Having lived for so many years, he naturally understood that the pursuit of strength often demands a significant sacrifice. Nevertheless, Kakashi possessed some resources. After all, his title as the copy ninja was not earned without merit. After some deliberation, Naruto intended to summon Qin Wange through the destiny mark. However, this time Qin Wange did not materialize. Instead, Naruto received a response stating that it was inconvenient to come at the moment and that any transactions should be conducted at the card trading post. Naruto was left bewildered, and Sasuke was equally perplexed, while Kakashi seemed to possess some insights into the matter. Recently, the matter of the fate cards has begun to circulate widely, and many individuals have sought out the card trading venue. It is located at the Tion-D Bridge, within the village of Konoha, surrounded by a desolate landscape. Despite the presence of trees, the area remains eerily deserted. However, an unprecedented magnificent edifice has suddenly emerged, accompanied by a celestial staircase. It is said that ascending the 1,000-tiered staircase grants one access to the trading house. These are the insights that Kakashi has gathered. Upon learning the news, Kakashi intends to take Sakura to the trading post. Naturally, Naruto wishes to accompany them, but Sasuke is reluctant to join, believing that going now holds no significance. He promptly reminds Naruto, "Don't forget our plan." This remark jolts Naruto's memory. They had previously devised a scheme to raid the rogue ninja stronghold. If they rushed to the trading post now, they would surely be delayed. Contemplating this, Naruto's expression darkens. Suddenly, the fateful mark on Naruto's wrist transmits a flurry of information, which Sasuke also receives. The content pertains to the regulations established by Qin Wange and their respective tiers. It appears that numerous ordinary clients have emerged at the trading post over the past few days. Additionally, they are informed of certain privileges available to clients, with only one privilege currently granted to ordinary clients. This allows them to teleport to the card trading post once a day for transactions, without the need to ascend the ladder anew, and they may bring one companion with them each time. Upon the announcement of this rule, Naruto's face lights up as he turns to Sakura, exclaiming, "Let us go, Sakura. I'll take you to the trading post." Observing Naruto's enthusiasm, Sakura hesitates, glancing at Sasuke, who disregards her completely. Ultimately, Naruto leads Sakura while Sasuke accompanies Kakashi, and the four arrive at the card trading post. Their teleportation does not take them directly inside. Instead, they are positioned at the entrance, allowing them to admire the dazzling and opulent architecture. The sight elicits gasps of awe from the group. Heavens! After a moment of astonishment, they step inside the trading post, where the main hall is teeming with people. For a moment, Kakashi and the others find themselves at a loss, uncertain of where to go or what to do, and they do not see any staff members. After wandering in confusion, a massive screen suddenly appears above their heads, followed by a countdown. Everyone halts their movements, fixated on the numbers overhead, which swiftly reach 0. A mesmerizing elven maiden clad in a sultry black uniform gracefully descends from the air. Her exquisite beauty, accentuated by an unfamiliar outfit, highlights her figure, causing many men present to blush and bow their heads. Once Celia appears, she casually gestures with her left hand, summoning a blue teleportation portal into existence, and mirrors the action with her right. After completing this, Celia speaks in a melodious voice, "First-time traders, please proceed to the left portal," while ordinary clients should use the portal on the right. As soon as the words were spoken, a throng of individuals surged towards the portal with a frantic urgency, reminiscent of a feeding frenzy, creating a rather alarming spectacle. However, Celia was determined to put an end to such undignified behavior. With a gentle flourish of her delicate hand, an unexpected chill permeated the previously temperate trading hall. In an instant, a corridor of ice materialized before the opposing portals, hurling those who were not positioned directly in front away without inflicting any harm. Meanwhile, all those standing directly opposite were compelled into a single file line, rendering them utterly speechless in the face of such power. Celia maintained her serene smile, though to the onlookers, her grin appeared as menacing as that of a demon. As the crowd began to orderly queue to enter, Celia felt a surge of satisfaction and was preparing to depart. At that moment, Naruto, carefree and oblivious, approached Celia with a smile and inquired, "Excuse me, do you happen to know where that gentleman is?" This bold action sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. While Sasuke had already envisioned the myriad ways in which Naruto might meet his demise, Celia gazed at Naruto with a perplexed expression, prompting Kakashi to swiftly intervene, pulling Naruto back while offering profuse apologies. "I sincerely apologize. This is my student, and he has mistaken you for someone else. I'm terribly sorry. I shall escort him away at once." Detained, Naruto, visibly displeased, struggled and exclaimed, "What do you mean? I didn't mistake anyone. Isn't this trading post owned by that gentleman?" Kakashi, lacking the strength to overpower Naruto, found himself in a stalemate until Celia broke the tension with a smile, saying, "You must be referring to Mr. Qin, correct?" Naruto's face lit up with excitement as he responded, Yes, that's the gentleman." Chapter 13. Hidden Rules Initially. They believed they had provoked the wrath of this formidable woman and were doomed. However, surprisingly, Naruto's inadvertent remarks allowed them to traverse through a back door. Celia led Kakashi and the others into a secluded area where they could observe the two other regions that had previously entered the portal. In the left portal, all items intended for exchange would undergo scrutiny, with monetary equivalents deemed the lowest tier of exchangeable goods. Typically, one could only acquire items of a comparable white classification, which held minimal utility and did not qualify one as an ordinary client. Recently, a new stipulation had been introduced for becoming an ordinary client. One must now exchange for at least a blue item, thereby elevating the value of the traded goods. This effectively helps to eliminate some time-wasting individuals. Celia briefly explained the general rules of the trading post to Kakashi and the others. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards those passing through the portal on the right. Although their numbers did not match those entering through the left portal, they were still considerable. Sasuke observed the hundreds engaged in transactions, feeling a sense of unease, as he had underestimated the rapid dissemination of the fate cards throughout the ninja world. To his astonishment, merely a few days had passed since the establishment of the trading post, and already so many had become ordinary customers like him. This realization meant that his current strength was hardly a source of pride. It was quite possible that many of those currently trading had already surpassed him in power. This intensified Sasuke's desire to become stronger. He merely informed Kakashi about the rules of the trading post. Subsequently, Celia instructed them to wait while she fetched Qin Wange. Thus, the recuperating Qin Wange was reluctantly pulled from his small room by Celia. Despite his evident reluctance, he donned his dapper suit as it had been previously arranged. When he reappeared before Naruto and the others, Naruto displayed an unusual excitement upon seeing Qin Wange, while Sasuke regarded him with awe. Qin Wange smiled and addressed Naruto, inquiring about the trading post. Naruto promptly replied with enthusiasm, exclaiming that it was absolutely magnificent and that he had never encountered such a structure before. After indulging in Naruto's excitement for a moment, Qin Wange shifted to the matter at hand. "Speak up. What brings you to me? If it's a trade, there's no need to come to me." He explained that all the equipment in the trading post was provided by a merchant association identical to the cards here, and that any future transactions could be conducted there. Of course, this so-called merchant association was a fabrication of Qin Wange, designed to instill a sense of fairness in these individuals. If they were to discover that he controlled everything, they might suspect him of interference when their luck faltered with the cards, which would detract from the experience. Upon hearing Qin Wange's inquiry, Kakashi finally revealed the purpose of their visit. After listening to Kakashi's words, Qin Wange thoughtfully glanced at Sakura and remarked, "Your promise carries significant weight. The enhancements from lower-tier cards may not keep pace with those too." Kakashi understood this would not come cheaply, yet he had made up his mind. He stated, "Mr. Qin, I am willing to exchange all the jutsu I have replicated over the years." Qin Wange smiled upon hearing this and replied, "Oh, you must consider this carefully. The value of your offering is quite substantial. It could elevate the worth to guarantee at least 3 purple cards among 10. Surely you have your own aspirations. Are you certain you wish to relinquish this opportunity to another?" After a moment of internal struggle, Kakashi ultimately resolved to adhere to his previous thoughts, knowing that Qin Wange would not interfere with the client's decision. Thus, the transaction was established. With a gentle snap of her fingers, Qin Wange caused Kakashi to forget numerous ninja techniques, as if he had returned to the moment he first acquired his Sharingan. Kakashi sighed in resignation, yet accepted this reality with composure. Upon receiving the exchanged item, Qin Wange presented a die to Sakura, instructing her to toss it into the air. Sakura nodded, though fear lingered in her heart. Although she was not entirely aware of the value at stake, she understood their conversation. Sakura realized that this opportunity was a significant sacrifice made by her teacher, Kakashi, and if she did not roll a favorable number, it would render Kakashi's efforts futile. Noticing Sakura trembling, Kakashi gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Don't be so tense, just relax. With that, Sakura managed to calm her nerves and threw the die with determination. It spun rapidly in the air before coming to a halt, landing on 10. The four of them exclaimed in astonishment. 10. Sakura, your luck is incredible. Indeed, my years of savings haven't gone to waste. To think it was a 10, which meant Sakura would surely receive 3 purple cards. How infuriating that she had surpassed me in an instant. Qin Wange feigned surprise and remarked, well, your luck is quite remarkable. However, drawing all 10 cards gives you an additional choice. Would you like to know? Still lost in her delight, Sakura paused. Puzzled by Qin Wange's words, what does another choice mean? The others leaned in, eager to listen as Qin Wange began to explain. This is a hidden rule, known only to those who roll a 10. You now have 2 options. The first is to proceed as usual, revealing 10 cards and taking what belongs to you. The second option is to forego the 10 cards before you in exchange for a transformation most suited to you. This transformation comes in many forms, and I cannot elaborate on them in detail. However, this transformation will undoubtedly be the most appropriate for you, while the items within the cards, regardless of their quality, may not be of use to you. After hearing Qin Wange's explanation, Sakura found herself momentarily at a loss, while Naruto failed to grasp the concept entirely. Sasuke and Kakashi fell into contemplation, ultimately deciding to let Sakura make her own choice. Although Sakura was not well versed in the rules of the cards, the stringent conditions for triggering this hidden rule implied its inherent benefits. She believed that the value of this transformation would far exceed that of the 10 cards. Thus, Sakura chose to relinquish the 10 cards in exchange for the opportunity for transformation. Qin Wange smiled and said, very well, I respect every client's choice. As Qin Wange waved his hand, 10 cards soared into the air, only to be swallowed by a luminous orb before the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 14. The Children of the Stars. After the orb devoured the 10 cards, a single drop of liquid fell, revealing myriad celestial wonders reminiscent of the night sky. Qin Wange guided this droplet before Sakura, and upon witnessing this spectacle, Naruto, filled with excitement, rushed forward and inquired, Uncle, does this mean Sakura possesses the same scion bloodline as mine? With a gentle smile, Qin Wange shook his head and elucidated. This is known as the tear of the goddess, imbued with formidable magical power. While its potency may not rival that of your scion lineage on certain levels, it remains an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Consuming it will grant you a transformation. Sakura gazed at the mesmerizing liquid, sensing an enchanting magic within it. Without hesitation, she ingested the tear of the goddess. The very next moment, her body began to undergo a transformation. Her skin gradually turned a shade of purple. Her hair transformed to white and began to grow continuously. Eventually, her ears became sharp and pointed, and a horn sprouted from the center of her forehead, rendering her appearance somewhat peculiar. It was difficult to determine whether she looked beautiful or not, but indeed, she had become remarkably strange, likely to be perceived as a monster by unfamiliar eyes. However, Sakura seemed unfazed by her new form, for she fully comprehended the nature of her transformation. The power of the Children of the Stars, Soraka relinquished her immortal divinity to safeguard the mortal races from the harm of their own violent instincts. She bestowed compassion and kindness upon everyone she encountered, even those harboring ill intentions towards her. Possessing the ability to transform into Soraka at will, she could only wield a fraction of Soraka's power while untransformed, but upon assuming her form, she could command it entirely. Redemption, through the power of the star deity. She could sense the locations of injured comrades nearby, significantly enhancing her speed when moving towards any of them, usable in untransformed state. Meteor Fall. Summon a meteor to a targeted area, with its strength contingent upon her own magical potency. Upon impact, the meteor explodes, restoring her own state, usable after transformation. Star Infusion. A minor sacrifice of her own life force allows for a significant restoration of any comrade's life state. Effectiveness reduced by 60% when used untransformed. Celestial Barrier. Create a barrier in a designated area that lasts for a duration, restricting the abilities of those within it, usable after transformation. Wish. Call forth divine energy to heal all nearby allies, instantly restoring them to a perfect state. This can be unleashed only once per day, usable after transformation. This transformation undoubtedly catapulted Sakura into a significant role, instantly surpassing both Naruto and Sasuke. Moreover, Sakura's newfound power possesses an element of growth, yet it remains considerably inferior to Naruto's scion lineage. Upon comprehending this power, Sakura promptly reverted from her transformed state and expressed her gratitude to Qin Wange. Naruto and Kakashi, upon witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that Sakura would remain in that form permanently. Qin Wange, observing Sakura's delighted demeanor, smiled and remarked, "It seems you are quite satisfied." Sakura nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Yes, I am immensely grateful to you." Naruto, filled with curiosity, leaned in and inquired, "Sakura, what kind of power did you acquire?" Sakura, shrouded in mystery, refrained from providing a direct answer, instead stating, "My power? My power is that as long as I am alive, no one shall endure suffering." Naruto, completely bewildered, could not grasp the meaning behind Sakura's words. While Sasuke and Kakashi began to discern the nature of her abilities, Sasuke suddenly interjected, "Is it a healing type? That's beneficial. Naruto can train without holding back from now on." Naruto scratched his head, perplexed by Sasuke's comment. After a brief exchange, the group prepared to depart. Following this transformation, Team 7 has become remarkably formidable, to the extent that even Kakashi might not stand a chance against them. This left Kakashi feeling quite troubled. Thus, on the day Naruto and Sasuke were set to embark on a mission to confront rogue ninjas, Kakashi sought out the third Hokage, coincidentally receiving a task to eliminate rogue ninjas, which led to Team 7 unexpectedly assembling. Thus commenced their inaugural mission. Concurrently, at the trading post, Qin Wange welcomed several high-profile clients. Determined to engage with these individuals personally, Qin Wange instructed Salia to keep them all separate for a private conversation. In the waiting room, several individuals were present: Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki, Haku, and Zabuza Momochi. Upon seeing Itachi, Orochimaru, as usual, spoke in a sardonic tone, "Itachi, I never expected to encounter you here. I have long coveted those eyes of yours." Kisame, wearing a perpetual smile, glanced at Orochimaru and suggested, "Shall we eliminate Orochimaru, Mr. Itachi?" Itachi cast a cold glance at Orochimaru and replied flatly, "Let us not act impulsively. This is not a place for violence." Zabuza and Haku had no ties to the trio and wished to avoid involvement. Thus they seated themselves at a distance, aiming to minimize any interaction. Soon, Qin Wange made an appearance, and even the likes of Orochimaru were taken aback by his ghostly entrance. Initially, Orochimaru had presumed it was merely a game of some powerful faction, but it soon became evident that the rumors were indeed true. Consequently, he swiftly altered his demeanor, approaching with a sycophantic attitude and inquiring, "You must be Mr. Qin, am I correct?" Before Orochimaru could utter more, Qin Wange interjected, "Orochimaru, your ambitions are indeed grand. However, in this day and age, you are unlikely to make a significant impact. If you wish to pursue your aspirations, you must exchange something of value for a destiny card. This is your only option." Orochimaru felt a shadow cast over him by Qin Wange's words. Though he was uncertain of Qin's true identity, the tone and demeanor suggested that Qin regarded him with disdain, which irked Orochimaru. Nevertheless, the situation was far from over. Itachi and Kisame quickly articulated their intentions, with the naive Nagato seeking to recruit Qin Wange into the Akatsuki, only to be promptly rebuffed by Qin Wange. Unlike Orochimaru, Kisame was undeterred by fear. His mission was to persuade Qin Wange to join Akatsuki, and should he refuse, he was prepared to eliminate him. Thus, when Qin Wange's refusal was voiced, Kisame launched an attack. However, he remained oblivious to the true nature of his opponent. Qin Wange maintained his smile, yet his tone turned frigid as he warned, "Assaulting the boss is not a prudent idea." Chapter 15. Eye techniques and potions. No sooner had Qin Wange's words fallen than Kisame found himself suspended midair, his eyes wide with terror. Itachi instinctively prepared for confrontation, and Qin Wange, shaking his head in resignation, softly remarked, "Itachi, I always believed you to be an intelligent man." As he spoke, Qin Wange made a subtle pinching gesture with his right hand, and in the next instant, boom, Kisame's head exploded, showering the vicinity with blood. Yet not a single drop sullied Qin Wange. Witnessing such terrifying power, Itachi immediately relinquished any thoughts of resistance and expressionlessly declared, "Today, I have offended you through my ignorance. I submit to your judgment." Qin Wange, far from being angry, smiled at Itachi and said, "Not only do I harbor no resentment towards you, but I am also willing to grant you the ownership of Kisame's body. The worth of this individual is considerable, should one trade everything belonging to Kisame. The quality of the cards could amount to a mere 1 blue card among 10 fate cards. It is evident that Itachi and Kisame have come seeking trouble. However, prior to their arrival, Itachi had diligently gathered substantial intelligence regarding the trading post, fully aware of the implications of Qin Wange's words. Orochimaru and Zabuza, too, were drawn here by the allure of the fate cards, and Qin Wange's statements instantly ignited a spark of envy within them. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, one could sense his eagerness to seize Kisame's corpse, yet he remained wary of the cautionary words spoken by Qin Wange. Itachi furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. The unforeseen developments of this mission left even the typically composed individual at a loss. Confronted with Kisame's demise, he felt a disquieting discomfort. For Kisame was indeed a commendable person, albeit recklessly so this time. Noticing Itachi's prolonged silence, Orochimaru could not resist stepping forward with a sinister smile, remarking, "It seems you are reluctant to part with your comrade's remains, Itachi. Why not entrust Kisame's body to me? Perhaps one day you may encounter him again." With a frigid glare directed at Orochimaru, Itachi chose to disregard him, ultimately gritting his teeth and addressing Qin Wange. "Mr. Qin, I am willing to make the exchange. I would appreciate your assistance." Qin Wange maintained his ever-present smile, exuding an air of ease as he nodded. In the next instant, Kisame's corpse vanished, along with all that he was, including the Samahata, which transformed into an item of exchange. Given Kisame's unique physiology, the value of the Samahata was considerable. Furthermore, Kisame was not without strength, having mastered numerous ninjutsu. All these elements were converted into the exchange items. Qin Wange then articulated the minimum guarantee for Itachi's exchange. "Congratulations. The valuation exceeds my expectations. The 10 fate cards you have acquired are all guaranteed to be purple cards, though the number you receive will depend on your fortune." As usual, the die rolled and settled on 7 points, indicating that Itachi's luck was indeed favorable. 7 purple cards, without exception, yielded for items imbued with wondrous powers. Akin to the Divine Pendant. Divine Pendant. This remarkable artifact gradually heals the bearer's hidden injuries and, with prolonged possession, can dispel all latent dangers. However, for Itachi, the crux lay in the remaining 3 cards, which bestowed upon him 3 formidable abilities reminiscent of ocular techniques. Tears of the Void, seemingly light and ethereal. These tears possess lethal potency, capable of altering space and slicing through it. Eye of the Celestial Emperor. This eye grants the ability to foresee the future and penetrate all illusions. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This requires no introduction. Those unfamiliar should revisit Naruto. Having attained such immense power, Itachi's elation was short-lived as Qin Wange interjected, "Your brother is merely an ordinary client here as well. You must be cautious. There may come a day when he surpasses you in strength and brings your corpse to me for trade." In response to this, Itachi pondered briefly before stating, "If he truly manages to achieve that, I would have no regrets in death." Qin Wange remained silent. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he was undoubtedly aware of the circumstances surrounding the 2 brothers. The initial transaction was completed. Itachi also prepared to depart, expressing his gratitude to Qin Wange with utmost respect before casting a frigid glance at Orochimaru. The intensity of Itachi's gaze sent a shiver down Orochimaru's spine. Had it not been for the prohibition of violence within the trading hall, he might have already met his demise at Itachi's hands. Once Itachi departed, Qin Wange gradually approached Orochimaru, his demeanor not influenced by the knowledge that Zabuza lacked monetary worth. Gone were the petty grievances that once lingered in Orochimaru's mind. Having witnessed Qin Wange's formidable prowess, he dared not entertain any treacherous thoughts. As Qin Wange stood before him, Orochimaru immediately adopted a sinister smile and proclaimed, "My lord, I can offer all my research findings in exchange." Qin Wange paused for a moment before responding, "That may disappoint you, for your so-called research findings hold little value. Most of it is rather inconsequential. Only your regeneration studies possess some merit. If you seek higher quality cards, the only truly valuable item you possess may well be the Kusanagi sword. Without hesitation, Orochimaru extracted the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Although it was somewhat repulsive, Qin Wange waved his hand to accept it. After assessing the total value, Qin Wange stated, "Your transaction guarantees a minimum of a blue card, with 5 purple cards among the 10 fake cards." After Orochimaru confirmed the transaction, he swiftly commenced rolling the dice, which ultimately landed on 5. His expression was less than favorable, indicating dissatisfaction with the outcome. However, the number was final and unalterable. Subsequently, Orochimaru selected 5 cards, while Qin Wange collected the remaining ones, revealing the 5 cards suspended in the air. In the end, Orochimaru's draw comprised 3 purple and 2 blue cards. The 2 blue items were a bottle of potent red potion and a bottle of vibrant blue potion. The remaining 3 purple items were particularly intriguing. The first was the sorcery elixir. Consuming it would augment the energy required for releasing techniques. In the world of Naruto, this refers to chakra, continuously restoring energy and enhancing the potency of techniques for 3 minutes, with the elixir automatically replenishing after a day. The second was the fury elixir. This would enhance overall physical prowess, allowing the user to restore their own condition upon inflicting damage on foes, lasting 3 minutes and also replenishing after a day. The final item was the necromancer's staff. Upon use, it could summon skeletal warriors, with a maximum limit of 20. The strength of the summoned skeletons increasing alongside the user. To the average person, these 3 purple items might seem underwhelming and far from impressive. Yet for Orochimaru, they were treasures of immense value. With abilities he had never encountered before, he was now eager to delve into new research, overflowing with excitement. He could hardly contain himself and, upon completing the transaction, departed the exchange without delay. Chapter 16. The Salamander Hans. Now, only Zabuza and Haku remained. Qin Wange approached them at a leisurely pace, while Zabuza and Haku regarded him with utmost respect. As Qin Wange stood before them, Zabuza spoke. "I can only offer all the treasures I have accumulated over the years in exchange." Aware that his offerings were rather meager, Zabuza felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Qin Wange's wrath. Without further ado, Qin Wange stated, "The only valuable item you possess, aside from your beheading sword, is Haku's bloodline limit. You decide." Zabuza bowed his head in contemplation, while Haku, witnessing Zabuza's hesitation, voiced his concern. "Use my bloodline limit. This way, Lord Zabuza can become incredibly powerful." Zabuza glanced at Haku but did not respond to his suggestion. Instead, he removed the beheading sword from his back and presented it to Qin Wange. Understanding his intent, Qin Wange waved his hand to accept the sword and appraised its worth, remarking, "With just the beheading sword and those meager treasures, it could barely elevate you to the minimum standard of blue." Zai Bujan felt a sense of reluctance as he recalled the astonishment displayed by Itachi and Orochimaru when they drew the purple card. He harbored ambitions and did not wish to be inferior to anyone. Yet, he found himself defeated by sheer misfortune. Ultimately, he could only nod in resignation. Qin Wange, with a smile, offered some words of consolation. "Do not be so disheartened. The guarantee of a blue card does not mean that you are limited to only drawing blue cards. If luck is on your side, you might even draw a purple or even a golden card." Zai Bujan responded with a wry smile, took a few deep breaths, and cast the dice in his hand, only for it to land on 1. Overwhelmed by frustration, he began to doubt whether he had incurred some divine retribution for his past misdeeds. I continued to comfort Zai Bujan, and although his spirits had lifted slightly, upon drawing a blue destiny card in the end, he could no longer hold back his tears of disappointment. Nonetheless, Qin Wange bore him no ill will and had no intention of deliberately tormenting him. "This blue object is far from ordinary." Qin Wange suddenly spoke up. "There's no need to rush or feel disheartened, for this is no mere blue item. This object is known as the Soul Cutting Blade. What you see before you is merely its initial form, hence it has been classified as blue. The blade is named Moonslayer. Should you discover any valuable items for exchange, it is agreed that you may trade from the cards for methods of enhancement." Qin Wange's words rekindled the fighting spirit of Zai Bujan, yet ultimately, it was his impoverished state that lay at the heart of the matter. With a heavy heart filled with indignation, Zai Bujan departed, resolute in his determination to earn substantial wealth and no longer remain a pauper. As for Qin Wange, the issues on his end had been resolved, prompting him to return to his modest chamber and commence a viewing session. The screen before him unveiled scenes from the newly formed 7th Squad, now a gathering of defected ninjas, although for Naruto and the others, this was merely the beginning of their journey. These diminutive rogue ninjas are hardly a match for us. Yet is it truly that straightforward? The scene before Qin Wange began to delve deeper into the periphery of the rogue ninja's concentration. Soon, he stumbled upon an intriguing individual. With this person present, it seemed that Naruto and his companions were destined to suffer a significant setback. In the unfolding tableau, a man adorned with a peculiar mask and wielding a chain scythe emerged, a figure known as the demigod. Naruto and Sasuke led the charge, already penetrating the throng, while Sakura maintained a calm demeanor behind them, and Kakashi observed discreetly from the shadows. The strength of these rogue ninjas could only be described as mediocre. While at this moment, Naruto and Sasuke's abilities were comparable to that of Kakashi, a high-ranking jonin. Soon, the surrounding rogue ninjas were either dead or severely injured, with scarcely a few able to rise. Observing this scene from the shadows, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. He had anticipated an end to the conflict. Yet an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Naruto and Sasuke were about to begin their search, a man suddenly appeared, and Kakashi could sense that this individual was formidable. He quickly signaled Naruto and Sasuke to retreat, and Sasuke, feeling an immense pressure emanating from the man before him, recognized him as Hanzo of the Salamander. Kakashi, fully alert, fixed his gaze on the man and inquired, "Who are you?" "We are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village." The man scoffed disdainfully, responding, "Ah, just some kids from the Leaf Village? Heh, if you manage to survive my hands, I shall reveal my name." With that, he hurled a sickle at Kakashi. Realizing negotiation was futile, Kakashi immediately gestured for Naruto and Sasuke to move. They understood instantly, darting to either side of Kakashi, who defended against the sickle with a kunai, effectively surrounding the man. Seeing this, Hanzo chuckled, "Ah, a rather familiar scene. But do these two kids truly believe they can stop me?" Suddenly, he slammed his palm onto the ground and commanded, "Fire release," exploding flame formation. In an instant, the ground beneath Kakashi and his companions began to sink. Sensing imminent danger, Kakashi shouted, "Get back!" Sasuke reacted swiftly, dodging the impending threat, but Naruto, lost in thought, failed to react in time as the explosive tags beneath him detonated. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, leaving flames licking at the ground. Kakashi and Sasuke narrowly escaped, but Naruto was gravely injured. Sakura rushed forward to aid Naruto, but Hanzo discerned her intentions and directed his sickle towards her. Kakashi, having just evaded Hanzo's attack, lacked the time to rescue her. Just as the sickle was about to strike Sakura, a sharp clang resounded as Sasuke, utilizing his rapid movement, positioned himself in front of her. However, his kunai did not fully block Hanzo's sickle, resulting in a wound across Sasuke's chest. Hanzo was taken aback, contemplating the speed of this young ninja. Could it be that the new generation of the Hidden Leaf Village has become this powerful? As Hanzo withdrew his sickle, Sasuke struggled to kneel on the ground. Sakura instinctively attempted to assist him, but Sasuke raised his hand to stop her, exclaiming, "Focus on helping Naruto recover. This man is too strong. I cannot guarantee I can defeat him." Sakura, gripped by uncertainty, hurried to the side of the gravely injured Naruto, her hands brimming with extraordinary power. However, she quickly ceased her actions, realizing that Naruto's injuries were too severe. The infusion of stellar energy in such a state would not suffice for his complete recovery. Chapter 17. Team 7 confronts Hanzo as Sakura silently chanted within her heart. Her appearance began to metamorphose, and before long, she took on the form of Soraka. Upon transforming, Sakura immediately employed the infusion of stellar energy on Naruto, and in an instant, his wounds began to heal. Yet, this came at a cost, as Sakura herself sustained minor injuries in the process. Hanzo, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, found himself utterly astounded, having never encountered such a phenomenon in his long life. Naruto, now revived, felt a wave of dizziness and was bewildered by the events that had transpired. However, Hanzo was not one to remain passive. As Naruto regained consciousness, he charged towards them. Sasuke, intending to rise and intervene, discovered that he was rendered immobile. Observing this, Hanzo chuckled and remarked, "How does my poison feel? Do not entertain thoughts of standing. Conserve your strength and refrain from struggling, for it may prolong your demise." Gritting his teeth, Sasuke collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Naruto and Sakura rushed forward, with Sakura lifting Sasuke to escape. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed his full power in a fierce clash with Hanzo. The sheer force of Naruto's attack sent Hanzo's scythe flying, And as another strike followed, Hanzo hastily raised his arms to defend himself. With a resounding thud, Hanzo felt as if his arms might shatter. Staring in shock at the seemingly youthful boy before him, Naruto had no intention of engaging in idle chatter, even with his sluggish reaction. He recalled the moment he had been grievously wounded. Awakening to find Sasuke gravely injured and unconscious ignited a blazing fury within him. Naruto charged once more at Hanzo, who, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly began to weave hand signs. Just as Naruto approached, Hanzo slammed one hand to the ground, invoking a powerful incantation. Summoning technique, Pufferfish of the Well. Upon the sudden emergence of the colossal black mountain pepperfish, a copious release of toxic gas ensued, prompting Naruto to hastily retreat. However, the onset of the noxious fumes was so abrupt that Naruto could only feebly shield himself with his sleeve, yielding less than satisfactory results. After retreating, he soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, rendering him weak and disoriented. In that moment, Hanzo, enveloped in the toxic cloud, launched a sudden attack. Grasping his chain scythe, he propelled it towards Naruto with astonishing speed, reminiscent of Sasuke's lightning-fast strike. Yet, this was indeed Hanzo's signature move, sword technique, Flash. A lethal maneuver designed to swiftly determine the victor. Had Naruto not been afflicted by the poison, he could have easily evaded the attack. For Sasuke's lightning strike surpassed Hanzo's technique in speed. Alas, as Naruto attempted to muster his strength, he found himself utterly incapacitated, with Hanzo poised to seize victory. At this moment, Kakashi finally took action. He approached Naruto and, forming hand seals, unleashed the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, successfully thwarting Hanzo's assault. Subsequently, he led Naruto to Sakura's side. Kakashi's condition was dire. His reluctance to engage stemmed from the fact that he had completely forgotten all the ninjutsu he had previously memorized for the purpose of trade. The only techniques he could recall were the body flicker technique and lightning cutter. Fortunately, some of the jutsu he employed were not entirely derived from others' abilities. Battling with the remnants of his own techniques left Kakashi feeling quite powerless, and the current predicament weighed heavily on his mind. However, what puzzled him was Hanzo's unexpected cessation of hostilities, granting Kakashi and his companions a brief respite. After a period of recuperation, Naruto and the others regained their strength, and Sakura successfully dispelled the poison affecting them. This time, they devised a plan to confront Hanzo once more, with the primary attackers being Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kakashi, having lost too many of his jutsu, found himself ill-equipped for battle and opted to remain in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Hanzo, on the other hand, had been anticipating their arrival. He was not a villain of the worst sort. Rather, he held a deep admiration for those with potential and strength. It was evident that Naruto and his companions embodied these qualities, which is why Hanzo refrained from exterminating them and chose instead to wait quietly. Observing the three youthful figures before him, Hanzo couldn't help but smile wryly, remarking on the rapid changes of the era. I, Hanzo of the Salamander, find myself surrounded by these three younglings. Come forth, Leaf Village children, and let me witness your abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark salamander beneath him opened its mouth, releasing a vast cloud of toxic gas, prompting the trio to retreat immediately. The significant role of a medical ninja within a squad is well understood by all, including Hanzo, who swiftly surged through the poison towards Sakura. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan a few days prior during training, yet at this moment, it offered him limited advantage, serving primarily as a support. As he activated it, he swiftly discerned Hanzo's intent and shouted Naruto to Sakura's direction. Upon hearing this, Naruto dashed at full speed towards Sakura, benefiting from Sasuke's foresight, and reached her before Hanzo could. Hanzo abruptly halted, unwilling to engage Naruto directly, yet this pause provided Sakura with the opportunity she needed. She immediately unleashed a celestial barrier against Hanzo, who felt his chakra sealed in an instant. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a jolt of yellow electricity surged through him, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably, and he fell to his knees. However, their offensive was far from over. Naruto, in a full-throttle charge towards the incapacitated Hanzo, struck him squarely in the face with a powerful punch. The impact echoed loudly, sending Hanzo crashing back into the toxic gas. Witnessing this, Naruto scratched his head, realizing he may have made an error, as he could have captured Hanzo instead. This misstep led to a renewed stalemate between the two sides, while Kakashi, observing from the shadows, felt a sense of pride in Naruto, and his friends. It was as if they had surpassed him without any formal instruction. However, Kakashi, a ninja renowned for his genius, was less than pleased at being surpassed by a group of freshly minted genin. Thus, he resolved in his heart to seek out precious treasures to exchange for fake cards. Although Hans had been struck back into the poisonous mist by Naruto, everyone remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on every movement within the gas. But at that moment, was Hans truly gravely injured? One might overthink the situation, despite the current strength of Naruto and his companions. Each of them could only contend with Kakashi in his present state on equal terms. However, when faced with Hans, it was evident that he was merely toying with them. The abilities exhibited by Naruto and his friends were unfamiliar to him, prompting him to engage in a bit of playful banter, for in truth, Hans was entirely unfazed. Chapter 18. Hans's card draw. Well done, little brats. You truly startled me. Hans's voice echoed through the toxic haze. But if you genuinely intend to confront me, you have a long way to go. Naruto, undeterred, shouted back, Coward, hiding in the poison, come out and face us head on. In the next instant, a peculiar figure appeared behind Naruto. Sensing danger, he swiftly turned to attack, but before he could fully orient himself, he found himself ensnared by a terrifying force, immobilized entirely. Sasuke, witnessing this, rushed to assist, but after merely a glance, he collapsed. Hans observed Sakura, who stood dazed, showing no intention to act. Kakashi, astonished, recognized Hans's true strength. I must devise a way to lead them to safety, he thought. But just then, Hans's gaze fell upon Kakashi's concealed form, and he realized he had been discovered. Reluctantly, Kakashi rose and addressed Hans. What is it that you truly seek? Hans chuckled at Kakashi's inquiry. What do I seek? Do you believe I wish to dominate the entire ninja world? Before Kakashi could respond, Hans self-deprecatingly remarked, What a naive thought. Very well, let this farce conclude. You may leave. With that, Hans turned to depart, indicating he bore no murderous intent towards Kakashi and the others. His earlier actions had merely been a test. Once certain of Hanza's genuine departure, Kakashi led Naruto and Sasuke away from the scene. After some time, Naruto and Sasuke regained their strength, while Sakura's injuries had worsened. As the two recovered, they immediately inquired about the events that had transpired. Upon learning that Hans had not been serious in their encounter, Sasuke clenched his teeth in frustration, acknowledging that his own strength was insufficient. Naruto, on the other hand, naively felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Despite their differing mindsets, both were profoundly dissatisfied with their abilities. This experience had made Naruto and Sasuke acutely aware of their limitations. They had previously been overly arrogant, having never faced someone of Hanza's caliber, leading them to mistakenly believe they were far more powerful than they truly were. This can be seen as reality delivering a harsh slap to them. In truth, none of this is mere coincidence. Behind this splendid performance lies a mastermind orchestrating it all. The entirety of this situation is not merely a spectacle for Qin Wange. Long before the arrival of Team 7, she had already sought out Hans. However, in order to avoid revelation, Qin Wange refrained from having Hans exchange fake cards. Instead, she entrusted him with a task to defeat the current Team 7 using his inherent strength, thereby making them realize that their meager abilities were utterly insufficient. Upon completion of this task, Hans would earn the opportunity to exchange fake cards with Qin Wange at no cost. Initially, Hans maintained his proud demeanor towards her, but soon, after witnessing her prowess, he became convinced that Qin Wange was indeed a deity. The ease with which she could cause mountains and seas to vanish was a feat only a god could accomplish. Having fulfilled his assignment, Hans assessed his own injuries. Although he could easily handle Naruto and his companions if he were to fight seriously, he chose to restrain himself, which significantly diminished his power. Should he unleash his full strength, he had countless methods to defeat them. Though he bore some cost, he ultimately completed Qin Wange's task. Upon returning to his hideout, just as he intended to recuperate, Qin Wange appeared before him once more. Hans promptly bowed respectfully, stating, Esteemed divine being, I have completed the task you set for me. Qin Wange chuckled softly. Yes, I have observed your efforts. Given your current strength, ordinary cards will not provide you with significant enhancement. With a wave of her hand, 10 cards manifested before Hans, and she presented him with a die, continuing, Thus, for this exchange opportunity, I shall elevate the quality to a minimum of purple, though the number of cards you receive will depend on your fortune. After elucidating all the rules, Hans proceeded with his first draw, filled with anticipation. He rolled a 4, a result that left him visibly dissatisfied, yet the outcome was immutable. Selecting 4 cards, the transaction was successful. However, as he gazed at the 3 purple cards and 1 golden card in his possession, Hans fell into silence, caught in a conflict of emotions. He was overwhelmed with excitement, yet unsure of how to express it in Qin Wange's presence. His hands trembled as he confirmed his choices. And the 3 purple cards were as follows. 1. Cursed Toxic Body. This unique card allows the poison within toxic substances to be transformed into an extraordinary strength in an enigmatic manner. The more potent the toxin, the greater the enhancement to his abilities. 2. Phosphorescent Serpent Body. Contact with the target's skin induces poisoning. Once the poison takes effect, their soul energy dissipates. Their skin turns purple, and they fall into a state of unconsciousness. The timing of the toxin's release is governed by the host. The buy-in combustion. Ignited by potent toxic soul energy, the flames may not possess a high temperature, but are exceedingly corrosive. The first type of toxin directly resolves Hans's inability to withstand the venom of the pepper fish, liberating him from the fear of even the slightest toxin henceforth. Qin Wange meticulously elucidated the capabilities of the subsequent 2 soul techniques to Hans, leaving him with an enormous temptation. These formidable soul skills derive from a golden card depicting a martial soul known as the Azure Phosphor Serpent King. After Qin Wange's elaborate introduction, Hans was nearly drooling with anticipation. However, it was unfortunate that the golden card he drew this time did not feature the Azure Phosphor Serpent King. Nevertheless, Hans's acquisition was already commendable, yet there existed even more exhilarating prospects ahead, namely, the golden card. The realm.After. Members of the Darkborn clan are intrinsically weapons, with humans serving as their hosts. They inhabit human bodies, yet possess independent consciousness, vying for control over the corporeal form, a struggle of life and death. Until one party achieves total dominance. Qin Wange did not provide much information regarding realm.After to Hans, offering merely a caution. It would be prudent to await a time when Hans's strength has augmented before attempting to engage with realm.After. Otherwise, his current prowess would surely be annihilated by it. Chapter 19. The Surge of Destiny cards. Qin Wange's words sent a chill down Hans's spine, as he had not anticipated that this oddly shaped red scythe in his grasp harbored such terrifying potential. Nevertheless, Hans understood that if realm.After posed such a high degree of danger, it must also bring with it formidable power. Ultimately, Hans, filled with gratitude, bid farewell to Qin Wange. After her departure, he examined the red scythe in his hand. Hans realized that Qin Wange's emergence would undoubtedly herald a new era, should he continue as he once did. It would not be long before beings with strength far exceeding his own would arise, rendering him powerless with his current abilities. This is not the scene that Hans wishes to witness. He can no longer remain in silence. In the future of the ninja world, Hans aspires to become the true deity of the shinobi realm, rather than a mere demigod. Following the events that transpired, the fervor surrounding the fate cards swiftly enveloped the entire shinobi world, inciting a wave of restlessness among its denizens. The prominent factions have begun to prepare for decisive action, with various villages strategizing to maximize the exchange of these fateful cards. For instance, Sunagakure, a village already beleaguered by adversity, resolved to concentrate its entire wealth to cultivate the mightiest shinobi in the realm, aiming to alter their current predicament. Conversely, the thriving and harmonious Kanahagakure has adopted a different approach, a grand tournament in which all ninjas, from Jinin to Special Jonin, will participate. The ultimate victor shall receive sponsorship from the village, allowing them to exchange fate cards, an unparalleled opportunity for many aspiring ninjas of great potential. In a swift turn of events, numerous villages began to emulate Kanahagakure's initiative, organizing similar large-scale competitions, with the exception of Sunagakure. Besides Sunagakure, several smaller villages, sharing a similar ambition, aimed to elevate their status, including Orochimaru's Otogakure, which he believed was established precisely for such an occasion. In pursuit of maximizing benefits, he planned to orchestrate a grand venture. As Qin Wange observed the shinobi world engaging in this fervor, he too resolved to partake. Thus, while the villages were still embroiled in their competitions, his voice resonated within the minds of every living being across the shinobi realm. In light of the enthusiastic support for the trading post, he declared his intent to host a grand selection tournament. The first-place champion would earn an opportunity for direct advancement to a developmental client, while the second and third places would also receive substantial rewards. The competition will commence once each faction has appointed 5 representatives. Once all factions have confirmed their participants, I shall initiate this event. Remember my words. It is imperative that all factions engage actively. I believe this will prove to be an exceptionally intriguing competition. The fate cards are now widely recognized as miraculous objects within the ninja world, though many have yet to witness their wonders firsthand. Consequently, skepticism still lingers among the populace. However, Qin Wange's recent demonstration has irrevocably thrust the fate cards into the collective consciousness. In an instant, the various villages, already brimming with anticipation, began preparations upon hearing the news. They understood the significance of this competition. Whichever faction seized the opportunity for advancement would undoubtedly invest wholeheartedly in nurturing their chosen champion. It would not be long before a formidable presence emerged in the ninja realm, surpassing all others, heralding the onset of conflict. Within the confines of Konoha village, the recent tournament had concluded, leaving those who failed to secure a spot in a state of quiet despondency. Yet, Qin Wange's announcement reignited their spirits, prompting a throng to congregate at the Hokage Tower to inquire about the competition slots. After much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decided to select 5 representatives from the previous tournament's victors across various tiers: Jinin, Uchiha Sasuke, Chunin, Irika Yumino, Umbu, Yamanaka F, Jonin, Hatake Kakashi, Special Jonin, Mitarashi Anko. These 5 were the champions of Konoha's inaugural tournament. Although their journey had been somewhat dramatic, they represented the best of their generation, with Irika being the only Chunin of note from his cohort, lacking the competitive spirit that characterized his peers. Consequently, the mantle fell upon him, while Kakashi employed every stratagem to secure his position, ultimately partnering with Guy to achieve this goal. Sasuke's path was considerably simpler, as the Konoha Genin were the only ordinary competitors among them. Sakura had no intention of contesting, and a fierce battle erupted between Naruto and Sasuke, far more intense than the Jonin duel involving Kakashi. Ultimately, Sasuke prevailed, as Naruto, without any enhancements, could only harness the potential of his scion lineage to a limited extent. In contrast, Sasuke continually amalgamated his acquired cards with his natural advantages, thereby developing new powers and enhancing his strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the victors from the last competition to announce the rules. Anyone could challenge them. A successful challenge would grant the challenger a place in Qin Wange's upcoming tournament. Once the rules were proclaimed, excitement surged through the crowd. Naruto, undeterred, was resolute in his desire to grow stronger, his determination eclipsing that of anyone else. Thus, another fierce competition ignited. The battle persisted for a relentless day and night, ultimately culminating in the selection of the final representatives from the Hidden Leaf Village: Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Mitarashi Anko. Kakashi and Guy, unsurprisingly, proved to be the best of partners, their synergy unmatched, rendering them formidable adversaries. Naruto, imbued with an indomitable spirit, fought his way to this pivotal moment, enduring numerous injuries along the way. However, his tenacious will awakened his scion lineage, enabling him to grow stronger with each confrontation, ultimately securing this invaluable position. With the final contestants confirmed, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to personally fund a fateful card exchange for the participants, recognizing the profound significance of this competition. In the end, Sasuke was granted 2 opportunities to exchange fate cards, choosing to enhance their exchange value. Hiruzen acquiesced, and both Kakashi and Anko, who also received 2 exchanges, opted for the same enhancement. Once decisions were made, Hiruzen gathered equivalent items for the exchange and led the group to the trading post. The cards exchanged by Sasuke, Kakashi, and Anko were guaranteed to elevate to purple, while Naruto and Guy's cards were assured to reach blue. Hiruzen intended for these representatives of the Leaf to gain an advantage before the competition commenced. Notably, Hiruzen was not alone in this consideration. Soon, the shadows from 4 other villages arrived at the trading post, each accompanied by selected members from their respective villages, harboring intentions akin to Hiruzen's. As Hiruzen observed the gathering, he shook his head and remarked, "It seems you have not yet descended into utter foolishness." The 4th Kazekage, Raza, was flanked by Gaara and others, while the 4th Reikage, A, was accompanied by Killer B. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, stood with Kuratsuchi, yet the Mist Village was notably absent of its Mizukage, represented only by a cadre of elders. Killer B, unable to restrain himself, chuckled, "Ah, So it appears that the Mist Village is isolated from the world because even their Mizukage is absent. What a disgrace. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Mist Village glared furiously at Killer B, while A, unfazed, casually retorted, B, silence your tongue. Anoki approached Hiruzen and remarked, I did not expect you to still be alive. Hiruzen promptly replied, and neither did you. Two elderly gentlemen encountered each other and immediately engaged in a verbal sparring match, exchanging barbs and jests, while Luo Sha and AI remained patiently in place. Upon their arrival, they were intercepted by a girl named Celia, who brought them here, indicating that someone wished to meet with them. This Celia possessed formidable powers, capable of altering the weather with a mere wave of her hand, an ability that transcended their comprehension. After a brief wait, Qin Wange gradually emerged from the crowd, strolling leisurely, as if oblivious to those around him. Upon reaching the center of the 5 factions, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a pedestal was delineated before each individual, upon which rested a die. Without further ado, Qin Wange proclaimed, I have taken your exchange items. Henceforth, allow the exchangers to roll the dice themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the dice before him, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. Yet regrettably, he found himself without a share. He needed to consider the village first, beginning with 2 guaranteed blue cards. Kai was the first to exchange, and the number landed on 5. He casually selected the first 5 cards, revealing 4 blue and 1 purple upon flipping them over. It was a rather mediocre outcome. Had this been the past, Kai's enhancement would have been substantial, but after today, many who exited this trading house would likely surpass him in strength. Sarutobi offered a few words of encouragement to Kai, urging him not to lose heart. Though Kai often displayed a carefree demeanor, he understood the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, he was not one to easily concede, for the trump cards in his possession were far from feeble. Before long, Kai accepted his cards, 2 bottles of potent red medicine, a pair of purple gold nunchaku, a surge of battle intent, and lastly, a purple card featuring the injury-free 8 gates training method. While the items Kai drew appeared rather ordinary at first glance, the final item alone had the potential to elevate him to great heights. He made a concerted effort to conceal his exhilaration as he stepped back, allowing Naruto to take his turn. Naruto had eagerly awaited this exchange, feeling the weight of his extraordinary bloodline, yet unable to manifest its power, which left him quite frustrated. However, after today, that would no longer be the case. Taking a deep breath, Naruto cast the dice, which ultimately landed on 3. The gathered leaf villagers furrowed their brows in dismay. Even Naruto was incredulous at his poor fortune. Feeling disheartened, he randomly selected 3 cards. Yet, as the cards were revealed, astonishment swept through the crowd. All 3 were purple cards. Naruto's luck was nothing short of miraculous. It was important to note that among the guaranteed blue cards, there could be a maximum of only 3 purple cards. Overjoyed by this outcome, Naruto eagerly claimed his trio of purple cards, a 100-fold gravity training chamber, the Kaioken technique, and mastery over the spirit bomb. Next came Sasuke's turn for guaranteed purple card exchanges. Eagerly, he stepped forward and tossed the dice. After witnessing Naruto acquire 3 purple cards, Sasuke could hardly contain himself. He knew that if he drew fewer than 5 purple cards, surpassing Naruto would be an arduous task. After all, Sasuke was acutely aware that Naruto had previously obtained golden items. The dice spun rapidly before finally settling on 5. Clenching his teeth, Sasuke acknowledged that while it was not a poor roll, it fell short of his expectations. With an impassive expression, he accepted the 5 purple cards, 100,000 volts, an electric net, thunder flash, volt attack, and an electromagnetic sword. Next was Mitarashi Anko, who had never before participated in the exchange of fate cards, stepping forward as the next hopeful. This time, fortune smiled upon him. As he began with a significant advantage over many others, the dice ultimately settled on the number 7. The number presented is the highest currently witnessed in the arena, and Hongdo was equally thrilled to receive his cards. The 7 cards, shimmering with a purple luminescence, left the onlookers with envious eyes. However, it was Kakashi's subsequent draw that ignited an excitement so intense that they nearly seized the opportunity by force. A guaranteed 10 draws of purple cards. Aside from Sakura's previous exchange, they had never encountered such a scene. Naruto and Sasuke understood the significance of achieving a full set of 10, and indeed, Qin Wange soon inquired whether Kakashi would opt for the 10 purple cards or seize the opportunity for a transformation. Kakashi had initially contemplated drawing a few purple cards to restore some of his diminished strength, having lost so much that it had severely weakened him. To his astonishment, he drew them all. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly made his decision. Although 10 purple cards were undeniably tempting, the opportunity for transformation was rare and precious. He resolved to take a risk and declared to Qin Wange, "Mr. Qin, I choose transformation." Qin Wange nodded in silence, proceeding with the familiar steps. However, the entity Kakashi received was not the power of a goddess, but rather a blood-red bat. Qin Wange explained, "The transformation opportunity you have acquired allows you to become a blood mage. Let this bat bite you, and you will transition into a blood mage, subsequently learning the exclusive abilities of this class. Rest assured, this transformation entails no danger. It is a safeguard I provide for my clients." Gazing at the blood-red bat before him, Kakashi felt a twinge of trepidation. Nevertheless, since Qin Wange had spoken, he felt compelled to overcome his fear. He extended his arm towards the bat, which immediately lunged forward and bit him. In an instant, a copious amount of blood began to seep from Kakashi's body. Yet rather than scattering, it was drawn together by a mysterious force. Qin Wange, growing somewhat impatient, whispered, "All right, there is no time to waste on your performance." Then, pointing towards Kakashi, all the blood vanished in an instant, leaving Kakashi standing motionless, his gaze somewhat vacant, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 21. The emergence of gold. This peculiar ability to assault adversaries using blood energy involves a unique organic connection that facilitates the absorption and expenditure of blood energy, inflicting damage upon foes. Currently, the ability is at level 15, with the following skills acquired: blood fusion, by absorbing blood from the struck target. A transformation reaction occurs through the abyssal heart, generating a new source of power in the form of blood energy elements. Blood energy is a novel element required by blood mages to utilize their skills. When blood energy is at its peak, they enter an ecstatic state. In cases of insufficient blood energy, one must draw upon their own blood to activate skills that consume blood energy. Blood Shadow Step. This skill expends blood energy to teleport behind the farthest target ahead. Blood Bat Assault. By possessing the struck target through a bat demon. This skill inflicts damage while allowing for the absorption of blood energy through the bat. Blood Wing Strike. Consuming blood energy, this skill transforms the hands into wing-like blades, allowing for an assault on the intended target. It can be used in midair and enables the user to hover and adjust their landing point. This represents the blood mage powers that Kakashi currently wields, which have undeniably transformed his combat abilities. However, this transformation has also indirectly altered Kakashi's demeanor, imbuing him with a distinct air of aloofness. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the card exchange has finally concluded, and the excitement was so intense that it caused the other villages to momentarily lose track of their own activities. Once they regained their composure, they eagerly resumed drawing cards. Yet none achieved anything remarkable, except for the Hidden Cloud Village, which boasted an impressive 9 purple cards. However, when it came time for the Hidden Sand Village, all were left astounded, as they had remarkably drawn a gold card. The golden card was drawn by Gaara, and one can observe that even he, who has always been composed and unflappable, now trembles with excitement. This is a scene that none other than Naruto has ever witnessed. As the golden card was turned over, it revealed a young and handsome man. With a mere flick of his wrist, he commanded an entire desert, leaving Rasha utterly astonished. Such power could hardly be matched even by the first wind shadow. Soon after, an object emerged from the golden card and landed in Gaara's hands, a crystal-clear orb. Gaara reached out to catch it, but the orb swiftly entered his body, startling Rasha momentarily. He hurriedly checked to ensure Gaara was unharmed, for this action displeased Qin Wange, who coolly remarked, "Do not worry. This is an immense boon and poses no danger whatsoever." It was then that Rasha realized he had offended Qin Wange and quickly apologized. At that moment, Gaara's body began to manifest a multitude of sand, which cascaded to the ground as if dampened by some unseen force. After a brief period, Gaara returned to normal. Rasha promptly inquired about what Gaara had obtained from the golden card, but Gaara remained silent, his eyes betraying an undeniable excitement. The ability he received stemmed from the foremost master of the western regions, Fan Yunfei, combined with the Millennium Water Pearl. Now, Gaara could effortlessly manipulate both sand and water, two opposing elements that could even be fused together, instantly elevating his power to extraordinary heights. Kanjiro and Temari, led by Rasha, looked on with concern at Gaara's transformation. Before long, the card-drawing segment concluded for everyone. Qin Wange, offering no further words, intended to see them off. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi inquired, "Mr. Qin, when will the tournament you are hosting commence?" Those who had never interacted with Qin Wange dared not speak so directly to Sarutobi Hizashi. Yet they were all eager to hear Qin Wange's response. Thus, they halted to listen. Qin Wange replied calmly, "The tournament will commence no later than 7 days from now, and you will be notified in due course." After receiving a definitive response, the members of the 5 great powers departed with palpable excitement, knowing they had ample time to make thorough preparations. They also needed to assimilate the abilities of the cards they had exchanged, ensuring that their strength would significantly increase once the competition commenced. Upon returning, none of them remained idle. They immediately embarked on rigorous training, buoyed by the presence of Sakura. The casualty rate in the Hidden Leaf Village had plummeted to nearly zero, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to dispatch a considerable number of ninjas on missions, now predominantly focused on the pursuit of valuable treasures. In recent days, Sasuke diligently familiarized himself with his newly acquired techniques, mastering the use of his electromagnetic sword with increasing proficiency. Meanwhile, Naruto had confined himself within a 100-fold training chamber, despite his body still struggling to withstand such gravity. However, the chamber allowed for the modulation of gravitational force, and through several days of acclimatization, Naruto had managed to train under a 100-fold gravity. He had also begun to grasp the fundamentals of the Kaioken technique and had developed a portion of his energy blast attacks, thereby enriching his offensive repertoire. Yet, perhaps the most astonishing progress was made by Kakashi. He adapted to his newfound abilities through combat, eliminating countless adversaries within just a few days. His blood mage level had ascended to level 17, and he had proficiently mastered his basic blood energy abilities. Various villages attempted to dispatch skilled assassins to eliminate Kakashi, but all were ruthlessly slain by him. Currently, the strength Kakashi displayed was unmistakably at the level of a Kage. This has caused a state of panic among the various villages. Since his return to Konoha, Guy has been diligently researching the principles of the injury-free 8 gates. He abandoned the previous method of training in the 8 gates and adopted this new approach, which not only maintained the intensity, but actually enhanced it. Moreover, after each use, he merely experiences a slight sense of fatigue. Guy realizes that even upon mastering the full 8 gates, he would only feel completely exhausted. This delightful discovery has further spurred the already zealous Guy to intensify his training. He even requested to train alongside Naruto. Although he could not withstand the gravity of Naruto's 100-fold training chamber, he managed to barely open up to the 4th gate, enduring the pressure within. Thus, Naruto and Guy commenced their training together. In contrast, the Red Bean, who drew 7 purple cards, remained rather unperturbed, with others unaware of what she had drawn or if she had engaged in any training. Each day, she appeared as carefree as ever, leisurely munching on snacks. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially contemplated reprimanding her for her demeanor, but reconsidered, realizing that she might possess something remarkably powerful from her cards that did not necessitate any adaptation or training, likely some disposable items. He pondered the consequences of inadvertently provoking her. What if she retaliated unexpectedly? With that thought, Hiruzen relinquished his intentions and allowed them to pursue their own endeavors. Chapter 22. The eve of the competition. Have you heard? That Kakashi from Konoha has exchanged a fate card for a chance to transform, and his strength has now surpassed that of the 5 Kage. It's utterly terrifying. What about Gaara from Sunagakure? He is still just a kid and has already become the new Kazekage, reportedly with the 4th Kazekage, Raza, stepping aside voluntarily. What? Are the people of Sunagakure out of their minds? Allowing a child to become Kazekage? You don't understand anything. It's said that Gaara can easily subdue Raza now, and he is being hailed as the strongest in the ninja world. The strongest in the ninja world? Unless he can secure first place in the competition. All factions across the ninja realm will participate, transforming it into a contest that transcends the 5 great nations. As time inexorably marches on, we find ourselves on the 6th day, and the entire ninja world is enveloped in the palpable scent of warfare. Under Kakashi's leadership, the newly formed organization from Konohagakure, known as the Blood Guards, has slain countless ninjas on the battlefield, earning him the formidable title of Blood God Kakashi. However, it was not long before Gaara of the Sand Village began to shine as well. Upon entering the fray, he swiftly repelled Kakashi, gaining immense renown as the demon of the Sand Sea. The rivalry between the two has yet to conclude, with the pair engaging in 7 or 8 skirmishes within a mere day. Though these exchanges remained tentative, devoid of their true prowess. Yet, even this superficial display of strength has far surpassed the current standards of the ninja world, exacerbating the tensions between the various villages. Soon, a moment of utmost significance approached, commanding the attention of all present, regardless of their endeavors. A voice resonated in their minds. Esteemed participants, the inaugural tournament for the strongest in the ninja world is about to commence. All factions and their representatives were summoned to gather, and in 5 seconds, they would enter the arena. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, Qin Wange waved his hands gently, causing everyone in the ninja world to vanish from their locations. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a colossal venue. The central area vast and encased within a circular protective barrier. Surrounding it was a ring of spectator seating, suspended in the air, providing ample space for the audience to move freely. The entire arena was enveloped in a starlit sky, a clear indication that this was no longer the familiar ninja world. The magnitude of Qin Wange's artistry left all in awe. Those not participating were assigned to the audience, while the competitors were segregated into distinct zones. With a wave of his hand, a massive list materialized in the air, displaying all the participating factions from the ninja world. To his astonishment, there were over 80 groups, each consisting of 5 members. However, as he surveyed the scene, it became evident that most of these teams were merely formed by 1 or 2 individuals gathering others to fill the ranks. Among the crowd, the conspicuous figures of Zabuza and Haku stood out, accompanied by 3 trembling bystanders. It is evident that Zabuza, not wishing to relinquish this opportunity, forcibly gathered 3 individuals to form a team. As the competition had yet to commence, the audience was on the verge of conflict, with those unable to participate vehemently supporting their respective villages or factions, engaging in heated exchanges. The fervor of cheers and jeers escalated, prompting Qin Wange to clear his throat and calmly address the crowd. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Starry Sky Arena, which I have meticulously constructed for this competition. Here, you shall witness the emergence of the strongest contender, heralding a new era for the entire shinobi world. Let the contest begin. With Qin Wange's words, the audience erupted in joyous uproar, each individual nearly leaping with excitement. Soon, the previously empty grand board began to transform, aligning all participating teams in a single row. They were then paired off, setting the stage for a knockout format where only the victorious would progress. Qin Wange graciously allowed the competitors some preparation time, permitting half to engage in observation first. It was evident that most of those selected by Qin Wange were relatively unremarkable, lacking in prowess, yet for the sake of entertainment, he included a few capable individuals among them, such as Zabuza, Haku, and Orochimaru's team. Meanwhile, the opposing side had already encountered their rivals. Sasuke finally came face to face with the individual he had longed to eliminate. Members of the Akatsuki had also entered the fray, including Nagato, Konan, Itachi Uchiha, Haiden, and Deidara. To Qin Wange's surprise, Obito had discreetly assumed a new identity to participate with an inconspicuous team. Itachi immediately spotted Sasuke, his demeanor remaining composed and dismissive. Sasuke clenched his teeth, fixated on Itachi. It seems you've made some progress, Itachi remarked, but at this level, you still lack the ability to kill me. Sasuke, fists tightened, retorted, I now possess the strength to surpass you. Should our paths cross in this competition, I will undoubtedly end your life. Itachi displayed an air of indifference and nonchalance as he followed his team away, while Sasuke battled the fury boiling within him as he returned to his position. On the other side, Kakashi encountered familiar faces, unexpectedly spotting Jiraiya and Tsunade among a team. He approached to confirm his observation, discovering that Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune had assembled a group with 2 unknown individuals. Jiraiya greeted the Konoha representatives, only to be met with Tsunade's scorn. Has our village truly fallen so low as to send 2 youngsters to represent us in such a competition? Sasuke regarded Tsunade with a cold stare, while Naruto boldly called out, Huh? Who is this impolite woman? Tsunade was instantly enraged by Naruto's words, poised to teach him a lesson, when Jiraiya swiftly intervened. Prior to their arrival, they had received the rules. No combat was permitted outside of the arena, and any violators would be eliminated. Realizing this, Tsunade let out an annoyed huff as she turned away, while Kakashi hastily offered his apologies. Thus, amidst their casual banter, the first match finally commenced. The immense circular arena was divided into 4 sections, allowing 4 teams to compete simultaneously, both to conserve time and because Qin Wange was disinterested in watching. Chapter 23. The battle commences. The battles among the majority of the less skilled teams began, featuring only a handful of ordinary clients, none of whom possessed anything of notable merit. One match after another swiftly reached a conclusion. Even those who had engaged in fake card trading only once or twice found it effortless to contend with ordinary ninjas, leading to swift victories. The combat continued, and soon, the stage was set for more formidable fighters. Zabuza, accompanied by Haku, ascended to the arena. Facing none other than the notorious Kirikairo Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the original wielder of the Thunder Blade, now turned rogue. Raiga disdainfully regarded Zabuza's large sword and remarked, "Is that rusted piece of scrap what you intend to use against me?" Zabuza remained silent, casting a cold glare at him. Not receiving a response, Raiga refrained from further taunts, and both prepared for battle. As the match commenced, Zabuza grinned, raising his sword and exclaiming, "Moonlight slash!" A pale blue crescent blade surged forth from the tip of his sword, hurtling toward the astonished Raiga. In a panic, Raiga formed hand signs and shouted, "Lightning release, lightning ball." A sphere of concentrated lightning charged toward Zabuza's crescent blade, yet the outcome left Raiga even more astounded. The lightning ball was instantly obliterated upon contact. Gritting his teeth, Raiga quickly formed more hand signs, declaring, "Lightning release, lightning strike." The thunder blade crackled with electricity as it surged towards Zabuza's crescent attack. But he remained oblivious to the disparity in their levels. Zabuza, having invested significantly in his abilities, unleashed his crescent blade, which swiftly overwhelmed Raiga, leaving him utterly suppressed and without the means to retaliate. However, this was not enough to lead to his immediate defeat. Raiga struggled to his feet, his gaze fierce as he shouted at Zabuza, "You have thoroughly provoked me." Unfazed, Zabuza coolly replied, "It appears you are merely an ordinary individual, not even worthy of standing among the clients here." As Qin Wange observed the battle, he found the words of Zabuza quite commendable, which instantly softened his gaze towards the young man. He suddenly perceived great potential in this lad, who, despite not having spent any money, was worthy of being here. After enduring humiliation from Zabuza, Leia erupted in fury, frantically forming hand seals and declaring, "Lightning release. Leia, lightning burial. Feast of lightning. Ninja art. Armor of lightning." Armed with an array of electric attacks, Leia charged at Zabuza, who merely cast a nonchalant glance at Bai, who instantly grasped Zabuza's intent. Bai swiftly formed hand seals and recited, "Ice release, extreme cold ice seal." In an instant, the fierce-faced Leia felt as though his speed had diminished. The next moment, he found himself encased in ice, immobile. Zabuza approached with an expression devoid of emotion, gazing down at the frozen Leia, and coldly remarked, "Remember to keep up with the times in your next life." With that, he raised his sword, Zhanyu, and delivered a decisive blow, showing no mercy. However, due to Bai's ice release, there was no bloodshed at the scene. Leia, along with the shards of ice, was cleaved in two. With this victory secured, only Orochimaru remained on this side, offering a semblance of interest. Yet, for Orochimaru, the opponents were somewhat lackluster. Save for the green-haired youth. This young man, Qin Wange, had once been a ninja from Konohagakure, but later defected to Amigakure, rising to the rank of Jonin, standing out among the inconspicuous. However, a closer inspection revealed he bore no mark of fate on his wrist, yet another who had failed to keep pace with the times. Orochimaru glanced over, displaying no interest in engaging, and simply stated, "Kimimaro, take care of them." Without another word, he turned his gaze away, igniting a spark of irritation in Qin Wange, who was about to retort when Kimimaro made his move. Bone manipulation, 10 finger bullets. With a swift motion, 10 bony projectiles shot forth like bullets, their speed astonishing. Qin Wange hastily employed his poisoned Senbon umbrella in an attempt to block. But the outcome was far from his expectations. The bony projectiles pierced through his umbrella without pause. They continued on, penetrating Qin Wange's very body with overwhelming force. An onslaught he could not withstand. Kimimaro then dashed into the fray. Bone manipulation, dance of the willows. His body sprouted additional bones, executing a series of fluid, precise movements that seamlessly combined martial arts with bone attacks, swiftly eliminating the remaining foes. Just when everyone believed the battle had concluded, Qin Wange, who had seemingly succumbed, rose once more, blood spilling from his mouth, appearing on the brink of death. Kimimaro regarded him with indifference and remarked, "Quite tenacious, though ultimately futile." With that, he produced a long-boned spike and, without hesitation, thrust it towards Qin Wange. Clang! The outcome revealed that Junmaru's bone spurs had been severed by an unknown force. An unexpected turn of events that took him by surprise. With the Thunder God's sword in hand, always struck fiercely at Junmaru. Yet, he remained composed. Swiftly extracting a bone knife from his left arm and intoning the words, "Corpse Pulse, Dance of the Camellia," his precise and supple martial arts unleashed a series of rapid, successive assaults, rendering Aoi utterly defenseless. Observing Aoi, bloodied and battered, Junmaru coldly delivered a final strike to his forehead with a finger bone, leading to Aoi's definitive fall, thus concluding his brief existence. However, he possessed some valuable items, notably the Thunder God's sword on the ground, which Orochimaru immediately recognized. This is the personal sword once wielded by the second Hokage, one of the sharpest blades known, imbued with boundless lightning power. Its might surpasses even that of the Raikiri among the 7 ninja swords. Although Orochimaru cannot wield it, he recognizes its intrinsic value. He then gazes up at Qin Wange in the sky and inquires, "Lord Qin, may I ask if treasures obtained during the competition belong to the victor?" Qin Wange, intrigued, responds, "Certainly, and since it can be this way, let us add another rule. Anything you deem valuable during the competition may be seized after your victory. For I accept all, including corpses." Her words elevate the stakes of this competition, as some may have initially approached it with a mere experimental mindset. However, it now seems that anyone who possesses even a modicum of impressive ninjutsu could find themselves at risk of being killed for their worth. Chapter 24. A captivating battlefield. Upon hearing Qin Wange's words, Orochimaru smirks, extending his tongue in a villainous manner, while Naruto and the others in the audience frown in silence. Soon, the first wave of battles concludes, paving the way for the more thrilling confrontations to come. As the second wave of combatants enters the arena, excitement brews. The Konoha team encounters their counterparts from the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning, while the Akatsuki organization faces off against the Rock Village team from the Land of Earth. Both matchups promise to be riveting. When Naruto and his companions see the participants from the Cloud Village, they are momentarily stunned. For among the competitors stands Ai, indicating that the fourth Raikage himself has entered this contest. This situation has become rather troublesome. Originally possessing formidable strength, coupled with the enhancement from the fate cards, Naruto and his companions remain oblivious to the extent of his current power. The participants from Konohagakure include Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Mitarashi Anko. The representatives from Kumogakure comprise the fourth Raikage A, 2 Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, Shin, and the Tsuchikage. Were it not for the emergence of the fate cards, such a confrontation would have been a reckless endeavor for Konohagakure. However, the outcome remains uncertain. It appears that Kumogakure has made thorough preparations this time, with the fourth Raikage taking the field personally, accompanied by 2 Jinchuriki, an elite jonin, and a veteran figure. Each opponent presents a formidable challenge. The atmosphere is tense, with neither side speaking, both exuding an aura of fierce determination. Kakashi suddenly interjects, "Leave the fourth Raikage to me. You are not yet his match. Let Naruto and Sasuke handle the 2 Jinchuriki. As for you, Guy, take on the Tsuchikage, and although I am unaware of your hidden cards, Anko, I entrust you with Shin." All participants concur with Kakashi's allocation. The fourth Raikage, having overheard Kakashi's words, scoffs in disdain, "How underestimated you are. Since the youngsters of Konohagakure have chosen their adversaries, let them witness your capabilities." Understood. Even before the match commenced, the tension was palpable. Soon, Qin Wange declared the start of the competition, and in an instant, Kakashi executed the shadow step, appearing behind A. He swiftly followed up with the Bloodwing Assault, transforming into a colossal crimson bat, and collided with A. However, A was no novice. He immediately activated his lightning release, the strongest armor, bracing himself to withstand Kakashi's assault with astounding resilience. Subsequently, he seized Kakashi and, with a powerful throw to the ground, shouted, "Lightning release. Explosive bolt." Bang! As the battle commenced, the clash between the two disrupted the entire scene. A thick cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing Ai, who stood resolute, emanating a lightning-like chakra. On the ground lay only a pool of blood, which unexpectedly coalesced behind Ai into Kakashi, who had utilized the blood fusion technique. He unleashed a bloodbath assault towards Ai, sending a crimson bat hurtling through the air. Yet, in this state, AI's speed rendered the bat incapable of making contact. Although Kakashi could not match AI in speed or strength, the enigmatic nature of the Blood Mage would only empower him as the battle progressed. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in their own skirmishes. Naruto's newfound power and velocity far surpassed his previous capabilities, forcing Killer Bee into a series of retreats. Sasuke, meanwhile, effortlessly contained the two wooden figures, employing rapid movements in tandem with his electromagnetic sword, leaving them with little opportunity to counter. The only one from Konoha at a disadvantage was Guy, whose abilities were not particularly outstanding. Without the activation of the 8 gates, he struggled against such a formidable opponent as the Tsuchikage, whose lava release posed a significant threat to him. Soon, Guy found himself entirely on the defensive. However, the most astonishing revelation came from Karui, who had concealed her strength until now. Faced with an elite jonin like Kira, she displayed no signs of trepidation and, with a subtle smile, intoned, "Imperial artifact, rapid throwing of confusion." The rapid throwing of confusion, a grand technique, involved 6 orbs, each possessing distinct attributes that required activation upon being thrown, only to return afterward. These included the Orb of Storm, Orb of Explosion, Orb of Flame, Orb of Ice and Snow, Orb of Lightning Strike, and Orb of Corrosion. Without hesitation, Karui hurled all the attribute orbs towards Kira, instantly transforming the arena into a grand spectacle. The onlookers from the Cloud Village were left in awe, realizing that Konoha harbored formidable strength beyond just Kakashi. The Red Bean possesses such formidable strength, and it appears she is yet to unleash her true abilities. Upon witnessing this, AI thought it was imperative to act without further delay. He called out to Karabi and the 2 wooden figures, urging them not to hesitate any longer and to wield the power of the tailed beasts. The duo exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In the next instant, Naruto was suddenly sent flying by an overwhelming force. Sasuke too was hurled away by a blue shadow, and as Kakashi observed the swiftly repelled Naruto and Sasuke, he realized trouble was imminent. After knocking back Naruto and Sasuke, the positions previously held by Karabi and the others were now occupied by 2 colossal tailed beasts, the 8 tails Gyuki and the 2 tails Matatabi. The full forms of these tailed beasts materialized on the scene, and at that moment, Kakashi comprehended the source of their newfound power, complete mastery over the tailed beasts. He recalled that a tailed beast also resided within Naruto, yet due to his scion bloodline being so remarkable, he had gradually forgotten the existence of the 9 tails. Now, Kakashi could only hope that Naruto and his companions could endure a while longer as he tirelessly wore down AI. At this juncture, AI's stamina had significantly diminished, while Kakashi remained utterly unscathed. Observing the overall situation tipping into disadvantage, it was time for Guy to intervene. Confronted by the Tsuchikage's lava release, Guy chose not to evade but instead stood his ground, assuming a poised stance. Just as the lava release was about to reach him, Guy suddenly opened his eyes, his entire being turning crimson, his hair lifted by the powerful chakra as he shouted, "8th gate of opening, 7th gate of shock, open." Daytime Tiger. Guy unleashed a super-speed straight punch, compressing the air before explosively expanding it. The shape of the air cannon resembled that of a tiger. In an instant, he shattered the Tsuchikage's ninjutsu. The Tsuchikage, taken aback, prepared to counter, but before he could complete his hand seals, the white tiger swiftly engulfed him. With a single strike, the Tsuchikage lay unconscious, eyes rolled back. Meanwhile, the terrifying assaults from Hondo dissipated, and she lay heavily injured, unconscious. Upon witnessing the defeat of 2 opponents, AI roared defiantly, "Do not presume that victory is already yours." Kakashi was about to witness the terrifying enhancement brought forth by the purple card against shadows. Chapter 25. Each displays their unique abilities with that. AI's skin began to transform, his entire form taking on the appearance of a precious jade, radiating an aura of tremendous power. As AI opened his eyes, an overwhelming pressure surged towards Kakashi, who softly murmured, "This is the 2nd stage of the Daylight Thunder Body. The Jade Thunder Body. Your petty tricks will no longer harm a single hair on my body." Kakashi could sense the terrifying enhancement that AI's Daylight Thunder Body had bestowed upon him. Relying solely on his own abilities, he was no longer a match. Fortunately, however, Hongdo and Kai had already resolved their battles, allowing the 3 of them to join forces against AI. Meanwhile, Naruto, emboldened by the fray, boldly confronted the tailed beast. Undeterred by the numerous wounds adorning his body, Seizing the opportune moment, he grasped the colossal tail of the eight tails, his muscles surging with tremendous power. In the next instant, Naruto heaved the eight tails upwards, spinning it vigorously several times before casting it into the air. Following this, he concentrated a copious amount of chakra in his hands. After a brief moment of accumulation, he unleashed two beams of laser-like energy that surged directly towards the airborne eight tails. The beast, refusing to relent, swiftly gathered a tailed beast bomb in its mouth. With a resounding explosion, the eight tails plummeted from the sky, having been outmatched by Naruto. Primarily because the tailed beast bomb had not been fully formed. It was akin to a hastily released attack, lacking the requisite power, which resulted in Naruto delivering a devastating blow. Just as Naruto intended to press his advantage, a shadowy blue figure suddenly appeared before him, its tail swiping through the air to obstruct his path. After being repelled, Sasuke joined Naruto's side, seemingly preparing for a two-on-two confrontation. The two tails, witnessing the state of the eight tails, inquired, "How are you holding up? Can you still endure?" Without a word, the eight tails rose with great difficulty to stand beside the two tails. While Naruto and Sasuke, equally resolute, refused to be outdone. Both were in relatively good condition, having sustained no severe injuries, and their synergy had significantly improved during this period. A silent understanding passed between them, and Naruto discerned Sasuke's intention. Bursting forth with white chakra, he charged towards the two tails and eight tails. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained still, biding his time. Just as the two-tailed beasts assumed Naruto was attempting to take on both alone, they suddenly found themselves unable to move. At that moment, while Naruto drew their attention with a direct assault, Sasuke seized the opportunity to unleash a net of electricity, ensnaring the two beasts with formidable precision, albeit temporarily. Naruto capitalized on this chance, positioning himself before the tailed beasts and gathering chakra in his palms, while Sasuke began to amass a significant amount of lightning as well. Just as the beasts were on the verge of breaking free, Naruto and Sasuke struck in unison, unleashing their combined might of energy and 100,000 volts directly upon their foes. The tailed beasts had no time to react, and the explosion, accompanied by a terrifying surge of electricity, transformed them back to their original forms. Had their attack been a touch stronger, it might have completely annihilated them. As the smoke cleared, only a fatigued Naruto remained, supported by his comrades. The eight tails and the two tails had reverted to their original forms, unconscious on the arena floor, leaving only A from the Cloud Village standing. On the side of Konoha, aside from Naruto, the remaining fighters were still capable of continuing the battle, and Naruto, after a brief recuperation, was also ready to re-engage. In such a short span of time, he had not anticipated the situation would shift so dramatically. He had indeed underestimated the ninjas of Konoha. However, as the fourth Raikage, he would never retreat without a fight. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed all his power. Come on! Kakashi swiftly activated the body flicker technique to evade A's assault, while Karui also managed to dodge. Aware that A in his current state was not a challenge she could face head-on. Yet, when it came to the topic of true men, Guy had never backed down. With a mighty shout, he declared, "Eighth gate of hell, open." Blood seemed to ignite within him, and crimson steam enveloped his body as he charged directly at the fourth Raikage. A, undeterred, unleashed a red chakra, shouting, "Lightning release, thunderclap blade." Guy met this with the daytime tiger, resulting in an epic clash. In previous encounters, it would have been no match for Guy, but now, bolstered by the daytime tiger's power, his strength had soared to terrifying heights. The collision resounded with a deafening boom, as if it would shatter the entire arena. For a moment, the audience fell into stunned silence, before gradually murmuring among themselves, "This is utterly terrifying. What kind of collision is this? How can the fourth Raikage be this powerful? And that leaf ninja, his strength is simply extraordinary. The jutsu employed by that leaf ninja is one I have encountered before. It is the Eight Gates technique. He has now unlocked the eighth gate, the Death Gate. Legend has it that activating the eighth gate bestows power exceeding 10 times that of a Kage, but the price is one's very life. Is he truly willing to forsake his life? Has the conflict between the Leaf Village and the Cloud Village escalated to such a dire extent? Meanwhile, Jiraiya, one of the spectators, gazes in astonishment at the fierce clash between Guy and the fourth Raikage, momentarily at a loss for words. In contrast, Tsunade clenches her fists tightly and suddenly exclaims, he shows no regard for his own life, training in such a technique and unleashing it so recklessly. After the 8-gate state concludes, I cannot guarantee I will be able to save him. Hearing this, Jiraiya looks at the impassioned guy in the arena and states, doesn't he appear to be rushing towards death? Rather, he seems to be caught up in the fervor of battle. Tsunade scoffs and retorts, that is precisely why I say he does not cherish his life. The match continues, and while Guy is beginning to exhaust himself, despite his considerable expenditure of energy, remains in a far better condition than Guy. Following yet another collision, taunts, is this the extent of your abilities, given the price of your life? Guy offers no reply, silently retreating momentarily, before, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he relinquishes the state of the 8 gates. He naturally returns to his original form, and contrary to the anticipated consequences of severe injury or death, he appears entirely unscathed. Tsunade exclaims in disbelief, impossible. When he opened the death gate, his chakra points were already unsealed. How can he possess such power and remain unharmed? However, Tsunade has genuinely miscalculated. Not only is Guy uninjured, but he also declares that after a brief respite, he is ready to fight once more. In an instant, the worldview of a group of individuals was utterly overturned, leading them to question whether the 8 gates of Duanjia had been altered or renewed. Chapter 26, a reversal once again. Witnessing Kai's seemingly unscathed left AI in a state of shock. However, having encountered numerous storms in his life, the emergence of the fate cards had introduced events that far exceeded his understanding. With a hint of admiration, AI remarked, haha, it is indeed the power derived from the fate cards that enables one to achieve such feats. At that moment, AI stood alone on the battlefield of Konoha, and after the intense clash with Kai, he had already expended much of his energy. In contrast, Kakashi on the Konoha side had hardly exerted himself, while Anko had yet to reveal her true strength. Sasuke bore only minor injuries, and Naruto and Kai, having had some time to recuperate, were ready to fight again, effectively leaving everyone in peak condition. It seemed as though the outcome had already been determined. However, AI showed no signs of surrender, instead closing his eyes and standing still. Kakashi, assuming AI was merely attempting to recover, spoke up, do not continue. You have already lost. Suddenly, AI opened his eyes and calmly replied, lost? I do not share that belief. As his words fell, AI's skin, resembling jade, began to undergo a transformation, gradually reverting to its original form. Everyone believed AI had reached his limit, that his earlier words were mere bravado, yet the bizarre scene that unfolded next left them all astonished. A massive sun unexpectedly emerged in the starry sky surrounding the arena, leading many to initially think it was the work of Qin Wange. However, they were unprepared for AI's furious roar. The great sun rises, thunder body perfected. Subsequently, an overwhelming force erupted from AI's body, with a sheer wave of energy nearly toppling Sasuke. Kakashi and Anko exchanged worried glances before decisively launching an attack to swiftly defeat AI and prevent any unforeseen developments. Kakashi immediately unleashed the Bloodwing strike, charging toward AI, while Anko instantaneously hurled all her elemental orbs at him. A colossal explosion ensued, and Anko stood at a distance, her gaze fixed intently on the center of the smoke, which gradually began to dissipate. As the haze cleared, they could barely discern the scene within, revealing Kakashi being held aloft by AI, who had a firm grip on his neck with one hand. While Anko was still in a daze, Sasuke rushed forward. Anko quickly shouted to him, be careful, don't be reckless. Sasuke was not acting out of concern for Kakashi. Rather, he sought to catch AI off guard and gauge the strength of AI's current state. With a layer of yellow lightning enveloping him, Sasuke accelerated, leaving behind 4 or 5 afterimages in the air. In the lingering haze, a colossal surge of yellow lightning emerged, and as the smoke dissipated, the scene became bewildering for the audience. At this moment, AI stood expressionless, while Kakashi lay severely injured, unconscious, indicating a dire situation. Sasuke, too, was bleeding profusely from one arm. Qin Wange, however, observed everything with clarity. Moments earlier, Kakashi had launched a frontal assault on AI amidst the smoke, only to be caught off guard. Now, with the mastery of the lightning release, AI's strength had escalated to a terrifying level, rendering Kakashi's attack utterly ineffective. AI seized Kakashi with one hand, unleashing a torrent of electric energy that almost obliterated him. Fortunately, Sasuke appeared just in time to deliver a powerful strike against AI, which, although not injurious, forced AI to retreat a couple of steps. In this brief interval, Kakashi was saved, and as the smoke cleared, the current scene unfolded. To ensure the audience comprehended the events that transpired, Qin Wange gracefully waved at the large screen in the air, transforming the previous list into a high-definition replay of the battle shrouded in smoke. This allowed the spectators to clearly witness the earlier confrontation. After viewing the footage, realization dawned upon them, sparking astonished discussions. Has the fourth Raikage truly reached such heights? Who in the entire ninja world can rival him? He is immensely powerful. Who would have thought that Konoha's advantageous position could be so swiftly overturned by the fourth Raikage? It seems that the Cloud Village is destined for victory. The fourth Raikage's might was already formidable, and with the enhancement from the Purple Fate card, he appeared unmatched in the ninja realm. Sasuke glanced at his nearly incapacitated arm, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Damn it, how can he be this strong? Is there no hope left?" Suddenly, Hondo pressed down on Sasuke's head with a grin, saying, "Kid, we haven't lost yet, so stop with the defeatist talk. Gather the others and retreat. I will handle the rest." Sasuke, bewildered, found himself flustered by Hondo's unexpected demeanor, which was uncharacteristic of his usual calm. However, before he could unleash a tirade, Hondo shot him a chilling glare, prompting him to swallow his words. Reluctantly, Sasuke complied, using his swift movements to escort the remaining three away from the arena, leaving the onlookers in shock. Qin Wange chuckled softly to herself. "Are you so confident in yourself, Hondo? But then again, it is indeed an imperial artifact." Upon witnessing Sasuke's departure, AI, left alone with Hondo, mockingly taunted, "Has Konoha run out of men? Leaving a woman here?" Hondo casually stretched her limbs, her cold gaze fixed on AI as she replied, "Don't be so hasty. Soon, I shall silence you for good." With a dismissive snort, AI acknowledged his current prowess, having perfected his thunderous physique to such an extent that few things could inflict harm upon him. The item previously wielded by Hondo was now easily crushable by his bare hands, rendering her a mere triviality in his eyes. Nevertheless, in pursuit of victory, he resolved to clear the field decisively. Thus, AI charged towards Hondo, intent on concluding the battle in an instant. Yet, was Hondo truly so simple? In the next moment, a pair of wings materialized behind her, bestowed by the imperial artifact, Mashtima, the wings of flight, which granted its user the ability to soar through the skies, with feathers capable of striking down foes. Moreover, it possessed a secret technique known as the Divine Feather, capable of rebounding all ranged attacks from adversaries, establishing her as the sovereign of aerial combat. Those devoid of flight capabilities would find themselves utterly at her mercy, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Even ranged assaults would be completely thwarted. In that moment, AI found himself in such a predicament. Though his physical strength was formidable, he lacked the ability to fly, rendering him powerless against Hondo. Yet AI, undeterred, retorted with scorn, "What does it matter if you can fly? I refuse to believe you possess any means to harm me." Hondo, uninterested in further dialogue with him, conjured a new weapon in her hands, resembling a bow. Chapter 27. The host, Satoru Gojo. This bow, the imperial artifact, the bow of absolute accuracy, glorious wing, required the shooter to declare the target's name upon firing. As long as the target remained within range, the arrow would relentlessly pursue its mark until it struck true. Upon witnessing the bow in Hondo's grasp, a profound sense of danger washed over AI, prompting him to flee towards the opposite end of the arena. "Do you think you can escape?" Hondo's voice was frigid as she declared. In the next instant, the bow of absolute accuracy released an arrow that hurtled towards him. AI, sensing the imminent threat, surged to his utmost speed, striving to evade her assault. Yet, he was naively overconfident. The arrow mercilessly pierced his chest, shattering his defenses with surgical precision. Realizing the extent of Hondo's abilities, AI finally comprehended the source of her unwavering confidence. With a cold gaze, Hondo addressed AI, "If you do not concede now, the next arrow will find your head." In a fit of anguished indignation, AI withdrew the arrow from his chest, and, begrudgingly raising his arm, declared, "We concede." At that moment, the crowd from Konoha erupted into jubilant cheers, while the inhabitants of Kumogakure were engulfed in lamentation. They had not anticipated that their formidable fourth Raikage could be bested in such a manner, a realization that stirred a sense of regret within them. Once Hondo exited the arena, she noticed that Kakashi and the others had fully recovered from their injuries, reminding her of Qin Wange's earlier words. All surviving participants would be instantaneously restored. though this also meant they could not re-enter the fray. To Qin Wange's astonishment, the efficiency was remarkably swift. However, it was not Qin Wange who orchestrated it, but rather Syria, whom he had notified in advance for assistance. Although she did not appear in person, restoring these relatively weak individuals was a task that could be accomplished in mere moments. Yet, as Qin Wange surveyed the current arena, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Reluctantly, he summoned Syria to inquire further. To his surprise, she succinctly identified the issue: the absence of a host. Enlightenment dawned upon Qin Wange. Nonetheless, even with this newfound understanding, the challenge of selecting individuals remained, and with the competition underway, there was no opportunity for Qin Wange to leisurely make his choices. Thus, he swiftly confirmed the next member from the trading post and proceeded to draw a summoning ritual in the air. In the next moment, a striking figure with white hair, clad in a black uniform and adorned with a black eye patch, materialized before Qin Wange. Let me introduce a character that many may not be familiar with. Satoru Gojo, a special-grade sorcerer, born into the prestigious Gojo family, known for their limitless techniques. Gifted with the Six Eyes technique from birth, he has mastered it with remarkable proficiency. His appearance is striking, featuring a pair of cerulean eyes shrouded in mist, embodying a near-perfect man, save for his personality. He possesses a rebellious spirit, eschewing conventional reasoning while adhering to his own values and notions of goodness. Capable of mastering all, he remains indifferent to undertaking any task. Upon his arrival, Satoru Gojo courteously greeted Qin Wange and Celia. The moment he was summoned, he comprehended the true nature of Qin Wange. Even he, who is often deemed invincible, felt insignificant in her presence, prompting him to temper his demeanor. Qin Wange surveyed Satoru with satisfaction, smiling as she declared, "Well done. You shall henceforth be the third member of the Card Trading Association. Your first task is to serve as the host for this match. Do not disappoint my expectations." Satoru, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his head and replied, "Boss, I may not be very skilled at hosting." Before he could finish, Qin Wange fixed him with a piercing gaze and asserted, "Do not feign modesty before me. I know there is nothing you cannot do." Realizing further conversation was unwise, Satoru hastily made his way to the competition venue, while Celia silently observed him from behind. Once he had departed, she remarked, "This individual lacks seriousness, but his strength seems formidable." Qin Wange responded with a light chuckle, "Indeed, in terms of strength, you might not surpass him, and he is capable of anything. Yet, he is too laid back to take action." Celia nodded in agreement, stating, "It is evident. Henceforth, let him handle the affairs of the association." Hearing Celia's words, Qin Wange secretly smiled. Although Celia also worked under Qin Wange, in terms of status, Satoru could not compare. Currently, Celia held a position akin to that of the mistress of the trading association, with Qin Wange often deferring to her, primarily due to her own laziness. Meanwhile, on the competition side, the two pairs of participants, previously engaged in an intense battle, were abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Satoru Gojo. The crowd regarded him with curiosity, as his identity remained unknown. However, his audacity to fly directly above the arena indicated he was no ordinary figure. Upon surveying the surroundings, Satoru marveled, exclaiming to himself, "The boss truly has grand ambitions. The design of this arena is magnificent." Soon, Qin Wange and Celia appeared at the venue, prompting all present to regard Qin Wange with utmost respect, none daring to entertain alternative thoughts. With a smile, Qin Wange addressed the crowd. "This individual is the referee I have appointed for you, and he is also a member of the association. He will oversee and host this match. Additionally, Celia will be providing healing after your matches. That concludes my announcements. Let the competition resume." After speaking, a tall figure suddenly emerged from a vast open space beneath the arena. Celia had made her entrance. As someone who had frequented the trading hall, few were unfamiliar with this extraordinarily beautiful elven girl, and even fewer were unaware of her formidable prowess. With Celia as a living testament to such power, no one dared to question the strength of Satoru Gojo any longer, casting wary glances in his direction. Observing this scene, Qin Wange thought to herself, "Perfect. This eliminates the need for any troublesome interventions." Once everything was arranged, Qin Wange vanished into the heights once more, seeking a prime vantage point from which to enjoy the competition. "This matter shall be entrusted to Saria and Satoru Gojo. I believe that, with their combined abilities, managing a trivial competition will be a breeze." After Qin Wange departed, Satoru Gojo, familiar with the proceedings, announced the continuation of the contest and approached Saria to observe the match alongside her. He took the opportunity to inquire about certain information. At that moment, Nagato and Itachi from the Akatsuki simultaneously turned their gazes towards Satoru Gojo. On the surface, he appeared to be merely an exuberant individual. Yet no one would dare to provoke him. Chapter 28. The enigmatic Akatsuki Nagato suddenly spoke, addressing Itachi. What level of strength do you believe is requisite to gain admission to the exchange? After a moment of contemplation, Itachi replied. The minimum requirement must surely be the strongest in the entire ninja realm. Subsequently, both fell into silence. Itachi could discern that Nagato harbored a deep envy for Satoru Gojo. Ever since Itachi returned to the Akatsuki wielding the power of the fate cards, the entire Akatsuki was astounded. Itachi's prowess transcended the bounds of terror. As the strongest member, Nagato commanded Pain and Itachi in battle. Yet, in an instant, Pain was utterly defeated. Following this, Nagato brought the treasures amassed by the Akatsuki over the years to the exchange. Upon exchanging for the fate cards, the strength of the entire Akatsuki surged significantly, and Itachi himself experienced a qualitative leap. Presently, the mightiest within the Akatsuki remained Nagato, followed closely by Itachi and Konan, while the remaining members exhibited only minor disparities in strength. Nonetheless, Deidara and Haiden possessed the potential to turn the tide of battle. Thus, for this competition, Nagato opted to team up with the two. He firmly believed that, should they succeed in joining the exchange, his aspirations would undoubtedly be realized. However, he was acutely aware of the slimness of this opportunity. Thus, gaining entry to the exchange became Nagato's new objective. As this round of the competition concluded, Saria found herself somewhat exasperated by his incessant chatter and chose to ignore him. Satoru Gojo leisurely ascended into the sky. Glancing at the large screen overhead, he announced, "The next competitors, Akatsuki and Awagakure, may take the stage." Soon, both teams approached the arena. Just as Satoru Gojo intended to casually utter a few words, he was suddenly interrupted by the voice of Qin Wange in his ear. "Please host this round well. Many spectators may not fully comprehend the proceedings. However, if you find it confusing as well, then..." Gojo Satoru immediately invigorated himself, clearing his throat with an air of seriousness to announce the commencement of the match. The ninjas representing Awagakure in this battle were Inoki, the second Tsuchikage, Oinoki, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, and the formidable duo of Akatsuchi and Kurisuchi. Inoki, as the third Tsuchikage and a contemporary of Sarutobi Hiruzen, possessed undeniable strength. Furthermore, the two Jinchuriki of Awagakure, Oinoki, had previously been at odds with Inoki and had left the village. However, given the significance of this tournament, Inoki had summoned him back. Akatsuchi, AJ Nin of Awagakure, was a powerful earth-release ninja with a remarkably robust physique, having once sent a tailed beast, Kinshiki, flying with a single punch. Kurisuchi, also AJ Nin of Awagakure and a guardian of the third Tsuchikage, was renowned for his immense strength, earning him the title of the Tsuchikage Shield. This formidable lineup was on par with any from Kimogakure. On the side of Akatsuki were Nagato, Itachi, Konan, Deidara, and Haiden. Aside from a select few in Konoha who recognized Uchiha Itachi, the remainder were largely unfamiliar, making it evident that the odds were heavily skewed. It was clear that the members of Awagakure shared this sentiment. Inoki held little regard for his opponents, while Nagato appeared disinclined to engage, turning his back and departing the arena. This scene evoked a profound sense of regret among the onlookers, leading them to believe that Shao was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and his opponent, and had consequently resigned from the competition. At this moment, Satoru Gojo suddenly emerged, seemingly producing a microphone from nowhere, and proclaimed, "We have witnessed the competitor Nagato turn his back and depart from the arena. Has he forfeited the match, or does he simply disdain to engage, conserving his strength?" It must be acknowledged that Satoru possesses a remarkable flair for stirring the pot. Had another spoken such words, they would have been met with derision. Yet, given that it was Satoru Gojo, the referee of this contest and a member of the trading association, his utterance undoubtedly signified a deeper insight. In an instant, Nagato became the center of attention, with everyone curious about his identity and speculating on the formidable nature of his abilities. The atmosphere ignited with excitement, and Qin Wange expressed her satisfaction as the situation transitioned into a 5 versus 4 confrontation for Awagakure. The tempestuous Oji and the arrogant Han wasted no time in launching an assault. Eager to vent their frustrations, Satoru promptly began his commentary, stating that Oji and Han charged towards the remaining 4 members of Akatsuki, seemingly intent on expressing their dissatisfaction. Who would Akatsuki send forth to counter this onslaught? It appears only Deidara stepped forward, while the others receded. As the 2 aggressors transformed their hands into tailed beast forms and advanced menacingly towards Deidara, he wore an expression of utter nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by the impending attack. Indeed, there was little to fear. Satoru, ever the provocateur, continued to deliver remarks that would stir the emotions of the audience. Oji and Han, attuned to his words, immediately altered their expressions, intensifying their tailed beast transformation as they charged ferociously at Deidara. With a smirk, Deidara suddenly extended his arms, declaring, "Art is an explosion." In the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, engulfing the protective barrier in thick smoke, leaving the outside world oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Satoru re-entered the fray with his commentary. Deidara has executed a self-detonation, yet he remains unharmed. Such is the power granted by the destiny cards. If you wish to possess such abilities, hurry to the Card Trading Association. Our doors are always open to you. One cannot help but marvel at Satoru's character. He chuckled and continued. However, Oji and Han were not so fortunate. That self-destructive assault left them unable to defend, taking the brunt of the impact. Fortunately, the power of the tailed beast shielded them, though it appears they have expended a significant portion of that strength. Though the smoke lingered, it revealed that the 3rd Tsuchikage had made his move, targeting the seemingly frail Haiden. Inoki executed his attack with precision, employing Earth Release, Heavy Stone Technique, swiftly followed by Dust Release, Disintegration Technique. Why does Satoru Gojo possess such profound knowledge of these individuals' abilities? It is because Qin Wange has bestowed upon him a newfound power, the Eye of All-Knowing. This extraordinary ability grants him access to information about any existence, encompassing personal details and all the capabilities they wield. However, this initial privilege is confined to observation, primarily serving to facilitate Satoru Gojo's subsequent endeavors. As the smoke dissipated, the audience witnessed the moment when Noki unleashed his technique. A transparent cubic crystal enveloped half of Haiden's body. In the next instant, the technique concluded, and Haiden's lower half vanished without a trace, appearing as if he had met his demise. However, an astonishing scene unfolded a moment later. Chapter 29. The terrifying lust. Initially, the crowd gazed in astonishment at Haiden. But suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention to its source. To their shock, the one who screamed was none other than Chit, who let out a solitary cry before falling silent. His condition mirrored that of Haiden. Half of his body had also inexplicably vanished. The difference lay in the fact that he seemed utterly lifeless, his corpse collapsing onto the stage. Meanwhile, Haiden stood intact and unharmed, save for an array of black and white symbols adorning his form, giving him an eerie appearance. Haiden stretched his limbs, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he regarded Noki. "That truly hurt," he remarked. "Is it not rather impolite to strike without a word?" Noki, clearly taken aback by the outcome, glared at Chit's lifeless body with a mix of sorrow and fury. "Once this match concludes, I vow to eradicate the Akatsuki," he declared angrily. Beside him, Conan spoke in a frigid tone. "If you believe you can achieve that, then do try." Noki cast a disdainful glance at Conan before unleashing a dust release, primitive world extraction. The transparent crystal hurtled towards her, slightly incensed by the perceived slight. Conan retaliated by launching a paper-wrapped spike. In the next moment, the spike pierced through the crystal, hurtling directly towards Noki, who, startled, swiftly evaded and distanced himself. At this moment, he finally comprehended that the organization known as Akatsuki was not to be underestimated. These individuals not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited an uncanny nature. At this juncture, the outcome was glaringly apparent. Iwagakure had already succumbed, unless Noki possessed the capability for an extraordinary turnaround. On the Akatsuki side, Itachi had yet to make a move, while Iwagakure's true combat power was reduced to only Noki and Tsuchikage. The hope was dim, yet the battle had to persist. Noki gestured to Tsuchikage before confronting Deidara, while Tsuchikage approached the remaining 3 alone, leaving onlookers puzzled. They wondered if Tsuchikage was Iwagakure's true trump card. Itachi and Conan were not ones to underestimate their opponents regardless of the circumstances. However, Haiden was different in his arrogance. He failed to recognize that this seemingly ordinary individual was worthy of facing the three of them. Thus, Haydn charged forward, wielding his blood-stained scythe. His visage twisted in fury as he shouted, "The evil god comes to enact judgment upon you." In stark contrast, Suchikage remained utterly composed, seemingly dismissing Haydn's threat. In the next instant, he gradually raised his arm. The rocks and soil from the ground adhered to his arm, appearing to be an ordinary technique. Yet, just as Haydn was about to make contact, Itachi sensed something amiss and intended to intervene, but it was too late. Suchikage struck Haydn with his fist, encased in rock, aiming to crush his opponent. Haydn expected to sever Suchikage's arm with his scythe, but instead, his blood-stained weapon was obliterated by Suchikage's blow. Though Suchikage's punch seemed devoid of power, it landed squarely on Haydn's face. Contrary to expectations, Haydn did not fly away. Instead, with a resounding thud, the gruesome scene unfolded as Suchikage's punch obliterated Haydn's head. To prevent Haydn from resurrecting once more, Suchikage prepared to deliver another blow. At that moment, Itachi finally intervened, activating his Mangeki Sharingan to unleash the eternal black flames of Amaterasu upon Suchikage. Swiftly, Suchikage cast Haydn aside and encased himself in rock, successfully shielding himself as the flames dissipated harmlessly. Itachi instructed Konan to take Haydn away from the arena, stating, "Now, take him to Lady Syria, she can still save him." "I will finish this swiftly." Without a hint of doubt in her mind, Konan complied, escorting Haydn from the battlefield to Syria. Observing Haydn's dire condition, Satoru Gojo could not help but jest, "TSK, TSK, TSK. His head is obliterated, yet he remains alive. His body is truly fascinating." Syria summoned a green luminescence in her hands, which gradually entered Haydn's body. Moments later, a radiant white light enveloped him, restoring him to his pristine state. After expressing their gratitude to Syria, the two returned to their seats before Nagato to continue watching the battle. Nagato coldly remarked, "If there is a next time, no one will come to your rescue." Faden clenched his fist tightly and nodded emphatically, fully aware that his previous carelessness had nearly cost him his life, and he considered himself fortunate to have survived. Shounen glanced at the arena, where only Itachi and Deidara remained, and anxiety crept over her as they faced the formidable Noki and an unknown adversary in the form of the Yellow Earth. Nagato, sensing Xiaonan's unease, calmly reassured her. "Rest assured, Itachi will conclude the battle swiftly." Back in the arena, the Yellow Earth began to form hand seals and proclaimed, "Earth Release. Mountain Earth Technique." This is a sophisticated ninjutsu mastered by the Earth Shadow, where two enormous hemispheres of Earth are conjured to encircle the opponent, rendering them immobile. When wielded by a formidable figure such as the Earth Shadow, this technique proves effective not only against humans but can also suppress colossal beings of tailed beast caliber. It stands as the highest tier technique for immobilization. However, Itachi's strength far surpasses what is anticipated. With an impassive demeanor, Itachi stood still and gradually closed his eyes. The next moment, when he reopened them, they had transformed into a different form. Each eye exhibited a distinct hue, only to revert to a uniform appearance, wherein a circle manifested within. An aura of empty pressure radiated from Itachi, commanding respect akin to that of an emperor, causing the Earth Shadow to feel a loss of control over his own body. Then, Itachi spoke slowly, commanding, "Attack him." The instant his words fell, the Earth Shadow's earthen technique shifted its target towards Noki, who was engaged in battle with Deidara. Fortunately, Noki reacted swiftly, unleashing a massive dust release that nullified the Earth Shadow's jutsu, wiping the sweat from his brow. Noki shouted at the Earth Shadow, "What are you doing?" The Earth Shadow, drenched in sweat and displaying an unnatural expression, struggled to move his body, leaving Noki perplexed. Meanwhile, Deidara hurled a barrage of clay bombs, prompting Noki to refocus his attention for defense. Suddenly, Noki sensed an imminent threat of death. He immediately evaded, realizing that the Earth Shadow had reappeared behind him, intending to unleash a devastating punch. The audience expressed their bewilderment at the unfolding situation, questioning whether the Earth Shadow had suddenly betrayed his allegiance to aid Konoha. Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Chapter 30. The Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, it was time for Satoru Gojo to make his entrance. He sauntered onto the arena, addressing the microphone with an air of authority. What exactly had Itachi done to provoke the Earth to turn against its own? This was not a difficult puzzle to solve. One merely needed to observe Itachi's eyes. With Gojo's prompting, the audience soon realized that Itachi's eyes were not the Sharingan, but rather a previously unseen type of eye. Kakashi, from the sidelines, immediately inquired if Sasuke recognized the nature of Itachi's eyes. Sasuke shook his head. Yet he was certain that this was not the Sharingan. No form of the Sharingan could possibly resemble this. Consequently, the spectators began to connect the dots, pondering the fate cards. Seeing that some had grasped the situation, Gojo continued, "Indeed, Itachi's eyes are known as the Eye of the Emperor, a purple artifact derived from the fate cards. However, the potency of this pair of eyes far surpasses that of most purple artifacts. He can command his enemies with an authoritative tone, rendering them incapable of resistance. They must obey his every word, even to the point of self-destruction without hesitation." Upon hearing Gojo's description, a chill ran through the crowd. They were astonished to discover the terrifying power of the Eye of the Emperor. If that were the case, would Konoha not secure an inevitable victory? The formidable Earth, now under control, left only Onoki struggling in vain. From Onoki's demeanor, it appeared he had not gained any substantial advantage. It seemed he had invested all his cards into the Earth, hoping for an unexpected turn of events, only to find the situation had drastically shifted. Onoki had come to the grim realization that defeat was unavoidable. With a resigned sigh, he raised a hand and proclaimed, "We have lost." No one cheered, for Iwagakure, one of the 5 great nations, had succumbed to an organization that few had heard of, the Akatsuki. Undoubtedly, this serves as a warning to the entire shinobi world, informing all that the era of the 5 great nations has come to an end. Now, anyone possesses the potential to surpass them. With a fortunate draw of cards, one might even vanquish the once mighty titans. Many spectators have already begun to cultivate their grand ambitions. And as Noki conceded defeat, Itachi's eyes returned to their original state. With the control over the Earth released, the Earth felt his body return to normal. Yet he understood that he had lost the match. Consequently, he felt solely responsible, collapsing to the ground and exclaiming to Noki, "I am sorry, Lord Third Tsuchikage. I have let you down." Noki sighed softly, offering solace. "Well, a loss is a loss. Even in defeat, our Iwagakure is not prey to be slaughtered at will. Prepare diligently for what lies ahead. Gather treasures in exchange for more fate cards, for battle approaches swiftly." Huang too, laden with heavy thoughts, nodded slightly before following Ohyuki as they departed. After this match, the subsequent competitions seemed to lose their significance. Nevertheless, some individuals showcased commendable performances, particularly the representatives from the 5 great nations who remained, a consequence of the limited participant slots. They were also mindful of the potential outcomes should their primary teams inadvertently falter, hence the emergence of these backup squads. Originally, the Konoha reserve team was to be led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the unexpected presence of Tsunade and Jiraiya prompted an immediate shift in strategy. Thus, the Konoha reserve team was reconstituted as follows: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Yamato, and Asuma Sarutobi. However, Hiruzen was acutely aware of the team's relative weakness, as only he and Asuma had exchanged cards among the 5. Asuma had drawn carelessly during their earlier collaboration, resulting in a plethora of inconsequential white items. Hiruzen himself had drawn fate cards several times without acquiring anything of note, currently possessing only a solitary purple card, the Lifelong Cross, which he had obtained during his initial draw. Nevertheless, he was not particularly anxious, given the excellent condition of Konoha's primary squad. Many of the remaining backup teams from other villages had already been eliminated. The Kumogakure reserve team was led by Darui and displayed average strength, while Iwagakure's fate was dismal, as their reserve squad was ousted in the very first match. This meant that Iwagakure was completely out of contention for this tournament, whereas the remaining 2 great nations, Kirigakure and Sunagakure, secured their victories with ease. Thus, the first round of combat concluded, and the massive list in the sky began to transform, erasing all defeated teams from its display. The surviving teams were illuminated by beams of light that connected them with one another, thereby forming the new matchups. Everyone gazed upwards, eager to see which formidable teams would clash. Kirigakure faced off against Otogakure, Sunagakure against Zabuza, and Konoha against the Kumogakure reserve team. The remaining powerful organization, Akatsuki, had not encountered any formidable opponents, merely facing a series of underperforming squads. The primary focus of the audience was directed towards these 3 matches, particularly the first 2, as the outcome of the third seemed preordained. After all, Gaara was well known throughout the ninja world as the only individual to have drawn a gold card, while Naruto, despite possessing one as well, remained largely unknown to the masses. It was improbable that Zabuza and Haku could pose a threat to Gaara unless they had some hidden strategy. Before the matches commenced, Qin Wange once more reconfigured the arena, erasing the previously segmented zones. The entire venue was cleared, granting ample space for the forthcoming battles, significantly piquing Qin Wange's interest in the ensuing contests. Among the lesser teams, a formidable entity had yet to reveal his prowess, primarily due to the weakness of his opponents. This individual, Hans, who was competing under the banner of Amagate, possessed a terrifying strength augmented by fate cards and a golden card. His true power could very well mark him as the ultimate adversary of this tournament. However, his current opponents remained feeble, allowing Hans to continue concealing his true capabilities for a while longer. His ambitions were far from modest, as he envisioned seizing a major nation's village upon clinching victory, utilizing all resources to elevate himself above the entire ninja world. He also harbored aspirations to join Qin Wange's trading consortium, yet he recognized this as a mere Navi dream. Chapter 31. The ridiculously weak Kirigakure. The competition resumed with a significant match, the confrontation between Kirigakure and Otogakure. The Otogakure team consisted of Orochimaru, Kimimaro, Kabuto, Jago, and Suigetsu. The Kirigakure team appeared somewhat perplexing, aside from Meitarumi. The remaining members included 2 unknown elderly men and 2 exceptionally diminutive figures. The identities of these individuals, Might and Yat, are intriguing. Searching online will certainly yield astonishing revelations. The 2 elderly gentlemen must be the esteemed elders of the Hidden Mist Village, which is now firmly under their control. As the competition commenced, both the Hidden Mist Village and the Sound Ninja Village exhibited an air of disdain towards one another, seemingly underestimating their opponent. However, after a brief moment of stillness, both Mei and Ye suddenly launched their attacks, targeting Orochimaru, who responded with a derisive laugh, questioning their audacity to challenge him. Obeying orders, Chongwu promptly appeared before Orochimaru, his body enveloped in the initial stage of the cursed mark, and casually unleashed a punch. In the next instant, 2 clouds of blood erupted in the air, resulting in the swift demise of the 2 combatants. Spectators had anticipated a fiercely contested battle, only to be met with this outcome. The audience was left in stunned silence. Had the Hidden Mist Village truly fallen so low? Hopes for a commendable performance from them were dashed as Orochimaru commanded Suigetsu and Chongwu to clear the field. Aside from Mei, who managed to escape cleverly, the rest were reduced to mere blood mist. Thus, this highly anticipated match concluded absurdly, leaving everyone astonished. Some spectators erupted in outrage, exclaiming, "What a disgrace! The Hidden Mist Village should be expelled from the 5 great nations. How did they even make it to the second round? It's pathetic. I could easily defeat them myself. I had such high hopes, and now they embarrassed themselves, being trounced by an obscure little ninja village. They should just go home." Inundated by such vitriol, Qin Wange discreetly communicated with Wuqiao Wujing to maintain order in the arena, to which Wuqiao Wujing resignedly massaged his neck. Soon after, a chilling aura enveloped the space, instilling a profound sense of dread among the attendees. No one dared utter another word. Satisfied, Wuqiao Wujing retracted his aura with a smile and reassured the crowd, "Please, remain calm. Any grievances can be addressed after the competition." The match resumed, and the audience fell into a tense silence, with Mei feeling the weight of the pressure, weary yet unable to alter the course of events. Currently, she was not yet the 5th Mizukage, and the Hidden Mist Village remained entrenched in the era of blood mist. The village was effectively under the control of Obito, teetering on the brink of becoming a desolate land, as countless ninjas defected. Most of the Hidden Mist ninjas had fallen victim to Obito's ruthless tyranny, leaving the village in a state of ruin, with no immediate solution in sight. Orochimaru, too, had not anticipated the Hidden Mist's weakness, but after a moment of contemplation, a knowing smile crept onto his face. He then remarked slyly, "It seems the conclusion of this match presents an opportunity for a visit to the Hidden Mist Village." Upon perceiving Orochimaru's gaze, Terumi may realize that the Hidden Mist Village was in peril. The village currently exhibited an outward strength that was exceedingly feeble. Numerous formidable beings would undoubtedly target the Hidden Mist Village once this competition concluded. Orochimaru's recent demeanor certainly reflected this sentiment. Terumi Mei was now engulfed in urgency. She needed to devise a means of seeking assistance, for otherwise, it was conceivable that the hidden mist village might cease to exist within the ninja world. After the conclusion of the match, the remaining inconsequential battles continued, while Orochimaru found himself directly approaching Kahaku Mei in the stands. Kahaku Mei dared not provoke this individual. Fully aware that in this era dominated by fate cards, her lack of exchanged cards rendered her vulnerable. However, Orochimaru had no intention of allowing her to depart. In a moment of urgency, Kahaku Mei exclaimed, "Are you planning to make a move now?" Orochimaru chuckled softly, responding, "Rest assured, I would not dare contravene the regulations set by that esteemed individual. I merely wish to discuss a potential collaboration." Kahaku Mei paused, confusion etched upon her features. "Collaboration?" Orochimaru continued, "Given the current plight of your village, it seems the end is nigh. If I am not mistaken, it is the doing of Yakura, am I right?" Kahaku Mei refrained from answering, her astonishment revealing all to Orochimaru. He pressed on, "I can assist you in resolving the Yakura issue, but in return, you must lend me your aid." Understanding Orochimaru's dubious nature, Kahaku Mei resolutely rejected, "Do not harbor such delusions. I will not permit you to meddle with my village." Orochimaru remained unfazed, "No need for alarm. I assure you that my proposal will have no adverse effects on your village, and it may even pave the way for you to become the next Mizukage. What say you?" Kahaku Mei found herself momentarily speechless, as Orochimaru's proposition was undeniably enticing. She had long contemplated the prospect of becoming Mizukage, envisioning the transformation of her village's dire circumstances. Reluctantly, after much deliberation, she acquiesced to Orochimaru's offer. Satisfied with her affirmative response, Orochimaru took his leave, advising her, "Once the competition concludes, depart with us. Otherwise, you may find yourself slain the moment you exit the trading hall." Orochimaru's warning, were it in the past, would have gone unnoticed by her. However, now she must keep it etched in her mind, ever vigilant. Thus, Koyuki's heart yearns fervently for an opportunity to exchange a fate card, yet alas, she possesses nothing. The current state of the hidden mist village suggests that only upon her ascension as the new Mizukage can she approach the exchange to procure such a card. For now, she must obediently spectate the ongoing matches. The tournament has progressed significantly, and the next bout is one that has captured the anticipation of many, the match between Tsunagakure and Zabuza's team. Initially, this contest appeared to be a mismatch with little excitement. However, judging by the prowess exhibited by Zabuza and Haku, they may not be inferior to Gaara and his comrades. Although this is merely a perception from the outside. In truth, Zabuza is acutely aware that he is no match for Gaara, who wields a golden fate card, a disparity far greater than trivial. Chapter 32, striving with all one's might during this period. Zabuza and Haku have exchanged a considerable number of cards, yet Zabuza's expression bears a shadow of discontent. Their total exchanges may well be double that of Haku's, yet he has drawn only a single purple card, while the majority of his acquisitions are blue. In contrast, Haku possesses 3 purple cards, although Haku refrains from vocalizing it. Zabuza understands that Haku's strength has undoubtedly seen a significant enhancement. As for the specifics, he remains uncertain. However, it is evident that Gaara's prowess is conspicuously formidable. It goes without saying that the others have also exchanged fate cards. Given that the financial resources of the 5 great nations far exceed those of a homeless ninja like Zabuza, the roster has been revealed. Tsunagakure members include Gaara, Raza, Maki, Kankuro, and Temari. On Zabuza's side, only he and Haku stand, while the rest are mere nameless bystanders, insignificant in comparison. Remarkably, alongside Gaara, 2 younger competitors from Tsunagakure have also entered the fray. Kankuro and Temari appear to be of a similar age to Gaara. Gaara's strength is attributed to his possession of a golden card, so what accounts for Kankuro and Temari's participation? Moreover, with the 4th Kazekage Raza and an esteemed Jonin from Tsunagakure, their contributions to the village are monumental. As Zabuza's team steps onto the arena, in an effort to minimize unnecessary losses, promptly ushers the remaining 3 teammates off the stage. Deep down, he possesses a certain kindness. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with Haku, Zabuza slowly lifts the sword, Kubikirib-ch, resting it on his shoulder, and exhales deeply. "Haku, are you afraid?" he inquires. Haku responds with a warm smile. "As long as I am with you, Zabuza-sensei, fear shall never find me." Zabuza, with a resigned smile, unleashes a formidable chakra and declares, Then let us engage in a splendid battle. Crescent Moon Dance. A colossal blue crescent surged towards the 5 individuals of Sunagakure, instantly separating them. Seizing the opportunity, Bai swiftly moved into action. Unbeknownst to anyone, he approached Kankuro's side and, without the need for hand seals, unleashed the Ice Release technique. Ice Release, Domain of Eternal Frost. This capability is not something that the original Ice Release could achieve. In order to enhance his odds of victory, Bai directly unleashed the power of a purple card. The sudden emergence of the Eternal Frozen Domain instantly transformed Kanjiro into a mere ice sculpture, rendering him incapable of retaliation, while the surrounding Temari nearly succumbed to the same icy fate. Fortunately, Gaara intervened just in time to rescue Temari, but the unfortunate Maki was not as lucky. Despite a brief struggle, he could not escape Bai's technique. His presence here was almost superfluous, as his suggestions had led to most of the village's resources being invested in Gaara. Even the 4th Kazekage, Raza, had scarcely drawn any fate cards, let alone him. Temari and Kanjiro had also exchanged fate cards a few times, largely due to Gaara's influence. Consequently, Maki, like Kanjiro, found himself encased in ice. Upon witnessing Gaara's intervention, Bai wisely chose to retreat, though not entirely. An ice barrier re-emerged at his previous position, and soon after, Bai Li's ice domain unceremoniously expelled the frozen Kanjiro and Maki from the arena. Thus, within moments of the confrontation, the Sunagakure team found itself down 2 members, igniting fervent discussions among the spectators below. Incredible. I knew this team was formidable, but I never anticipated that girl would be so powerful. Who would have thought that even Zabuza was not to be underestimated? It seems this match will not be as dull as we feared. Surely Sunagakure won't be eliminated as easily as Kirigakure by a small team? But one could not be too certain. After all, Sunagakure boasted Gaara, a wielder of a gold card, and the 4th Kazekage, Raza, whose strength was not to be trifled with. The transformations that unfolded on the stage were utterly unforeseen by Zaibujan. Bai had concealed his true capabilities so deeply, catching the hidden sand village utterly off guard. It was evident that Bai was genuinely eager to assist Zaibujan in securing victory, yet Zaibujan would never allow Bai to bear the brunt of this struggle alone. Given the considerable disparity in their strengths, they resolved to unleash their full potential. Zaibujan gently closed his eyes, and a brilliant blue beam of light enveloped his entire being, extending skyward. This was not mere chakra. It emanated from the spiritual pressure of the Shinigami. Subsequently, Zaibujan materialized in the arena in a transformed state. The blade of his Zanpakuto, the Zhanyu, shrank in size, its body entirely black, with a black-red hilt from which a short iron chain protruded. Simultaneously, his upper body donned the black and red attire of the Shinigami, signifying his Bankai. Following the activation of his Bankai, Zaibujan's entire spiritual pressure divided into 2 components. One part manifested as the attire, enabling him to execute ultra-high-speed movements and strikes, while the other condensed into a compact, high-density Zanpakuto, capable of unleashing devastating slashes. This transformation rendered the Zanpakuto lightweight and portable, thus not impeding his rapid maneuvers. The hilt's guard bore a swastika shape, emblematic of the Bankai formed Tian Suizhanyu. With the activation of his Bankai, Zaibujan's power surged to an entirely new level, his extraordinary speed allowing him to appear before Luosha in an instant. Luosha, taken aback by Zaibujan's velocity, hastily formed seals and chanted, "Magnate release, sand gold." In an instant, the ground erupted, spewing forth a vast expanse of sand gold that obstructed Zaibujan's advance. However, Zaibujan's speed now far exceeded Luosha's expectations. In a flash, Zaibujan materialized behind Luosha, and without hesitation, he swung the Tian Suizhanyu, the crescent-shaped strike descending upon Luosha. In the next heartbeat, blood splattered as Luosha suffered a grievous wound from Zaibujan's attack. Yet, the 4th Kazekage was no pushover, despite his injuries. He gritted his teeth and formed seals once more, chanting, "Magnate release, golden sand tidal wave." This technique gathered a multitude of sand gold in the air to assault his adversary, perfectly countering Zaibujan's current state. Soon, Zaibujan found himself encircled by a deluge of golden sand, and no matter how swift he was, the sand only tightened its grip. Just as the golden sand was about to fully engulf him, a calm voice resonated from Zaibujan as he intoned, "Tian Wu Yin Sun." Ding ding ding. Zai Bujan wielded the heavenly lock moon slash with extraordinary swiftness, instantly dispersing the surrounding golden sand, leaving Luo Sha utterly dumbfounded. Just as Zai Bujan was poised to strike Luo Sha once more, a tremendous gust of wind suddenly emerged, disrupting Zai Bujan's movements in harmony with Luo Sha's golden sand. It was revealed that Temari had intervened to save Luo Sha while Bai exerted every ounce of his strength to restrain Gaara. Fortunately, the golden cards possessed a capacity for growth, and Gaara had not yet fully mastered this power, allowing Bai to hold him at bay for a while longer. However, the longer the confrontation dragged on, the more strenuous it became for Bai, who was now nearly out of options, while Gaara maintained an air of calm indifference. Zai Bujan, still unable to resolve his own conflict, was unable to assist Bai, and the situation began to turn unfavorable. Chapter 33, Life or Death Resistance. Zai Bujan sensed Bai's dire predicament, realizing he had reached his limit. Nevertheless, Luo Sha was gravely injured, and Temari appeared to lack significant combat prowess. Thus, Zai Bujan resolved to switch opponents with Bai. Although Bai was expending considerable energy, he had not sustained any serious injuries. Confronting a severely weakened Luo Sha and a mere child would be far easier for Zai Bujan, who would take on Gaara. Upon receiving Zai Bujan's signal, Bai immediately acted, abandoning Gaara to charge towards Luo Sha and Temari. Gaara swiftly intercepted, and Zai Bujan instantaneously summoned a black crescent moon to deflect Gaara's strike, successfully enabling Bai to escape. Gaara, observing Zai Bujan before him, remarked coolly, "One at a time is futile." Subsequently, Gaara raised both hands and coldly intoned, "Sand-binding coffin." Zai Bujan attempted to evade, initially believing he could easily escape. But to his astonishment, Gaara's sand was swifter than his own movements. In an instant, Zai Bujan was ensnared, and before he could resist or break free, he found himself immobilized. Gaara extended a hand into the air and declared, "Sandstorm funeral." Boom. With a resounding explosion, the sand that confined Zai Bujan erupted. And though no anguished cries were heard, all present could witness Zai Bujan's dire state. After enduring the attack, Zai Bujan was drenched in blood, one arm seemingly crushed beyond recognition, hanging limply as if on the brink of death. It was astonishing that Gaara's single strike could inflict such grievous injuries upon Zai Bujan. Bai, deeply concerned for Zai Bujan, rushed to assist, but Zai Bujan quickly raised a hand to stop him, signaling for Bai not to intervene. Bai gritted his teeth, glancing at the struggling Luo Sha and Temari before unleashing his full power, determined to defeat them swiftly and aid Zai Bujan. Yet, Zai Bujan's plight did not stir any sympathy in Gaara, who coldly stated, "If you do not relent, you will surely perish next time." Suddenly, Zabuza burst into laughter before coughing twice and remarking, "In the current ninja world, if I lack the courage to fight until the very end, what right do I have to stand here?" With that, Zabuza launched himself into action once more, darting swiftly towards Gaara while shouting, "Black Flo Fong thrust." The moon-slicing blade was enveloped in a crimson-black aura as it sliced towards Gaara, who remained unfazed, softly intoning, "Shield of the One-Tail." In an instant, a colossal sand formation resembling the One-Tail materialized out of thin air. Zabuza showed no signs of retreat, striking down with his blade. At the moment of impact with the Shield of the One-Tail, he unleashed his maximum destructive force, and the entire arena was engulfed in a powerful crimson-black aura. Such a degree of assault would effortlessly annihilate an entire village. After a prolonged period, Zabuza, having expended all his strength, plummeted from the sky. While Gaara's shield of Shikaku was successfully breached, the entirety of the shield lay in ruins, yet Gaara remained unscathed, standing calmly as he observed Zabuza's descent, showing no intent to relent. Once more, he extended a hand towards Zabuza. In response, White hastily raised a hand, exclaiming, "We concede. Please, cease your attacks." However, Gaara appeared undeterred, his actions bordering on the excessive as his sand approached Zabuza. Suddenly, Satoru Gojo materialized onto the battlefield, effortlessly dispersing the surrounding sand with a casual wave of his hand. He coldly declared, "Since the opponent has surrendered, further aggression is impermissible. Consider this a warning. Should it occur again, I shall expel you from the arena." Gaara nodded, departing the arena with Raza and Temari, fully aware that his actions had crossed a line. Yet, he was compelled to assess the strength of this new member of the trading company, and this minor test yielded a clear conclusion. The disparity between them was significant. Gaara recognized his own limitations and resolved to abandon any sense of arrogance. Nevertheless, his actions sent a wave of anxiety through the remaining members of Sunagakure. After the match, Maki and Raza began to reprimand Gaara for his reckless behavior, cautioning that should they provoke that esteemed individual, their collective efforts might not only be in vain, but could lead to their complete obliteration. Gaara, however, replied with a calm demeanor, that esteemed individual is not a demon. He possesses his own style of operation. Your concerns are unwarranted. Observing from the sidelines, Qin Wange was taken aback by Gaara's words, surprised at how much he had transformed merely due to a golden card. From once being a proud youth, he had evolved into a composed powerhouse, and his recent statements left Qin Wange with high hopes for his future. After the thrilling match concluded, everyone felt a surge of excitement. It was astonishing that Zabuza and Haku could contend with the Sunagakure village in such a manner. In the end, all but Gaara were defeated, yet the strongest of Sunagakure, Gaara himself, remained unscathed. Nonetheless, this display allowed everyone to witness the formidable strength of Zabuza and Haku, and their renown in the ninja world would surely ascend in due course. Wudo Wujing returned to Celia's side with a sense of resignation. Observing his expression, Celia remarked, "Are you dissatisfied with the tasks assigned to you by the boss? Given the current trend, it is certain that the boss will burden you with even more responsibilities after this match, yet I can assist you." Wudo Wujing was taken aback and immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Is that true? I am immensely grateful, Celia. From now on, you shall be my big sister. Anyone who dares to bully you will face my wrath." Celia suddenly flashed a barely perceptible smile, which she quickly masked before continuing. "However, there is one condition." Wudo Wujing sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared and cautiously inquired, "What is the condition?" Celia replied, "It is quite simple. I need to assign you a rather easy job so that you will have something to occupy your time. The boss will naturally not assign you more arduous tasks, so I shall entrust my previous responsibilities to you, while I will take on the more strenuous duties myself." Wudo Wujing, possessing a keen intellect, was not so easily convinced and continued to probe. "So, what exactly does the big sister do?" Celia answered, "It is quite simple. You will oversee those who come to the trading post to exchange fate cards, with no further obligations." Wudo Wujing had intended to ask a few more questions to ascertain the reality of the situation, but Celia swiftly interjected, warning him that further inquiries would vex her. Thus, this opportunity slipped from his grasp, and ultimately, Wudo Wujing had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce to Celia's proposal. Chapter 34. The power of the one-time purple card. In this scene, Qin Wange keenly observed everything, and it was evident that Cyria felt overwhelmed by her previous responsibilities. Consequently, she began to manipulate Wu Tiaowu, compelling him to undertake the tasks she had previously handled. However, Qin Wange had never mentioned any arrangements for Wu Tiaowu following the conclusion of the competition. Currently, there was little that required attention at the exchange. Aside from the management of the entire trading system, which had now fallen squarely on Wu Tiaowu's shoulders. Although Qin Wange appeared to revel in the misfortune, it was audacious of Cyria to exploit his name to deceive others. She certainly deserved a proper reprimand. It seemed the right moment to assign her additional tasks. Cyria, who initially believed that delegating her duties to Wu Tiaowu would free her from work, would soon find herself with new responsibilities assigned by Qin Wange. The look on her face would undoubtedly be delightful, which was precisely the outcome Qin Wange desired. After the farce concluded, the competition resumed. But the rivalry between the teams and the audience reignited with fervor. As Gaara passed through Konoha, he glanced at Kakashi and suddenly declared, "I will ensure that everyone understands you are not worthy to stand alongside me." Kakashi remained silent, for Gaara's assertions were indeed rooted in truth. While both possessed the potential for growth, the enhancements afforded by Gaara's golden card were unparalleled. Kakashi's transformation was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to the growth and strength provided by the golden card, leading him to place little hope in his own abilities. He cast a quiet glance at Naruto, who was fervently observing the match. Kakashi was aware that Naruto also wielded a golden card. However, judging by his displayed prowess, it was evident that Naruto had not yet matured sufficiently, lacking the understanding of how to harness and elevate his own capabilities. It was only during the second round of card drawing that he began to grasp the path to strength. Given ample time, Gaara might not have been a match for him, but unfortunately, time was a luxury they did not possess. The contest proceeded methodically until Tsunade and Jiraiya made a significant discovery, promptly informing Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the preceding match, they had identified an individual, Hanzo of the Salamander. Though he had only made a single move, both Tsunade and Jiraiya recognized him instantly, recalling the man who had once subdued all three of them single-handedly. His unexpected presence here, coupled with his apparent concealment, suggested he harbored a plan of some sort. Hiruzen Sarutobi was no stranger to Hanzo's reputation. In the past, Hanzo's strength had likely surpassed that of an average Kaguya, rendering him a formidable foe. However, Hiruzen believed that Hanzo had yet to exchange his fate card, for Kakashi had previously confronted him with Team 7 and noted that he had not employed any unfamiliar abilities. This indicated that Hanzo had not yet engaged in the exchange of fate cards, thereby posing no immediate threat. Now, Kakashi and his companions had grown significantly stronger than before, and they would undoubtedly secure an effortless victory against the Hanzo of yore. Yet, little did Hiruzen know that Hanzo had not only exchanged fate cards, but also possessed a golden card of his own. Such matters are beyond the contemplation of any ordinary individual, and thus Sarutobi Hisashi paid little heed to Hanzo's affairs, choosing instead to focus on other teams. He remained vigilant for any potentially formidable opponents. Eventually, the time arrived for Konoha to take the stage, with Kakashi leading his comrades onto the arena. Their adversaries were the Kumogakure reserve team, Darui, Samui, Arai, Omoi, and Karui. All were youthful shinobi from the Hidden Cloud Village, with their captain Darui being a particularly skilled individual, adept in the bloodline limit technique of storm release. He was the sole inheritor of the third Raikage's Black Lightning, possessing an immense chakra capacity that allowed him to wield the Six Paths treasures with remarkable finesse, showcasing mastery in both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. He was considered a prospective candidate for the future Raikage, and it was rumored that Kumogakure had invested considerable resources in his training. Clearly, the fates had favored him. Upon entering the arena, Konoha's team was greeted by a thunderous applause, their popularity and strength undeniable, and the audience anticipated a decisive victory. The match commenced swiftly, with Kakashi stepping forward to engage Darui, while Naruto and the others faced off against the remaining opponents. In the face of an overwhelming disparity in strength, all but Darui succumbed to defeat, leaving him to endure alone. After exchanging blows with Kakashi for some time, Darui began to feel the toll of exhaustion, while Kakashi appeared increasingly invigorated. The situation was undoubtedly grim, yet Darui was reluctant to concede defeat without a fight. He spoke up, revealing his intent. "It seems I am on the verge of losing, but I wish for you to experience the power of this purple card. I, too, am eager to behold its capabilities." With that declaration, Darui produced a purple card, captivating the audience, many of whom were witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time. Satoru Gojo promptly stepped in to clarify. There is no need for confusion. The fate cards do not merely provide tangible items. They may also grant the ability to unleash one-time use tools or powers. Such items, once extracted from the card, are released immediately. Hence, they are typically stored within the card, to be utilized at critical moments. Naturally, due to their single-use nature, their potency far exceeds that of the usual items derived from standard purple cards. The crowd finally comprehended why Darui had drawn a purple card, as he wore a wry smile, and added, "I had hoped to surprise you, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. So, brace yourselves for the release of this one-time purple card, Static Field." In an instant, the purple card in Darui's hand vanished, and the next moment he dashed directly into the midst of the five from Konoha, causing them to scatter in confusion, unaware of the technique he was about to unleash. This, however, played right into his scheme, as arcs of lightning began to materialize in the air around Darui, targeting the Konoha ninjas. The frequency of the lightning strikes escalated rapidly, prompting Kakashi to devise a plan. If he could eliminate Darui, he could then evade the impending storm of electricity. Utilizing his body flicker technique, he advanced towards Darui. Yet, before he could close the distance, a peculiar current emanated from beneath Darui's feet, expanding outward in a swirling motion. In an instant, this electric wave surged forth, engulfing the entire arena, incapacitating everyone except Kakashi, who narrowly evaded a portion of the attack's full force. Nevertheless, the residual static coursed through him, inflicting significant injury. The spectators were left in awe, astounded by the sheer potency of a one-time use purple card. Had Kakashi not fortuitously sidestepped, Konoha might have faced utter annihilation. Chapter 35, Hans Exposed. Witnessing such terrifying power rendered everyone speechless, while Kakashi's expression darkened as he regarded Darui, reflecting on how fortunate he had been to remain vigilant. In this instance, all was utterly annihilated. The druid, catching Kakashi's gaze, let out a wry smile and remarked, "It seems that not everyone has been taken away. The plan remains unfulfilled." Kakashi remained silent in response to his words, instead grimly approaching Darui. Before Darui could concede, he was severely injured and carried off by the Bloodwing assault. Had there been any deep animosity between the two nations, Darui would have undoubtedly met his demise. Thus, the Cloud Village's reserve team, which had the potential to turn the tide in a single strike, ultimately faced defeat, marking the end of the competition for all Cloud Village teams. Nevertheless, their initial battle left a profound impression on the audience, particularly the formidable physique of the fourth Raikage. Had it not been for Akatsuki's use of flight abilities, the outcome might not have favored Konoha. Although they were now out of the competition, Cloud Village showcased the strength expected of the 5 great nations. Similarly, while the IWA Shinobi's performance was slightly lacking, they still demonstrated considerable prowess. Among the 5 great nations, it was only the Mist Village that surprised everyone. The depth of their defeat was as complete as it was humiliating, leaving them vulnerable to criticism once the competition concluded. As the contest progressed, most teams were nearing elimination, with only the strongest remaining. Konoha and Suna were the last representatives of the 5 great nations on the field, while the notable forces left were Akatsuki and Orochimaru's Otogekyure. Among them, Suna, led by Gaara, garnered the highest support. Despite Konoha's impressive showings, none could rival Gaara, who had yet to unleash his full potential. Thus, Suna emerged as the frontrunner for the championship, followed by Konoha, and then Akatsuki, which had also not revealed its full capabilities. The enigmatic Nagato, who had yet to engage, along with Watanabe's earlier remarks, positioned him as a mysterious challenger capable of contending with Gaara. Lastly, Orochimaru's Otogekyure lacked both popularity and demonstrated strength, leaving them at a disadvantage, being a lesser-known village with only weak opponents encountered thus far. Consequently, they were naturally relegated to a team expected to merely slip into the semifinals, a fact of which Orochimaru was entirely unconcerned. At this juncture, Orochimaru had identified his target, and his suspicious nature had ignited a strong sense of wariness toward that individual. He could scarcely believe that someone of Hanzo's caliber would appear here without reason, especially while remaining hidden. Returning to the competition, the event had entered its next phase, leading to the semifinals and the final showdown. The remaining teams had lost their opportunity for opportunistic victories, with Konoha facing a group of ninjas from a small village. Wisely, they chose to concede without excessive struggle, as their capabilities were insufficient to compete. Orochimaru's team, however, was set to clash with the formidable Hanzo, prompting a resigned smile from Orochimaru as he prepared for a fierce battle. Yet, the audience's attention was fixated on the impending confrontation between Akatsuki and Suna. As a formidable contender for the championship, Akatsuki's strength was indisputable, each member possessing uncanny and potent abilities, along with the ever-mysterious Nagato, who had not yet revealed his prowess. In contrast, Suna relied solely on Gaara, whose sheer strength sufficed. The golden card represented unmatched power. Qin Wange, having observed the battles thus far, eagerly awaited the exhilarating moments to come, recognizing the disparity between previous skirmishes and those yet to unfold. Otogekyure was poised to display an unexpected level of strength, while Hanzo was soon to reveal himself, possessing the most overtly formidable abilities in the arena. Whether he would emerge victorious in this competition remained uncertain. For Qin Wange, everything was perceptible. There was nothing unknown to him, yet this very knowledge rendered his once exciting life profoundly mundane. Thus, one of Qin Wange's motivations for organizing the competition was to rekindle the thrill of confronting the unknown. Although Watanabe and Celia did not explicitly state it, Qin Wange sensed their interest in the competition was not entirely absent. Unlike him, they could not reach such depths of detachment, naturally fostering a sense of anticipation for new experiences. After a moment of calm during the preparation phase, the competition resumed, commencing with the appearance of Otogekyure and the hidden Hanzo. Prior to the match, Orochimaru had warned everyone that their opponent might be an entity even stronger than Gaara, urging them to prepare for a desperate fight. However, upon the arrival of the Otogekyure ninjas, the formidable figure Orochimaru had described was conspicuously absent. Only Kimimaro sensed something amiss. Immediately locking onto Hanzo, who appeared somewhat taken aback by this peculiar boy who could discern his presence. Soon, Hanzo caught sight of Orochimaru's gaze. Realizing he could not evade this confrontation, familiar with Orochimaru's treacherous mindset, Hanzo decided against excessive concealment in this battle. He swiftly discarded his dark cloak, revealing his true form. Albeit missing one of his sides due to past injuries, Orochimaru immediately noticed the fateful mark on Hanzo's wrist, his mind racing with clarity. Indeed, Hanzo had exchanged fate cards, and his strength was unfathomable, a realization that confirmed Orochimaru's worst fears. He felt a sense of divine neglect as he pondered when fortune had begun to turn against him. However, further lamentation was futile. The battle had commenced. As the competition began, neither side rushed to strike, and Hanzo spoke slowly, expressing his surprise at being exposed so soon and lamenting the unfortunate encounter with the most cunning young ninja of his past, Orochimaru. Orochimaru replied with a sly smile, "You jest. Having concealed myself all the way to this point, I could hardly claim to rival your cunning." The dialogue between them resonated in the ears of all present, amplified by Satoru Gojo's voice, though many remained perplexed. Yet, a few had begun to grasp the implications of their exchange. Chapter 36. The Cunning Old Fox Hanzo of the Salamander, a name that, without excessive prompting, could instantly awaken the memories of numerous ninjas. In the annals of ninja lore, the trio of legends, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the current Orochimaru, held a formidable reputation. But whence did this title originate? It was bestowed upon them by none other than the man known as Hanzo. In their youth, Jiraiya and his companions joined forces to confront this man, revered as a demigod. Despite their combined efforts, they were ultimately subdued by Hanzo's overwhelming prowess. Following the battle, neither side could claim victory. Yet Hanzo acknowledged the strength of Jiraiya and his comrades. Thus, the appellation of the three legendary ninjas emerged, affirming Hanzo's formidable might. An entity regarded as a demigod within the ninja realm. His power likely surpassed that of the leaders of the 5 great nations, and yet, this extraordinary being had remained hidden within an unassuming team, advancing steadily towards the semifinals. Such cunning is no wonder that Orochimaru feels inferior. The emergence of Hans has indeed stirred a minor commotion. However, the true measure of strength can only be discerned through combat. As the battle commenced, Orochimaru refrained from immediate action, instead delegating the task of eliminating the remaining opponents to the formidable Kinmaru. Hans made no attempt to intervene, well aware that the remaining challengers were utterly ineffectual. Once Kinmaru effortlessly dispatched the remaining bystanders, he was expected to return to Orochimaru's side. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Hans, indicating an intention to gauge Hans's prowess. Consequently, Orochimaru was unable to intervene in time as Kinmaru launched an attack on Hans. With a scoff, Hans remarked on the audacity of the young challenger. Kinmaru, swift in his movements, appeared before Hans in an instant, executing a seamless series of strikes known as the Dance of Willow and the Dance of Camellia directed at him. Hans, unfazed and seemingly uninterested in retaliation, watched as Kinmaru collapsed to the ground just as he was about to make contact. As a scientist at heart, Orochimaru quickly deduced the cause of this sudden turn of events: poison. The onlookers remained oblivious to what had transpired until Wataru promptly elucidated the situation. He explained that this was the phosphorescent serpent's body, an item drawn from a purple card, granting the user a dreadful toxic constitution. Any target that comes into contact with Hans's skin would succumb to poisoning, leading to a purplish hue and eventual unconsciousness. With the onset of the poison controlled by the user's will, faced with such a dire situation, Orochimaru had no choice but to push forward. Should Kinmaru be eliminated in this manner, their chances of success would diminish significantly. Reinforcing his resolve, Raijin activated his most potent cursed seal, channeling formidable strength into his strikes aimed at Hans, intending to force him back. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality proved unforgiving. Hans unleashed a torrent of poisonous gas that swiftly engulfed the arena, a scene familiar to Naruto and his companions. Yet, Kakashi wore a grave expression, cautioning against underestimating Hans. Unlike their previous encounter, he was clearly aware of the existence of fate cards this time. It was evident that he possessed hidden strategies, revealing a depth of cunning that was truly formidable. Kakashi's words heightened the vigilance of the people of Konoha towards Danzo. With such formidable strength already at his disposal, it is unfathomable to imagine the extent of Hans's power now that he possesses the Destiny card. On the battlefield, due to Hans's toxic gas. The spectators could no longer discern the situation unfolding in the arena. It was at this moment that Satoru Gojo, the host, made his entrance. Gojo promptly took to the stage, casually surveying the battlefield before grasping the microphone to speak. Currently, Hans had unleashed a cloud of toxic gas, enveloping all the participants from the Sound Village. However, the toxicity was not particularly potent. It seemed its primary purpose was merely to obscure visibility. Previously, the formidable Jago had sustained severe injuries and fallen unconscious after a direct confrontation with Hans. Just before the incident, as Jago was about to engage Hans, the latter swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful blow to Jago's waist. This strike is not merely an ordinary assault. It is an item from a blue card known as the Venomous Palm. Upon its release, a potent toxin emanates from the center of the palm. When it strikes the enemy's vulnerable point, the venom can instantaneously permeate the victim's entire body, resulting in mere unconsciousness at best, or, at worst, a fatal poisoning. It appears that Zhongwu's physique is relatively resilient, as the curse mark's form grants him immunity to most toxins, leaving him merely in a state of unconsciousness for the moment. Currently, in the Sound Ninja Village, only Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Mizuki remain, and the competition has barely commenced. Orochimaru seems to have recognized the formidable nature of Hans's poison. Thus, he chose not to launch a reckless offensive. Instead, he summoned Kabuto and Mizuki to confer. What did he produce? To everyone's surprise, it was a witchcraft elixir, a purple semi-disposable potion that possesses exceedingly powerful amplification effects, albeit lasting only 3 minutes. With the next application requiring a full day of waiting, a potion with considerable practicality. Orochimaru directly handed the witchcraft elixir to Mizuki, then retrieved 2 vials of a potent red medicine to give to Kabuto, indicating his intention for Kabuto to seize the opportunity to revive Junmaru and Zhongwu. However, Hans would not easily allow this plan to succeed. He took the initiative to engage, and Mizuki boldly confronted Hans. After consuming the witchcraft elixir, Mizuki's power significantly increased. Coupled with his previous enhancement from the Fate card, he unleashed a vast amount of chakra, transforming the entire arena into a miniature ocean. Yet, Hans's toxins still lingered ominously. Alas, they refused to dissipate. I find myself parched. Just as the crowd was caught in the fervor of the moment, Wu Tiaowu's sudden remark allowed everyone to relax their tense expressions. However, at that instant, a more cunning individual seized upon Wu Tiaowu's words and, without hesitation, shouted, "Sir, this is the honey tea specialty from Konoha. Please enjoy it to quench your thirst." Who is this individual? Indeed, it is the shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although it is quite disgraceful for a Hokage to utter such words, the leaders of the various villages are now seething with indignation, gnashing their teeth in frustration for having squandered this opportunity, thus allowing Sarutobi to benefit. Wataru Gojo graciously accepted the honey tea offered by Sarutobi, which enhanced his favorability towards him, albeit in a seemingly futile manner. Nevertheless, it instills a sense of trepidation in those who may contemplate challenging Konohagakure in the future, making Sarutobi's strategic maneuver rather commendable. Qin Wange was also taken aback, realizing that the old rascal Sarutobi could transform in such an unexpected manner. It was indeed a revelation of sorts. Chapter 37. Orochimaru's scheme. On seeing this scene, Noki, who shares a generational bond with Sarutobi, could not help but approach him, remarking, "You old fox, you have become increasingly cunning with age. You were not always like this." Sarutobi, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "As long as it serves the village's interest, what does it matter?" Though the expressions of the villagers were laced with disdain, their hearts were steeped in regret. Such matters are but fleeting facades. Yet, the rarity of such opportunities cannot be overstated, and they failed to seize it properly. After sipping his tea, Gojo Satoru resumed his explanation. Let us return to the battleground, where we can observe that Mizuki has now clashed with Hans. Utilizing his water transformation technique, Mizuki navigated through this miniature ocean with remarkable ease. However, he displayed great wisdom by not confronting Hans head-on, instead opting for cunning distractions that prevented Hans from attending to others. Meanwhile, Kabuto successfully administered the red pills to Jago and Kinshiki. It appears that Orochimaru's plan may be bearing fruit, as Mizuki continues to exploit his advantage to keep Hans at bay, but the effect of the potion is nearing its end. The stalemate is on the verge of being shattered, and Hans has yet to unveil his true abilities. Could he be plotting something? As Mizuki, having lost the potion's effects, retreated to Orochimaru's side to avoid poisoning. He noticed that the toxic gas had dissipated, much to his relief. Once the ocean created by Mizuki faded, the noxious fumes produced by Hans inexplicably vanished, returning the arena to its pre-battle state. However, to think that nothing transpired would be naively simplistic. Hans revealed a sinister smile, clasped his hands together, and intoned, "Cursed poison body, silent venom." In an instant, everyone on Orochimaru's side felt a surge of toxin erupting within them, prompting an immediate reaction from Orochimaru. It became evident that Hans's earlier gas was not merely a diversion, but had sown the seeds of peril within their very beings. With the threat now unleashed, Orochimaru's cohort found themselves bereft of the capacity to resist. Yet, as is often the case, there are unforeseen developments. Kabuto appeared to succumb to the poison, but in truth, he was unharmed. He had swiftly neutralized Hans's toxin with his enhanced medical skills. Hans intended to eliminate Orochimaru and his allies directly, unleashing a corrosive attack called Blue Flame Scorch, which, though not highly toxic, possessed formidable corrosive properties. Should Orochimaru's team refuse to concede, their demise would be inevitable. Suddenly, Kabuto sprang into action, producing 4 vials of the red pills from seemingly nowhere. He deftly hurled them into the mouths of the remaining members, restoring their vitality. Orochimaru formed hand seals and declared, "Triple Gate of Hell." A colossal visage of Yama materialized from the ground, shielding Orochimaru and his companions. Hans's Blue Flame Scorch managed to pierce through the first 2 layers, but lost its potency against the final barrier. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto and said, "Well done this time, Kabuto. It is time for them to witness the fruits of my research." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the remaining few individuals were ignited with fervor. Each of them produced a vial of elixir from their possession. In total, there were 3 varieties of elixirs, the Witchcraft Elixir and the Fury Elixir, both acquired during their initial foray, followed by Orochimaru drawing forth the Steel Elixir. At present, Orochimaru held a vial of the Witchcraft Elixir, while Shino possessed the Steel Elixir, and Kimimaro wielded the Fury Elixir. Additionally, Suigetsu clutched yet another Witchcraft Elixir. Although Kabuto had not revealed his elixir, it was evident that he, too, possessed one. As explained earlier by Satoru Gojo to the group, this concoction, once acquired, will never be drawn again from the fate cards. However, the current situation only indicates one thing. Orochimaru has developed a replicated version of the potion. Yet, some remain incredulous, believing him to be merely bluffing. Nevertheless, as Orochimaru and his companions consumed their respective potions, they soon realized the limitations of their own understanding. After ingesting the Steel Elixir, Zhang Wu's stature doubled, rendering him akin to a diminutive giant upon the arena. Meanwhile, after Qin Wange ingested the Fury Elixir, a crimson aura enveloped him, causing the bone spikes in his grasp to ooze blood. Witnessing the transformation of Shui Wei, the crowd became convinced of the potion's authenticity. Upon consuming the Sorceress Elixir, the arena morphed into a miniature ocean, amplifying Shui Wei's combat prowess exponentially. Simultaneously, a peculiar black mist surrounded Orochimaru, who mysteriously wielded a skeletal staff. Observing the spectacle, it was evident that they were all at their zenith. Hans could not help but commend. "It appears you are indeed a genius. The fact that you could create such a thing is remarkable, though its efficacy must surely be diminished." Orochimaru chuckled darkly and replied, "Ah, you truly are the man closest to divinity. Indeed, this replicated potion requires the original as its source. The resulting effect is approximately half that of the original, yet the production efficiency can reach tenfold. By the way, in addition to the 3 potions, I have also developed the Great Red and Great Blue Elixirs. The research findings indicate that they surpass the potions, merely diluting the efficacy by 1/3 while yielding 30 vials of replicas. With the support of these potions, your chances of victory have been utterly extinguished." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Hans exhibited no discernible reaction. However, the onlookers were immediately stirred into a frenzy. The 3 concoctions, Crimson Elixir and Cerulean Potion, were potent game-changers on the battlefield. In conflicts involving thousands, even a formidable elephant could be overwhelmed by a swarm of ants, underscoring that sheer numbers dictate the outcome of war. The revelation from Orochimaru sent ripples of desire throughout the ninja world, prompting the higher-ups to make swift decisions. They resolved to acquire the secrets behind Orochimaru's replicated potions by any means necessary. The potential ramifications of such potions falling into the hands of any faction once hostilities commenced were unfathomable. While Orochimaru's revelation shook the entirety of the ninja realm, Hans appeared utterly unfazed. He maintained an air of tranquility, devoid of any astonishment, leading Orochimaru to presume that Hans had surrendered. Consequently, Orochimaru ceased further discourse and rallied his comrades to launch an assault, all of them charging fiercely toward Hans. However, Kabuto refrained from engaging, his furrowed brow suggesting he perceived something amiss. Yet, it seemed evident that Hans had exhausted his tactics and would soon succumb to Orochimaru's full frontal assault. Chapter 38. Our Yasudo Zhongwu was the first to charge directly at Hans, empowered by the steel elixir, transforming him into a formidable force akin to a small mountain. He advanced with a terrifying presence, a path shrouded in black mist forming behind him, allowing the remaining fighters to accelerate onto this route. Zhongwu, radiating an aggressive aura and fully activated cursed marks, unleashed a powerful punch towards Hans, a force palpable even to the spectators below. Shuei swiftly positioned himself behind Hans, intending to strike simultaneously with Zhongwu, yet Hans remained inscrutable, betraying no sign of reaction. Suddenly, both the advancing Orochimaru and the stationary Kabuto sensed an ominous threat of death. Kabuto shouted urgently, "We must flee." Orochimaru seized Kimimaro, halting his advance. This moment would haunt both Shuei and Zhongwu profoundly. From behind Hans emerged a blood-red scythe, a colossal weapon seemingly wielded by no one, that swiftly traced a crimson circle in the air. In an instant, 2 arcs of blood were carved through the atmosphere. Even in his steel-enhanced state, Zhongwu bore a grievous wound across his chest. Shuei, an ethereal entity, also suffered similar severe injuries. What manner of force was this, that it could evoke such horror? At that moment, Gaara, who was watching from below, suddenly spoke up, saying, "That is an item of golden card quality. I can sense it." As soon as these words were uttered, everyone could no longer remain seated. The golden card, indeed, represents the finest treasure among the fateful cards. Furthermore, each golden card possesses the potential for growth. As one continues to advance, its power will intensify. Take Gaara as an example. In such a brief span of time, he has transformed from a mere child playing in the sand to the most formidable ninja in the world. This clearly illustrates the formidable power of the golden card. However, at this moment, Gaara asserts that the massive crimson scythe wielded by Hanzo is also a golden artifact. This matter has escalated significantly. Hans's strength had already reached a level that earned him the title of demigod. Now, with the addition of the golden card, his power has surged to an unimaginable extent. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality before them. On the battlefield, Orochimaru gazed at the imposing red scythe behind Hans, his expression grave. Hans, unfazed, dismissed Shuei and Zhongwu from the arena and addressed the scythe behind him, saying, "Reisudo, are you so eager to make your entrance?" To Hans's surprise, the red scythe responded with a voice, "Nonsense. I have long told you to let me take them out directly. You have kept me waiting for far too long." Hans chuckled softly. "If you were to appear too soon, it would lose its excitement, wouldn't it?" As he uttered these words, his gaze shifted to Orochimaru, while Reisudo floated beside him, declaring, "What's entertaining about dealing with a bunch of pitiful insects? Let us bring this to a swift conclusion." In the next moment, both Hans and Reisudo launched their attack, targeting Orochimaru. Kimimaro activated his strongest cursed seal form, yet in an instant, Reisudo cleaved through his body, severing him cleanly without a drop of blood spilling. Hans, taking the opportunity, kicked the 2 halves of Kimimaro away. Orochimaru felt a flicker of panic, faced with Reisudo. The notion of resistance was utterly inconceivable, for the disparity in power was insurmountable. At this moment, a mysterious figure emerged, promptly presenting Orochimaru with a vial of an unfamiliar elixir. Orochimaru, taken aback by the sight of this potion, hesitated for a brief moment before consuming it without a second thought. Suddenly, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation, contorting in various, grotesque ways. The horrifying visage caused both Hanzo and Reyes to halt in their tracks. Reyes exclaimed, "This audacious individual dares to amalgamate the powers of the elixirs. It appears he has employed the original concoctions. His body cannot possibly withstand such forces and is on the brink of explosion." Hanzo countered, "He is not a reckless man. We should prepare to act swiftly. If he succeeds, it will take us additional time to counter him." Acknowledging Hanzo's perspective, Reyes soared towards the twisting form of Orochimaru, only for the latter's body to suddenly become still. In an instant, He reverted to his original appearance, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the confident smile reappearing on Orochimaru's face indicated his undeniable success. Without hesitation, Reyes lunged at him, but Orochimaru's form unexpectedly swelled. In a startling turn of events, he managed to withstand Reyes' assault. Although blood was evident, it merely left a faint scar upon his body. This is the original effect of the steel potion. After being repelled, Orochimaru glanced at his injuries and let out a sinister chuckle. Truly formidable, yet it will not be so simple for you to defeat me. Arise, my legion of the undead. With a flourish of his necromantic staff, and under the potent enhancement of the potion, a dark swarm of skeletal warriors suddenly filled the arena. The tactics displayed by Orochimaru were indispensable on the battlefield, and it appeared that these skeletal soldiers were far from useless. In terms of speed and strength, they were capable of matching the level of intermediate ninjas, a power that in the past could have been employed to assault the villages of the 5 great nations. It was surprising that Orochimaru had such a hidden card, yet Reyes remained dismissive. Merely a horde of refuse. What difference can they make? Die all of you. Enraged, Reyes relentlessly swung his massive scythe, mowing down the skeletal warriors on the field. These unfortunate skeletons could not withstand even a single blow from Reyes' blade. Hanzo, meanwhile, charged directly at Orochimaru, who maintained a smile. As Hanzo closed the distance, Orochimaru instantly transformed into a gigantic serpent and lunged at him. Hanzo showed no intention of dodging. Instead, reciting, released the poisonous body of calamity. Boom. A surge of pitch-black toxic gas erupted from the mouth of Orochimaru's serpentine form, and in the next moment, all the skeletal warriors vanished without a trace. Orochimaru, however, collapsed to the ground, his body beginning to rot and decay, as that attack had resulted in him swallowing Hanzo's toxic essence whole. This was a burden beyond his capacity to bear, and thus Orochimaru was instantaneously rendered incapacitated. Witnessing Orochimaru's dire condition, the now-recovered Kimimaro nearly rushed to his aid. Yet, he prudently restrained himself. Any interference in the match would cost him dearly, perhaps even his life. Fortunately, Kabuto was still present on the battlefield. The unfolding events were predictable. Kabuto would swiftly concede defeat and escort Orochimaru for medical attention, an outcome anticipated by all. However, it appeared that Kabuto had no intention of concluding the fight. With a sinister smile, he approached Orochimaru, mockingly taunting him. Lord Orochimaru, how could one as cautious as you make such a blunder? Do you wish for me to concede and rescue you? Huh, how unfortunate. For that is not my plan at all. Chapter 39. The Ambitious and the Schemer. As Orochimaru's condition deteriorated, Kimimaro could no longer contain himself and shouted at Kabuto on the platform. What are you doing? Concede and take Lord Orochimaru for treatment. Kabuto, unfazed, turned to Kimimaro with a smirk and retorted, why should I? Lord Orochimaru is far too formidable to perish so easily. He can certainly endure until I secure victory in this match. Don't you agree? The onlookers believed Kabuto had lost his sanity. Despite recognizing the inevitable defeat, he refused to concede and seek aid for Orochimaru, revealing his sheer malice. Reyes could no longer bear the sight and exclaimed, this is the pitiable nature of your kind. Just eliminate him. He is too much of an eyesore. Hanzo nodded, ready to take action, but Kabuto, sensing Hanzo's intent, laughed fearlessly and declared, do you wish to dispose of me? It seems it is time for you to witness my true power. With that, Kabuto formed a peculiar seal and proclaimed, Sage Mode. Activate. Before long, the body of D began to undergo a transformation. His skin turned a pallid white, his ears sharpened to points, and his eyes morphed into slitted pupils reminiscent of a serpent. Subsequently, a white snake sprouted from his abdomen, an appearance that was undeniably repulsive. Nevertheless, D exuded an air of confidence, as if he truly possessed formidable power. Hanzo, unwilling to wait for this individual to utter a word, took immediate action, his gaze fixed upon the vulnerable spots of his opponent. With his poison palm prepared, he advanced. The transformed D wore a smile, showing no sign of fear. His hands enveloped in chakra as he engaged Hanzo. In the next moment, Hanzo was inflicted with a deep gash across his waist, yet astonishingly, D's injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Qin Wange, witnessing this scene, regarded D as a remarkable talent, astonished that he had achieved such a state far earlier than anticipated. Originally, D's ambitions were not to be realized until many years in the future, but with Qin Wange's arrival, it seemed as if the entire narrative of the shinobi world had been hastened significantly. Those who were destined to achieve greatness were abruptly catapulted forward, bypassing the intermediate stages of growth, a development that aligned perfectly with Qin Wange's character. Following the original storyline would have been not only time-consuming but also devoid of purpose. His intent was to transform their fates, not merely to observe the unfolding tale. However, Dee's present form diverged significantly from the original narrative. This sage mode merely endowed him with formidable regenerative abilities and a few commendable techniques. Other transplantation skills were conspicuously absent, sealing his fate of failure. With his current capabilities, unless Hanzo underestimated his opponent, Dee held little hope of victory. Indeed, it was not long before the arrogant Dee ceased his boasts. The overwhelming assault from Raist made his regeneration nearly ineffective. In mere moments, he found himself cornered, and in a fit of defiance, he bellowed, "Why? I have acquired sage power. I should be invincible. Why?" No one answered his cries. Ultimately, Hanzo and Raist executed a flawless combination, completely overcoming Dee. Regardless of his attempts at resurrection, he has undeniably met his demise. There is no possibility of revival. For the entirety of Orochimaru's being has been fragmented into several pieces. The arena has been stripped of his vital essence. Yet what saddens Kimimaro is that Orochimaru, too, has succumbed to the ravages of battle, his body thoroughly eroded. With the contest concluded, Han stands poised to claim a remarkable prize, the corpse of Orochimaru, a vessel of the so-called sage mode, which must possess significant worth. At this moment, Qin Wange appeared, and Hans, along with all present, gazed upon him with profound respect. Subsequently, Hans addressed him, saying, "My lord, may I consider this individual S-corpse as my spoils to exchange for a fate card?" Ordinarily, the regulations would dictate an affirmative response. However, Qin Wange remained silent, his gaze fixed impassively upon Orochimaru's remains, and he spoke, "Do you intend for me to extract you?" Instantly, the crowd turned their attention to Orochimaru's body, and from the largest fragment, a viscous form surged forth. All were astonished by the spectacle before them. For the seemingly deceased Orochimaru had astonishingly been reborn from within the remnants of his own body. Hans and Raijest were equally taken aback by the revelation of Orochimaru's continued existence, as he emerged, raising a hand in a gesture of surrender. This implies that the body of Dee belongs to Orochimaru, and Hans finds himself unable to seize this opportunity. Gazing at Orochimaru with the eyes of one who has witnessed death, Hans remarked, "Since he is dead, he should not rise again." Unfazed, Orochimaru chuckled lightly, stating, "While that scythe is indeed formidable, I can discern that it does not belong to you. I await the day it consumes you. Then, the shinobi world shall no longer have a Hans, and I shall claim it for myself." With that, Orochimaru departed the arena with Dee's lifeless form, while Reisudo taunted Hans from within. "I never anticipated this cunning human possessed such knowledge. Cease your struggles, for you are far too weak now. Merge with the power of the Darkborn, and you shall become the strongest being in this world." Hans scoffed. "Is that so? At that point, I would no longer be Hans, but rather Reisudo, correct?" Ultimately, Hans also exited the arena. Upon descending, Kimimaro approached, but before he could speak, Orochimaru respectfully addressed Qin Wange. "My lord, may I exchange the fate card now?" Qin Wange replied with calm assurance, "Of course, you have been eliminated. As long as it does not affect the subsequent matches, you may do as you please." With that, Qin Wange vanished once more, seemingly disinclined to personally facilitate the exchange for Orochimaru. Such opportunities rested solely on his whims. Orochimaru, bearing a tinge of regret, departed with Kimimaro and others but did not hasten to exchange the fate card. Instead, he returned to the audience to continue watching the competition. For the outcome of this match held great significance. Thus, any individual with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from leaving the arena immediately after a defeat. Once seated, Orochimaru encountered Gaara as Hans exited the stage. It appeared Gaara had been awaiting this very moment. Upon their meeting, both, possessing golden cards, instantly reacted. A floating golden card appeared above each of their heads, symbolizing their respective strengths. This scene enveloped all present in an intangible pressure, evoking admiration for the formidable power of the golden card. However, the two individuals exchanged no words. Their interaction consisted merely of a brief glance before Hans departed to return to his original seat. Chapter 40. Tsunagakure and Akatsuki. The competition continued, leading to yet another exhilarating match between the Tsunagakure, led by the formidable Gaara, and the enigmatic and mysterious Akatsuki. The question lingered. Could the members of Akatsuki contend with Gaara in his current state? As both teams took their positions, a sudden upheaval occurred on the Sunagakure side prior to the match. Gaara confronted the remaining members of Sunagakure directly. After a heated argument with Arsuna, he ultimately decided to forego participation, persuaded by Maki's counsel. It appeared that Gaara was preparing to take the matter seriously, believing that Arsuna and the others had already reached the limits of their capabilities. In the ensuing battle, they would prove to be of little consequence, merely serving as a distraction for Gaara. Unlike other villages, Sunagakure lacked the financial resources to cultivate numerous powerful individuals. Thus, they had pooled their efforts to nurture a single, sufficiently potent entity, ensuring the village's survival and future stability. This individual is undoubtedly Gaara, who has certainly not disappointed the village that nurtured him. With his golden card in hand, he has emerged as the ostensible strongest in the ninja world. However, given the current circumstances, the emergence of Hanzo poses a significant threat to his standing. Thus, Gaara has resolutely resolved to secure victory in the forthcoming matches. When faced with Akatsuki, his chances of success are rather slim. The average person may not perceive this, but Gaara has long sensed the impending danger. It is highly probable that Nagato possesses a golden card as well, and Itachi is no ordinary adversary. His strength may even surpass that of the transformed Kakashi. Therefore, this battle will be exceedingly challenging. Observing Gaara's demeanor, Nagato calmly remarked, "It seems he has sensed something." Itachi then inquired, "Are you planning to engage directly?" Nagato shook his head and replied, "If you can manage, I shall refrain from intervening. He is not our final target. Revealing ourselves too early would only jeopardize our position." After this exchange, silence enveloped them. Haydn boldly strode forward and declared, "He's merely a brat. Leave him to me." With a loud shout, Haydn charged towards Gaara. Witnessing this, Itachi sought to intervene, but was already too late. Nagato, however, remained composed and said, "It's all right. Let us gauge his abilities. If Haydn falls, we will ensure that Deidara and Konan accompany him, after which the matter will be entrusted to you, Itachi." Itachi nodded slightly, and the two quietly observed as Haydn charged forward. Deidara likely sensed what Nagato and Itachi were contemplating. However, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily, harboring deep-seated resentment towards the young Gaara. Thus, Deidara rushed ahead as well. Konan, ever astute, must have discerned Nagato's intentions, yet her rationality prevailed. She would heed Nagato's words without question. Even the appearance of Qin Wange could not alter the tragic fate that awaited Yahiko, especially after Hans acquired the power of the fate cards. Yahiko, determined to create the Akatsuki, refused to join Hans in his quest for treasure, steadfast in his desire for world peace. Despite his resolve to thwart Hans, the nascent Akatsuki had yet to fully grasp the implications of the fate cards, leading to a group of naive youths challenging Hans right after he drew his cards. Ultimately, Yahiko fell in battle, and Nagato, along with Konan, escaped. Although the narrative took a significant turn without Shimura Danzo's instigation, Yahiko still perished at Hans's hands, forging an enduring enmity between Nagato and Hans. It was only upon encountering Itachi again that Nagato learned of the fate cards, prompting him to pursue treasures with relentless fervor. This endeavor significantly elevated the Akatsuki's capabilities, as they had always suspected Hans had infiltrated a certain team. However, they were unprepared for the revelation that Hans possessed a gold card, which implied that Nagato's quest for vengeance would not be easily achieved. Returning to the arena, Haydn and Deidara confronted one another, immediately unleashing their most formidable techniques. Haydn's body was adorned with eerie black and white runes. In his right hand, he wielded a bloodied scythe, while his left grasped a lengthened, obsidian spear. Deidara, on the other hand, summoned 3 or 4 clay clones, all charging towards Gaara, with their intention to self-destruct. Gaara, faced with the fierce onslaught of the two, remained impassive. With a mere gesture towards Haydn, a whirlwind of sand ensnared him before he could react, enveloping him completely. Subsequently, Gaara waved his hand in Deidara's direction, conjuring a vast sea of sand from seemingly nowhere, burying Deidara and all his clones beneath the surface. Gaara then advanced steadily, calmly uttering the words, "Sand burial." From the depths of the sand, a mournful cry emerged, followed by a torrent of fresh blood seeping through the earth, creating a rather gruesome spectacle. Upon witnessing this scene, Nagato swiftly made a decision, glancing back at Konan, who instantly understood his intention and soared towards Gaara's direction. However, It appeared that her aim was not to confront Gaara, but rather to rescue someone. Gaara, unyielding, took immediate action and clenched his hand towards the airborne Conan. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming pressure, as if countless grains of sand were rushing towards her. Momentarily stunned in midair, she soon sensed that all the pressure had dissipated, allowing her to act without hesitation to save the individual in distress. This time, Gaara refrained from obstructing her. Instead, he turned his attention towards Itachi, having sensed a flicker of danger moments earlier that compelled him to retract his assault on Conan. He swiftly erected a protective barrier of sand. As anticipated, a surge of black flames erupted upon contact with the sand, and Itachi's gaze fixated on Gaara. Without further ado, the two engaged in combat. A substantial mass of sand surged towards Itachi, who made no attempt to evade, his eyes transforming into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan. In the next moment, a colossal red Susanoo manifested on the battlefield, evoking a mixture of envy and resentment in Sasuke, watching from below. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was well aware of the Susanoo's existence. Yet with his current 3-tomo Sharingan, attaining such power was a distant dream. Observing Itachi's ease and the undamaged state of his eyes confirmed that his Sharingan had evolved into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a level of mastery achieved only by the legendary Uchiha Madara throughout history. Yet, Itachi had effortlessly reached this pinnacle, leading Sasuke to frantically reassure himself that Itachi must have attained such prowess through the aid of a fateful card. In truth, Sasuke's assumption held merit. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, given Itachi's innate talent, he could accomplish this without much time, as long as he remained alive. Chapter 41. Another golden card. The complete Susanoo of Itachi unfurled its vast wings, hovering in midair while wielding the Tensigen with formidable presence. Facing Gaara's ferocious onslaught, Itachi continuously utilized the Tensigen to deflect the attacks, gradually weakening Gaara's sandy assaults with each swing. However, Gaara soon ceased his concealment, unleashing a vast quantity of sand that swiftly enveloped a significant portion of the arena. Itachi intended to cleave through Gaara's sand with the Tensigen, but in an unexpected turn, the sand dissipated, revealing a transformed Gaara. Initially, one might have expected Gaara to adopt the form of the one-tailed Shikaku, but it became evident that he no longer required its power. Behold, Gaara stood atop a colossal sand puppet, its size rivaling that of Itachi's Susanoo. Although it could not take flight, as its sand source was firmly rooted in the ground, this did not diminish its strength. The gigantic sand puppet conjured a spear in its grasp, thrusting it directly towards Itachi in the air. Unyielding, Itachi retaliated by launching an Atsukigami. The two collided midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the smoke, Itachi directed his immense Susanoo towards Gaara. The Tensigen sliced towards the sand puppet, which swiftly adjusted its position yet remained within Itachi's striking range. Ultimately, Itachi severed one of the puppet's arms, but in the next moment, Gaara retaliated, the remaining arm of the puppet delivering a powerful punch towards Itachi's Susanoo. Crack! A cacophony of shattering sounds echoed as Itachi's Susanoo sustained a heavy blow, sending it soaring once more into the sky, with numerous fractures appearing around its waist. In stark contrast, the sand puppet, Ibara, swiftly regenerated its severed arm in the blink of an eye. High above, Itachi discerned the capabilities of Gaara's sand puppet. Gaara remained composed, standing nonchalantly atop his puppet, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Itachi in the air. To the younger generation of ninjas, the battle between the two seemed rather unremarkable, merely igniting their fervor and excitement. However, to the older ninjas, it was reminiscent of the legendary battles fought by two revered ninjas from a bygone era. This serves to demonstrate that the current era's intensity has indeed caught up with that of the most formidable age, where those possessing the coveted gold card can now attain the level of the legendary god of ninjas. It is evident how significantly the recent advancements have fortified the entire ninja realm. The clash between Itachi and Gaara unfolds continuously on the battlefield, with both engaging in a fierce exchange. However, it is apparent that this stalemate is on the verge of being disrupted. Gaara's sand puppets remain unscathed, while Itachi's complete Susanoo has already sustained considerable damage, appearing somewhat fragmented. This is the formidable enhancement in strength bestowed upon Gaara by the golden card, elevating him to a level that surpasses even the current 5 Kage. Although Itachi's Susanoo is on the brink of collapse, his demeanor reveals no hint of panic. "Aye, Gaara. once again command the sand puppet to strike. This strike was an overwhelming barrage of spears, leaving Itachi with no avenue for evasion. Gaara's gaze was fixed intently on Itachi, ensuring he could not escape. However, Itachi appeared to have no intention of fleeing. His calm demeanor in the face of the onslaught of spears was almost unsettling. Yet, it soon became evident to all that his tranquility was well-founded, as a single tear unexpectedly welled up in Itachi's eye. Though this scene was subtle and easily overlooked, it became apparent that all eyes were fixated on Itachi. Soon, those with keen perception discerned the unfolding moment. Just as the onlookers believed Itachi was reduced to tears from fright, a single droplet elongated under his control. In an astonishing twist, a substantial tear materialized before Itachi, effortlessly thwarting Gaara's spear. Gaara, equally astonished, prepared to strike again when a sudden haze enveloped his consciousness. Struggling to lift his gaze to Itachi, he met the piercing gaze of the Heavenly Emperor's eye. Gaara exerted tremendous effort to break free from his restraints. His formidable strength and indomitable will allowed him to sense Itachi's inability to govern his actions, convinced that liberation from the Heavenly Emperor's eye was imminent. However, the one under attack was acutely aware. Itachi, the wielder, was equally cognizant that he could not restrain Gaara indefinitely. Such navet would be folly. Thus, without hesitation, Itachi unleashed his most potent technique, the Void Tear, against the immobilized Gaara. Although Gaara was momentarily incapacitated, his sand instinctively surged forth to shield him as Itachi initiated his assault. A formidable wall of sand rose before Gaara, far sturdier than Orochimaru's triple Rashomon. Yet, was the Void Tear merely a trifling attack? Its power could even cleave through space itself. As a massive surge of void energy approached Gaara's sand barrier, it vanished in an instant. The next moment, Gaara sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. Suddenly, a torrent of blood erupted, and all the sand around them collapsed to the ground as if bereft of its master. The onlookers were incredulous. Had Gaara truly perished? Such an outcome was unfathomable. Although he survived, Gaara had endured a significant blow from the Void Tear. Had he not regained his mobility in that fleeting moment, he might have met his end. Nevertheless, he paid a steep price. Not only was he gravely injured, but the toll on his energy was immense. As Itachi withdrew the Void Tear, he collapsed to the ground, gazing at Gaara before turning to Nagato, who had remained passive throughout. "It seems your intervention is necessary," he remarked. Nagato nodded, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Gaara's formidable strength had indeed exceeded their expectations. However, even so, Tsunagakure would ultimately face defeat. Upon seeing Itachi, Gaara had no intention of continuing the battle and shifted his gaze to the last remaining fighter on the field, Nagato. Although his current condition was far from optimal, he believed that if he exerted every ounce of his strength, he could match Nagato's prowess, which was comparable to Itachi's. Yet, it seemed that Gaara's aspirations would be thwarted, as Nagato's subsequent actions left everyone astounded once more. Nagato approached Gaara, uttering, "You are indeed formidable, having persevered to this point with the strength to continue. However, it is regrettable that the ultimate victory shall belong to me." As his words echoed, a hovering golden card materialized above Nagato's head, shattering any remaining hope Gaara had for victory. Chapter 42. Rule changes another golden card. My goodness, I scarcely know what to say. Gaara and Hans were already formidable adversaries, and now Nagato emerges. The possession of a golden card would elevate these individuals to the pinnacle of power within the shinobi world. Chaos ensued. The era of the 5 great nations had irrevocably ended. What would the future hold? In that moment, voices rose in concern, each individual pondering the uncertain future, a sentiment that Qin Wange had also contemplated. Thus, he had meticulously orchestrated every detail, ensuring that chaos would not prevail in the shinobi world as long as he was present. Returning to the arena, Gaara gazed despondently at the golden card above Nagato, fully aware that his chances of victory had evaporated. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Rising from the pool of his own blood, he launched himself toward Nagato, despite his grievous injuries. The might of the Void Tear was potent enough to annihilate him, yet Gaara pressed on, driven by an indomitable spirit. Nagato shook his head, stating, "I admire your resolve, but for the sake of the entire shinobi world, I must prevail. Therefore, it would be best for you to withdraw." As his words settled in the air, Gaara's sand and his very being came to a halt. In the next instant, a terrifying force erupted, sending both Gaara and his sand hurtling through the air. Gaara lost consciousness, his bloodied form propelled away, while Nagato calmly descended alongside Itachi. Thus, the conflict between Tsunagakure and Akatsuki came to a definitive close. Although the Hidden Sand Village faced defeat in this battle, the strength of Gaara was evident to all. It was clear that Gaara's prowess was now comparable to that of the legendary Hokage of yore. However, none could have anticipated the presence of Nagato within the Akatsuki. Were it not for Itachi, the Hidden Sand Village would have claimed victory. After their retreat, the true capabilities of the Akatsuki were finally revealed. In the eyes of the spectators, the strongest was represented by the holder of the coveted gold card, followed closely by those who could pose a threat to such a holder. Itachi ranked first in this regard, followed by the slightly weaker individuals who had undergone transformation, such as Kakashi. Yet, exceptions existed. For instance, the fourth Raikage, A, had honed his purple card to its zenith, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. However, this remained an anomaly. As the confrontation with the Akatsuki concluded, the final decisive moment approached, determining which of the three remaining factions would prevail. Following the recent skirmish, Konoha's support had significantly diminished, as their performance indicated they could not possibly contend with the Akatsuki. Even the combined strength of Kakashi, the mightiest among them, and the resourceful Anko, seemed insufficient to confront Nagato. Moreover, with Itachi's presence in the Akatsuki, Konoha's prospects of victory appeared exceedingly bleak. Even Han's chances of triumph seemed more favorable than theirs. Kakashi was acutely aware of this reality. He understood that his current strength had yet to evolve to a level capable of challenging the Akatsuki. His transformation was indeed formidable, yet it required time to mature. Thus, the only glimmer of hope for Konoha rested upon Naruto. However, one persistent question troubled Kakashi. Why did Naruto's strength, after acquiring the gold card, differ so significantly from that of others? While Nagato and Hans were formidable in their own right, Gaara and Naruto were not vastly different. Yet after obtaining the gold card, Gaara's power surged dramatically. In such a brief span of time, one can attain the prowess akin to that of the legendary god of ninjas, while Naruto, at present, can merely engage in a friendly contest of strength with Guy, who has unlocked the 8 gates. Such strength is utterly inadequate. Kakashi pondered whether Naruto had yet to fully unlock the true potential of his golden card. However, time and opportunity for further enhancement were no longer at their disposal. The final contest was about to commence, and Qin Wange had instituted an entirely new set of rules for this competition. When the time came for the match, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately summoned Naruto for a private conversation. Although Naruto might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, he was keenly aware of the prevailing circumstances on the battlefield. Possessing a golden card equated to wielding the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, and Naruto was fully cognizant of his own status as a holder of such a card. Yet, he sensed a certain weakness in his abilities. Nevertheless, as the user, he understood the formidable nature of the Scion bloodline coursing through him. Thus, Naruto confidently addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "Grandfather Third Hokage, rest assured, I can sense the immense potential of my golden card. The power I currently command is but a fraction, less than 1%, of this bloodline's true might. Even if I were to lose this time, grant me some time, and they shall not be my match." Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed Naruto's words were mere childish bravado. Yet he faintly discerned a glimmer of determination in Naruto's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain silent, and Naruto joined Kakashi on the stage, where the remaining 3 teams ascended as well. Aside from Hans's team, both Konoha and Akatsuki consisted of 5 members. Upon seeing Hans, Konan could scarcely contain her emotions. Fortunately, Nagato intervened just in time. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Konan, Hans mockingly regarded her, smirking, "I never expected that after evading me for a time, you would rise to such heights. Nagato, Konan, I offer you one final chance." Nagato boldly interrupted Hans, declaring, "This time, your demise is inevitable. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure you join Yahiko in death." Hans, observing Nagato's demeanor, let out a cold laugh without replying. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, Sasuke unabashedly unleashed his emotions. A potent wave of hatred surged towards Itachi, who, in turn, directed his gaze at Sasuke before swiftly averting his eyes. Witnessing Itachi's dismissive expression only fueled Sasuke's fury further. He had previously recognized Itachi's strength and understood the disparity in their abilities. Yet, frustration burned within him. He silently screamed in his heart, Why, despite wielding such formidable power, can I not catch up to him?" Why? Qin Wange observed Sasuke's plight and silently responded to his unvoiced question. Young man, it is because you have yet to charge forth with sufficient fervor. Upon the appearance of Qin Wange, the final round's rules were announced. Initially intended as a contest between two teams, a third team had unexpectedly emerged. Consequently, the ensuing battles would be determined through random draws for 1v1 duels, as only one individual can ultimately claim the title of the strongest in the ninja realm. To ensure fairness, it is possible for members of the same faction to face each other in the final showdowns. The outcome hinges solely on your abilities. Victors in each round will completely recover, provided they survive, alleviating any concerns you may have. The ultimate champion will not only earn the illustrious title of the strongest in the ninja realm, but will also secure a direct promotion to client development. This equates to an exemption from 1,000 draws, propelling one directly into a higher echelon. Thus, this opportunity must not be squandered. I implore you to give your utmost effort. Chapter 43. Naruto's training. Following the announcement of the rules by Qin Wange, the remaining proceedings were entrusted to Gojo Satoru, who approached the center of the arena with a smile. Suddenly, a grand wheel materialized, inscribed with the names of all participants. As the wheel spun, the first and second names it revealed would be the contenders for the upcoming 1v1 duel. Although Qin Wange's sudden rule change appeared somewhat peculiar, it was devoid of flaws, as the title of the strongest in the ninja realm could not be awarded to a mere team. Ultimately, the situation would have evolved in this manner regardless. Qin Wange modified the rules to prevent individuals from relinquishing the title and opportunity to others after their team's victory, opting instead for a direct confrontation to determine the rightful champion. This time, the spinning wheel remained untouched by Nightingale, who relished the uncertainty it presented. Wataru stood beside the wheel, resolutely giving it a swift turn. The wheel began to whirl with great speed, gradually decelerating until it finally rested on the name, Might Guy. Kai felt a twinge of anxiety. Firstly, he was not one to pursue these matters for personal gain, and thus had no intention of harming anyone from Konoha. Secondly, among the remaining participants, there were indeed very few he could contend with, which heightened his concern. Noticing the expression on Kai's face, Kakashi chuckled and said, "Relax. Will the Azure Beast of Konoha fear a mere competition?" Kai quickly composed himself, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he proudly declared, "Indeed. Let us ignite our passions for youth." Kakashi merely aimed to encourage him slightly, but he did not anticipate the effect would be so pronounced. Wataru swiftly spun the wheel for a second time. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the wheel, until it ultimately pointed to the name, Naruto Uzumaki. The outcome astonished all onlookers. It was unexpected that the first duel would devolve into infighting, indicating that Konoha would inevitably lose one of its own. Guy was equally surprised to find himself matched against Naruto, a figure about whom he had heard whispers from Kakashi and Saratobi, suggesting that Naruto was the sole beacon of hope for victory. Consequently, Might Guy contemplated forfeiting the match without hesitation, yet before he could voice his decision, Naruto grasped his arm firmly. With a look of confusion, Guy observed Naruto's unwavering determination as he earnestly declared, "My power has yet to awaken. I require your assistance." "Teacher Guy." Recognizing the resolute spirit in Naruto's eyes, Guy immediately affirmed, thumping his chest, "Naruto, your resolve is commendable. I shall undoubtedly help you grow stronger." For such vibrant youth is the most radiant. As the remaining participants exited the arena, only Naruto and Guy remained, ready to showcase their full potential in this one-on-one confrontation. This format would not only allow them to demonstrate their individual strengths, but also earn the respect of the audience. Observing the standoff between the two, none seemed inclined to concede. Speculations arose regarding the strained relationships among the Konoha ninjas, but soon their exchange reached the ears of the gathered crowd. It was only then that they understood that Guy intended to hone Naruto's skills. However, from the tone of their conversation, it seemed that Naruto possessed immense potential. Gaara, who had already exited the arena, kept his gaze fixed on Naruto. Handaro, noticing his unusual concentration, inquired, "Gaara, why do you keep staring at that little brat from Konoha?" After a brief pause, Gaara replied, "His power is somewhat peculiar, akin to that of a golden card, albeit feeble." Handaro immediately responded in astonishment, "A golden card? How could that be? If that kid from Konoha possessed a golden card, how could his strength be at such a level?" Gaara remained silent, for he too was uncertain. Yet, he could sense something strange. Soon, the match commenced. Guy, having never fought against the newly enhanced Naruto, was unaware of his current capabilities, so he charged forward, executing the Leaf Whirlwind. However, this was not the training Naruto desired. He unleashed the full force of his chakra, a white energy bursting forth from him as if it had materialized. The momentum was sufficient to topple Guy, who immediately retreated. Upon locking eyes with Naruto, he quickly grasped the latter's intent. In the next instant, steam began to emanate from Guy's entire body, his skin cracking as if he were on the verge of combustion. His hair transformed into a vibrant red, floating upwards as the 8 gates were fully unleashed, a formidable aura surging forth toward Naruto. Unwilling to yield, Naruto retaliated with a surge of white energy, clashing against the red force in the arena. However, it soon became apparent that Naruto was struggling. Aware that he could no longer maintain this pace, he took the initiative and charged towards Guy, who met him head-on. The tremendous impact resonated in the ears of all present. To ensure the audience could better observe the unfolding details, Qin Wange refrained from allowing Gojo Satoru to continue his commentary. Instead, he projected a massive image above the arena, capturing the action from every conceivable angle. Unobstructed by dust or debris, the audience could witness every moment of the fierce confrontation, despite the chaos surrounding the battlefield. It must be said that the visceral nature of their exchanges provided a spectacular visual experience, perfectly suited for cinematic portrayal. As the battle intensified, the two combatants ascended into the sky. Guy utilized rapid footfalls on the air to elevate himself, while Naruto similarly harnessed his energy to soar upwards. Positioned at a height, Guy unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Naruto. In response, Naruto gathered energy in both hands and released a formidable laser, colliding with Guy's strike. After a moment of fierce contention, the two attacks detonated in midair, neither combatant gaining the upper hand. However, it was evident that Naruto's condition was deteriorating. Guy's unscathed 8 gates not only mitigated the greatest risks, but also extended his endurance. As long as he refrained from using Night Guy, he could maintain this state indefinitely. Standing in the arena, Naruto gasped for breath, the high-intensity exchanges taking a toll on his body and energy reserves. Despite witnessing Naruto's weakened state, Guy showed no inclination to relent or ease his assault, knowing that only by pushing his opponent to the brink could the latent power within emerge. Thus, he continued to strike, his aura surging once more. Guy began to incinerate his blood, generating red steam at his surface, a manifestation of the advanced techniques unlocked through the 8 gates. This martial art generates a powerful air cannon through striking the air, with speed continuously escalating from 1 to 5. Even a single punch at the first speed can create an unfathomable pit in the earth, indicating that Kai intends to go all out. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Kai, Naruto gritted his teeth, determined to suppress his fear, and stood tall to confront him. In Chapter 44, the golden card of Super Saiyan Naruto, Naruto's demeanor suggested that the outcome was already predetermined. He was astonished by the formidable power Kai exhibited after unlocking the 8 gates. It appeared that if Kai were to unleash his full potential, even the 4th Raikage might struggle against this state of Kai. Naruto himself would never agree to succumb so swiftly. Should he fall, he would betray his village, the 3rd Hokage, and the trust everyone had placed in him. With a fierce roar, Naruto unleashed his full strength. Although his white aura appeared as diminutive as an ant in the face of Kai's terrifying presence, he fearlessly charged toward him. Kai, too, initiated an attack at first speed. Delivering a punch, Naruto met it with all his might, yet in the following instant, he was sent flying. But that was not the end. Kai swiftly intercepted Naruto's trajectory with another punch, catching him completely off guard. At this moment, Naruto felt as though his bones had shattered, and the excruciating pain nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet, it was far from over. Kai activated his second speed, elevating both his velocity and strength to a new level, and began to rain down blows on Naruto midair. Naruto was utterly defenseless, akin to a lifeless body being tossed about in the air, and even in this state, Kai showed no intention of relenting. At this moment, both Sarutobi Asuma and Kakashi in the audience were filled with trepidation, fearing that Guy might indeed be capable of delivering a fatal blow to Naruto. The relentless barrage of strikes continued, and ultimately, Naruto felt himself on the brink of collapse. Every bone in his body had been utterly shattered. His consciousness began to wane in clarity. Observing this, Guy not only refrained from halting his assault, but escalated his own state to the 5th level. Subsequently, the crimson steam enveloping Guy began to materialize, gradually transforming his entire aura into that of a colossal red dragon. At this moment, both Sarutobi and Kakashi were utterly alarmed, immediately shouting towards the arena, "Stop, Guy!" However, at such a juncture, there was no possibility of retreat. Guy, accompanied by a crimson dragon, unleashed his most formidable technique. Night Guy? The might of this move has left even the illustrious holders of the golden cards in awe. However, at this moment, Kai appears poised to deliver a fatal blow to Naruto. Yet, no one can intervene to halt the impending disaster. The atmosphere in Konoha descends into chaos, with spectators unable to bear witness to the unfolding scene, fearing that the impending spectacle may be too gruesome. Yet, the outcome astonishes everyone once more. The anticipated scenario fails to materialize, for what they behold is a radiant golden light, a phenomenon they have witnessed numerous times before. Thus, they are well acquainted with its nature. Turning their gaze to Naruto at this moment, they observe his hair and eyebrows gleaming in pure gold, his pale green eyes, and his hair standing on end, exuding an overwhelming aura that is almost suffocating. As they watch Naruto's actions, they see him gripping one of Kai's feet with a single hand, his expression devoid of emotion and tranquility. This scene left everyone in a state of agitation. "Mother, save me. I should not have attended this match. My heart condition. The golden card, in such a manner. Brother, do not fret. I am at a loss for words as well, so let us simply shout together." Shout what? Goodness. Incredible. The chaos in the audience persisted, refusing to subside. On stage, Naruto, having set down Guy, spoke. "I can feel it, this power." Guy, relieved, released the eight-gate state, subsequently collapsing weakly onto the stage. Naruto gazed at his hands, then clenched his fists tightly, slowly closing his eyes. He suddenly let out a mighty roar, unleashing a formidable aura. In an instant, the golden energy surrounding Naruto erupted. The entire arena was enveloped by his terrifying presence, and the audience could not help but shiver in awe. It appeared that Naruto's golden card was indeed genuine. Thus, it appears that Konoha now boasts a holder of the coveted gold card, rekindling the suspense of victory and defeat. After briefly experiencing the overwhelming power, Naruto reverted to his original form, though the disparity was quite evident. His hair transformed from a radiant blonde to a deep black, and the whiskers on his face vanished, rendering him unexpectedly handsome. For a moment, he was almost unrecognizable. Subsequently, Guy conceded defeat, assisting Naruto off the field to recuperate from his injuries. And together they returned to Konoha. Upon their arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen chastised Guy vehemently, to which Guy could only scratch his head and offer a sheepish grin. Kakashi then inquired of Naruto, "How long do you believe you can maintain that state?" After pondering for a moment, Naruto replied, "It cannot be sustained for long, possibly due to its recent activation. However, rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I have just grasped a new ability, and this time I am confident I can defeat them." Kakashi nodded without further inquiry, while Sasuke was engulfed in feelings of failure. Despite having drawn cards comparable to Naruto's, his luck had proven woefully inadequate. It was now clear that not only had he failed to catch up to Itachi, but Naruto had also surpassed him by a considerable margin. Determined, Sasuke resolved that upon the conclusion of this competition, he would fervently seek treasures to exchange for cards, aspiring to surpass them all. The objectives of Konoha were achieved, and Naruto's golden card status was publicly declared by Satoru Gojo, inciting ire among the higher-ups of the various nations towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom they deemed a cunning old man. Nevertheless, the future standing of the 5 great nations in the shinobi world now hinged solely upon Konoha. Should Konoha emerge victorious, it is conceivable that the balance of power in the shinobi world would remain largely unchanged, with the 5 great nations rallying under Konoha's banner to confront any faction intending to incite war. In such a scenario, the combined strength of the 5 great nations would be insurmountable, rendering war virtually impossible. Conversely, should another faction claim victory, the 5 great nations would find their positions greatly diminished. Trust in the villages to safeguard their citizens would erode, leading to disunity and vulnerability to the onslaught of other formidable powers. This would inevitably plunge the shinobi world into chaos and war. Thus, all hope rested upon Konoha, for no one wished for conflict. The competitors present were momentarily taken aback by the unfolding events, with Hans and Nagato both casting their gazes toward Naruto. However, Nagato remained unfazed by Naruto's golden card, confident in Akatsuki's formidable capabilities. Itachi's strength rivaled that of a golden card holder, while Nagato himself possessed such a card. And Conan's abilities could certainly measure up to the current Kakashi. Compared to their prowess, the other teams appeared somewhat pitiable. Should the competition be extended, Konoha's chances of victory would significantly increase. Yet, everything remained uncertain as the next battle was set to commence, and all participants gathered once more before the spinning wheel. Satoru Gojo promptly set the wheel in motion, adding an additional wheel for added excitement, causing both wheels to spin simultaneously and heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Chapter 45. The tactics of Anko. As the wheels continued to whirl, the pointers ultimately landed on the names Mitarashi Anko and Conan. Both formidable women displayed commendable strength within their teams, though it was evident that their mysterious capabilities had yet to be fully revealed. Conversely, Nagato was dissatisfied with the outcome. Frowning, he approached Conan and advised, "If you find yourself at a disadvantage, concede swiftly." Shaunen paused momentarily before nodding. Although she was uncertain why Nagato had said such a thing, was it because the woman named Hongdo was exceptionally powerful, or was it due to her own inadequacies? Regardless of the outcome, Xiaonan was resolute in her determination not to surrender so easily. Consequently, even before the battle commenced, her animosity towards Hongdo had reached its zenith, while Hongdo appeared somewhat perplexed. Initially, she had hoped that being two women would allow for a friendly exchange, sparing them from a fierce confrontation. However, upon witnessing Xiaonan's demeanor, it was as though Hongdo were the nemesis she had been seeking for years, akin to the intensity with which she regarded Hanzo. Hongdo, with a resigned expression, was not particularly fond of complications, yet felt compelled to face the situation head-on. As the competition drew near, Kakashi and the others refrained from inquiring further about Hongdo, seemingly unaware of the extent of her hidden prowess. However, judging by her demeanor, victory appeared attainable. Meanwhile, Xiaonan was diligently adjusting her state of mind. She had no intention of succumbing to defeat. Having come this far, she was determined to eliminate a few adversaries for Nagato's sake, even if she were to lose. As they took to the arena, Hongdo wore a relaxed expression, casually nibbling on a snack, while Xiaonan's face was grave, her icy gaze locked onto Hongdo. When the match commenced, Xiaonan had no intention of probing her opponent. She immediately unleashed her technique, Dance of the Paper, sending a multitude of paper shurikens soaring towards Hongdo. The sheer volume of the onslaught was overwhelming, leaving no room for evasion. Observing the barrage, Hongdo chuckled and remarked, Hey, you're starting off with such an impressive display." Though she uttered those words, it did not hinder Hongdo from retrieving her weapon, the Imperial Tool Dimensional Array Shangri-La. This space-moving Imperial Tool possesses the ability to instantaneously transport its target to a designated location, albeit at the cost of immense energy, which prevents continuous activation. In an instant, Hongdo vanished from her original position, reappearing behind Xiao, and in the very next second, and activated the 1,000 miles flying Mashtima. Xiaonan swiftly turned to counterattack. In a bid to evade being struck, she unleashed a multitude of paper clones. Yet, Hongdo remained unfazed, producing a new Imperial Tool, the Wrath of Thunder God Adamel. An Imperial Tool endowed with the power to manipulate thunderclouds can summon lightning to assail foes. Its attack potency is formidable and its range extensive, with the capability to incapacitate adversaries upon impact. With a swift invocation, Hongdo summoned a colossal thundercloud. Recognizing the dire predicament, Xiaonan promptly opted for an offensive approach, aiming to inflict damage upon Hongdo to disrupt the impending widespread assault. Consequently, a multitude of Xiaonans surged towards Hongdo, who continued to nonchalantly unleash the thundercloud. Subsequently, another Imperial Tool materialized in her left hand. The infernal summoning Rubicon Fire Breath Imperial Tool can expel flames that are impervious to water, as well as project magma from a distance. Hongdo created some distance, then raised the infernal summoning, and in an instant, the airborne Xiaonans were consumed by flames. One by one, Xiaonan's paper clones fell victim to the infernal summoning's prowess. Before long, all the paper clones ignited in a manner reminiscent of the butterfly effect. Undeterred, Xiaonan resolved to make a desperate stand. With the powerful flapping of her enormous wings, the arena soon became laden with explosive talismans. The god of paper makers, 600 billion explosive talismans, absent the protective layer of the arena. Such a terrifying maneuver could easily obliterate an entire nation. Even though Hongdo had remained remarkably composed thus far, the prospect of facing Xiaonan's suicidal onslaught caused her to display signs of concern. Without further ado, she released this terrifying attack, and in an instant, flames erupted. engulfing the entire arena in a cataclysmic explosion. At such a magnitude, one would expect a normal person to have perished within. After unleashing her ultimate move, Xiaonan had exhausted all her cards. She stood quietly in place, awaiting the outcome. Soon, the smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing a blurred silhouette at its center. As the haze cleared, the onlookers discerned the figure of Hongdo, whose body was enveloped in a layer resembling living silver armor that gradually receded. The crowd quickly realized that this too was one of Hongdo's techniques. With some effort, she rose to her feet and sighed. That was indeed perilous. Had that formidable force been concentrated on me, I might have been reduced to ashes. It was true that Xianan's assault was immensely powerful, yet its glaring flaw was its lack of focus. If it were to be aimed solely at Hongdo, such an attack would fail to direct all its damage towards her. This resulted in a significant portion of the strikes becoming ineffective, allowing Hongdo to survive relatively unscathed. Seeing Hongdo emerge uninjured, Xiaonan felt a surge of frustration. Even though she had exhausted all her available techniques, still, she yearned to continue the fight. Just as she drew her kunai, ready to charge at Hongdo in a desperate bid, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Nagato's gaze. That look conveyed not merely disappointment, but a chilling indifference that one might reserve for a stranger. In that moment of despair, Xiaonan realized she had lost. She had lost long ago, yet had continued to perform like a jester, oblivious to her fate. This was not her intention, however. She not only lost the match but also instilled disappointment in Nagato. Xiaonan had no desire to continue fighting, raising her hand to concede and leaving the arena. Upon returning to Nagato's side, she remained silent, lost in thought. Nagato, with an air of indifference, queried why she did not wish to surrender. Xiaonan clenched her fists, biting her lip, unsure how to respond, until Nagato continued speaking. A single victory or defeat does not signify much, but a loss of life entails the forfeiture of everything. Do not engage in blind sacrifice. Once dead, all is lost. Xiaonan was taken aback, finally comprehending the meaning behind Nagato's earlier words. He had not become cold-hearted, but was instead unwilling to accept death. Yahiko's demise had indeed transformed him significantly, yet it had also enlightened him to this truth. Thus, he merely sought to dissuade Xiaonan from harboring thoughts of self-sacrifice. Such blind devotion holds no value. The essence of life remains paramount. Xiaonan ceased speaking, her emotional turmoil subsiding as she grasped this realization. She would not allow Nagato to bear this burden alone. Chapter 46. Sasuke's desperate struggle thus concluded a battle devoid of suspense. This contest, imbued with a slight educational significance, had reached its end. The ensuing match promised to be more intriguing, presenting a stark disparity in strength, yet it rightfully should have been a clash of vengeance. The combatants, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. From a strength perspective, Sasuke's defeat was inevitable. However, the prospect of avenging Itachi was a daily aspiration for him. Therefore, despite the considerable gap, Sasuke resolved to pursue his vendetta. Prior to the match, Itachi himself felt a twinge of concern upon drawing Sasuke. Those in the know understood that Itachi and Sasuke did not share a relationship of mortal enmity. Itachi's past actions in Konoha were solely aimed at safeguarding Sasuke. It was merely that the current Sasuke was oblivious to this truth. Itachi's initial intention was to instill resentment in Sasuke, compelling him to grow stronger. Even if it ultimately meant meeting his end at Sasuke's hands, he would accept that willingly, yet it seemed premature. The evolution of the times had indeed granted Sasuke power beyond his years, yet he still fell far short compared to Itachi. Furthermore, Itachi had pledged to Nagato to aid him in fulfilling his aspirations, thus he could not afford to lose in this encounter. In Konoha, Sasuke struggled valiantly to suppress his inner emotions, whether from excitement or fear. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Regardless of Kakashi and others' attempts to dissuade him, Sasuke remained resolute about stepping into the arena. Ultimately, Naruto approached Sasuke and chastised him directly, declaring that if he was to take the stage, he should engage in a spectacular battle that would showcase his prowess, for only cowards are gripped by fear. Sasuke was provoked by Naruto's words, yet it seemed that he absorbed their essence. Taking a deep breath, he ascended the stage with resolute determination in his gaze. The history between the two was extensive, and to meet without exchanging a few words would seem rather neglectful. Itachi glanced at Sasuke and remarked, "Give up, you are not yet my match." To Itachi's astonishment, Sasuke displayed no signs of anger, instead responding with calm conviction, "Do you truly believe I would flee without a fight against the one I have longed to vanquish?" Such a mindset made Itachi ponder whether this Sasuke was indeed the genuine article. Nevertheless, despite his evident maturity, the disparity in their powers remained insurmountable. Victory was beyond Sasuke's reach. Thus, they exchanged no further words, their gazes locked in an intense standoff. As the match commenced, Itachi's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, while Sasuke activated his own three-tomo Sharingan. Though they operated on different levels, there was still a modicum of effectiveness. Itachi struck without warning, unleashing the black flames of Amaterasu in an instant. Sasuke, utilizing his utmost speed, narrowly evaded the attack. In the next moment, Itachi activated Kimui, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Sasuke. Reacting swiftly, Sasuke swung the sword of the Thunder God, creating an arc of electricity behind him, yet he only struck a Raven clone. Before Sasuke could discern Itachi's whereabouts, a towering figure materialized behind him, seizing him with a firm grip. Sasuke struggled desperately, yet he found himself unable to break free. Confusion clouded his mind. Surely, Itachi's formidable strength could not allow him to capture Sasuke so effortlessly, leaving him utterly defenseless. In truth, everything Sasuke perceived was an illusion. Within this phantasm, he found himself helplessly thrashing in Itachi's grasp, only to encounter yet another apparition of Itachi. The figure of Itachi, wielding a black long sword, plunged it directly into Sasuke's body. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain radiating from his waist, Sasuke could not suppress a scream. Yet, this was merely the beginning soon. An increasing number of Itachis, brandishing black swords, emerged gradually. In a state of panic, Sasuke unleashed his most formidable technique. A surge of 100,000 volts descended from above, penetrating Sasuke's being and erupting outward in a violent expansion. This broad-spectrum assault made it evident that Sasuke had sensed something amiss. He was now incapable of resisting the oppressive environment of the Mangekyou Sharingan. To escape Itachi's illusion, there existed but one path. One must strike at his true form, and evidently, Sasuke's maneuver proved effective. In a bid to evade the electric currents generated by the 100,000 volts, Itachi dispelled the Genjutsu, causing Sasuke to collapse onto the ground, drenched in perspiration. Itachi, maintaining his impassive demeanor, regarded Sasuke as though he could extinguish his life with the slightest effort. This expression evoked memories for Sasuke, transporting him back to that fateful moment years prior when Itachi had annihilated everyone, ultimately delivering the chilling words, "You lack the worth to be killed, foolish brother. If you wish to slay me, then harbor your hatred, nurture your resentment, live on in your wretchedness. Flee, and cling to your existence." The irony was palpable. After all these years, when faced once more with Itachi, Sasuke felt as helpless as he had on that day. Observing Sasuke's state, which appeared devoid of any will to fight back, Itachi slowly approached, intending to discard him without hesitation. However, just as Itachi reached out, an instinctive sense of danger compelled him to execute the crow clone technique and retreat. Indeed, in the next moment, a familiar scene unfolded above the crow clone, an indomitable black flame, Amaterasu. Itachi stared in astonishment at Sasuke, who, at that moment, shielded one of his eyes with a hand, blood trickling down his arm, while his other eye remained fixed intently on Itachi. This gaze revealed to Itachi that Sasuke's Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyou Sharingan. Though this shift had little bearing on the outcome of the battle, Itachi nearly laughed with excitement. As a devoted brother, he found immense joy in Sasuke's growing strength. The fact that Sasuke had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan at such a young age was nothing short of extraordinary. However, upon witnessing Sasuke unleash Amaterasu and subsequently suffer significant blood loss, Itachi began to contemplate whether he should transplant his own eyes to his brother. Yet, the fight must continue. Sasuke's awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan did not alter the course of the conflict. Thus, Itachi prepared to strike once more. To his astonishment, just as he was about to act, Sasuke summoned Susanoo. Although it took the form of an incomplete skeletal structure, this feat was an unimaginable achievement for someone of Sasuke's age. Itachi realized he could no longer delay, fearing that his overwhelming excitement might betray him. Consequently, he activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, controlling Sasuke and leading him away from the arena. With no chance of recovery, Sasuke resigned himself to defeat. After leaving the arena, he collapsed to the ground, prompting Kakashi and Guy to rush him to recuperate. Upon returning, Itachi was met with Nagato's comment, "Your brother is quite remarkable. He possesses tremendous potential." Itachi offered no reply, yet the excitement in his eyes spoke volumes. Chapter 47. Kakashi's Ascendancy. As the match concluded, the next battle commenced without delay. Satoru Gojo swiftly spun the wheels on either side, revealing the names, Kakashi Hatake and Haiden. The outcome can only be deemed satisfactory. Prior to the commencement of the match, Kakashi's performance on the battlefield could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gaara. However, as the contest unfolded, a horde of monstrous beings emerged, and at present, Kakashi's prowess could only be classified as above average. From his demeanor, Haiden appeared to be nothing more than a reckless brute. Aside from his peculiar immortality and the retaliatory technique that accompanied it, he exhibited no remarkable attributes. Kakashi ought to have secured a definitive victory. Upon contemplating the results, Nagato remarked to Haiden, "You may employ that technique. Should you fail to eliminate him, surrender immediately." Haiden, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded eagerly, yet he paid no heed to the latter part of Nagato's statement. As Haiden and Kakashi took to the arena, Haiden exhibited no signs of trepidation, his countenance alight with excitement as though he had spotted his prey. Kakashi, dissatisfied with Haiden's demeanor, acknowledged that while his own strength was no longer at its zenith, he was still a veteran who had undergone significant transformation. Thus, as the battle commenced, Kakashi swiftly employed the Blood Shadow step to close in on Haiden, channeling his blood energy into a blade that descended upon Haiden with ferocity. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth as a gash was inflicted from Haiden's chest to his forehead, and he collapsed into a pool of crimson. Was the match truly over? Certainly not. Despite being inferior to Kakashi in strength, Haiden had exchanged fate cards, which had endowed him with enhancements of a different nature. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, a similar scene unfolded. Kakashi found himself, like Haiden moments before, drenched in blood, sprawled upon the ground. Meanwhile, Haiden erupted into maniacal laughter, convulsing as he rose from the earth, a peculiar rune appearing beneath him. His body became enveloped in a tapestry of black and white runes, and all his injuries vanished. Laughing maniacally, he taunted Kakashi, "Haha, what do you think of my ritual? Surely you can feel the divine gifts from the dark god, so much so that you might weep with joy." Haha. Kakashi, rising slowly, appeared to have sustained some injuries, yet he remained unfazed by Haiden's madness. Instead, he focused on observing Haiden, needing to discern how to disrupt Haiden's ritual. Otherwise, any assault would inevitably result in his own injury. Seeing Kakashi hesitate to attack, Haiden grew increasingly arrogant, charging directly at him. Seizing the opportunity as Haiden stepped away from the ritual circle, Kakashi unleashed his strike, transforming into a colossal crimson bat and hurtling toward Haiden. With a sharp sound, the blood-colored bat cleaved Haiden in two, and it seemed that Kakashi had triumphed. Yet, was it truly that straightforward? Just as Kakashi contemplated relaxing, he was once again struck by that ominous sensation. As expected, the classic scene recurred. Kakashi found himself inexplicably bisected, followed closely by Haiden's resurrection. However, Kakashi was far from defenseless. Such injuries could not possibly allow him to depart. The blood upon the ground began to congeal slowly, and once again, Kakashi reemerged. It was evident that Haiden remained unscathed, still brimming with arrogance, while Kakashi bore some wounds and had expended considerable energy. Upon witnessing Kakashi's sullen expression, Haiden erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring, "Is this truly the end? Did you think that once I left the array, Lord Jashin would cease to favor me? Wrong. This is the power bestowed upon me by the fate card, my soul purple card, the movement array. Wherever I go, the array reappears beneath my feet upon my landing. No one can kill me." Astute as ever, Kakashi quickly discerned Haiden's weakness from his words, understanding how to confront him. However, at that moment, Kakashi was not yet capable. He was still a fraction short. His level as a blood mage had ascended to 19, tantalizingly close to the coveted 20. Once he attained that level, he would be able to handle Haiden with ease. Yet, during this interim, he found himself powerless against Haiden's relentless onslaught. Haiden, in a frenzy, began to attack Kakashi. Yet his speed was no match for Kakashi's prowess, rendering him unable to land a single blow. In desperation, he resorted to self-harm to draw Kakashi closer. Preparing for a dual assault, with unwavering resolve, Haiden drove the obsidian spear into his own heart, and in the next instant, blood gushed forth from Kakashi. The swiftly moving blood shadow knelt, but Haiden was not finished. He intended to continue. Kakashi hurried to intervene, yet this played right into Haiden's scheme. As Kakashi approached, Haiden's scythe flew out from the side, its pointed blade piercing Kakashi's form. Kakashi was pinned to Haiden, who then thrust the dark spear through his body. Thus unfolded this gruesome scene, with Kakashi impaled by Hiden's scythe, and a black spear completely piercing through his chest. This scene elicited a chorus of lamentations from a multitude of individuals in Konoha. Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi. Hiden chuckled with triumphant glee, for he had sensed the complete absence of Kakashi's life force, signifying that Kakashi had indeed succumbed to death. In this match, he emerged victorious, and now he could proudly flaunt his triumph before Nagato. However, Nagato, who was watching from below, did not cast a glance at Hiden. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on Kakashi, who lay lifeless, carelessly discarded by Hiden. Nagato sensed that Kakashi could not possibly be dead. Just as Hiden was about to exult in his victory, an icy chill suddenly enveloped him, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Hiden swiftly turned to attack, yet struck nothing but air. Suddenly, a tangible spike of blood pierced through Hiden's body, lifting him slowly into the air. Panic surged within him, having left the ground. The sealing technique could no longer take effect, yet he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Following the spike with his gaze, he was astonished to discover that it was Kakashi. He was not only alive, but seemingly even stronger, wielding a technique he had never witnessed before. This is Kakashi's new technique after reaching level 20, Blood Spear. It utilizes a spear of blood energy to pierce the target and maintains its effect for a duration, during which it continuously siphons the life force of the target. At this moment, Fade One was lifted into the air, rendering him incapable of summoning any magical formations beneath his feet. Should he refuse to concede, his demise was all but assured. Chapter 48. Wu Tiawu takes action. It appeared that the circumstances on the battlefield had reached a point of inevitability, with Fade One stripped of the aid of his formations. He could no longer inflict harm upon Kakashi. Despite the peculiarities of his own physique, he could not endure much longer. Yet, the thought of surrender never crossed the mind of the dim-witted Fade One. The individual, having reached such a precarious state, continued to provoke Kakashi, exclaiming with a cough and a laugh, "Cough, cough, ha ha, Kakashi, you cannot kill me. The Lord of Evil will protect me." Kakashi, disinclined to engage in further banter with this person, transformed his left hand into a blade of blood and swiftly decapitated Fade One. With a slicing sound, the head fell. Blood splattered, and it was over. However, an unexpected turn of events ensued. Upon Fade One's demise, his corpse began to be consumed by a dark entity. It resembled a pool of living, blackened mud, which ravenously devoured Fade One's body, swelling to an immense size in the blink of an eye. Kakashi, initially believing this to be a tactic employed by Fade One, prepared to confront it when suddenly, Satoru Gojo appeared before him. Kakashi abruptly halted, gazing at Gojo with confusion. Suspended in midair, Gojo looked at the enormous black mass and smiled, saying, "Well done, you have won the battle just now. This fellow is something unforeseen. None of you are a match for it." Gojo's words were not directed solely at Kakashi, implying that everyone present was ill-equipped to face this entity. Nagato, perceiving an opportunity, advanced onto the arena and addressed Gojo. "Sir, I wish to attempt this." Gojo nonchalantly shrugged and replied, "Of course you may try, but do it swiftly, otherwise, if this drags on too long, we will have to summon the boss to deal with it." Nagato felt a profound sense of shock. For Gojo's implication was that the power of this black mass would surpass him given a moment to grow. Although uncertain of Gojo's true strength, it was evident that becoming a member of the exchange was beyond their capabilities. Without further hesitation, Nagato approached the dark mass, only to witness it transform into a monstrous demon in the next instant. Its visage was terrifying, its form colossal, adorned with bat-like wings and imposing horns, exuding an aura that instilled profound dread in all present. Steeling himself, Nagato extended a hand toward the creature, and suddenly, his entire being levitated. After a brief moment of gathering power, he shouted, "Super Shinra Tensei." Boom. In an instant, a shockwave surged skyward, hurtling toward the gigantic demon. Nagato's strike shattered the entire arena into fragments, dispersing even the dust. However, once the smoke cleared, Nagato remained unchanged, while the colossal demon was merely pushed back to the edge of the protective barrier. Although Nagato's expression bore a hint of gravity, he had no intention of conceding defeat. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to join the exchange himself. Thus, disregarding any concerns of exposure, he unleashed a formidable attack from his card abilities. Dimensional Particle Beam. Opening a dimensional gate, he continuously fired lasers from within, invoking a dimensional boundary effect that compressed energy, to unleash powerful beams. The ability he gained from his gold card was akin to Kakashi's transformation, yet distinct in nature. It lacked growth potential. His gold card was named Recognition of the Dimensional Traveler, granting Nagato unconditional access to all the powers of the Dimensional Traveler. However, the release came with stringent requirements, necessitating a vast expenditure of energy akin to chakra in the Naruto universe. While Nagato's gold card possessed some growth potential, the conditions were exceedingly daunting, requiring mastery over all abilities of the Dimensional Traveler. Subsequently, he needed to find an awakening opportunity, one that offered no hints, perhaps stumbled upon inadvertently, or possibly never discovered in a lifetime. Nevertheless, Nagato's current strength was more than sufficient. He directly released the dimensional boundary, conjuring a void-like black hole before him. In the next moment, a powerful laser erupted, striking directly at the demon's head. As the laser dissipated, the massive demon's enormous body crashed to the ground, yet regrettably, it sustained no injury. It was merely toppled over. Acknowledging the disparity in strength, Nagato turned to Satoru Gojo, who hovered in the air, and spoke. "Sir, please take action." With a smile, Gojo descended onto the arena, remarking, "That was quite commendable. This creature is an entity from another dimension, on par with a king in its realm. To have brought it to this state is impressive. Now, I must swiftly eliminate it, lest our boss grows angry. You should leave the arena. It's time to let this creature move." Upon hearing Gojo's words, Nagato felt a heavy blow to his morale. It became evident that the demon's lack of retaliation was not due to its solely defensive nature. Initially, onlookers believed the beast was passive, only to realize that Gojo had restrained it, preventing any counterattacks. Nagato quickly retreated, fearful that the massive demon could strike him down at any moment. With Nagato's withdrawal, Gojo felt reassured. Just as he was about to speak, the colossal demon behind him unleashed a torrent of purple flames. The flames rapidly engulfed the entire arena, and Gojo vanished within the inferno, while the demon bellowed with abandon, "I am the king of chaos. I have descended here, you mortals. Hasten to offer your sacrifices and welcome your king." With an imposing presence, exuding an air of supremacy, it was oblivious to the fact that Satoru Gojo had already removed his blindfold and was hovering behind it. At this moment, Gojo embodied an entirely different persona, powerful, confident, and composed, radiating the essence of the phrase, "the strongest." The king of cursed spirits also became aware of Gojo's presence behind him, turning his massive form to glare at the diminutive human before him, fuming with indignation. "How dare you stand before me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. Allow me to make you the first offering upon my arrival." However, Gojo seemed entirely unfazed by the creature's words, instead conjuring peculiar hand seals. Cursed technique, reverse cursed technique, red, cursed technique, blue, and void technique, violet. In an expanse of space, the azure of blue and the crimson of red fused together, culminating in a terrifying onslaught. A purple sphere was gently propelled towards the king of cursed spirits, and before it could react, the energy wave capable of slicing through space effortlessly passed by. Before it could even let out a cry, violet surged through the protective barrier of the arena and ascended into the air, leaving the king of cursed spirits utterly defeated. The spectators' attention had shifted entirely from the king to Gojo's formidable attack, which was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Yet, as their gazes followed, an even more alarming sight emerged. Qin Wange suddenly appeared in the air, reaching out to halt the attack directly. Gradually, the purple sphere dissipated. Chapter 49. The Golden Card War. Gojo, scratching his head and chuckling, remarked, "It seems I've gone a bit overboard." Qin Wange, maintaining an indifferent demeanor in the air, spoke with a hint of seriousness. That was excessive. There was no need to resort to such measures against this creature. With a wave of her hand, the protective barrier reverted to its original state. And Qin Wange continued, "There is no need for panic. This creature's power exceeds the limits of this realm, which is why the barrier was breached. Rest assured, nothing else can harm you. Let the competition resume." Gojo, having donned his blindfold once more, lost his previous formidable aura, reverting to his former relaxed state, appearing as if he were an entirely different individual. The sheer force of that last technique was a testament to the terrifying level of Gojo's strength, which commanded the reverence of ambitious figures like Nagato and Hanzo. This incident was not orchestrated by Qin Wange, but rather occurred inadvertently. This situation inadvertently established Wu Tiaowu's authority. And as the competition continued, the next contestant, Wu Tiao Wu, began to spin the wheel. The pointer finally landed on the names, Nagato and Hanzo. Instantly, the entire arena erupted with excitement. The long-awaited battle of the gold card had finally commenced, a match they had anticipated for so long. Just moments ago, Nagato had showcased his formidable prowess, and now the time had come for a clash between the holders of the gold cards. Hanzo confidently stepped onto the stage, while Nagato ascended with an air of indifference. Below, Konan clenched her fists, silently cheering for Nagato. As the two took their positions, Hanzo remarked, "I didn't expect your luck to be quite good, but do you really believe you can defeat me?" Nagato replied coldly, "If I couldn't, I wouldn't be standing here." Hanzo's expression darkened as he stated, "It seems there's nothing left to discuss. This time, I'll send you down to keep that yellow-haired brat company." Enraged, Nagato shouted, "You have no right to mention him." Super, universal pull. In an instant, a tremendous force drew Hanzo towards Nagato, who prepared to engage. Rallister had already appeared behind him. However, in the next moment, Nagato adjusted his strength and declared, "Super, heavenly push." Crack, crack. With a swift motion, Hanzo was caught between two opposing forces, shattering his bones in an instant. Coughing up blood, Hanzo collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of any strength to retaliate. The spectators were left in stunned silence. This was the much-anticipated battle of the gold cards, and now it seemed to end far too quickly. Clearly, neither had unleashed their true capabilities, and at this moment, Rallister spoke up. "Haha, I told you long ago, you are far too weak, Hanzo. Accept my power, or you stand no chance." Hanzo forced a bitter smile and replied, "Heh, it seems it has ultimately come to this. Rallister, bring them to spare." Rallister's body radiated a crimson glow as he declared, "I have waited far too long for this moment, Hanzo. I am the one in control." In a shocking turn of events, Rallister pierced Hanzo's body, leaving the crowd speculating if Rallister had taken over. Yet, in the next moment, Hanzo's form began to undergo a tremendous transformation, morphing into a demon cloaked in black and red. The ominous crimson scythe in his grasp was particularly striking, and he bellowed, "I have waited for millennia to drown reality in blood." Nagato gazed at this unfamiliar entity before him and remarked, "It seems that in the end, you have forsaken everything for victory." Rallister looked at Nagato and responded, "No, he has not given up. Rather, his perseverance has garnered my reward. Now, as a final farewell." As he spoke, Reyes raised the scythe towards Nagato, his intentions unmistakable. Unfazed, Nagato extended his hand and recited incantations. Regardless of who it might be, none could thwart our desires. Super Shinra Tensei. The resulting shockwave, though immensely powerful, merely compelled Reyes to retreat a couple of steps. He then roared back, stating flatly, "You are utterly ignorant of the power of the abyss. Cease your futile struggles." Unflinching, Nagato replied, "You are equally oblivious to the power of the dimensions." Dimension, phantom. Dimension, fall. A shadowy visage of Nagato surged towards Reyes at an astonishing velocity, yet Reyes remained undaunted, slashing with his scythe. Bang! Following an enigmatic explosion, Reyes was wounded. Before he could utter a word, a pitch-black wormhole appeared above him. In the next moment, a colossal pointed object descended from the heavens, landing directly atop his head. However, this assault bore no dimensional effects. Thus, Reyes used his pair of horns to shatter the massive spike. After surveying his recent injury in silence, he finally spoke. "The power of the dimensions, indeed. It is no surprise that one capable of altering the very rules can wield such force. But do not be hasty. The true spectacle has only just begun. Let your blood transform the earth into an ocean." Nagato was acutely aware that Rallister was not referring to him, but rather to beings like Qin Wange. From the moment Rallister made his appearance, Nagato sensed that his power transcended a certain threshold. Thus, should Rallister choose to assault Nagato at that moment, it was highly probable that Nagato would meet a swift demise. However, it was evident that the newly resurrected Rallister had many of his abilities curtailed, which allowed Nagato the opportunity to engage him in combat. With utmost caution, Nagato kept his gaze fixed on Rallister, employing dimensional shifts to maintain a safe distance. Various powers of dimensional energy manifested in succession, culminating in a technique previously used against a colossal demon. Yet, due to the absence of dimensional boundary release this time, the intensity of the attack was significantly diminished, though still sufficient to inflict considerable injury upon Rallister. The two engaged in a protracted and intense struggle, seemingly fierce, yet despite the passage of time, Rayaster had yet to land a single blow on Nagato. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Rayaster was merely being pursued and outmaneuvered by Nagato. However, this stalemate was destined to be broken. Rayaster began to awaken his latent abilities, and suddenly, a crimson aura enveloped his body, rendering him nearly translucent. His speed surged, more than doubling in an instant, leaving Nagato no time to utilize dimensional shifts. Rayaster swiftly closed the distance, seizing Nagato by the throat with one hand and exerting immense pressure. At that moment, he believed victory was assured, his pride and arrogance leading him to think he had the upper hand. Yet, Nagato was not one to succumb passively. Chapter 50. Nagato's turnaround. Although Nagato found himself unable to move, he was still capable of unleashing his power. Once more, the energies of the dimension coalesced in his hands as he intoned, "Dimensional kaleidoscope." In an instant, the singular Nagato in Rayaster's grasp diverged into a multitude of Nagatos, each appearing palpably real. All of these manifestations surged forth to assail Rayaster, who initially mistook it for an illusion and chose to disregard it. It was only when these replicas attacked him with dimensional force that he realized the gravity of the situation. Immediately releasing Nagato, he evaded the subsequent strikes. Once freed, Nagato refrained from making any unnecessary movements. His hands once again summoned formidable dimensional energy as he shouted, "Dimensional particle storm." In an instant, the space surrounding Rayaster erupted in explosions, tracking him wherever he attempted to evade, with no prior warning. The most effective course of action was to strike at Nagato himself. Rayaster activated his previous state once more, rapidly closing the distance to confront Nagato. In this instance, he acted with unrestrained ferocity, wielding the crimson scythe that ruthlessly descended upon Nagato's head. Nagato unleashed the dimensional boundary, subsequently manifesting the space-time magnetic field, an expanse centered around himself. Within the realm of this dimensional field, adversaries would experience the effects of dimensional distortion, allowing for the instantaneous relocation of all enemies ensnared by this distortion to a position before the character. Under the influence of the dimensional boundary, enemies would find themselves entrapped in a state of binding upon their sudden displacement. In that fleeting moment, Reyes felt a formidable force pulling him inexorably to the forefront of Nagato. As he contemplated his escape, he was ensnared by an unbreakable constraint. In astonishment, Reyes bellowed in fury, "Foolish mortal, you are but an insignificant insect, destined to succumb to the fate of being slain." Nagato paid no heed to the taunts, slowly raising his hand as a colossal spatial wormhole materialized before him. With an icy demeanor, Nagato intoned, "Release the dimensional boundary, dimensional particle wave." The dimensional particle wave, it opened a rift to another dimension, unleashing a formidable particle cannon, an evolved version of the particle beam. The strike was akin to a lock, leaving Reyes unable to evade. As Nagato concluded his release, an ethereal beam of particles surged skyward, aimed directly at Reyes. Though fleeting, its impact was remarkable and formidable. By this juncture, Nagato had exhausted all his dimensional reserves, with his chakra nearly depleted. Unless Reyes possessed some hidden tactic, victory appeared to be within Nagato's grasp. Yet, regrettably, Reyes indeed had a contingency. At the precipice of being struck, Reyes astonishingly transformed into a scythe, thereby evading considerable damage. Ultimately, he remained in a semblance of his previous combat stance. Though battered and bruised, he was far from incapacitated, while Nagato found himself utterly fatigued, uncertain if he had the strength to continue. The Akatsuki members watched Nagato with bated breath, uncertain of his next move, as many believed the outcome was already determined. Nagato's ambition was the championship. Should he falter now, what right would he have to stand in this arena? In silence, he retrieved a vial of potent blue elixir. Unbeknownst to Reyes, Nagato consumed the potion in one gulp, and in an instant, he was revitalized. With ruthless intent, he unleashed a dimensional particle storm explosion upon Reyes, sending him careening in disarray. Meanwhile, Reyes remained bewildered, grappling with the sudden turn of events, and Nagato's action drew skepticism from some onlookers. However, Wataru Gojo swiftly interjected, recalling that the previous battle of Orochimaru's squad had similarly employed potions, asserting that anything acquired from the card deck could be utilized in the competition. Thus, Nagato's actions were deemed entirely legitimate, and the match continued. Although Nagato maintained a facade of composure, he felt a pang of regret. For while this item was merely a blue card artifact, to them, it represented the pinnacle of battle resources, albeit a rare treasure among the blue items. This particular aspect has been meticulously verified by Nagato and Itachi, who specifically sought blue items with the intention of stockpiling a greater quantity of large red and blue potions. However, the probability is truly disheartening. After a dozen attempts, they managed to acquire merely 2 or 3 bottles. This time, Nagato consumed 1 large blue potion, leaving him with only a single large red potion remaining. Conversely, Itachi still possesses 2 large blue potions. Yet he has not been fortunate enough to obtain even 1 large red potion. Upon consuming the large blue potion, Nagato's combat prowess was instantaneously restored, enabling him to employ dimensional techniques to assault Rayast and accumulate energy from the dimensional boundary. After a renewed display of dominance, Rayast sensed that his body was nearing its limits, and Nagato seized this opportunity without hesitation. Employing the same tactic once more, he unleashed the temporal magnetic field and particle waves enhanced by the dimensional boundary, executing a dual assault that condemned Rayast to a state of helplessness. This time, Rayast could no longer hide behind the scythe, so he braced himself and endured the blow. The result was that, once Nagato's techniques concluded, Rayast had vanished from the arena, leaving behind only a dull scythe on the ground. It seemed that the victor had finally emerged. Rayast had been defeated, and Hans had been completely consumed the moment Rayast made his appearance. Consequently, Rayast, gravely injured, reverted to his original form and lost his powers. However, this was a golden card item. With Hans now deceased, this item would undoubtedly fall into Nagato's possession, and as of now, there were no regulations set by Qin Wange regarding such circumstances for trading. Yet, once it was announced, the golden card in Nagato's hands would undoubtedly possess immense value, igniting envy among all. The recent battle allowed everyone to assess the strength of Nagato, as the current power ranking displayed in the arena was as follows. N01, Nagato, possessing formidable dimensional power. Currently the strongest. N02, Gaara, his powerful sand manipulation rivals that of the legendary god of ninjas. N03, Rayast, currently devoid of power. N04, Naruto Uzumaki, easily utilizing the strongest strike of Might Guy in his blonde form. Though his exact strength remains uncertain, he is provisionally ranked 4th. N05, Itachi Uchiha, the strongest under the golden card, capable of severely injuring its holder and potentially eliminating them when caught off guard. N06, Anko Mitarashi, having faced all her opponents with apparent ease. It seems she has yet to reveal her full repertoire. N07, Kakashi Hitaki, the only one to have undergone transformation, possessing immense potential, though still not fully developed. N08, the 4th Raikage, having perfected a purple technique that suits him perfectly, though his physical prowess is formidable. It comes with numerous drawbacks. The remainder will not be listed. Feel free to comment with your thoughts on who belongs there. Chapter 51, Deidara's Ultimate Art. The battle between the gold cards has finally come to a conclusion. Now, only 3 competitors from the Hidden Leaf Village remain, alongside 3 from the Akatsuki. Thus, in the ultimate showdown, Qin Wange has decisively assigned the opponents for each side, determining the top 3 positions. Furthermore, Qin Wange announced the rewards for the remaining ranks. The top 3 contestants will receive corresponding prizes, and I need not reiterate the reward for the first place. However, I have observed the arduous efforts you have all exerted in this competition. Therefore, I have decided to enhance the reward for the first place with an additional surprise, the details of which will remain undisclosed until the victor is revealed. As for the second place, the reward will be a fixed set of 7 purple cards in a card pack. The purpose of this card pack lies in the fact that all the cards contained within are entirely obtainable, including the reward for third place. However, the purple cards are somewhat scarcer, represented by a pack containing 5 purple cards. I shall subsequently engage in some unique transactions of such packs with all of you. Now, let us turn our attention to the large screen. As Qin Wange's words fell, the names of the remaining 6 individuals began to appear on the screen. The first matchup for third place is between Hitaki Kakashi and Deidara. The second battle features Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Itachi. The first place confrontation is between Uzumaki Naruto and Nagato. Kakashi felt a twinge of regret upon realizing he was only contending for third place. Nevertheless, he dared not question Qin Wange's rankings. On the contrary, he surmised that the very allocation of opponents by Qin Wange indicated that Anko's true strength surpassed his own. Kakashi was aware that should he face Itachi, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, thus rendering this position a relief rather than a burden. Meanwhile, Anko, wearing a smile, glanced at Sasuke and remarked, "Hey, little brat. If I take care of that guy for you, you'll owe me your gratitude, won't you?" To which Sasuke disdainfully retorted, "Umph. If you have the capability to do so." Although Sasuke harbored a fervent desire for vengeance, he had come to fully comprehend Itachi's formidable prowess. Consequently, he believed that aside from the holders of the coveted gold card, no one else could possibly contend with him. Naturally, he dismissed Hondo's words as mere folly. Many present shared sentiments akin to Sasuke's. A consensus emerged among the majority, placing Kakashi in third place, Itachi in second, while the identity of the first remained shrouded in uncertainty. However, Nagato's popularity seemed to eclipse the rest, given the undeniable strength he possessed. The ultimate outcome, however, would only be revealed through the trials of battle. The first match to unfold was for the third place, featuring Deidara against Kakashi. If one were to assess Deidara's abilities by rank, he would hardly qualify for this stage. His presence here was purely a stroke of luck. Confronted with Kakashi, he realized that his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Prior to the match, Nagato had cautioned Deidara to remain cautious and survive. Yet, consumed by rage, Deidara found himself unable to maintain composure. He perceived the cold, indifferent gazes of those around him, each individual believing he had already lost, or worse, that he was already dead. This ignited an immeasurable fury within him, and he resolved to unleash everything he had in a desperate bid for victory. As the two ascended the stage, Kakashi refrained from engaging in idle chatter with Deidara, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. He feared that delays could precipitate unforeseen complications. However, before he could act, an unexpected turn of events occurred at the commencement of the match. The moment Deidara stepped onto the arena, his body began to swell rapidly. Kakashi hastily retreated, keeping his distance. The onlookers, having witnessed Deidara's previous confrontations, had a general understanding of his capabilities, self-detonation without fatal consequences. Thus, they were not particularly astonished by Deidara's impending explosion. Yet, it soon became evident that something was amiss. This time, Deidara's self-detonation appeared to unleash an unprecedented level of force, culminating in a colossal explosion that manifested as a massive starfish-shaped cloud of smoke. In the midst of this haze, the violent explosions continued unabated, and the colossal star-shaped cloud of smoke grew ever larger, soon enveloping the entire arena. Kakashi found himself ensnared within this thick fog, and at that moment, the large screen proved invaluable. The footage revealed Kakashi's entry into the smoke, where every corner erupted in relentless explosions. The force of these blasts was formidable, yet Kakashi pressed on, searching for Deidara's position while enduring the onslaught. Before long, Kakashi sustained severe injuries, but the explosions showed no signs of abating, and he still could not locate Deidara. The spectators, filled with a mix of excitement and anticipation, wondered if Deidara would stage a miraculous comeback against the third strongest in the ninja world. However, such a notion seemed improbable. After enduring a final series of violent blasts that nearly rendered him unconscious, the smoke began to dissipate. To everyone's astonishment, Deidara had completely vanished, and the terrifying explosions had indeed been his self-detonation. This permanent self-explosion, the star-like cloud of smoke, was his ultimate gambit, leaving Kakashi perilously close to defeat. Had he faltered just a moment longer, the third position would have been lost. Yet, in the end, Kakashi prevailed. Who could have anticipated this? The individual, upon taking the stage, resorted to a self-destructive attack without any ulterior motives, solely for the sake of pride. One must ponder the depths of his despair. Kakashi, quickly regaining his composure, left the arena with difficulty in his breath. At that moment, a line of golden characters appeared above his head, proclaiming, "Third of the ninja world." Although it lacked an imposing aura, it nonetheless signified his identity and bore additional implications, which Qin Wange had yet to reveal. The match concluded in a rather bizarre fashion, rendering the solemn occasion somewhat less serious. Yet, the outcome was what truly mattered. Kakashi's battle came to a definitive end as he returned to the spectators' area. However, one individual was not content. Gaara, casting a glance filled with a hint of reluctance towards Kakashi, rose and inquired of Satoru Gojo, "Sir, is it permissible to seize this title?" Everyone present immediately comprehended Gaara's intentions and cast sympathetic glances at Kakashi, who felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What had he done to deserve this? Satoru pondered for a moment, uncertain how to respond, and thus summoned Qin Wange. Upon his arrival, Qin Wange spoke directly, Under normal circumstances, this title cannot be claimed. However, there exists a means to do so, contingent upon mutual consent to initiate a contest. Should one triumph over the other in this contest, the title may be rightfully claimed, provided both parties agree. Chapter 52. The Mightiest Imperial Tool. Guardian Machine God. Listening to Qin Wange's words, Gaara gazed at Kakashi with an air of reluctance. The message was clear. He desired the title. A mere duel would suffice, yet the prerequisite was the opponent's consent, a condition likely to be met only by a fool. However, Kakashi was not a timid or cowardly individual. Being so directly challenged was infuriating. Thus, Kakashi addressed Gaara. 3 months hence, I accept your challenge. At that time, should you best me, you may claim this title. Gaara was taken aback by Kakashi's decisive acceptance, even with the delay. Nonetheless, this was far preferable to outright refusal. Gaara turned his gaze towards Kakashi and expressed, although the outcome is already determined, I must still thank you for relinquishing this title. Kakashi refrained from responding to Gaara, as he recognized that, at present, he was no match for him. However, circumstances might shift in 3 months. Through careful observation, Kakashi discerned that Gaara's growth potential was comparatively limited, especially when juxtaposed with Naruto. In contrast, Kakashi's metamorphosis into a new role promised substantial growth, with the potential to surpass even the current level of Nagato's prowess in the future. Thus, Kakashi's acceptance of this challenge was not merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. However, the subsequent remarks from Qin Wange swiftly instilled regret in Kakashi regarding his challenge acceptance, as she elucidated the significance of titles. These titles represented rewards bestowed upon individuals who had accomplished remarkable feats within this realm. Possessing a corresponding title not only conferred unique abilities but also unlocked access to a trading privilege. This privilege allowed for the advanced utilization of customer development during transactions, albeit with an extended cooldown period. Typically, the opportunity to develop customers could yield extraordinary items with each trade. Yet, for title holders, such exceptional items might only manifest after numerous exchanges, thereby elevating the trading experience. The prospect of claiming the first prize in this competition was even more enticing, as it promised not only a significant leap in customer development but also enhanced title privileges. This implied that the victor would encounter extraordinary items with each transaction of fate cards, despite the current lack of information regarding these items. Nevertheless, Qin Wange had mentioned that this item served to mitigate the uncertainties associated with trading cards, rendering it undeniably advantageous. Upon hearing the implications of the title, Kakashi felt a wave of anxiety, for he truly felt unprepared against Gaara. Should he falter in 3 months, he would miss out on the extraordinary benefits that accompanied the title. By then, it would be too late for regrets. However, Kakashi resolved to utilize this 3-month period wisely to draw cards and expedite his growth process, perhaps even surpassing Gaara by sheer luck. In truth, aside from Gaara, there were numerous others who coveted Kakashi's title. Yet, due to Gaara's formidable strength, they only dared to entertain such thoughts about Kakashi. If that title were to fall into Gaara's hands, they would not dare to harbor such ambitions. Once Qin Wange concluded her explanation, she signaled Gojo Satoru to resume the competition. The audience refocused their attention, fully aware that this match would significantly influence the future dynamics of the ninja world. The battle for second place in the ninja world commenced, featuring the participants Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Itachi. It was quite unexpected for Anko to have advanced this far, as her innate strength was not particularly impressive. However, her luck had been remarkably favorable. Thus far, she had not fully utilized all of her abilities, having acquired items that no one else in this world had obtained. Upon entering the arena, it was evident that Anko was no longer as relaxed as before, for she had keenly observed Itachi's strength, which was capable of nearly overcoming someone of Gaara's caliber. Should Anko let her guard down, she could face instant defeat. While Itachi exuded confidence, he felt a tinge of concern when facing Anko, as she was the only competitor, apart from Naruto, who had yet to reveal her full potential. The unknown variable was the most formidable uncertainty. As both contestants took their positions, they unleashed their full power without restraint. Itachi activated his complete Susanoo, a colossal red figure with wings soaring into the sky, launching an Amaterasu at Anko, clearly aiming for a swift resolution. Anko, with a hint of exasperation, spat out the food in her mouth and remarked, "Really, must you be so fierce? Well, in that case, I shall not hold back either." Imperial Artifact, Guardian Machine God. Supreme Throne. Bang. In an instant, a presence far greater than that of the complete Susanoo of Itachi emerged, known as the original and most formidable imperial tool. It is regarded as the genesis of all imperial tools and the pinnacle among them, often referred to as the supreme imperial tool, said to possess capabilities rivaling those of deities. Its secret technique is the purification mode, which merges the characteristics of alchemy and imperial tools, transforming its appearance into that of a dragon. The destructive power and quantity of its weaponry are significantly amplified, while the hardness of its armor reaches unprecedented levels. This can be considered the most formidable imperial tool that Akado can wield. Employing this entity against Susanoo poses no challenge whatsoever. Itachi is evidently taken aback by Akado's surprising prowess. When the Yada mirror strikes the colossal guardian deity, it merely leaves a shallow mark, igniting a fervor among the audience. No one anticipated that Akado possessed such a hidden card. As Sasuke descends from the stage, he mutters in frustration, "Humph, why didn't they reveal such a presence sooner?" Akado chuckles lightly and replies, "All right, let me entertain you properly from here on." Soon, the arena is engulfed in a conflagration of battle. In the face of the guardian deity, Itachi's Susanoo displays remarkable agility, continually darting around to launch attacks. Yet, none succeed in inflicting any damage. Finally, Itachi perceives an opportunity and unhesitatingly deploys the Tears of the Void. Akado is well aware of what this entails and immediately prepares to counter with full force. Indeed, the power of the Tears of the Void is immense. However, upon observation, it becomes evident that its range is somewhat limited, leading Akado to firmly believe that the guardian deity can withstand it. Akado's assessment proves accurate, yet Itachi's strategy is far from straightforward. Just as the Tears of the Void are about to make contact with the guardian deity, they vanish in an instant. Itachi's Susanoo, now wielding the Ten-Fist Sword, strikes directly at the guardian deity before Akado can react. The sword cleaves through, toppling the guardian deity and disrupting its balance. But the true lethal move is yet to come. As the guardian deity collapses, the previously vanished void power reemerges behind its massive head. At this moment, Akado realizes that any response is far too late. Reluctantly, she abandons the guardian deity. In the next heartbeat, the entire head of the guardian deity, along with half of its body, disappears completely, sending a tremor through Akado's heart. Itachi does not grant Akado a moment's respite. Upon seeing her emerge, he commands Susanoo to soar towards her. The Ten-Fist Sword aims to pierce her directly. Akado senses the impending danger, yet remains unfazed. In the next instant, a jeweled crown materializes above her head. With a smile gracing her lips, Akado softly intones, "Shatter." Crack, crack. As the words fell, the colossal Susanoo of the weasel abruptly ceased its movements, and fissures began to emerge upon its form, ultimately culminating in its complete shattering. The gem adorning the crown upon Hongdo's forehead also fractured, revealing a new imperial artifact, the jeweled headpiece, Irston. This artifact possesses the extraordinary ability to dismantle an opponent's imperial artifact. Once an adversary enters its vicinity, it can obliterate their artifact at the cost of the shattered gem. The damaged gem will regenerate within a week, but it cannot be utilized until then. However, Qin Wange has slightly modified its functionality. Given that imperial artifacts are not universally possessed, it has transformed into a means of dismantling all forms of an opponent's defenses. In that moment, the immense Susanoo surrounding the weasel constituted its protective barrier, and as it disintegrated, Hongdo acted decisively. In her hand materialized a new imperial artifact, the soul severing of all things. The scissor-shaped artifact possesses the extraordinary ability to sever anything in existence. Its remarkable hardness allows it to serve as a formidable defense, while simultaneously emitting a dazzling radiance to provide cover. Itachi sensed the imminent threat of death emanating from the scissor and, without hesitation, activated his Kamui to envelop himself within its confines. However, he underestimated the power of the scissor, which could indeed sever anything, even Itachi's Kamui. As soon as he entered the Kamui space, a long gash was abruptly carved into the previously sealed realm. Itachi soon found himself injured and hastily escaped from within. He activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor to restrict Akatsuki's movements and seized the opportunity to create distance between them. Lacking large red potions, he resorted to consuming a blue potion and once again employed the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor against Akatsuki. With the dual enhancement of the eye, Akatsuki began to lose control over her body, and Itachi seized the moment to unleash Amaterasu upon her. However, what appeared to be Amaterasu was merely a fade. The true threat lay concealed within it, the tears of the void. Itachi skillfully utilized the Kemui space to hide the tears of the void. Thus, to Akatsuki, it seemed as though Amaterasu was unleashed, prompting her to summon a set of armor in a moment of instinct. This armor, though seemingly ordinary, was the noble chariot of the Shura, an artifact developed from the operational armor prototype. While it outperformed the operational armor in certain aspects, it lacked its transparency and formidable explosive power. The primary purpose of Akatsuki's armor was to withstand Amaterasu. However, just as the flames were on the verge of making contact with the armor, it suddenly vanished, leaving Amaterasu to exist unimpeded. It was at this moment that Akatsuki realized the peril she was in and reacted instantaneously. Subsequently, Amaterasu dissipated aimlessly, and Akatsuki's whereabouts became unknown. It was then that Gojo Satoru emerged to elucidate the preceding events, revealing that it was indeed the tears of the void. Had Akatsuki been obliterated by the void's power? Itachi himself was uncertain. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, for caution is never misplaced. Suddenly, a barrage of attribute jewels appeared from nowhere, hurtling towards Itachi. Having anticipated such a move, Itachi evaded the attack, and upon observing the trajectory of the projectiles, he discovered that Akatsuki had indeed managed to evade the assault in that fleeting moment. Akatsuki had first summoned the demon-infested operational armor, an artifact crafted from the menacing dragon-like creature known as Tyrant. Once invoked, the sturdy armor would automatically materialize, enhancing the wearer's capabilities with its impregnable defense. The demon-infested armor managed to withstand some of the damage from the tears of the void, though it fell short of complete protection, leaving Akatsuki with some injuries. However, this moment of defense granted her an opportunity to activate the dimensional array, Shangri-La. In an instant, she ascended to the pinnacle of the arena and launched an attack on Itachi, who was unprepared for her heightened vigilance. Subsequently, Akatsuki summoned a new artifact, the World Book Longo Longo, a tome whose powers rivaled that of the Eye of Omniscience. The final pages even contain prophecies of potential catastrophic natural disasters yet to come, alongside the ability to foresee smaller-scale future events. Extracting this book required a process, and Itachi sensed the dreadful intent behind Akatsuki's actions, prompting him to unleash Amaterasu once more. Yet this time, Akatsuki rebounded the attack using her secret technique, the divine feather of endless flight. As Itachi sought to evade his own reflected attack, Akatsuki had already completed her preparations. She summoned yet another new artifact, the romantic artillery pumpkin. This gun-shaped artifact converts psychic energy into shockwaves, with its power amplifying in response to the severity of the user's crisis. Its ultimate technique allows for a significant boost in weapon power at the cost of temporary inoperability due to overheating. Akatsuki activated the ultimate technique of the romantic artillery, and in an instant, the charged cannon relentlessly targeted Itachi. He initially intended to evade, but the moment he moved, he sensed the barrel of her weapon fixed upon him, rendering escape impossible, thanks to the book. With no option for retreat, Itachi resolved to confront the challenge head-on. He consumed another blue potion, summoning the fully realized Susanoo, complete with the tears of the void, and charged directly at Akatsuki. The next moment, an explosive clash ensued. The formidable charged heavy artillery clashed with the colossal red Susanoo, and the resulting explosion sent shockwaves that hurled spectators from their seats. However, this was merely the beginning. In that fleeting moment of contact, Itachi, though gravely wounded, still possessed a glimmer of strength. He deftly approached Akane, intending to exploit this instant to conclude the battle, yet he underestimated her capabilities. Akane, equally injured and momentarily taken aback, still held a secret weapon in her grasp. The divine artifact, the perfecter of God's hand, a glove-type device, could trigger precise finger movements with hundreds of times the accuracy. As Itachi drew near, Akane's hand moved, striking his vital point with pinpoint precision, thus bringing the conflict to a close. Chapter 54. The Gift of Dimensions. The moment Akane struck Itachi was clear to all, and Qin Wange had already made her entrance. It appeared that the outcome was sealed. Once Itachi fell, Nagato swiftly ascended to the stage to rescue him, entrusting Celia with his recovery. Before long, Itachi was fully restored, and upon seeing his condition and Akane's presence in the arena, he recognized his defeat. Yet, this did not weigh heavily on him. After all, he had come to assist Nagato, but losing to Akane left him with a sense of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, her prowess was undeniable. Defeat was defeat, and there was no recourse. Soon, Qin Wange conferred upon Akane the title of second in the ninja world, a distinction akin to Kakashi's. After the conclusion, Qin Wange elucidated the items Akane had acquired through her card draw. The items Akane drew did not belong to any specific quality but were categorized as a dimensional gift. Upon drawing this item from the card, one could either choose to activate it directly or absorb all remaining cards for an activation. Akane's fortune lay in her draw, which yielded 9 guaranteed purple cards, resulting in a complete success. This implied that, had the dimensional gift not appeared, Akane would have been granted an opportunity for transformation. However, upon its emergence, she opted for the dimensional gift, ultimately acquiring the entirety of the divine artifacts in a single stroke. She obtained all the artifacts from the series Kyukai no Kanata, with the freedom to use them unconditionally. Furthermore, Qin Wange noted that Akane had yet to fully utilize all the artifacts, suggesting she still retained some power. However, this dimensional gift came with significant drawbacks. It possessed no growth potential, and the items acquired were immediately usable, lacking the ability to enhance in tandem with personal strength or other factors. They remained fixed in their current state. Another disadvantage was the randomness of the dimensional gift, which was far greater than that of fate cards. One might receive a particularly weak dimensional gift, and even after absorbing numerous cards, the highest obtainable value would still be limited to the best offerings from that dimension. Thus, while there were both advantages and disadvantages, the current benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Even if Itachi could continue fighting, the likelihood of victory still leaned towards Akane. From this point onward, the ninja world gained a new hope during the trading of fate cards, the dimensional gift. Though the randomness was considerable, they had a successful example before them, rendering the potential negatives inconsequential. Akane's title was comparable to Kakashi's, though it held slightly more authority. While Kakashi had to draw 20 times to encounter a miraculous item, Akane achieved it in just 10 draws. This disparity was evident as the competition resumed, with only the final showdown remaining. The championship battle of the strongest ninjas featured Naruto Uzumaki against Nagato, both of whom shared a deeper connection in the original storyline. However, in this timeline, their paths had diverged, though their ultimate objectives remained aligned. As Nagato gazed at the young ninja before him, he was inexplicably reminded of the late Yahiko. This was Naruto's first encounter with such a formidable opponent, and he harbored doubts about whether his golden card could withstand Nagato's might. As the match commenced, Nagato immediately unleashed an enhanced version of the universal pull and almighty push against Naruto, who dared not underestimate the situation. He promptly activated his Super Saiyan state, his hair and eyebrows transforming to a striking gold, exuding an overwhelming golden aura. This immense power rendered him immune to Nagato's assaults as he charged forward. However, Naruto's speed was astonishingly intimidating. Aside from Akane's space artifacts and Nagato's dimensional shift, no other combatants could match Naruto's velocity. In an instant, he closed the distance to Nagato and delivered a colossal punch that shattered the recently restored arena. Nagato narrowly evaded using his dimensional shift, taken aback by the strength of Naruto in this state. The current situation mirrored his previous battle against Leicester, akin to a warrior facing a mage. If Nagato were to be struck even once, he might succumb immediately. However, both Naruto and Leicester relied heavily on straightforward brute force in their attacks, making it relatively easy for Nagato to kite them, albeit with some risk given Naruto's current state. His speed and strength surpassed even Leicester's, and a moment's carelessness could lead to capture. Nevertheless, Naruto's physique remained that of an ordinary human, rendering him vulnerable to Nagato's assaults. Thus, Nagato merely employed a slight tactic to ensnare the inexperienced Naruto. Bound by Nagato's temporal magnetic field, Naruto was then subjected to an enhanced particle wave, a familiar recipe. Unfortunately, he could not withstand such an onslaught and, in a moment of desperation, released a ki blast in defense. However, his uncharged laser could not withstand Nagato's particle wave, and he was swiftly overwhelmed, crashing to the ground, seemingly lifeless. The battle concluded rather abruptly, leaving spectators questioning the authenticity of Naruto's golden card. Although he appeared formidable, the rapidity of the defeat was alarming. Nonetheless, Naruto possessed remarkable resilience. After all, the Saiyan constitution was renowned for its durability. Gasping for breath, Naruto struggled to rise. while Nagato displayed no hint of sympathy. This arena was of utmost importance, a battleground where he could fulfill his aspirations. Thus, Nagato extended his hand towards Naruto, summoning a spatial wormhole from which a laser was poised to emerge. Gritting his teeth, Naruto bellowed, "Kaiken, activate." In an instant, a golden aura enveloped Naruto, only to be further accompanied by a crimson sheen, causing his entire form to take on a reddish hue. He appeared to be in a state of overwhelming power. Nagato, indifferent to Naruto's transformation, launched another enhanced particle wave. Meanwhile, Naruto gathered energy in one hand and unleashed a laser that collided with Nagato's particle wave. Initially, a stalemate seemed plausible. However, to everyone's surprise, Nagato's particle wave faltered and was swiftly repelled by Naruto. Fortunately, the speed was not excessively rapid, allowing Nagato to evade the attack. Yet, the subsequent assault was inescapable. As Nagato sidestepped the oncoming laser, Naruto suddenly materialized behind him. With the augmentation of the Kaioken, Naruto's speed had now surpassed Nagato's dimensional leap. Chapter 55, The Outer Path's Golem. The punch landed with a resounding impact. Thud. Nagato was sent flying by Naruto's strike, blood splattering everywhere, painting a scene of brutality that raised concerns for Nagato's well-being. Logically, it seemed impossible for Nagato to withstand such a blow from Naruto. However, a lingering sense of his vitality could still be felt. As the smoke dissipated, Nagato collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, blood ceaselessly oozing from his body. The sight was harrowing, as if he were on the brink of death. Unlike those who would resort to any means for victory, Naruto, this young boy, stood firm in his principles. Observing Nagato's condition, Naruto spoke directly. "You should concede, otherwise you will perish." Taken aback by Naruto's words, Nagato found himself momentarily stunned. In a battle where everyone else fought ruthlessly for victory, here was Naruto, embodying a childlike innocence. Nagato smiled, a pale, feeble smile, realizing that, even in this dire moment, a mere child perceived the world more clearly than he did. He had been consumed by his singular desire for victory, unwittingly veering towards extremity, losing sight of the kind-hearted self he once was when he and his companions swore their oath. Coughing up more blood, he continued, "You are Uzumaki Naruto, right? In truth, we are somewhat akin to family. If I survive this match, I shall strive to become a good friend of yours." Naruto, momentarily perplexed by Nagato's words, soon recognized that the battle was far from over. Struggling to his feet, Nagato formed hand seals and proclaimed, summoning, "Outer Path Golem." Suddenly, the entire arena began to tremble as a colossal entity emerged, the Outer Path Golem. Stripped of its chakra, this shell of the Ten Tails retained an indomitable vitality and formidable strength. Confronted by this enormous monster, Naruto regained his resolve, his aura surging as he charged forward. Fortunately, this Outer Path Golem was in its initial form and lacked the power of other tailed beasts, rendering it less formidable. As Naruto sprinted towards the golem, its 10 tails lashed out in an assault, yet he deftly evaded each attack with remarkable speed. The golem could not lay a finger on him, and in an instant, Naruto landed a powerful punch against its massive form. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the Outer Path Golem was sent staggering backward, a testament to the sheer strength of Naruto's blow. He continued his relentless assault, each strike resonating with force, driving the golem further back until it found itself at the edge of the arena, pressed against the protective barrier. In a fit of rage, the golem retaliated, unleashing a chakra dragon, its sole means of attack in this initial form, coincidentally striking Naruto as he inadvertently stepped into its path. This encounter proved to be dire. The chakra dragon absorbs the chakra of any target it encounters, yet Naruto is an exception. The Outer Path Golem can not only absorb Naruto's chakra, but also siphon away his life force, which constitutes another source of his strength. In an instant, Naruto felt the entirety of his power dissipate, the state of Kaioken vanishing in a heartbeat, and even his Super Saiyan form began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, the Outer Path Golem launched a counterattack, its 10 tails relentlessly assaulting Naruto. Though he evaded with all his might, his condition was severely compromised. Soon, Naruto found himself battered and bruised, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form any longer. Faced with such a grim predicament, it seemed as though defeat was inevitable. However, he is Uzumaki Naruto, a figure who has never known the meaning of surrender. Thus, despite his dire state, he charged toward the Outer Path Golem, which treated his attacks as though swatting a mere fly. Occasionally landing a hit, yet failing to deliver a fatal blow, the golem continued its relentless assault. After enduring a series of punishing strikes, Naruto finally collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the colossal outer path demon statue was poised to hurl Naruto out of the arena. However, just as one of its tails was about to make contact, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Naruto, who had been lying on the ground, unexpectedly seized the tail with a firm grip. To the astonishment of onlookers, he rose to his feet once more. Upon standing, Naruto sensed a resurgence of his strength, as if he had grown even more powerful. With a fierce roar, he once again entered his Super Saiyan state. Grasping the tail of the outer path demon statue, he lifted it with determination, slamming it to the opposite side, eliciting a pained howl from the statue. Suddenly, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. From within the depths of the outer path demon statue, a sphere abruptly emerged, which soon began to crack. Ultimately, it exploded, revealing illusory forms ranging from 1 tail to 9 tails. As these 9 spectral figures entered the body of the outer path demon statue, its immense form began to undergo a transformation. The 10 tails, previously crawling, morphed into a slender, upright figure, its tails reshaping into claws, and its head featuring a singular eye and an ear. In this state, it possessed the ability to launch triangular-tailed beast balls and unleash overwhelming power, capable of causing tremendous destruction, a phenomenon referred to as the alteration of heaven and earth. This is a description of Nagato utilizing a purple disposable item known as the Tailed Beast Phantom. It possesses the extraordinary ability to instantaneously summon the phantoms of 9 tailed beasts. These phantoms exhibit 90% of the combat prowess of their original forms, along with the chakra and energy inherent to the tailed beasts. This fortunate turn of events allowed Nagato to evolve the Outer Path Golem, which now possessed a power that had multiplied several times over. It unleashed a tailed beast bomb directly at Naruto, who remained undeterred. Channeling his energy, Naruto retaliated with a concentrated beam of light. Upon collision, the two forces erupted in a tremendous explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto lunged forward for a close-range assault. However, the Outer Path Golem was no longer the sluggish entity it once was. It unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bombs, and just as Naruto approached, it manifested cataclysmic phenomena. In an instant, natural disasters such as lightning, tornadoes, and floods wreaked havoc on the arena. Had the protective barrier not constricted their scope, a monumental spectacle would have unfolded. Naruto deftly evaded these assaults, but ultimately fell victim to the golem's grasp. A long, appendage-like tail ensnared him, and in a heartbeat, all its limbs converged upon him. Following this, a colossal tailed beast bomb was aimed at Naruto's head. Despite his utmost effort, he found himself unable to break free as the crisis loomed closer. At last, with a surge of strength, Naruto roared, Kaioken times 10. Instantly, a red aura, twice as potent as the previous golden one, erupted forth, liberating him from the constraints. He then mounted a direct counterattack by enduring the onslaught head-on. Chapter 56. New rules. This scene is familiar to those who have watched Dragon Ball, as it depicts Naruto harnessing the powers of Super Saiyan and the Kaioken multiplied tenfold. He resolutely withstands a colossal tailed beast bomb, and it remains a mystery why the bomb does not detonate, enduring until Naruto successfully pushes the entire tailed beast bomb back. Ultimately, the tailed beast bomb explodes upon striking the Outer Path's golem, a splendid tactic that allows the enemy to advance while inflicting self-harm. In this empowered state, Naruto engaged in a fierce battle against the Outer Path Golem, yet the contest appeared evenly matched. There was no indication of a one-sided affair. Naruto's assaults on the golem proved to be largely ineffective. Conversely, the golem only needed to land a single blow on Naruto to gain an advantage. Suddenly, Naruto sensed an impending threat and swiftly distanced himself from the golem, realizing that it intended to employ the same tactic once more. It sought to unleash another chakra dragon while Naruto was momentarily distracted. Fortunately, Naruto remained vigilant, revealing that the golem was not under Nagato's control, as its intelligence was notably lacking. It became ensnared by its own tail, ultimately resorting to unleashing a tailed beast bomb at Naruto. In response, Naruto forcefully countered, sending the tailed beast bomb back. The golem was once again caught in the explosion of its own attack, followed closely by Naruto unleashing a concentrated beam of energy that he had charged for quite some time. This strike pierced through the body of the Outer Path demon statue with astonishing force. At last, Nagato could no longer contain himself and summoned the Outer Path demon statue to manifest on the battlefield. After this encounter, Nagato had returned to full condition, though it was merely the physical injuries that had healed, as he was left with only a single bottle of healing potion. Faced with Naruto, who had now become significantly stronger, Nagato bitterly shook his head and ultimately conceded, saying, "You have won, Naruto." Naruto, somewhat bewildered, was unaware of the circumstances that led to Nagato's sudden surrender. After all, he was still just a child. Many things remained beyond his comprehension, and even at this moment, he had not contemplated taking advantage of Nagato's state to launch an attack. In fact, he bore no defense against Nagato, seeing him refrain from aggression. Naruto too chose to remain passive. In this instance, Nagato truly had no desire to engage in a desperate struggle with him, now that all tactics had been exhausted. Failing to defeat Naruto implied that Nagato was powerless against him, making his concession unsurprising. However, there were still many who struggled to accept this outcome, believing that Nagato's strength was more than adequate to contend with Naruto. The reality was indeed so. Yet Nagato was unwilling to engage in a life-or-death struggle with this innocent child, who still harbored a kind heart. Should it come to that, he might have truly transformed into a villain. After declaring his surrender, Nagato felt a significant lift in his spirits. He no longer appeared as tense as before. Instead, a smile graced his face, a sight that astonished both Konan and Itachi. Thus, the outcome has already manifested. Qin Wange has appeared, bestowing upon Naruto the title of the strongest in the ninja world. This title, in comparison to Kakashi and Hongdo, is considerably more ostentatious. The four grand characters shimmer with a resplendent golden light, illuminating the surroundings for miles around. The function of this title is akin to the previous two. However, its authority differs significantly. The privileges it confers are equivalent to those of client development. In other words, Naruto's recent elevation to first place not only designates him as a client developer, but also endows him with double the authority. This implies that during subsequent card transactions, Naruto will not merely acquire a single magical item each time, but will instead receive two. At this juncture, Qin Wange commenced the announcement of new regulations, stating, "As a development client has emerged in this realm, it is time to disclose the items that can be acquired through the privileges of developing clients. The varieties of wondrous items are numerous, yet I shall introduce a select few. Firstly, there are 3 items that are readily obtainable: scrying, transmutation, and enhancement. The functions of these 3 items are as follows. Scrying. This allows one to select 13 cards during a transaction for glimpsing. Through scrying, one can glean information regarding the items contained within the cards, thereby confirming whether they meet one's needs. Transmutation. This permits the selection of an already revealed fate card for an equivalent value exchange. The items acquired through transmutation are entirely random, yet their value corresponds to that of the items prior to the exchange. Enhancement. This allows one to select an unopened fate card for a minor enhancement. Blue items have a high probability of being elevated to purple, while purple items possess a very slim chance of being upgraded to gold. These 3 represent the most effective means of acquiring customers, followed by a selection of more unique items such as sacrifice and synthesis. Synthesis. Choose any 10 open fate cards at most, and calculate the average value of each card, subsequently doubling it to create a new card. Sacrifice. Select unwanted fate cards for sacrifice. Upon doing so, one will receive luck points. The quantity of luck points earned varies according to the level of the sacrificed item. White items yield a mere 1 luck point. Blue items provide a base of 5, while purple items grant a foundational 100 points. During subsequent card draws, one may opt to expend luck points to enhance the probability of drawing higher-tier cards. When the luck points accumulate to a maximum of 10,000, a golden card is guaranteed. These 2 items are indeed quite rare. There are a few others that I have yet to mention, which you will naturally come to know in due time. These are the tools that can be acquired during the development of client transactions. Additionally, it is important to clarify that you should refrain from contemplating warfare during this period. While I will not interfere with your actions, I intend to introduce new content that will provide more opportunities for card trading. Of course, if this is of no concern to you, it matters little to me. Lastly, I would like to address the matter of titles. Beyond the 3 titles you currently see, there exists a vast array of titles, each serving a unique purpose. However, each individual is permitted to possess only 1 title, and the conditions for acquiring the remaining titles are rather particular, requiring your own exploration. For instance, achieving excellence in a specific domain may very well grant you a title that is uniquely yours. Do you understand my meaning? That is all I wish to convey. I find myself parched. Sarutobi, do you still have any of the tea from before? As I was still absorbing the profound insights conveyed by Qin Wange, I was suddenly jolted by the last sentence, causing Yinfei Rizens to forget everything that had been said previously. Hastily, I retrieved the honey tea I had previously prepared for Wu Tiao Wu and offered it to Qin Wange, taking a moment to glance smugly at the shadows of the other nations. Thus, this grand competition concluded splendidly. Had it not been for Qin Wange's final words, hostilities might have erupted immediately following the competition's conclusion. However, now, tranquility prevailed, unless someone were to act irrationally and provoke a conflict, which would inevitably devolve into a mere duel between two individuals, as no one wished to squander their time on such matters. Chapter 57. The announcement of the task system. Finally, the competition had come to a definitive close. Upon reflection, it was rather remarkable that the top 3 contenders were all from Konoha, which would undoubtedly stir discontent among certain factions. Following the conclusion of the contest, Konoha Village launched a large-scale mobilization of its resources, channeling its financial capabilities into developing Naruto's client base for a massive card draw initiative. Naturally, Naruto understood that this was for the sake of the village, and thus did not decline. Consequently, the entire shinobi world erupted into a fervor of card drawing. The trading post was bustling with activity day after day, yet the one most affected by this situation was the now increasingly troubled Wu Tiao Wu. After having been undermined by Celia, he found himself burdened with the responsibility of managing the influx of people. Each day, he faced the daunting task of maintaining order and providing explanations to those who did not comprehend the proceedings. Wu Tiao Wu felt as though he was on the brink of despair. Meanwhile, Celia trailed closely behind Qin Wange, feeling as though each day was devoid of purpose. However, it would not be long before Celia found herself occupied, as the next initiative from the trading post was soon to be established, a task system designed by Qin Wange. This system was conceived because the financial resources of a dimension would inevitably converge upon the trading post, leaving those exchanging cards with little of value to offer. Thus, in order to sustain the trading post's development, Qin Wange devised the task system, wherein the post would periodically release various tasks. These tasks, generated from the comprehensive information gathered within the entire dimension, would arise when someone was in need of assistance. Once the notion of seeking help took root in someone's mind, a corresponding task would materialize within the trading post, accessible to anyone. The crucial aspect of this system was that upon the task's emergence, a specific time frame would be allotted. Failure to complete the task within this period would result in its forfeiture. This could occur if the individual no longer required assistance or if the window of opportunity had elapsed. However, successfully fulfilling the task would yield rewards as stipulated. Currently, the rewards included opportunities to exchange fate cards, referred to as exchange cards, blue exchange cards, and purple exchange cards, each varying in their respective proportions. Upon acquiring these exchange cards, individuals could visit the trading post to exchange for fate cards. Undoubtedly, this initiative has provided substantial assistance to the entire ninja world while simultaneously benefiting the populace, truly a win-win situation. However, the overall system proved somewhat intricate, necessitating a considerable amount of time for Qin Wange to develop it in its entirety. During this period, numerous events transpired within the ninja realm. For instance, Konoha has now emerged as the most formidable power, widely acknowledged across the ninja world. The Land of Fire has expanded its territory significantly, with its population multiplying several times over. Yet the crux of this growth lies in the existence of superior combat prowess. The mightiest ninja, Naruto Uzumaki, has adeptly mastered the Super Saiyan state following the recent tournament, allowing him to maintain this form even when gravely injured. Additionally, he has acquired an array of purple cards through the fortune card system, thereby enriching his combat repertoire and enhancing his strength. Subsequently, Princess Akane, in her quest to solidify her standing as the second most powerful ninja, directly challenged the formidable Gaara. Naturally, Gaara accepted her challenge, as he held great regard for her title. Initially, he intended to first confront Kakashi to reclaim the title before ultimately challenging Akane and then Naruto. However, with Akane seeking him out, Gaara felt compelled to engage. The outcome of the battle, however, was astonishing. Gaara was defeated after an intense clash that lasted an entire day and night. Despite Gaara's overwhelming strength inflicting severe injuries upon Akane multiple times, she showcased an impressive array of imperial artifacts, each possessing terrifying power. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the sheer number of Akane's formidable artifacts, Gaara conceded defeat, thereby affirming her title as the second strongest ninja, which in turn elevated Konoha's prestige. Next came Kakashi, who, despite lacking any notable achievements, instilled fear across the battlefield. Upon his return, he rapidly ascended in rank by immersing himself in the main combat zone, engaging in battles wherever they arose to enhance his skills. During this period, Kakashi managed to elevate his level to 30. Yet, he recognized that this was insufficient to contend with Gaara, whose strength was bound to continue advancing. Following this, Konoha experienced a significant boost in power as Naruto leveraged his status to develop clientele, leading to a large-scale draw of cards that substantially enhanced the village's overall strength. Naruto and the other top-tier fighters no longer fell under Konoha's direct jurisdiction, allowing them the freedom to pursue their own endeavors. Meanwhile, the village's strongest remaining ninja, Sasuke Uchiha, sought out Naruto and Akane immediately upon returning from the tournament, eager to become more powerful. By utilizing Naruto's identity and title, along with Akane's reputation, Sasuke acquired numerous purple cards suited to his abilities, resulting in a remarkable qualitative leap in his strength, rendering him the most formidable presence in the village, surpassing even the enhanced Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, Sasuke remained obedient to Konoha, lacking the autonomy enjoyed by Naruto and the others. Following him, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the current leader of the village, recognized the necessity of demonstrating strength to maintain authority, thus he too underwent a significant upgrade. Then came Jiraiya and Tsunade, who, despite their late exposure to the fortune cards, possessed commendable strength and held notable positions within Konoha, allowing them to reap considerable benefits and enhance their abilities. Following the tournament, it can be said that every participant experienced substantial growth. Yet, one faction seemed to vanish from public view. The Akatsuki, which had shone brightly during the tournament, disappeared immediately after its conclusion. Even Orochimaru made a notable move shortly after the tournament, leading a large force into the Hidden Mist village, only to depart soon after, reportedly having resolved some troubles for the village. It appears that the Hidden Mist has returned to its former state, with everything normalized and a new Mizukage, Terumi Mei, elected. The reasons behind Orochimaru's assistance remain shrouded in mystery, but the absence of war is a relief. In the time that followed, the Akatsuki organization seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Only Qin Wange knows the true nature of these events, as a significant figure has emerged in the ninja world following the tournament, seemingly prompted by Qin Wange's presence to hasten the initiation of his plans. Chapter 58, Uchiha Madara. The day following the conclusion of the competition, the trading post of Qin Wange had already begun to bustle with activity. However, another significant figure had also arrived. At the reception of the trading post, amidst a circle of chairs, sat a solitary individual. Soon, Qin Wange made her entrance, gazing at the elderly man seated upon the chair, who appeared to be as old as time itself. Qin Wange jested, "I never imagined you would present yourself to me in such a manner. As once the mightiest, how does it feel to be forsaken by the tides of time?" The old man chuckled softly, his tone indiscernible, and replied, "It seems that Nagato was indeed correct. You are truly a deity." Qin Wange, raising a finger in a dismissive gesture, responded, No, I am not the divine being you envision in your mind. Even reaching the level of Kagaya is still a distant aspiration for me." Clearly taken aback by Qin Wange's words, the old man fell into a contemplative silence. However, Qin Wange soon continued, "The truth lies before your eyes. There is no need for despair. I shall not interfere in the affairs of this world, nor will I impose costs upon anyone for the fulfillment of their desires. Thus, your ambitions can still be realized, but how you achieve them rests solely upon you. I am merely a merchant." With a heavy sigh, the old man replied, "Alas, even if my ambitions come to fruition, what then? The awareness of your existence truly diminishes my courage to pursue." Qin Wange smiled lightly and said, "Chasing after me? You dare to dream. Though it may be improbable, you can still grow stronger. Would you care to give it a try?" The aged figure that graced the trading post was none other than the concealed identity of Uchiha Madara, a once legendary ninja who had now become a shadow of his former self. Yet, Qin Wange welcomed all, indifferent to whether they were virtuous or malevolent, regardless of one's intentions. A merchant's duty is simply to complete every transaction. Madara, with a rueful smile, remarked, "I am aware that you possess many valuable items. thus. I have also brought significant offerings for trade. With that, he signaled for Obito, who entered bearing the items for exchange. It was evident that Obito had shed his Akatsuki garb, no longer the elusive Akatsuki member, but rather embodying the identity of Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing Obito, Qin Wange could not help but exclaim, "What a pitiable soul." Knowing that Qin Wange would not interfere with his plans, Ban felt no concern that Obito might uncover anything. Soon, Obito entered with all the exchanged items. Qin Wange looked at the items before him, surprised yet concealing his astonishment, for they were all corpses of individuals. He instantly recognized several of them, including the 4 members of the Sound Ninja, whose deaths were particularly gruesome, as well as Scorpion and Kakuzu, who had not participated in this competition. It appeared that Ban's intent for this contest was precisely this outcome, and Qin Wange, with a stoic expression, accepted the remains of these individuals. Subsequently, he granted Ban 5 opportunities for a guaranteed purple draw. After exhaustively drawing all the fate cards, Ban returned laden with rewards. Upon his return, Nagato discovered Ban's actions and, having gained insight, resolved to eliminate Ban. However, he and Itachi, when they joined forces, were ultimately defeated by Ban alone. They were later rescued by Konan, marking the complete collapse of the Akatsuki organization, while hidden forces were quietly formulating their plans. 2 months swiftly passed, and the task system of Qin Wange was officially launched, allowing all clients with fate marks to access the task list. Approximately every 3 days, a new batch of tasks would appear, with thousands listed, and those that were taken would be displayed. The remaining individuals could not accept tasks simultaneously, resulting in a surge of activity in the ninja world, with battles coming to a halt. Kakashi returned to the village and began fervently undertaking tasks. As only a month remained until his agreed time with Gaara. At this point, Kakashi had tirelessly reached level 37, yet remained cautious and intended to continue his ascent. In Konoha village, Sasuke arrived at Naruto's training chamber, which was set to a gravity level 100 times that of normal. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, he was instantly immobilized by the crushing gravity. It was only then that Naruto realized someone had entered. Seeing Sasuke unable to move, he quickly released the gravitational pressure. Sasuke, drenched in sweat, stood up and exclaimed, "I truly cannot fathom how you, a weirdo, train in such conditions." Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. Everyone has their own training methods. "What's up? Do you need something?" Calming his emotions, Sasuke opened the task list and pointed to a specific task, stating, "Completing this task grants a chance for transformation. I wish to attempt it, but the danger level is marked as extremely high, and it permits 4 participants. I'm uncertain about going alone, so I came to invite you." Naruto glanced at the task description, which detailed, 3 individuals are being pursued by 1, facing perilous circumstances, with the enemy possessing formidable strength. Upon reading this, Naruto furrowed his brow, troubled by the notion of 3 being hunted by a single, powerful foe. Naruto had previously undertaken several missions, one of which involved rescuing individuals on the battlefield, where the adversary was Gaara, marked merely as formidable. This circumstance now indicates that the ninja world has encountered a presence that surpasses even the elite ranks by a considerable margin. Such a formidable foe's emergence cannot be overlooked by Naruto. Consequently, he promptly agreed to assist Sasuke, this time enlisting the support of Hanabi and Tsunade, as Kakashi and Jiraiya were occupied with other missions and had yet to return. The village required the steadfast presence of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ultimately, the quartet set forth towards the mission site. Upon accepting the task, the fateful mark would guide their path. The 4 hastened towards their objective, which lay at a considerable distance from Konoha. After traveling for a while, Naruto noticed that the duration of the mission had abruptly diminished, suggesting that the situation at the destination might be deteriorating. Therefore, Naruto resolved to advance ahead to organize a response, turning to the remaining 3 and stating, "There has been a change in the mission. I must proceed first." Upon finishing his words, he immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared into the sky. Observing Naruto's velocity, the others could only express their helplessness through exasperated comments. However, Sasuke was unwilling to be left behind, so he activated his utmost speed, employing the technique known as 3,000 thunder movements. In an instant, Sasuke's form shot forth like a bolt of lightning, his speed slightly inferior to Naruto's, yet still astonishingly swift. Consequently, only the 2 remaining figures, the flying red bean and the earthbound Tsunade, exchanged wide-eyed glances. Tsunade's prowess had increased significantly, primarily due to a stroke of fortune, as she had drawn 9 purple cards, all of which were guaranteed. She then utilized the ability of gaze to enhance her chances, resulting in a full complement of purple cards. Ultimately, she secured the opportunity for transformation and successfully transitioned into an elven knight, albeit her current level was not high enough to rival Kakashi's strength. Chapter 59. The breath of thunder. An elven knight can harness the surrounding trees and the forces of nature to bolster their defensive capabilities, ensuring a high degree of safety. The guardian beast of an elven knight is a unicorn, which can be ridden into battle. Upon the awakening of the elven knight, the unicorn also awakens, evolving into Pegasus, the winged horse from Greek mythology. This evolution enhances its strength, allowing for the taunting of defenses and the redirection of aggression, culminating in infinite combos and additional attacks. At present, Tsunade had only reached level 20, as her advancement did not necessitate the widespread slaughter akin to Kakashi's method. Instead, she merely needed to spend time in the forest, and her level would naturally ascend swiftly. Kakashi, drenched in the toil of battle, cast an envious gaze in her direction. However, she could not fly. Her current steed was merely a different unicorn, running on the ground, and it remained uncertain how long that would take. Once she awakened and the unicorn evolved, she would be able to soar, but that was still a distant prospect. For now, she would obediently allow the red bean to lead the way. Meanwhile, Naruto was racing at full speed towards the mission site, feeling an inexplicable urge to rescue the 3 individuals. At last, he arrived at the designated location, but the time for the mission was perilously close to expiration. Naruto's gaze swiftly locked onto a man clad in crimson armor, from whom he sensed an ominous aura. Without hesitation, he placed his finger to his forehead and utilized the technique of instant transmission, appearing directly before the man in the red armor, who was steadily advancing towards him. Naruto's sudden appearance took him by surprise, as did the trio behind him, Nagato, Itachi, and Konan. After Konan had led Nagato and Itachi to safety, they had not yet had the chance to recuperate before being relentlessly pursued by Obito. Outmatched, the 3 could only flee, unaware that Obito intended to eliminate them entirely. They had narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions, primarily due to Obito's lack of seriousness. They had believed themselves to be in utter despair. Yet, Naruto's unexpected arrival astonished them, prompting Nagato to incredulously inquire, "Is that you, Naruto?" Upon hearing the sound, Naruto turned around, only to be taken aback by the familiar faces of those from the arena. He recognized them as acquaintances, indeed friends, and was astonished to discover that the targets of this assassination mission were none other than they. Naruto was acutely aware of Nagato's formidable strength, having nearly faced death at his hands. The realization that someone was pursuing him was a testament to the overwhelming power of the man clad in crimson armor before him. Just then, Sasuke arrived, albeit a step behind Naruto. Upon seeing the trio, Sasuke hesitated momentarily before tauntingly declaring, "Isn't this my arrogant brother? How far you've fallen now?" Upon noticing Sasuke's arrival, Itachi felt an immediate surge of anxiety, yet found himself at a loss for words in such a tense situation. He merely called out Sasuke's name, to which Sasuke, in a fit of madness, retorted, "You are unworthy to utter my name. I shall deal with this fellow first, and then I will come for you to exact my vengeance." The utterance indeed bordered on arrogance, as the man clad in crimson armor was none other than the fully revived Uchiha Madara. Not only had he regained his combat prowess from his prime, but he had also been augmented by the enhancements of fate cards, rendering him virtually unbeatable. With a glance at the 2 youngsters before him, he smirked and remarked, "What a surprise. 2 mere children have taken on the task of rescuing you. My wait has been in vain. Let us conclude this swiftly." In response, Nagato urgently called out to Naruto, "Naruto, flee. He is Uchiha Madara. His power post-resurrection is beyond our capacity to withstand." Sasuke, evidently familiar with the legend of this man who once epitomized the strength of the Uchiha clan, was incredulous at Madara's revival. He had no intention of disregarding this opportunity, and Nagato's warning fell on deaf ears as Sasuke resolutely approached, hand gripping the hilt of his sword. It was then that Itachi, alarmed, sought to deter Sasuke. But his intervention came too late. Madara, intrigued, noted that this young boy was a member of the Uchiha clan, audaciously daring to confront him. He was eager to witness the capabilities that fueled such audacity. In the next moment, Sasuke closed his eyes, and a golden current of electricity enveloped him. transforming his aura entirely. The blade in his grasp was no longer the same. It had transformed into the legendary Sword of Sunlight, with a white sheath, hilt, and guard, and a golden blade adorned with lightning patterns. In an instant, with his eyes still shut, Sasuke leaned forward, exhaling a vapor-like mist. With a flick of his thumb, he released the Sword of Sunlight, intoning, Breath of Thunder, First Form, Lightning Flash. In a heartbeat, Sasuke surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards Madara, so swiftly that even Naruto beside him was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In that fleeting moment, the intensity reached its zenith, and it was evident that Obito was taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and, in this critical instant, unsheathed his blade. With a resonant clang, a crisp sound of collision reverberated through the air, and in the following second, a crimson streak erupted from his shoulder, spilling forth a copious amount of blood. The weapon in his grasp trembled incessantly as he turned his head away, for in that very moment, Obito had managed to deflect Sasuke's assault. Yet, as Sasuke's blade made contact, he deftly redirected his strike. Ultimately, Obito had no choice but to pivot his head to the side. Had he not, that blow could very well have claimed his life. This spectacle left Naruto and the others in astonishment. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, "Sasuke, I had no idea you had become so formidable." Itachi, quietly pleased for Sasuke within the confines of his mind, refrained from revealing any trace of emotion. Nagato, observing Itachi, noticed the inadvertent flicker of a satisfied smile on his face, but it vanished instantaneously, leaving Itachi stoic once more. Nagato could only manage a wry smile, while Sasuke, with his eyes wide open, remained silent, contemplating the blade of his son wield. At this moment, everyone realized that Sasuke's blade had indeed cracked. This meant that the brief clash just moments ago had rendered Sasuke's sword in such a state. The weapon in Madara's hand was truly terrifying. Madara turned his head to glance at the wound on his shoulder, and his expression instantly turned cold as ice. He then directed his gaze at Sasuke, remarking, "It seems you have become rather complacent, and that face resembling Izuna's is truly irksome." Vanish, Wood Dragon Technique. Without the need for hand signs, a colossal wood dragon materialized from Madara's hand and surged towards Sasuke. Chapter 60. Seal It. Black-winged demon Sasuke remained unperturbed and swiftly drew another sword. The Raijin sword he had acquired earlier, which amplified the potency of his other techniques. Calmly observing the approaching wood dragon, Sasuke took a deep breath and intoned, "Lightning Release, Thunder Slash." In an instant, a formidable current enveloped the sword's blade, and the next moment, the overwhelming power of lightning tore through the wood dragon. Before Sasuke could deliver a triumphant taunt, a shadowy figure lunged at him. Startled, Sasuke attempted to evade, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Madara had seized him by the neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground. Just as Sasuke prepared to resist, he suddenly realized that he could no longer utilize his chakra. At that moment, Madara's eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan, as he prepared to cast a sealing technique to absorb Sasuke's chakra. This is the power of the Rinnegan, which reverses the flow of chakra within the body, absorbing the techniques of opponents before it. The absorbed chakra dissipates within, akin to sinking into an abyssal swamp, where all strength is consumed. In a fleeting moment, Sasuke felt as though he had lost all his power, while Madara chuckled, remarking, "You cannot bear the consequences of provoking me, little one." Suddenly, a beam of golden light surged toward Madara, who sensed the attack of Amaterasu. After evading it, he discovered Itachi was assaulting him with his already shattered body. The golden light was none other than Naruto, whose speed surpassed Madara's expectations. However, in Madara's eyes, he was merely another insignificant child, akin to Sasuke in his grasp. After unleashing this instance of Amaterasu, Itachi nearly collapsed to the ground, only to be steadied by Nagato, who cautioned, "Do not use any more techniques. Overexertion could cost you your life." Itachi was acutely aware of his dire condition, but with Sasuke perilously caught by Madara, he felt an urgency without a solution. Naruto shared this anxiety. Without hesitation, he activated the Kaioken, enhancing his speed to arrive before Madara in an instant. Madara, seizing the moment, attempted to grasp Naruto, only to be sent flying by a single punch, causing Sasuke to fall from his grip. At last, Sasuke was rescued, yet he lay unconscious, his chakra entirely drained. Behind Naruto appeared 4 injured comrades, and he could only pray for the swift arrival of Sakura and Tsunade. who always carried the precious healing ointment. If she arrived to restore them, Naruto could finally breathe easier. At that moment, Madara, who had been knocked away by Naruto, returned unscathed, though he bore no injuries. Naruto discerned the blue skeletal armor enveloping Madara. It was the Uchiha clan Susanoo, a power that, in days past, would have faltered against Naruto's assault. Yet now, Madara was also a client of the exchange, having drawn from the same cards, and his fundamental strength far surpassed theirs. Madara regarded Naruto with a grin, exclaiming, "Huh, how amusing. I never imagined today's youth possessed such power. Allow me to witness your skills, little one." Gritting his teeth, Naruto disregarded Madara's taunts and activated the tenfold Kaioken, unleashing a formidable aura that shattered the surrounding forest. Madara, sensing Naruto's overwhelming presence, could not refrain from exclaiming, "Oh, what a magnificent aura. Come, strike me." Naruto coldly replied, "As you wish." He then surged forward with unparalleled speed toward Madara, who produced an unusual large fan, known as the Yatagarasu fan. A relic passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, crafted from the branches of the divine tree. The technique of the Uchiha clan, the rebounding of ninjutsu, was employed. However, to his astonishment, the flame fan shattered under Naruto's relentless assaults. Madara had not anticipated that even the flame fan would succumb to Naruto's might. Consequently, he unleashed the Susanoo, though not in its final form, but rather as a skeletal blue figure with half of its body manifested. Grasping for chakra blades, he commenced a frenzied onslaught against Naruto. Yet, Naruto remained unperturbed, utilizing his instantaneous movement to vanish from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Madara, striking without a hint of hesitation, a punch that was far from ordinary. Madara, sensing Naruto's impending attack, was about to unleash a taunt when suddenly his brow furrowed in concentration. Naruto shouted, "Dragon Fist!" With a resounding crack, a golden dragon surged forth from his fist, piercing through both Susanoo and Madara's form, only to explode moments later. After a brief moment to catch his breath, Naruto pondered whether this technique had inflicted any damage on Madara. As the smoke dissipated, Madara emerged from the rubble, appearing somewhat disheveled, his red armor in tatters. In a decisive move, he cast aside his garments. As the crowd beheld the visage upon his chest, they comprehended the reason behind Madara's mastery of wood release. For those unacquainted, it is advisable to seek knowledge elsewhere. Naruto, of course, remained oblivious to these intricacies. He merely found Madara's demeanor peculiar. Gradually, a shift in Madara's aura began to manifest, enveloping him in an unsettling sense of peril. In that moment, he drew forth the sword he had previously clashed with Sasuke. Why is this seemingly ordinary sword capable of effortlessly shattering Sasuke's sun-wheel blade? The answer lies solely in its name, the Blackwing Demon. With an expressionless face, Obito spoke, "Enough of the games. It is now your turn to confront true terror. Seal it, Blackwing Demon." This passage describes the release of the Blackwing Demon's blade, often referred to as the Blade Liberation or Zanpakuto release, a method to enhance combat prowess by unleashing the core that takes the form of a Zanpakuto. Upon commencing this release, the sky becomes enveloped in a downpour of black spiritual pressure droplets, seemingly symbolizing the destructive power inherent in this form. The figure possesses a pair of expansive black wings capable of obscuring the sky, adorned in a flowing white robe and crowned with a horned helmet, while blackened nails have transformed into elongated claws. Additionally, there appears to be an elongation of hair and a deepening of tear marks. In this state, speed, defense, and offensive capabilities are significantly amplified. Wielding a weapon resembling a lightsaber, crafted from spiritual particles, the entire being exudes an aura of terror. Naruto could not help but swallow nervously, for the sight of such a formidable figure was indeed daunting. In that fleeting moment, the figure took the initiative to strike. Before Naruto could fully turn around, the figure had already appeared before him, prompting Naruto to instantly teleport away. In the next heartbeat, a black laser erupted from the spot he had vacated, its tremendous force and terrifying range transforming the entire forest into a massive crater. The sheer power rendered everyone present trembling in fear. It was truly terrifying. Even Naruto was profoundly shaken. Had he not evaded moments ago, he might have been reduced to mere ashes by now. In this state, Madara was utterly formidable. Chapter 61. The support of Hondo upon realizing that his strike had missed. Madara remarked, "You managed to evade that, did you? Huh. Let us see how you fare against this, the Moonlight Blade." The Moonlight Blade is a weapon reminiscent of a spear, crafted from spiritual particles during the initial phase of the blade's return, launched towards the enemy as a formidable technique. This is a weapon that can be both thrown and wielded in close combat, possessing a remarkable velocity that surpasses even the previous technique. In an instant, it pierced through Naruto's shoulder, catching him completely off guard. The next moment, a sharp sound echoed as blood spattered. Naruto was hurled backward, a gaping wound forming on his left shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he clutched his injury in agony. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. In the blink of an eye, the Moonlight Sword returned, this time targeting Naruto's heart. Having just collapsed, Naruto had no opportunity to evade. As he watched the sword approach, poised to pierce him, he struggled with all his might, releasing a beam of light with one hand. However, its power was evidently insufficient. Swiftly torn apart by the Moonlight Sword amidst this dire situation, suddenly, a sturdy shield materialized, intercepting the strike, though it shattered soon after. The moment the shield broke, Tsunade, who had just arrived, was plunged into a state of weakness. Realizing he had been saved, Naruto promptly addressed Karui, stating that they could only prevail together against such formidable strength. Karui glanced at Madara in the air, who, in turn, cast a casual glance back at her. At that moment their eyes met, and Karui felt an overwhelming pressure. She then surveyed the battlefield. Aside from her, everyone else was either injured or incapacitated, illustrating the immense power of the creature resembling a monster. Taking a deep breath, Karui approached Naruto, without hesitation, and hurled him towards Nagato and the others, joining Tsunade by their side. Subsequently, under Madara's astonished gaze, Karui activated the dimensional array, transporting Naruto and his companions away, leaving only herself behind. Observing this scene, Madara's expression darkened with anger as he coldly remarked on her unexpected ability, questioning who permitted her to rescue them. As he spoke, a black flash surged towards Karui. She spat out the snack stick from her mouth and swiftly retrieved the romantic cannon, activating its ultimate technique to counter Madara's assault. Following a tumultuous explosion, Madara chuckled, finding the situation amusing. How intriguing. There are far too many interesting individuals in this world. Since you are so courageous, let your blood spill here in place of theirs. Moonlight Sword. The recent assault by Hondo barely mitigated the ominous black flash unleashed by Madara. Although she sensed his formidable power, her confidence wavered. Nevertheless, having committed herself to this confrontation, she resolved to engage fully. Hondo unsheathed her most potent imperial weapon, the fatal blade, Muramasa. A strike from this cursed sword would inflict a venomous curse upon the wound, leading to a swift death without any antidote. Renowned for its lethal precision, this demonic blade was forged solely for the purpose of murder, ensuring instant death from even the slightest graze, with no remedy available. However, it bore a significant flaw. One must wield it with utmost caution, for even a minor cut could result in immediate demise. During combat, if one failed to directly strike the opponent, the incantation would remain dormant, proving ineffective against corpses or puppets. It is rumored that employing its secret technique entails relinquishing one's humanity, as it requires slaying a beloved kin or friend to invoke the curse. Armed with Muramasa, Hondo charged at Madara. Following an intense clash between the Moonlight Sword and Muramasa, neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Madara grew increasingly exhilarated, while Hondo's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed her imperial weapon once more, the Beast King transformation, Lion King. This belt-type imperial tool transformed her into a beastly form, significantly enhancing her physical abilities and sharpening her senses to detect enemies. Its ultimate technique, the Eternal Lion, augmented her regenerative capabilities, allowing her to staunch bleeding and reattach severed limbs, even if her eyes were blinded. Without hesitation, Hondo activated the Eternal Lion, experiencing a remarkable surge in power. Bolstered by the Lion King's might, she engaged Madara fiercely, their battle intensifying to such an extent that any bystanders would have been obliterated by the residual shockwaves. To her astonishment, Hondo's strength reached unprecedented heights. Eventually, as her techniques dwindled, Madara's state of returning from the edge also concluded. They finally ceased hostilities. Although Madara appeared somewhat disheveled, he had sustained minimal injuries and was far from exhaustion, merely a victim of inexperience with this newfound power. In stark contrast, Hondo knelt on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had exhausted all her resources, leaving no energy to spare. though the Lion King had mitigated her wounds. Her physical state had reached its limit. Madara regarded her with a smile, stating, "You are quite impressive, young girl. I would like you to join my plans. I require a formidable ally like you." Hongdo, barely mustering a response, retorted, "What are you so proud of? The outcome is still undecided." Madara's laughter grew louder at her words. "Huh? Do you truly believe I cannot overcome you? I am Uchiha Madara." With that, he unleashed his complete Susanoo, a colossal blue phantom materializing before Hongdo, the immense pressure rendering her breathless. With a grave expression, she murmured to herself, "It seems victory is beyond my reach. I must return immediately and alert everyone." As Ban overheard Hongdo's musings, he chuckled, "Returning? Huh. In such circumstances, how do you intend to make your way back?" Hongdo, rather than responding to Ban's remarks, boldly revealed his title, second in the ninja world. While it may not have been particularly splendid, it was undeniably striking. Ban gazed at Hongdo's title with a hint of excitement, acknowledging, "So, you were the runner-up in this entire ninja world competition. No wonder you possess such capabilities. But is this display meant to intimidate me?" Hongdo softly intoned, "Title enhancement, dimensional array activated." In an instant, he vanished, leaving the surroundings devoid of his presence, leaving Ban in a state of bewilderment. He found it hard to comprehend that Hongdo, in such a condition, could possibly have any energy left to unleash further techniques. The anomaly must lie within the title itself. Ultimately, unable to fathom the cause, Ban returned alone. Though this battle yielded no definitive outcome, it allowed everyone to witness that the once mighty Uchiha Ban had not only returned, but had also attained even greater power. Upon their return, Naruto and the others would undoubtedly inform Sarutobi Hiruzen at the earliest opportunity, necessitating the collective strength of the entire ninja world to prepare for the impending confrontation with Uchiha Ban. Chapter 62. A new chapter following the emergence of Uchiha Ban in this incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly summoned the remaining high-ranking officials from the villages for a 5-Kage summit. As Konoha stood as their elder brother, they had no reason to disregard his call. Soon, the 5-Kage gathered at the Hokage building in Konoha. 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki 4th Reikage, a 5th Kazekage, Gaara 5th Mizukage. Terumi, may the most significant changes occurred with the 5th Kazekage and the 5th Mizukage. Although Gaara is still quite young, his prowess has already surpassed that of the entire Sunagakure, rendering him the sole beacon of hope for the village. Thus, it was only natural for him to assume the role of the new Kazekage. As for the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, her ascension to this esteemed position remained shrouded in mystery, particularly since the Land of Water had completely isolated itself during that period. It is known only that she received assistance from Orochimaru, while the whereabouts of the previous Mizukage, Yagura, remain unknown to this day. The recent Five Shadows Conference marked a significant leap across an entire era. The passing of Sarutobi Hiruzen, though impactful, seemed trivial compared to the sacrifices made by Minato for the sake of the village. Currently, the 4th Hokage leads Konoha. While the situation in the Land of Earth is rather precarious, the village of Awagakure has yet to find a suitable successor for the Tsuchikage. Fortunately, Inoki, this venerable figure, possesses both longevity and formidable strength, allowing him to uphold the entirety of Awagakure. After the designated time had lapsed, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly addressed the matter at hand, revealing the circumstances surrounding Naruto and his companion's recent mission. The assembly was left in awe upon learning of the defeats suffered by the strongest and the second strongest in the shinobi world, although many questioned Naruto's standing, attributing his victory to Nagato's reluctance to kill. The prowess of Akatsuki's member, who had decisively bested Gaara, the holder of the gold card, was beyond dispute. Such formidable strength was unexpectedly defeated by that individual, and from the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it appears that Madara had not even exerted his full power at that time. In the wake of this revelation, a sense of disarray began to spread among the crowd. Gaara and Mei Terumi, lacking any significant influence, chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the two elder statesmen, Sarutobi and Noki, were engaged in deliberations regarding their strategy, while A, brimming with arrogance, boldly proclaimed, "He is merely a resurrected relic of a bygone era." Perhaps it is due to the stagnation of these two from Konoha, whose abilities have seen little advancement, that they suffered such a crushing defeat. This statement instantly incited the wrath of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who confronted AI directly, demanding to know his intentions. Unfazed, AI slammed his hand on the table and retorted, "Humph. You from Konoha have reaped numerous benefits from this victory in the tournament. How can you possibly find the time to train and grow stronger? You are merely resurrecting a dead man. If you are so afraid, leave it to me. Once I deal with that individual, the true nature of Konoha will be revealed. With that, AI turned on his heel and departed, leaving the atmosphere in the Hokage building somewhat oppressive. However, it was Gaara who broke the silence, stating, "Third Hokage, I have faith in Konoha's strength. If our enemies indeed possess formidable power, I urge you to devise a plan for resistance." Mei Terumi echoed similar sentiments, expressing belief in Konoha's capabilities, contrasting their views with that of the Fourth Raikage. In truth, the relationship between the Cloud Village and Konoha had not always been so strained. In fact, they had previously enjoyed amicable relations. However, following the conclusion of the tournament, Konoha's aggressive expansion claimed a significant portion of resources across the ninja world, and Cloud Village suffered the most losses, unable to contend with the cunning of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Inoki. The Sand Village, impoverished, had little to contest, while the Mist Village was without a Mizukage at that time, lacking resources altogether. Ultimately, it was the Cloud Village that bore the brunt of the exploitation. Not only did they lose a considerable amount of resources, but even the territory of the Land of Lightning was diminished, a situation that would infuriate anyone. AI had endured this for a long time, but on that day, he erupted, deeming the so-called strongest ninja nothing more than a relic of a bygone era. He was infuriated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's exaggerated claims, leading him to storm out in a fit of rage, determined to confront Uchiha Madara himself and compel Konoha to relinquish resources. A notion that, while commendable, would prove challenging to realize. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Inoki deliberated and established a ninja alliance, summoning powerful entities from across the ninja world to unite against their formidable adversaries. Initially, upon receiving this news, many wondered if Sarutobi Hiruzen was being overly dramatic. What kind of formidable adversary warranted the gathering of the most powerful figures in the ninja world? Was he the top 3 in the current ninja world, all situated in Konoha? However, they soon reconsidered their thoughts upon receiving new information. The Fourth Raikage, AI, was unwilling to heed the call for collective resistance and decided to venture forth alone. At present, the Cloud Village had been overrun and transformed into an enemy stronghold, and the whereabouts of the Fourth Raikage remained unknown. This revelation sent a wave of panic through the populace, prompting many to converge upon Konoha in search of refuge. As time progressed, the situation evolved into a conflict between two formidable factions. One side represented the mightiest force in the ninja world, the Ninja Alliance, while the opposing side was led by Uchiha Madara, spearheading a new rogue ninja faction that proclaimed itself as the light of a new era, intent on transforming the entire ninja realm. Aside from the subjugated Kumogakure, Orochimaru's Sound Village, along with several minor factions and unaligned ninjas, also joined the fray, despite the Ninja Alliance's overall strength surpassing that of the new rogue ninjas. Uchiha Madara alone possessed the prowess to rival the entire alliance. Coupled with Orochimaru's presence, the potential for a large-scale war posed a significant threat, as they could suffer considerable losses. The specter of Orochimaru's undead army, alongside replicated versions of 3 distinct potions and the formidable red and blue medicines, rendered the prospect of victory in a massive conflict nearly impossible, even if the Ninja Alliance pooled all its resources. At that juncture, it was likely that they would possess fewer supplies than the enemy's undead soldiers. Thus, the ninja world began to enter a new era, with everyone preparing for the imminent outbreak of war. Qin Wange, ever considerate, established new regulations for the current situation. On one side stood Uchiha Madara's light, while on the other lay the Ninja Alliance. Individuals were free to choose allegiance to either faction or opt to remain as lone wolves. For those who chose the path of the lone ninja, they could freely decide to assist one faction during any given battle, with the missions assigned becoming exclusive to their solitary path. The act of eliminating members from either faction would yield no moral value, but instead, they would earn independent lone wolf coins as vital currency. They would neither receive assistance nor protection from either side. Chapter 63. The involvement of other dimensions. Conversely, those who opted to align with either faction would automatically find themselves within the territory occupied by that faction, becoming a member thereof. Once integrated into a faction, a hierarchical system would emerge, mirroring the familiar ranks from Genin to Kage, Genin, Shunin, Umbu, Jounin, Kage, Sage, and Deity. This new stratification introduces the realms of sage and deity, as the power of individuals within the ninja world of this new era has transcended the limitations of the past. By merely exchanging fake cards, many can now attain the prowess once reserved for elite jonin or even kage. Consequently, a higher echelon of existence necessitates delineation. For instance, the leader of light, Uchiha Madara, now resides within the divine tier, unmatched by any within the entire ninja alliance. Characters such as Naruto and Hanabi, who surpass the typical golden card tier, embody the essence of sage. Meanwhile, the current standard golden card possesses significant strength, akin to that of Gaara, Nagato, and Kakashi, who are categorized at the Kage level, with Kakashi firmly established within this tier. Gaara and Nagato may be deemed as slightly more formidable Kage, whereas the number of Jonin-level ninjas is plentiful. Presently, the Jonin tier can rival any Kage from the past, with figures like Jiraiya and the current Tsunade belonging to this caliber. Even the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen can only be considered at a semi-Kage level, illustrating the stringent nature of this new classification system. However, this strictness yields numerous advantages. The higher one's rank within any faction, the greater the opportunities afforded. Only those of elevated status can undertake higher-tier missions, which promise richer rewards. The missions available to members of both factions are largely similar, primarily revolving around the assassination or defeat of adversarial faction members. Beyond these mission rewards, there exists another stipulation, the concept of virtue and vice. Assisting members of one's own faction or eliminating those of the opposing faction accrues virtue points. Conversely, slaying one's own allies or aiding the enemy increases one's vice points. Accumulated virtue points can be exchanged for rewards such as lottery tickets, serving as a form of benefit accumulation, while vice points expose one's position and identity to all, making one susceptible to lucrative rewards for those who succeed in eliminating them. This can be regarded as a punishment that contravenes human nature. In addition to the rewards obtained from the task, the only additional gain for the lone wolf is the lone wolf coin. The function of the lone wolf coin is akin to that of virtue points. However, it lacks the adverse effects associated with vice points, and the items that can be exchanged for it hold greater value than those obtainable with virtue points. This is the world order that unfolds after the dawn of a new chapter. Following the announcement of this order, two symbols will manifest before all who bear the mark of destiny. One is a radiant sphere of light, while the other is a ninja headband, adorned with the emblems of the 5 great nations, representing the 2 opposing factions. Beneath them lies a wolf's head insignia, signifying the choice to become a solitary ninja. Soon, new individuals began to emerge within both factions, and those who joined the Ninja Alliance were bestowed with a new headband, bearing the peculiar symbol chosen at the time of their induction. Though it may appear odd, it serves as a mark of identity. Conversely, those who aligned with the opposing side would find a small sun emblem appearing on their foreheads, also a symbol of their allegiance. As Qin Wange observed the unfolding spectacle, an intriguing notion struck her. Given the familiarity of the faces embroiled in battle, the ensuing conflict seemed rather mundane. This time, he wished to partake in the endeavor, for such an inclusion would undoubtedly render the events far more intriguing. However, it was not Qin Wange who intended to immerse himself directly. Rather, he planned to summon an entity from another realm, a mysterious and formidable presence, to join the ranks of the solitary warriors. His aim was to stir the pot, complicating the forthcoming conflict. To this end, Qin Wange meticulously selected candidates over the course of 2 days, ultimately choosing the most troublesome individual. Before him, he conjured a magical array and intoned interdimensional transportation forbidden grimoire, one-way passage. In the next moment, a figure appeared, white-haired and pale-skinned, with crimson eyes, a lithe frame, and slender limbs devoid of muscle, clad in gray attire complemented by gleaming black shoes. Before Qin Wange stood a striking young man, though it would not be entirely accurate to label him merely as such, for he was known as One Way. One Way had reflected harmful rays such as ultraviolet light, only absorbing the essential elements of oxygen, light, and warmth necessary for survival, resulting in his hair and skin appearing alabaster white. The lack of external stimuli had led to an abnormal secretion of hormones, rendering him unable to discern his own gender, with pupils devoid of pigment, revealing a sanguine hue close to red. His gaze, a tumultuous mix of menace and madness, coupled with the twisted corners of his mouth that seemed to express a profound despair towards the world, gave him an air of cool detachment. As the foremost esper in Academy City, he held the title of the mightiest, with the power of vector manipulation, codenamed One Way. He possessed the ability to control the direction of energy, capable of reflecting all physical attacks, and could lethally incapacitate an opponent merely through touch. He was a being who, in an effort to avert destruction, had sealed his emotions within, revealing nothing to anyone, and harbored a deep-seated aversion to forming close bonds with others. His method of ensuring no harm came to anyone was to become an immovable entity, unaffected by how others treated him. A hint of impatience within him could spell doom for another. Thus he maintained a stoic demeanor, akin to ice, to prevent his powers from spiraling out of control and endangering others. His ambition was to ascend from the strongest to the invincible. Now summoned to this world by Qin Wange, One Way initially found himself in a state of bewilderment, unaware of the circumstances surrounding his arrival. However, soon a plethora of information flooded his mind, elucidating everything and detailing the mission that had brought him here. Once he comprehended the situation, he regarded Qin Wange with cautious eyes, for her existence surpassed the limits of his understanding. Thus, he refrained from initiating conversation, keenly aware of the vast chasm between them. Qin Wange, with a gentle demeanor, reassured him, saying, "There's no need to fear me. I am quite laid back. If you can emerge as the strongest in this world, I might consider allowing you to join the exchange as its third member. However, should you fail to perform adequately, I will have no choice but to send you back. Think of this as a journey. Enjoy yourself and go forth." In a desolate wilderness, One Way was transported and confronted by a symbol of a wolf's head. Without hesitation, he pressed on it. Shortly thereafter, a conspicuous wolf head mark appeared on his chest, signifying his identity as a solitary ninja. Chapter 64. A new era of ninjas. Aside from Qin Wange, no one was aware of One Way's induction, a move intended to inject excitement into the otherwise monotonous war. After a period of time, today marked the third day since the factions were determined and skirmishes erupted. The struggling Hidden Mist village was under attack by Orochimaru's forces, led by Kimimaro, whose strength was confirmed to be at the elite J-nin level. The accompanying members, such as Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi, were also nearing the J-nin threshold, a level considered to be among the highest in the current ninja world. In this context, the Kage level equated to that of a gold card holder, and only a few individuals within the entire ninja realm possess such cards. Those who, without a gold card, could attain the strength of a gold card holder were classified as Kage level, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess in the ninja world. Beyond this, there existed two higher tiers of strength, which were beyond the comprehension of Naruto and Anko, who had long ceased to intervene. They enjoyed absolute freedom, as no one could impose restrictions upon them. Kagami Mei, the newly appointed Mizukichi, leveraged the financial resources of the Hidden Mist village to barely elevate herself to a semi-Kage level. If Kimimaro had been the sole leader, she could have managed. But with both Kisame and Zabuza accompanying him, the situation was dire. At present, Kagami Mei was the only capable ninja in the Hidden Mist village, prompting her to urgently seek assistance from the Ninja Alliance as Kimimaro's forces advanced. The current leader of the Ninja Alliance was Anko, while Naruto was engrossed in rigorous training, remaining out of sight. Upon receiving the distress signal, Anko promptly arranged for a rescue operation. Soon, Sasuke, accompanied by Might Guy, was dispatched to provide support. At this juncture, Sasuke had evolved into the most formidable individual combatant available to Konoha, matching the Kage level and standing on par with Gaara, albeit with Gaara's gold card strength surpassing his own. Nevertheless, Sasuke's remarkable growth without the aid of a gold card was commendable, a testament to his own resolve. After being easily defeated by Itachi in the arena, Sasuke fell into a period of despair, only to be awakened by Naruto's intervention, prompting him to momentarily set aside thoughts of revenge and concentrate on honing his abilities. Ultimately, he opted to utilize his newly awakened Mangekyou Sharingan alongside Naruto's identity to draw cards, culminating in the acquisition of techniques suited to him, including the Breath of Lightning and a Nichiren Blade, though tragically, the latter was shattered by Madara's dark wings. Currently, Sasuke was unable to employ it, but fortunately, he possessed another weapon. However, the Sword of the Thunder God was far less effective when paired with the Breath of Lightning due to its flamboyant nature. Nonetheless, the impact was not overly detrimental. Meanwhile, after the conclusion of the match, Might Guy had significantly enhanced his strength through fate cards, acquiring formidable taijutsu techniques. Now, His prowess approached that of an elite J-nin, with the primary concern being that Sasuke's arrogance might lead to unforeseen consequences. Guy was instructed to remain vigilant, ready to intervene and swiftly retreat should any unusual circumstances arise, thus preserving a contingency plan. With Anko managing the entire ninja alliance, the considerable responsibility fell squarely upon her shoulders, as Naruto, still a child, was ill-equipped to handle such matters. Fortunately, Anko's strength was already established, alleviating concerns about wasting time on training. Thus, she diligently administered the affairs of the Ninja Alliance. Following the issuance of the rescue order, further reports arrived from a ninja detailing the latest findings. Lady Empress, our exploration team has discovered buried treasures, estimated to be worth 5 guaranteed purple cards, a significant value, though they were driven away by a group of solitary ninjas. Upon hearing the news, Hondo initially felt a surge of surprise. Yet her expression swiftly morphed into one of concern as she furrowed her brow and remarked, "A lone ninja? How could there be one audacious enough to seize our resources?" The ninja promptly reported, "It is a ninja by the name of Zilluo, whose prowess is exceedingly formidable, rivaling that of J-nin. The techniques he employs bear a striking resemblance to those of J-nin Guy, and our entire team was vanquished by him, while he taunted us with his words." Hondo pondered deeply, finding no recollection of the name Zilluo within her memory. Ultimately, she resolved to dispatch someone to investigate the situation. Thus, a team from Konoha, led by Hyuga Niji, consisting of Hinata, Rock Lee, and Ten, was formed to probe further. However, for the sake of safety, they also summoned a second team, represented by Hyuga Hinata, which included Inazuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino, to accompany them on their mission. This embodies the strength of the new era of Konoha, where everyone is diligently striving for growth. They too require experiences and development. Naturally, aside from them, there are others engaged in various endeavors within Konoha. Nara Shikamaru has now become a closely guarded secret of the village, shrouded in protection unbeknownst to others. No one is aware of the extraordinary achievements of this young prodigy who emerged alongside Naruto. In truth, the situation regarding Obito has been acquired by Akatsuki at a premium through the trading exchange. They are aware that Obito does not yet possess a golden card. However, he has drawn a special item from the Fate card deck, akin to a gift from the dimension, called the Dimensional Offering. This gift, under normal circumstances, pales in comparison to gifts from higher realms, as it can only be regarded as a token from a singular individual of that dimension. It is akin to receiving the very essence of that person's abilities, with the extent of mastery entirely dependent on one's own capacity. It can be likened to an unstable artifact drawn from the Fate cards, possessing a remarkably high upper limit akin to that of Uchiha Obito, yet a dismally low lower limit, contingent upon one's own efforts. Obito acquired all the capabilities of Ulquiorra Cipher from the realm of death, including his Zanpakuto, the Blackwing Great Demon. Coupled with Obito's formidable strength, assimilating such power was a mere trifle, enabling him to swiftly master the full might of the Blackwing Great Demon. His prowess ascended to extraordinary heights, and during subsequent transactions, the Ninja Alliance also encountered such dimensional gifts. However, the results were less than satisfactory. In contrast, the gift in Shikamaru's possession was rather formidable. Had it not been for certain restrictions, it could have easily emerged as a golden card. Consequently, Hinata mobilized a considerable number of personnel to ensure Shikamaru's safety, intending for him to serve as a lethal weapon for Konoha. After a prolonged period of diligent work, Hinata finally completed her tasks, yet the more she reflected, the more irate she became, feeling an inherent imbalance. Why did Naruto and Kakashi seem free to do as they pleased while she toiled endlessly over these matters? Fueled by frustration, she sought out the two, only to find herself unable to enter Naruto's training chamber. Left with no choice, she turned to Kakashi, who soon returned to the Ninja Alliance, battered and bruised, preparing for the next day's duties. Chapter 65. The new potion. Neither Sasuke nor Guy felt the need to rush. After a while, they finally arrived at the Hidden Mist Village, as there had yet to be any conflict with Jinmaru and his companions. Consequently, there was no urgency. However, Terumi Mei was in a state of frantic anxiety, pacing restlessly within the hall, eagerly awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. At last, Sasuke and Guy entered the Hidden Mist Village, prompting the village's ninjas to swiftly inform Terumi Mei. She hurried to greet them, and upon recognizing Sasuke, her heart found some solace, aware of his formidable strength. Soon, noticing that Guy had accompanied him, her concerns for the village's safety dissipated, and the three began to strategize. Sasuke remained silent until, at last, he stood and declared, "Leave it all to me." He then strode directly toward the village's outskirts. Just as Terumi May intended to intervene, Guy halted her with a shake of his head, saying, "There's no need to stop him. We need only to observe them. During the battle, we must be wary of ambushes from others. This mission carries the suspicion that there may be additional participants involved." May-in was taken aback, despite her intense contemplation. She could not fathom how she might have incurred the wrath of a mysterious individual. Since the restoration of the Hidden Mist Village, there had been no contact with the outside world, so it was perplexing that anyone would seek to target it. After the conclusion of the recent tournament, with the assistance of Orochimaru, she had successfully quelled the uprising in the village, yet soon after, the corpse of the insurgent was taken away by Orochimaru, ostensibly as payment. May-in paid little heed to this, and subsequently resolved the issues plaguing the Land of Water, thereby naturally ascending to the role of Mizukage of the beleaguered Hidden Mist Village. However, she could not comprehend why Orochimaru's subordinates would attack her, and the revelation of a third party's involvement left her feeling utterly fatigued. The role of Mizukage was becoming less appealing by the moment, and soon, May-in and Kai followed closely behind Sasuke. Upon departing the Hidden Mist Village, they encountered the Spectral Legion led by Kimimaro, who sensed a chilling aura of malevolence. He promptly summoned Jago and Suigetsu to advance alongside him, and soon the three groups came face to face: Sasuke, May-in, and Kai against Kimimaro, Suigetsu, and Jago. Kimimaro spoke in an unperturbed tone. It seems the allies of the Ninja Alliance have arrived, though it will not alter the outcome." Just as May-in was about to respond, a flash of lightning surged forth, aimed directly at the opposing undead army. With a crackle, the electric discharge swept through, inflicting heavy casualties upon the spectral troops. Sasuke, wielding the sword of Raijin with a cool demeanor, remarked, "Is this all you scum are capable of?" The demonstration of such power left Suigetsu in a state of shock, while Kimimaro realized that Sasuke's strength had evidently grown significantly since their previous encounter in the tournament. However, the precise extent of his power remained unclear to him. Both Kimimaro and May-in were captivated by the elegance of Sasuke's strike. May-in mused internally, "If only this young prodigy were not so young. Possessing such charisma at this tender age, he will surely captivate countless maidens when he matures. If only I had been born a few years later yet." In truth, their age difference was not as considerable as she imagined. The more she pondered, the more elated she felt, and she began to float in her thoughts, leaving Kai perplexed as he incessantly inquired about her well-being. May-in was oblivious to Kai's concerns, while Kimimaro, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the undead soldiers, continued in his calm manner. "It is evident that you have indeed grown significantly stronger since our last encounter." Sasuke scoffed. "Humph, how much longer do you intend to prattle? I wish to conclude this swiftly. You are wasting precious training time." Kimimaro, finally provoked by Sasuke's audaciously arrogant tone, adopted a more serious demeanor, drawing forth two bone daggers as he declared, "You will pay for your arrogance." Sasuke, maintaining his composure, replied, "You lack the qualifications." In the next moment, Kimimaro made his move, but Sasuke calmly addressed Kai and May-in, saying, "You need not intervene." As Junmaru approached, an instant later, a flash of lightning surged from Sasuke's blade, accompanied by a spray of blood. Sasuke continued, "I will handle them all." Junmaru was abruptly sent flying by Sasuke's swift strike, too rapid for the eye to discern. Were it not for that brilliant flash, Junmaru would have failed to perceive Sasuke's action. The wound inflicted upon him was grievous. A deep gash appeared horizontally across his chest, with blood gushing forth. Junmaru never anticipated such a vast disparity in strength. Witnessing Junmaru's injury, Jugo charged forward in fury, activating his fully transformed cursed seal, his colossal fist aimed squarely at Sasuke. Sasuke stood impassively, declaring, "You have made no progress at all. Get lost." In the next moment, a lightning dragon erupted from Sasuke's blade, striking Jugo and penetrating his form. With one adversary dispatched, only Suigetsu remained, bewildered and motionless, making Sasuke's task all the more effortless. Given that Suigetsu's ultimate technique was the water transformation technique, he harbored a profound fear of lightning, especially that of Sasuke's Raijin sword. In a moment of indecision, Suigetsu was jolted back to reality when Junmaru requested the medicine. Suigetsu hastily tossed a vial of elixir to Junmaru. Observing the vial, Karina noted that it bore no resemblance to any known potion, suggesting it might be a new concoction derived from the destiny cards, or perhaps a novel formula developed by Orochimaru. Sasuke remained unfazed, opting not to intervene, but rather observing quietly as Junmaru ingested the elixir. Uncertain of its nature, Sasuke possessed unwavering confidence in his own prowess, feeling increasingly let down by these opponents. A plan had been simmering in his mind, one that could not be executed alone. He sought allies to assist him. However, Suigetsu and his companions had been considered, and now, Sasuke found himself utterly disenchanted with them. His sole curiosity lay in witnessing the extent of Junmaru's newfound strength after consuming the potion. Soon, Junmaru swallowed the elixir, and his wounds healed instantaneously. Strange runes began to manifest across his body. The next moment, Junmaru fell to his knees, blood pouring from him as he cried out, "Great King of Bones, I offer my life as a sacrifice. I beseech you to descend upon this place." Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, as if some dreadful entity were on the verge of emergence. Sasuke tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, poised to eliminate Junmaru at a moment's notice. Bang! A bolt of black lightning struck directly upon Junmaru, the overwhelming force sending Sasuke and his companions reeling. Chapter 66. Experience the power of the Bone King. As the smoke dissipated, Junmaru's form gradually emerged. However, upon witnessing his current appearance, everyone was left in utter astonishment. He resembled a towering skeleton adorned with a magnificent black cloak, his crimson eyes exuding an aura of supreme authority that evoked a sense of reverence in all who beheld him. This figure was known as Angelgaon, or the Bone King, as some might call him. Despite the terrifying pressure emanating from him, Sasuke sensed that this formidable entity was not an unfamiliar presence. He remained Junmaru, retaining the essence of his being. It appeared that Junmaru's transformation came at a significant cost, and it was only temporary. Sasuke realized that even if he could not best Junmaru in his current state, he might be able to endure long enough for this condition to subside. However, Sasuke's assumptions were overly simplistic, for he was unaware of the true level of power that this formidable being possessed. A power that surpassed even the combined strength of Naruto and Hanabi at that moment, and this was merely a fraction of his capabilities. Sasuke refrained from making hasty moves. As he was uncertain of this being's abilities, it seemed that Junmaru had lost a portion of his memories. Nevertheless, his intentions remained clear. The Bone King extended a skeletal arm towards Sasuke and clenched his bony fingers. Just as Sasuke prepared to act, he suddenly found himself half kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. This was the Heart Grasp, a 9th-tier magic with an instant death effect capable of crushing an opponent's heart from a distance. Even if the adversary survived, they would be left gravely wounded. Though severely injured, Sasuke understood that this eerie and powerful figure was a magician, likely lacking proficiency in close combat. Thus, he struggled to rise, stepping back with one foot while gripping the blade tightly to steady his breath. In the next moment, white steam escaped his lips. While the Bone King's form and abilities were present, the consciousness remained that of Junmaru. At this moment, Junmaru was already in a state of delirium, completely oblivious to the impending danger. In the next instant, Sasuke intoned the first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap. With a surge of energy, Sasuke unleashed a thunderous roar that tore through the air. As he approached the Bone King, he executed a swift draw and slash. To his astonishment, the Bone King instantly emanated a radiant emerald aura, invoking a 10th-tier defensive magic that significantly mitigated the damage from physical attacks for a duration. Furthermore, this magic could nullify physical damage entirely once, rendering its wielder invulnerable for that brief period. With a crisp chime, Sasuke felt his grip on the sword falter. He had not anticipated the Bone King's astonishing defensive prowess. Although Sasuke had lost the support of the Sunwheel Blade, the strength of the sword of the Thunder God remained formidable, yet it proved futile against his opponent. Before Sasuke could launch a second strike, the Bone King struck again with a formidable spell, falling from the sky. In an instant, the Bone King spread his arms wide, summoning a multitude of magical circles that encircled him, culminating in a blue beam of light that began to radiate outward from his form. Such indiscriminate and widespread assault leaves no one untouched, not even the likes of Mizuki and Toru. At this moment, Kimimaro has entirely lost his sense of self. Consumed by a singular thought, the annihilation of all, The spell culminates, obliterating half of the hidden mist village into nothingness, leaving behind a colossal crater. Kaguya has long since succumbed to unconsciousness, while Kai, relying on his remarkable resilience, clings to life. Sasuke, gasping for breath, kneels weakly on the ground. Though he bears no visible injuries, the toll on his energy is immense. He has even sacrificed a sword, with the sword of the Thunder God rendered utterly useless, causing him profound sorrow with no recourse for restoration. It is yet another consequence of his arrogance that has led to this dire situation, reinforcing a notion that lingers in Sasuke's mind. Mizuki and Toru have also lost consciousness, their fates uncertain. Sasuke surveys the fallen around him and sees only Kai, who remains conscious, lying on the ground. He tosses a bottle of potent red medicine to Kai, urging him, "Take the remaining ones and flee, quickly." Kai receives the medicine and consumes it immediately, unleashing the full extent of the 8 gates. He swiftly lifts Kaguya, along with Mizuki and Toru, and makes a hasty retreat from the battlefield, racing toward the position of the Leaf Ninja Alliance. Sasuke then rises slowly, consuming a bottle of the red medicine and another of the blue. He draws his nearly broken sun-wheel sword, fixing his sharp gaze upon Bone-Out-Yin. Confronted with such terrifying power, Sasuke resolves to risk everything. He closes his eyes once more, prepared to determine the outcome. Bone-Out-Yin unleashes a terrifying spell, a series of black holes appearing around Sasuke, as if without cost. Sasuke evades with rapid movements and the Thunderbolt technique, but as the number of black holes increases, he soon suffers grave injuries once again. This time, however, Sasuke does not resort to the red medicine. Instead, he grips the sun-wheel sword tightly. And just as the next black hole threatens to engulf him, a surge of formidable golden lightning erupts from his body, radiating outward. In an instant, Sasuke lands and strikes a prepared stance, softly intoning, "Breath of Lightning, 7th form, Fire Thunder God." This technique, a unique culmination of various sword forms, executes a lightning-fast thrusting slash imperceptible to the naked eye. The trajectory of the slash conjures a golden lightning dragon, its might immense. As Bone-Out-Yin retaliates with his most powerful magic, Bone-Out-Yin calmly intones, "The special skill of death is the finality for all life. The destruction of the world is no mere metaphor. All shall face death, even the lifeless creations of mankind, which succumb inevitably, powerless to resist, awaiting annihilation." Not only that, but even the air devoid of life falls into demise, creating an unbreathable expanse exceeding 200 meters in diameter. Should any breathing entities exist within this realm, their lungs would be poisoned by the tainted air of death, and the earth too cannot escape its fate. Within a radius of 200 meters centered around the Bone King, the surroundings would swiftly transform into a desolate wasteland. This is the mightiest of magics. However, can this spell truly be unleashed? Regardless of its potential, once cast, the Bone King, known as Junmaru, would vanish completely. He pays the ultimate price of his life to bring forth an uncontrollable vessel, and in failing to achieve his desired outcome, his existence must come to a definitive end. Chapter 67. Sasuke's departure. 2 absolute factors prevent the Bone King's spell from being unleashed. The first is that Junmaru hosts only a fragment of the Bone King's essence. Without the Bone King's full presence, he lacks the qualification to wield such formidable magic, unless the Bone King himself descends. Moreover, even if it were possible to cast the spell, Qin Wange would not permit it, for doing so would disrupt the balance of this realm. When elite warriors from other dimensions arrive, Qin Wange strives to prevent their intervention, as their powers could alter the equilibrium of this world. Ultimately, this could lead to the collapse of the dimension, rendering it irrecoverable even for Qin Wange. Thus, the Bone King's magic failed to manifest. Yet Sasuke's most potent attack succeeded, delivering a thunderous slash that severed the Bone King's head. Although merely an empty shell, this victory was sufficient to fill Sasuke with pride. As the head fell, Junmaru reverted to his original form, but by then, he had been irrevocably separated from his head. Sasuke gazed at Junmaru's lifeless body, and, with a furrowed brow, collected it. Despite his aversion, he resolved to suppress his feelings for the sake of his burgeoning strength and his plans, mentally reframing Junmaru's body as mere collateral. Meanwhile, Guy returned to the beleaguered Hidden Mist village with Terumi, Mei, and Suigetsu, where the atmosphere was filled with anxiety. The already weakened village, having just begun to regain its footing, now faced another devastating setback. Upon witnessing Terumi Mei gravely injured and brought back by Guy, the villagers were moved to tears. Guy, witnessing the dire situation, reported the circumstances to Nanko. As the state of Sasuke remained uncertain, he focused solely on the current plight of the Hidden Mist Village. Anko, upon receiving the news, promptly dispatched a significant number of Leaf Shinobi to support the Hidden Mist Village in rebuilding and revitalizing it. She instructed Guy to remain vigilant regarding Sasuke's situation and to report back promptly. However, caught up in his fervor, Guy joined the reconstruction efforts. Completely oblivious to the updates concerning Sasuke, pouring his heart into helping. After Sasuke had tidied up his affairs, he retrieved a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the Ninja Alliance from his waist, contemplated it briefly, and then carelessly discarded it to the ground. He then returned to the Hidden Mist Village, where everyone was bustling about, oblivious to his presence. Following a trail of energy, he arrived at a small room. And upon pushing the door open, he found Suigetsu and Karen recovering within. The moment they spotted Sasuke, they immediately adopted a defensive posture. Suigetsu, struggling to rise, addressed Sasuke. "What do you intend to do? Why did you rescue us?" Beside him, the weary Jugu struggled to rise, standing alongside Suigetsu. Sasuke glanced at the expressions on their faces before softly uttering, "Come with me. I require companions." As he spoke, Sasuke revealed his destiny mark, showcasing the three choices of both factions and the independent ninja. Without hesitation, he opted for the independent ninja, and a wolf emblem emerged on his dark attire, signifying his allegiance. Suigetsu and Jugu were taken aback. They had presumed that Sasuke had long since allied with the Ninja Alliance, especially since the conflict had been raging for 3 days. Moreover, the implication in Sasuke's words suggested he wished for Suigetsu and Jugu to accompany him, as he had observed them during the initial skirmishes. Apart from Kimimaro, who bore a distinct small sun on his forehead, Suigetsu and Jugu had no markings. The forehead protector Sasuke had discarded earlier had merely been a guise. In truth, they had not committed to any faction. Witnessing Sasuke's resolute choice of the independent ninja in their presence signified his trust in them and his firm resolve. Suigetsu and Jugu exchanged glances before revealing their own destiny marks, promptly aligning themselves with the independent ninja as well. Their garments soon bore the same wolf emblem on their chests. Sasuke, observing this, displayed no excessive emotion. Instead, he tossed each of them a vial of red medicine and turned, instructing, "Drink this to restore yourselves and depart. Your current strength is insufficient. We need to procure some items and bid farewell to a few individuals." Suigetsu and Jugu struggled to comprehend Sasuke's words, yet there was no time for contemplation. After consuming the red elixir, they donned the attire Sasuke provided, reminiscent of the Akatsuki's former garb, albeit with subtle differences. However, such distinctions mattered little now, for the Akatsuki had long ceased to exist, following the rescue of Nagato and Itachi by Naruto and his comrades. They had resolved to bury the hatchet and unite against formidable foes, all joining the present Ninja Alliance. Upon learning of this development, Sasuke had immediately rejected the notion. He was unwilling to share a camp with those he had once sought to eliminate. Now, the opportunity had arisen, and Sasuke chose to sever ties with the Ninja Alliance. After Suigetsu and Jugu fully recovered from the effects of the red elixir, they followed Sasuke out of the room. As they stepped outside, they encountered the nearly recovered Terumi Mei and the industrious Guy. Upon seeing Sasuke's return, Terumi Mei instinctively moved to express her concern. But her gaze fell upon the wolf emblem emblazoned on his chest, causing her face to pale in shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. Guy, too, noticed the emblem and immediately addressed Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, what is the meaning of this wolf emblem? Quickly don your Ninja Alliance forehead protector to avoid any misunderstandings regarding your identity." Sasuke spoke calmly, declaring, "I never intended to join the Ninja Alliance. That individual has been dealt with, and I have repaid the assistance Konoha extended to me. When we meet again, I shall not hold back." With those words, he departed alongside Suigetsu and Jugo, leaving two bewildered individuals behind. Karui frantically inquired of Kai about what had transpired. Kai, equally perplexed, hurriedly relayed the events to Anko, only to discover that she was regrettably absent at that moment. She had entrusted all matters to Kakashi and had ventured out, her destination unknown to anyone. Upon receiving the news, Kakashi, unaware of the preceding events, could not comprehend the situation and instructed Kai to return and provide a detailed account. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already led Suigetsu and Jugo in a different direction, a solitary wolf departing from Konoha, seeking greater power. Thus, the embryonic form of Team Taka began to take shape. Chapter 68, An outrageous counterattack concurrently. The reconnaissance team dispatched by the Ninja Alliance had engaged with the individual known as Jiro, but the outcome was rather grim. Intelligence had reported that Jiro's strength was comparable to that of Jaemin, yet within Konoha, individuals like Niji were part of a new era of teams, each possessing the capability to defeat Jaemin. However, the reality was that Jiro's power far exceeded the anticipated levels. At that moment, it was solely Lee who was contending with him, activating the 8 gates, yet he could not endure for long. Jiro's strength had evidently reached the level of a Kage. Even with all 8 gates unleashed, Lee could only barely hold his ground for a brief period, despite being merely a rogue ninja without any external assistance. Why had Jiro's power surged so rapidly? The answer lay in the aid he had received from a superior. Through this support, Jiro had gained an opportunity for transformation. Now, his inherent strength was countless times greater than before. Lee had activated the 8th gate, yet his self-created technique, the 7 days of calling, had only reached its initial activation. His true prowess still undisplayed. Fortunately, reinforcements from the Ninja Alliance were soon on their way, yet before they could arrive, Jiro exchanged a few more blows with Lee. Suddenly, he remarked, "Enough, I have no time to play with you." With that, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Lee flying, continuing, "You should return quickly, otherwise, I shall not hold back any longer." The group bore various injuries, as Jiro had no intention of killing them. However, should they continue to engage him, they risked their lives. Faced with the dire situation, Tintin mustered her courage and whispered to Niji, "Niji, I possess a one-time use purple card. I can give it a try." Niji was momentarily taken aback before succumbing to inner turmoil, for even with a one-time purple card, defeating Zyro in an instant was far from guaranteed. Should he falter, it would spell doom for everyone involved. After much deliberation, Niji remained silent, while Zyro grew increasingly impatient, issuing an ultimatum. Just as Niji contemplated surrender, Lee suddenly clapped a hand on his shoulder and exclaimed, "Youth should not be forsaken. When faced with adversity, we must rise to the challenge. That is the essence of a ninja." Niji was struck by Lee's words, glancing back at his companions, each gazing at him with resolute eyes, devoid of fear. Witnessing this scene, Niji smiled wryly and remarked, "So that is how it is. Very well, let us demonstrate the strength of the new era of ninjas. Prepare yourselves, disperse." With Niji's command, everyone scattered to encircle Zyro, each adopting a combat stance, unwavering in their resolve. Zyro chuckled, expressing admiration for their indomitable spirit, yet added, "I'm afraid you must retreat today." Undeterred, the group ignored Zyro's words, attentively awaiting Niji's signal. Niji then took the initiative, charging forward alongside Lee towards Zyro. This time, Zyro did not hold back. He activated the 7th day calling technique. Third activation, instantly enveloping himself in a yellow aura. Lee, rushing headlong, was sent flying by a single punch, while Niji, seizing the moment, activated his Byakugan to strike at Zyro's vital points. However, Zyro's speed was too great. Even as a fleeting vulnerability appeared, Niji's agility fell short. Just as Niji prepared to act, Zyro unleashed another punch directed at him. Yet, knowing he could not evade, Niji resolved to withstand the blow. He called out, "Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palms reversal." This technique, a closely guarded secret of the Hyuga clan, allows the user to release a tremendous amount of chakra from their chakra points at the moment of impact, performing a spinning motion akin to a top, capable of deflecting all physical attacks, a true embodiment of absolute defense. Regardless of the formidable power of Zilluo's attacks, Niji was capable of withstanding them. And Zilluo evidently failed to grasp the situation. A punch landed on Niji's Kaden, but he quickly sensed something amiss. Just as he intended to retreat, he heard Niji shout, "Tenten, Shino." Almost in the instant the words left his lips, a massive white wolf dog and a gigantic insect surged toward Zilluo. Smiling in midair, Zilluo remarked, "Too naive." In the next moment, he kicked away the assaults of both attackers. However, that was not the end. As he descended, he noticed Niji and Hinata positioned strategically behind and in front of him. Beneath their feet, 2 immense bagua formations materialized, and in the blink of an eye, they merged into a single, intricate bagua array. Together, they intoned, "Gentle fist technique, bagua immobilization." Subsequently, their Byakugan sealed off Zilluo's lateral movement, allowing them to strike with precision, each blow targeting the same chakra point. Ultimately, they succeeded in hitting Zilluo, intensifying their assault on that singular point until they were utterly exhausted. At this juncture, Zilluo found himself completely immobilized, the vast Bagua array beneath him seemingly binding him in place. Niji and Hinata retreated to Tintin's side, and Niji addressed her. "The next move is yours." Tintin took a deep breath, nodded, and dashed toward Zilluo, retrieving a purple card from her possession. This scene utterly terrified Zilluo, who recognized the nature of the entity before him and struggled desperately to free himself from his bindings. Regrettably, the sealing formation that restrained him was a formidable purple technique jointly executed by Niji and Hinata, whose combined efforts magnified its potency. Zilluo found himself entirely incapable of unleashing any techniques. In the next moment, the purple card in Tian's hand began to dissipate, revealing an oddly shaped weapon materializing in the sky. It featured a lengthy grip topped with a sharp blade, adorned with outward-facing prongs, appearing to be an inconspicuous yet peculiar weapon. Initially, Zilluo approached this with a similar mindset, but soon he would pay dearly for his underestimation. The legendary blade, an armament originating from the Marvel Universe wielded by the General of Death, possesses the terrifying capability to effortlessly pierce vibranium. As the legendary blade gradually manifested, it ultimately pierced through Zilluo's heart with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, a being of shadow-level prowess met a humiliating demise, never having had the opportunity to utilize the abilities acquired from the Fate card. Once the legendary blade penetrated him, Zilluo instantly lost his life force, succumbing completely, his expression frozen in a state of unfulfilled rest. Chapter 69. Inheritance and Transformation. Niji and the others were left in stunned silence by the scene before them, momentarily uncertain of Zilluo's true fate. Everything had unfolded so swiftly that no one could comprehend the events until the legendary blade vanished, and Zilluo's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. It was only then that they confirmed his death, before they could even exhale in relief. Qin Wange inexplicably appeared before them. This was the first time they faced Qin Wange in person, having only glimpsed him from the audience before. Each was too frightened to speak or even meet his gaze. Qin Wange, somewhat resigned, glanced at Zilluo's corpse and shook his head, remarking, "What a waste of such a splendid opportunity. It is indeed a pity to have reclaimed it like this. Since you are the ones who ended his life, I shall reveal this to you, allowing you to make your own choice." Although Niji and the others were perplexed, they listened intently to Qin Wange's words as he continued. "Since you have slain him, convention dictates that his remains are your spoils of war, including everything he possessed, which can be reclaimed equivalently. However, the item he drew from me holds a value beyond measure. Therefore, the reclamation may proceed in an alternative manner. One among you may directly assume his transformation. This rule has yet to be unveiled, as there have been no instances of a slain metamorph gaining the 10 cards of the transformation proof. Consequently, their value is exceptionally high, and even equivalent exchanges for general recovery would still necessitate your own drawing, with the final outcome resting solely on your fortune. If luck is not on your side, the opportunity for transformation may be squandered, so it is wise for you to deliberate carefully." After a brief discussion among Niji and the others, Hinata suddenly mustered her courage to inquire, "Sir, could you enlighten us about his transformation?" Qin Wange turned her gaze toward Hinata, who immediately blushed and hid behind Niji. Qin Wange discerned Hinata's intentions. She was clearly seeking a chance to catch up with Naruto, as the gap between them was vast, and she aspired to assist him in the future. However, regrettably, this transformation was not suited for Hinata. Qin Wange explained, "His transformation is a supreme body, known as the unfading body of the Great Sun. The supreme body is a symbol of advancement in other realms. Only a true supreme can condense a supreme body, thereby mastering the cosmos and wielding the power to obliterate worlds with a mere gesture, a force that can make even the heavens tremble. In that world, however, the supreme body, as a mark of supremacy, is also divided into 9 ranks. The supreme bodies that hold a name are classified into 99 tiers, and the unfading body of the Great Sun serves as the foundational body for the 4th-ranked eternal body. It possesses remarkable potential for growth, ensuring that even as the strength of this realm increases, it can still ascend to the pinnacle." Listening to Qin Wange's exposition, although the crowd did not fully grasp the intricacies, it was evident how formidable this entity was, as excitement illuminated their faces. Yet, it was now Niji's turn to be troubled. for there were 6 of them, yet the opportunity for transformation could be granted to only one. Glancing at the group behind him, Niji suddenly realized to whom this opportunity should be bestowed. Sensing Niji's thoughts, Qin Wange nodded in agreement. Recognizing his keen insight and sound judgment, imbued with an innate leadership quality. Ultimately, Niji resolved to accept the transformation opportunity for Zyro and declared that this chance should be given to Rock Lee. Young Lee appeared utterly astonished. Throughout his life, he had often been overlooked, regardless of the context, and this moment left him speechless. The others quickly comprehended Niji's intention, as it was evident that Lee had played the most significant role in confronting Zyro. Not to mention that he single-handedly held Zyro at bay, buying time for everyone. But most importantly, he had encouraged Niji to continue fighting, awakening a steadfast conviction within them all. This ensured that everything unfolded safely. Thus, this opportunity rightfully belonged to him. Little Lee was so moved that tears welled in his eyes, leaving him at a loss for words. Qin Wange, smiling, added, "You need not feel regret. Among you, only Little Lee is truly suited for this transformative opportunity. Had there been no one compatible with this chance for metamorphosis, I would not have appeared. For those who are incompatible, forcing themselves to seize such an opportunity would only lead to a tragic demise. Very well, go stand beside his lifeless body." Little Lee nodded and approached the corpse of Ziluo. Upon witnessing his pitiful state, a wave of sorrow washed over him. In Little Lee's eyes, only war bore the mark of evil. All individuals were innocent, caught in the throes of slaughter instigated by conflict. Had there been no war, he and Ziluo might have forged a strong friendship. Standing beside Ziluo, Little Lee spoke softly, "Let your strength be my legacy. Though we are adversaries, I wish you well on your journey." Qin Wange, momentarily impressed by Little Lee's character, resolved to assist him further. Subsequently, a peculiar page emerged from Ziluo's body, and in the blink of an eye, it entered Little Lee's being. Before he could react, Qin Wange swiftly suppressed all pain, allowing Little Lee to absorb the energy instantaneously. Upon the awakening of the indestructible sun body, your physical prowess will witness a significant enhancement, accompanied by the supreme divine ability, the Nine Suns technique. The power of the Nine Suns technique requires your own cultivation and exploration for mastery. I shall only impart to you the strength of the 3 suns. Little Lee nodded in understanding and bowed in gratitude to Qin Wange, aware that she had aided him even further. For Xiaoli, it might take 1 or 2 years to achieve this level on his own, but now he possesses strength that is nearly on par with a Hokage. In an instant, he experienced a minor yet significant leap forward, and feeling the surge of his own power, Xiaoli became momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. He completely forgot about Niji and the others. Niji had called out to Xiaoli 3 or 4 times, but the latter showed no reaction at all. Finally, Niji resorted to giving Xiaoli a light tap on the back of his head. At this moment, Xiaoli finally regained his senses. Feeling embarrassed as he returned to the group, the others prepared to commence their collection of treasure resources. Afterward, they would return to complete their task. And with such abundant resources at their disposal, each would enhance their own strength significantly. However, these treasures would not be easily taken. The true danger was just beginning to emerge. Chapter 70. Obito and one unhindered as Ningji and the others were about to start moving the items. A shadow suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. The figure spoke, "Young ninjas of the Alliance, return. These treasures now belong to K." The group hastily halted, raising their gazes to the cloaked individual before them, who bore a peculiar swirling mask. Clad in black robes, the striking emblem of a small sun on the mask unmistakably revealed his identity. Having just acquired newfound power, Xiaoli was still exhilarated and had not noticed who stood before him. He instinctively intended to charge forward. Ningji quickly seized him, pulling him back and admonishing, "Have you lost your mind? If you seek death, do not drag us with you." That is the mysterious figure with the swirling mask, a rogue ninja. This individual is the second in command of the new rebel faction, possessing formidable strength. We should retreat and inform Lord Hongdo that this matter exceeds our capacity to intervene. Upon hearing Niji's words, Xiaoli suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He must have heard of the man before him, known for his swirling visage. Hastily, he stepped back, refraining from advancing further, while Niji prepared to depart with his companions, having discerned the man's true identity. Uchiha Obito, at this moment, still embodied the man intent on annihilating the world for Rin, steadfast in his belief that following Madara would fulfill his desires. As a loyal aide to Madara, Obito had gained immeasurable advantages from the fake cards, elevating his power to the sage level. He swiftly overwhelmed nearly the entire ninja realm, and his information was promptly relayed to the Ninja Alliance, albeit lacking his true identity. However, his strength indicated sage-level prowess, signifying a power comparable, if not superior, to that of Naruto and Hondo. Naruto's youth and inexperience prevented him from realizing his full potential, while Hondo had reached the limits of her current capabilities with no room for further enhancement. As Obito observed Neji and his companions retreat, he turned to gather the resources at hand. Just as he intended to act, a barrage of rubble hurtled towards him. Instinctively, he waved his hand to deflect the debris, but in the critical moment before the impact, he sensed something amiss. He swiftly activated Kimui to evade the incoming stones, and as anticipated, the rubble struck the ground with a resounding crash. Boom! The explosive sound echoed, leading one to believe that grenades had been launched, causing significant destruction and piercing the earth to a depth of at least 10 meters, a manifestation of terrifying power. The assailant soon revealed himself, coldly stating, "Did you kill my people?" Obito sensed that the white-haired youth before him was far from ordinary. He then turned to glance at the lifeless body of Ziyun beside him. Just as he was about to utter a few words, Accelerator struck again. Employing his extraordinary ability, vector manipulation, also known as directional alteration. By merely making contact with the skin, he could freely manipulate the direction of kinetic energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, and all forms of energy. Accelerator had the capacity to adjust the orientation of energy, to concentrate it, and to imbue it with new forms and properties, capable of unleashing tremendous destructive power with just a fraction of strength. In an instant, he hurled a vast array of rubble towards Obito, who could sense that the energy contained within each fragment was significantly more potent than before. Angered, Obito unleashed his own technique. The blue gem adorning the ring on his right hand began to shimmer with brilliance. The next moment, the sky filled with debris vanished entirely, only to reappear above Accelerator's head the following second, descending upon him like a torrential rain of bullets. With a smile, Accelerator remarked, "What an intriguing power. It must be spatial manipulation. To achieve such a feat, it must be that esteemed individual's golden card. I must admit, I am quite envious." As he spoke, he was buried beneath his own rain of rubble, yet he appeared entirely unfazed, exhibiting an extraordinary calmness. After a brief interval, Accelerator emerged unscathed from the debris, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Obito. Frowning, Obito extended his hand and chanted, "Would release. Cutting technique, space." In an instant, numerous branches erupted from Accelerator's form. Yet curiously, they seemed to have never made contact with him. Instead, they were obstructed by an unseen barrier at his skin's surface. Accelerator casually plucked a branch from his side and disassembled it. The next moment, a colossal branch spike manifested in the air, and without hesitation, he hurled it towards Obito. Once more, Obito activated his power. After a brief flicker of the blue gem on his ring, the massive branch vanished. However, this time Obito had learned his lesson. He refrained from provoking Accelerator further and instead utilized his spatial abilities to make his escape, taking along valuable resources, which greatly displeased Accelerator. He found himself powerless against this individual, as he could not thwart the capabilities of spatial manipulation. With no other recourse, Accelerator returned to lay Ziyun's body to rest. This grudge was duly noted. After Obito's escape, he immediately sought out Madara to discuss the matter regarding One Path. Upon learning of this, Madara was taken aback and promptly headed to the exchange to gather intelligence about One Path, only to discover that a creature from another dimension had emerged in the ninja world. Its strength potentially surpassed even Madara's current prowess, exceeding the highest god rank within the ninja realm. The appearance of such an entity surely signified some ulterior motive, prompting Madara to dispatch a significant force to investigate One Path's influence. He aimed to avoid any premature conflict, as allowing the Ninja Alliance to gain an advantage could result in dire consequences. However, with Obito present, Madara felt a certain degree of confidence regarding One Path, as he understood from Obito's descriptions that his spatial abilities were insurmountable, thus enabling them to utilize Obito's powers for swift escape if necessary. Reflecting on this, Madara felt a surge of frustration. Had he possessed that golden card, the war could have been concluded prematurely. He had originally intended to bolster Obito's strength with ample resources, but was instead met with the unexpected acquisition of a peculiar item, a blue gemstone known as the Space Gem. This gem allowed its wielder to teleport instantaneously, relocating themselves or any object to any desired location. It could also bend or reorder space according to one's will, even creating entirely new dimensions. Consequently, abilities such as spatial teleportation and stasis became as effortless as breathing in the presence of the space gem, which harbored boundless energy within. Chapter 71. A troublesome fate. Of course, if the space gem could indeed wield all these powers, it would be excessively overpowering, transcending dimensional boundaries. Thus, Qin Wange deliberately weakened its capabilities, eliminating powers such as space creation and spatial stasis. While it was possible to impose spatial restrictions, the energy expenditure was significant, and it could only affect a small area of space, as this ability primarily relied on time. Qin Wange intentionally separated the powers of space and time to prevent any singular entity from becoming excessively formidable, thereby exceeding the dimensional tier. The rationale behind selecting one path to enter this world was akin to this reasoning. With Madara's presence, one path could be constrained. In the absence of Madara, given the current ninja world, one path could easily ascend to the apex of strength. However, achieving this now posed a substantial challenge. After dismissing Obito, Madara summoned Orochimaru, who appeared before him with a sly grin. Madara spoke with a hint of disdain. Your research on those elixirs should be nearing completion. It is time to execute my plan. Orochimaru's expression shifted abruptly as he proclaimed, my experiment has not yet reached fruition. Kimimaro has perished due to the inadequacies of the potion. However, I have indeed witnessed that formidable power. If I could fully master this elixir, Madara interjected. Having perceived his thoughts, enough. I am aware of your aspirations, but I have no need for such additional powers. You are to attend to the tasks I have assigned to you immediately. Orochimaru fell into silence, the smile evaporating from his visage as resentment and fury coursed through him. Although he harbored deep discontent, he found himself powerless to resist Madara's command and could only acquiesce to his wishes. Subsequently, Orochimaru procured numerous other potions during his card draws, among which the most valuable was the dimensional summoning elixir, capable of instantaneously calling forth an entity from another realm that aligns closely with oneself. This being would possess all of its powers for a brief period before reverting to its original state, with a cooldown period of 1 month. The difficulty in replicating this potion is exceedingly high. Orochimaru has spent several months developing the first prototype. This is the very potion that Kinshiki carries, which, as it stands, exhibits significant side effects and can be deemed a failure. Orochimaru had intended to continue his research, but now Madara's impatience has prompted him to act. The reason Madara assists Orochimaru is due to the latter possessing a vial of elixir, a potion whose perfect replication is a coveted dream for many. This elixir possesses the capability to resurrect a deceased individual, allowing for their flawless revival in a singular dose. Unfortunately, this potion is merely a one-time use, and it would be a grave loss to utilize it hastily. Therefore, Madara urged Orochimaru to commence the development of a replica of this elixir. Yet Orochimaru showed little interest. In his view, the Edo Tensei technique far surpassed this potion. What could be better than perfect resurrection in an undying form, which could also be controlled at will? However, given his current dependence on Madara, Orochimaru had no choice but to shift his research focus. Madara has kept the matter of Orochimaru's elixir hidden from Obito, for it is evident that should Obito learn of its existence, he would undoubtedly seek to exploit it for his own desires. Once Obito resurrects Rin, would he continue to assist Madara without complaint? The answer is evidently negative. After resolving these matters, Madara's thoughts wandered to a certain man, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, saying, Hashirama, I truly wish to witness the moment you bring destruction to Konoha. To an outside observer, it might appear that Madara had lost his sanity. As of now, only Sasuke remains with tasks yet to be completed. The news of Sasuke's betrayal of the Ninja Alliance was reported to Kakashi upon Guy's return. Upon learning the details, Kakashi resolved to persuade Sasuke to return. Initially intending to go alone, he was suddenly interrupted by an angry voice from behind, saying, Kakashi-sensei, let me go. Kakashi could sense an immense fury emanating from behind him. And when he turned, he saw Naruto, in a Super Saiyan state, standing there with a furious expression. Sighing in resignation, Kakashi replied, Go, but ensure you return safely. Be cautious of the rogue ninjas. With permission granted, Naruto burst forth, creating a massive hole in the rooftop of the Ninja Alliance's headquarters, moving with remarkable speed. Since Sasuke and his companions were not in haste to depart, Sasuke's intended direction was indeed towards Konoha, as there was still one crucial item he had yet to retrieve. Suddenly, Sasuke halted, and just as Suigetsu was about to inquire, he interjected, "You all step back and keep your distance. That guy is coming." Before Suigetsu and J-Go could react, there was a resounding bang. With a thunderous crash, a massive pit was created before them, and as the smoke gradually dissipated, the golden-haired Naruto slowly emerged into their view. Suigetsu was so terrified that he nearly turned into a puddle, while Jugo hurriedly sheltered him from behind. Only Sasuke remained rooted in place, gazing at Naruto. In a fit of anger, Naruto shouted at Sasuke, "Why are you leaving?" Sasuke replied with indifference, "I must depart. Remaining in Konoha will only hinder my growth." Naruto retorted, "That's impossible. The village and everyone will provide you with the resources to become stronger." Sasuke chuckled softly and said, "Relying solely on these handouts to gain strength is utterly futile. There is nothing more to discuss." As he spoke, he pointed to the wolf insignia on his chest and continued, "My identity has been irrevocably confirmed. Should you wish to strike, you may do so at any moment." Naruto clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Do you truly intend to leave and stand against us?" This time, Sasuke offered no response to Naruto's words. Instead, he placed his hand upon the almost bursting blade of the ninjutsu sword. The Sunwheel blade, having endured a fierce battle against Hibi, had already begun to fracture. By the time it severed Kumakuro's head, it was on the brink of destruction. It could withstand perhaps one more use before shattering completely. Nevertheless, Sasuke's intentions were unmistakable. Even without words, Naruto comprehended his meaning. However, Naruto was reluctant to confront Sasuke, yet he was unwilling to let him depart so easily. Thus, he remained rooted in place. Motionless, Sasuke coldly declared, "Either step aside, or I will take action. Regardless of whether you choose to fight, I will not hold back." Naruto, still unresponsive, stood there in silence, his face a portrait of inner turmoil. Chapter 72. The complete Hawk Team. Sasuke, no longer hesitating, placed his hands on the Sunwheel blade. With one foot stepping back, white steam emerged from his mouth as he closed his eyes and intoned, "Thunder breathing, first form, lightning flash, 6 strikes." This move was executed with no intention of holding back. Sasuke surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards Naruto. Naruto unleashed the chakra within him, raising his hands to block Sasuke's assault, but that was merely the initial strike, followed by a relentless flurry of attacks. Naruto had no desire to engage in battle with Sasuke, just as he found himself on the brink of a precarious situation. A man in a black cloak suddenly appeared beside him. It was Itachi, who instantly activated his complete Susanoo. Yet, in a flash of blinding light, Itachi's Susanoo shattered. Nevertheless, it successfully intercepted Sasuke's strike. Grateful, Naruto glanced at Itachi, at a loss for words, while Itachi addressed Sasuke. "If you wish to leave, you may do so, but first, you must face me in battle. Even if your intent is to kill me, it matters not. Should you emerge victorious, no one will stand in your way." Sasuke took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Itachi, and replied, "Very well. Killing you will fulfill a long-held desire of mine." Itachi immediately instructed Naruto to step aside. And Naruto, recognizing that he should not involve himself in this matter, understood the significance of the confrontation between Sasuke and Itachi. After spending time with Itachi, Naruto realized he was akin to Nagato. Such individuals bore no visible signs of heinous guilt. At their core, they were inherently good beings, which led Naruto to harbor no animosity towards Itachi, believing there must be some hidden truths behind past events. Approaching Suigetsu and Jugo, who instinctively recoiled in fear, Naruto's interest in them was negligible. Weary, he sank to the ground and mused aloud. Why does Sasuke yearn to leave so fervently? Is it truly because of his brother? Hearing Naruto's words, Suigetsu and Jugo chimed in. It may not solely be about his brother. Sasuke told us he seeks greater power, so that he might play a crucial role in future conflicts. Naruto seemed to suddenly grasp Sasuke's intentions, prompting him to momentarily set aside his emotions and quietly observe the clash between the two. Sasuke unleashed the thunder-breathing technique, each strike aimed directly at the vital points, while Itachi showed no intention of holding back, executing his techniques with increasing finesse. Before long, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage. Itachi's prowess was inherently superior, placing him among the elite of the shadow ranks, while Sasuke had merely reached the threshold of that level. The most critical factor was the shattering of his Daybreak blade. which stripped him of his greatest combat strength. Forced to rely on alternative lightning-based abilities, Sasuke soon found himself unable to retaliate against Itachi's relentless assault. Yet, he refused to concede defeat. Despite the grim odds, Sasuke struggled to rise, mustering every ounce of strength to continue attacking Itachi. As the battle wore on, Naruto could no longer bear to watch. Sasuke was battered and bloodied, yet he still crawled inch by inch towards Itachi. Itachi, casting a glance at Sasuke, seemed to ponder something before finally refraining from further attacks, instead tossing a package to Sasuke. If you truly can find a path to strength, then go ahead. I hope that when we meet again, you will have your revenge, my foolish brother. With that, Itachi turned to leave. Naruto felt a pang of reluctance, but ultimately followed Itachi away. Once the two departed, Suigetsu and Jugo hurriedly rushed to assess Sasuke's injuries, discovering he had lost consciousness. In their frantic search for a healing remedy, they found that none remained on Sasuke's person. The package left by Itachi contained only a peculiar, somewhat worn scythe. With no other option, they resolved to carry Sasuke away from the battlefield in search of help, thereby solidifying his departure from the Ninja Alliance. Under Kakashi's leadership, the alliance became increasingly organized, with notable improvements in efficiency and outcomes. After all, management was not one of Anko's strong suits. Kakashi quickly gained the trust of the upper echelons of the Ninja Alliance, who recognized his capabilities. Nevertheless, the battle he had agreed upon with Gaara proceeded as planned, albeit without fanfare. No one spoke of victory or defeat. In the end, all concluded that they had fought to a standstill, leaving matters unresolved. After all, they were still allies in battle, and there was no need to fight to the death over a title. Days passed, and it seemed as if tranquility had settled in. With not even minor skirmishes occurring, many began to suspect that the war had come to an end. Yet, the wise understood this to be the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, in a remote area, another small faction was annihilated. A bespectacled girl with red hair gleefully emerged with a large chest of treasures, exclaiming, "Sasuke-kun, the supplies here are sufficient for a trip to the trading post." The young girl is named Uzumaki Colleen, the sole survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Untouched amidst the ravages of war, after enduring the cruel whims of fate, she was illuminated by a glimmer of hope, inadvertently acquiring a precious artifact that led her to a trading post. 3 purple cards transformed Colleen's life dramatically, enabling her to awaken the sealing abilities of the Uzumaki clan and granting her unique healing powers. This newfound prowess elevated her to a coveted status. Even though she did not align with any faction, her overall strength was assessed as that of a high-ranking ninja, factoring in her healing capabilities. In terms of combat prowess, she was slightly inferior to the likes of Mizuki and Chonwoo, who, while searching for allies to heal, serendipitously encountered Colleen in the midst of her restorative efforts. Without hesitation, Mizuki whisked Colleen away, ultimately compelling her to heal Sasuke. Utilizing the recovery ability bestowed by the Fate cards, Colleen swiftly restored Sasuke to perfect health. Captivated by his striking appearance, she resolved to accompany them, and Sasuke, finding her useful, agreed to her presence. Mizuki, however, displayed reluctance, perceiving Colleen's presence as a potential nuisance, a sentiment that Colleen reciprocated with discontent. Consequently, their relationship soured, leading to frequent quarrels. Thus, Sasuke's Eagle team was formally established, securing their desired objectives and successfully departing from the Ninja Alliance, a culmination of Sasuke's long-laid plans. As for the contents of the parcel left to Sasuke by Itachi, it is not difficult to surmise. Indeed, it contained the Rajast previously wielded by Hanzo. Chapter 73. The resurrection of that man, the Rajast, after Nagato's victory over Hanzo, was meant to be in his possession. However, following Naruto and his companion's intervention, Nagato decided to hand the Rajast over to the Ninja Alliance, only to be thwarted by Itachi, who wished to grant this opportunity to Sasuke. Though aware of its immense value, Nagato could not refuse Itachi's request and thus consented. Consequently, the Rajast remained with Itachi, while Sasuke initially intended to return for some resources he had set aside. Unexpectedly, Itachi gifted him the Rajast. Now, Sasuke merely awaited the moment when Qin Wange would facilitate this type of resource exchange, allowing him to leverage the Rajast for a significant enhancement of his abilities. During this interim, Sasuke led Mizuki and the others in a quest for resources, enhancing their strengths. However, Sasuke understood that all he needed was to remind Qin Wange of the Rajast, as he was not waiting for a specific opportunity to announce the matter, but had entirely forgotten about it. Currently, he was idling away his days, either watching films or observing the happenings within the ninja world, or seeking amusement from Celia, with little pressing concerns on his mind, leading to a regression in his thought processes and a complete forgetfulness regarding the Rajast. Over the following month, the ninja world remained unusually tranquil, devoid of significant conflicts, until one fateful day. One-Way launched an assault on the lair of light, namely the occupied Kumogakure, decisively defeating the formidable fourth Raikage in a single blow, etching the image of the white-haired youth into the memories of all present. Subsequently, Obito's proactive acknowledgement of wrongdoing and his apologies were what finally prompted One-Way's departure. After this incident, the atmosphere within the light became somewhat uneasy, with certain individuals losing their once unshakable pride and confidence. They had never contemplated that one day their deity, Ban, would exhibit fear and seek reconciliation in such a manner. Consequently, a faction began to defect from the light, despite bearing the insignia of the small sun upon their brows. Their crimson names were a clear testament to their waning loyalty to Ban. However, Ban remained utterly indifferent to these turncoats. His sole concern now was the resurrection of that man. On this day, after an extensive wait, Orochimaru finally succeeded in creating a nearly flawless resurrection elixir. The sole imperfection of this replica lies in the possibility that the resurrected individual may not regain their powers in their entirety. This matter had long been contemplated by Obito, who was fully prepared and now awaited the resurrection of that man. Orochimaru and Obito arrived at a vacant expanse, whereupon Orochimaru directly poured a concocted elixir onto the ground before him. In the next moment, the earth began to undergo a tremendous transformation. The once parched soil instantaneously blossomed into a lush meadow. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a dense forest. Observing this spectacle, Obito felt a sense of impending success and commenced his preparations. He summoned a peculiar puppet from the ground, and at the moment of the man's resurrection, Obito unleashed a technique toward the puppet technique, heart control and soul binding. Following a series of intricate maneuvers, the man once revered as the god of ninjas in the shinobi world was revived, Hashirama Senju. Upon his resurrection, Hashirama furrowed his brow and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "I never anticipated you would possess such capabilities, Obito." Obito, gazing at Hashirama, who appeared as he once did, smiled and replied, "Hashirama, you remain unchanged." Just as I remember. Hashirama's current state was rather peculiar. He had been fully revived, possessing his own consciousness and a normal body. However, the one thing he could not do was oppose Obito. His subconscious compelled him to obey Obito's commands without any resistance. Perceiving the changes within his body, Hashirama understood Obito's intentions, yet he found himself powerless to alter his fate. With a simmering anger, he addressed Obito. "Obito, why do you persist in your delusions? Our war should have ended long ago." Obito sneered softly and replied, "End? As long as my ambitions remain unfulfilled, the war shall never cease. Now, you will assist me." Hashirama clenched his fists, yet found himself unable to take any action. Observing this, Obito remarked, "There is no need to struggle. The era has transformed. A true deity has descended upon this world, and the powers bestowed by these deities are immensely formidable. You have become obsolete, Hashirama." Hashirama was utterly baffled by Obito's words. But soon Obito led him to the trading post. This time, he cleverly sought out Qin Wange, convinced that the cards drawn from her would be superior. Consequently, Hashirama's original worldview began to collapse. He witnessed vivid images forming in his mind, constructing a new understanding of reality. Qin Wange, upon seeing Obito and Hashirama, remarked with a hint of amusement, "Did you go to such lengths to revive him merely to indulge in your own twisted amusement?" Obito chuckled lightly and said, "You jest. My ambitions extend far beyond that. I revived Hashirama because I believe he is the only one capable of reaching my heights." Moved, Hashirama interjected, "Obito, I never imagined I held such significance in your eyes." Obito, with a look of disdain, pushed Hashirama aside, saying, "This fellow's mind is somewhat lacking. If only I could replace it." Chujin promptly fell silent, while Qin Wange chuckled softly, surprised by the demeanor of the man revered in the ninja world as the god of ninjas. The contrast in his character was unexpectedly delightful. Following that, Qin Wange refrained from further idle chatter. Soon, the trading of fate cards commenced, and Madara had invested significantly in Chujin. After a round of exchanges, Although no extraordinary items were drawn, Qujing's strength was sufficiently enhanced to reach the sage level within the current ninja realm, marking a formidable improvement. Madara was aware that had Qujing drawn any unique items, his power would surely ascend to Madara's level. Regrettably, however, none of the coveted transformation opportunities, gifts from the dimension, or golden cards emerged. Nonetheless, several purple cards were acquired, each possessing considerable abilities, though Madara found himself dissatisfied. His ultimate aim was to elevate Qujing to his own level of strength, enabling them to jointly obliterate the entire ninja alliance. Yet, at present, their powers had merely widened the gap slightly. While there were no beings of Madara's caliber within the ninja alliance, numerous other formidable forces existed, with rumors suggesting that some had received gifts from the dimension, safeguarded by the alliance's trump cards. Thus, without absolute certainty, Madara was reluctant to act rashly. Chapter 74. The abilities and the hunters. At this moment, Qin Wange was in the midst of conjuring a nebula, intending to refresh the flavor for the trading post, when Celia suddenly appeared before him. Observing Qin Wange engrossed in his chaotic endeavors, Celia, somewhat irked, remarked, "Humph, all you do is boss me around while you frolic here." "My esteemed employer." Interrupted by her words, Qin Wange quickly cleared his workspace and smiled. "How could that be? I am quite busy every day as well. Pray tell, what brings you to my humble abode?" Celia promptly shed her playful demeanor and stated, "There have been inquiries regarding when you will commence the trade for the recovery of golden cards." Qin Wange was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implications of Celia's words, but in the next instant, realization dawned upon him. Recalling the matter concerning Rheosite, he feigned nonchalance and coughed lightly, saying, "Ahem. There's no need to rush on that matter. It will be announced naturally when the second golden card holder is eliminated." Celia regarded Qin Wange with a skeptical gaze. In truth, he had merely forgotten about the issue. Yet for him, it was not simply a matter of announcing a rule. It was a trivial concern, one that could be easily overlooked. Qin Wange had indeed contemplated the recovery and exchange of golden cards earlier, as the idea had crossed his mind while considering the recuperation of transformation opportunities, particularly concerning unique items drawn from all cards, such as transformation opportunities, gifts from the dimension, and gifts from the realm. Upon the demise of these individuals, their possessor may opt to inherit their capabilities or redeem them as transaction counts for a chance to draw anew. Regarding the golden cards, Qin Wange contemplates an equitable exchange. However, the ideal golden card differs for each individual, rendering the likelihood of inheritance rather slim. Therefore, upon the reclamation of a golden card, one may engage in an exchange of equivalent value, wherein a singular card will be randomly selected from a total of 10 cards, all of which are gold. Nevertheless, this method of reclaiming golden cards may yield a selection that does not entirely align with one's needs, in contrast to the serendipity of drawing a golden card directly. The latter boasts an almost certainty of compatibility. Yet, there exist mystical artifacts that can assist in this endeavor. Such enchanted items may also be employed during the process of reclaiming golden cards, thereby significantly reducing the chances of acquiring a card that does not suit one's requirements. The establishment of these rules was effortlessly accomplished by Qin Wange, who merely contemplated them. However, he did not intend to announce the regulations regarding the retrieval of gold cards just yet. Instead, he first proclaimed the guidelines for the recovery and inheritance of other special items, while also indicating the status of the gold cards. It was stipulated that when the next possessor of a gold card is vanquished, this rule would come into effect, having just been instituted. The entirety of the ninja world received this news, and in an instant, the objectives of some individuals shifted. Many had long coveted those who had undergone transformation, and in certain lesser-known locales, there were individuals possessing special items. With the new rules freshly declared, these individuals suddenly found themselves in the spotlight, becoming the target of collective interest. Consequently, two new teams emerged within the ninja realm, the abilities team and the hunters team. The majority of the hunters were rogue ninjas or notorious traders of both factions, while the abilities team was predominantly composed of rogue ninjas, as those affiliated with both factions naturally had protectors. These individuals originally approached the battlefield with an exhilarating sense of anticipation, envisioning themselves shining brightly in the fray. Yet, they have suddenly become targets for others. In truth, most of these abilities bear familiar faces. They have simply become solitary warriors for various reasons. The leader of these abilities is Mitsubun, a general of the Iron Nation, renowned as a legendary master of Aido. His swordsmanship is characterized by an extraordinary swiftness, leaving the ninjas with no chance to perform their hand seals. In his youth, Mitsubun was defeated by Hanzo, who, understanding Mitsubun's convictions, provided him with an antidote that allowed him to survive. Subsequently, Mitsubun was reborn through the cards of fate, granted an opportunity for transformation that taught him a new school of combat. The flying sword style is distinguished by its speed, ferocity, and precision, with the former two attributes pushed to their utmost limits. With the aid of divine swiftness, the speed of the flying sword style is undeniably extraordinary, complemented by its formidable offensive techniques and a propensity for counterattacks. Such martial prowess is indeed insurmountable, rendering evasion impossible. However, the most formidable aspect of the flying sword style is its divine swift draw technique, remarkable in its rarity, yet astonishing when unleashed. Divine swiftness itself is a method of rapid acceleration control, executed in a manner that is both direct and sudden. Simply put, when one perceives the opponent employing divine swiftness, it is already too late, as the opponent's strike has found its mark. This is the flying heavenly sword style. With such formidable power backing him, Saibun found himself flourishing as a master of Iaido. His strength instantly ascended to the level of a shadow, approaching the pinnacle of shadow power, rendering him exceedingly formidable. The remaining members are familiar faces: Darui, Kamizuki Izumo, Yamanaka Ino, and Mariboshi Keisuke. Darui, having barely escaped after the occupation of the hidden cloud village, was fortuitously granted a dimensional gift following the conclusion of the tournament. He received a boon from the balanced sect of Valoran, the Heart of Fury, Kinnan, acquiring formidable lightning techniques. His prowess surged to the semi-shadow level, yet before he could fully master his newfound abilities, he found himself pursued relentlessly, ultimately joining a team of empowered individuals. Yamanaka Ino and Kamizuki Izumo can only be described as having stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Immediately after Danzo's demise, they departed from Konoha. To evade pursuit, they spent nearly every day on the run, but by chance, they encountered an area rich in resources. Just as two minor factions were engaged in mutual destruction, they seized the opportunity to gather all the resources. Following numerous fortunate draws, they received dimensional gifts, and to their amazement, they obtained double the rewards. They were bestowed with gifts from the JoJo dimension, specifically from the village of Rainbow, where Yamanaka Ino became the stand-in for Kamizuki Izumo. The explosive space, a close-range power-type stand, possesses the ability to manipulate and erase space. For those who may not be familiar with J0J0, allow me to provide a brief overview. The bombing space's right hand possesses the extraordinary ability to cleave through all forms of matter, water, fire, stone, and even the very fabric of space itself. The entities that are severed are left oblivious to their fate. As a close-range, power-oriented stand, bombing space also excels in melee combat, capable of distorting an iron tower with a single blow. Chapter 75. The escalating chaos. Given the high unpredictability of the powers wielded by the likes of Mountain Wind and Oil Woman Torikine, their strengths cannot be easily classified. It can only be stated that their upper limits may reach a godly tier, while their lower limits might merely align with that of a mid-level ninja, an entity that is fundamentally stable yet inherently volatile. At last, we are left with the venerable Maruhoshi Kokai, a figure well known to loyal fans of Naruto. Maruhoshi Kokai, a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, has endured through the eras of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Hokage. He possesses remarkable survival skills and a fervent will of fire, dedicating his life to the leaf. He is a man recognized by both the 2nd and 3rd Hokage, due to his willingness to accept his mistakes and atone for them. He was personally taught water release techniques by the 2nd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage promoted him to J-Nin and imparted further ninjutsu, though Kokai declined the J-Nin title. The 4th Hokage even tended to his wounds, ensuring that he stood out among J-Nin. Logically, he is the least likely person to be found in this scenario, as he should invariably align with the leaf. However, this time is different. Maruhoshi Kokai has been assigned a new mission by Sarutobi Hiruzen, opting to leave for the sake of the leaf. Only by becoming an independent ninja can he evade entanglement in the power struggles of both factions, allowing him the freedom to act at will. In preparation for his departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen invested considerable resources into Maruhoshi Kokai, facilitating his transformation into a mage, awakening water magic. This newfound power allows the diligent elder, who has served the leaf faithfully for so long, to partake in this new era. With this new strength, Maruhoshi Kokai's capabilities have ascended to that of an average shadow-level ninja. Nevertheless, the power he acquired lacks any potential for growth, essentially granting him a one-time infusion of all his strength. As he has aged, the competitive spirit has waned. He initially roamed merely to fulfill the tasks assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, following the proclamation of new rules, his identity was swiftly uncovered, resulting in a relentless pursuit by numerous adversaries, compelling him to seek refuge among the ability user team. Who could possibly orchestrate such a concentrated hunt for these formidable individuals? Within the realm of independent ninjas, only one person stands capable of such a feat, the enigmatic One Way. Initially indifferent to such matters, One Way's encounters with Obito and subsequent skirmishes with Madara revealed to him the immense power of fate cards. Understanding that to truly become the strongest, he must harness this power. One Way swiftly turned his attention to these individuals following the introduction of the new rules. His intention is to collect them all and engage in high-stakes card trading, striving to obtain a coveted gold card. Presently, nearly everyone among the independent ninjas covets the power users, leading One Way to draw them closer to his side to assist him. Once he secures the desired items, it will be relatively easy for him to claim them all for himself. The reason the ability users band together is due to the imminent threat posed by the hunters. Should any one of them become ensnared by the hunter team for even a brief period, One Way would promptly arrive to eliminate the threat. Thus, in a bid for survival, they have congregated to deliberate their next course of action. Initially, the two great factions could have enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, an unforeseen turn of events has drastically altered the landscape, as Konoha's ace, Nara Shikamaru, has fully merged with that artifact-like object. This item was originally intended to manifest as a golden card. However, due to its extraordinary nature, Qin Wange imposed certain restrictions upon it. The item is known as the Death Note. The powers of the Death Note are well known. Whoever's name is inscribed within its pages shall meet their demise. However, due to the restrictions imposed by Qin Wange, the Death Note can now only be utilized once every 7 days. During its use, the wielder also suffers significant backlash. The stronger the target, the more severe the repercussions for the user. If Shikamaru were to dare inscribe Madara's name, one could easily foresee their mutual demise. This effectively diminishes the Death Note's capabilities to a considerable extent, which is why it has appeared as a gift from the dimensional realm. Nevertheless, Shikamaru has successfully mastered the Death Note, prompting the Ninja Alliance to forego any further delay and prepare for battle. Akamatsu hastily returned, and Naruto promptly concluded his training. At this moment, Naruto constantly embodies the form of a Super Saiyan, as he is fervently seeking to break through to an even greater power, yet remains at a loss. It is understood that the Super Saiyan transformation should be categorized into 3 distinct stages. The second stage represents a further transformation from the basic Super Saiyan form, resulting in an increase in muscle mass, speed, and strength far surpassing that of a standard Super Saiyan. The third stage evolves from the second, where muscle mass becomes excessively inflated, consuming vast amounts of energy and severely impacting speed. The full power state allows one to maintain the Super Saiyan form for an extended duration, representing the ideal Super Saiyan condition. Currently, Naruto has yet to grasp the second and third stages of Super Saiyan and has instead initiated the maintenance of the full power form. This can be seen as a favorable progression. With the right opportunity, Naruto might directly unlock Super Saiyan 2. At that juncture, he could single-handedly bring an end to the war, though achieving this is no simple feat in the Ninja Alliance's conference room. All the high-ranking powers have congregated to discuss their strategy, with Kakashi as the architect of the plan. There is no dissent among the members, as Kakashi first reassured them with the knowledge that Konoha still possesses a hidden trump card, alleviating their concerns. He then proceeded to outline the tasks ahead. Having received credible intelligence regarding the new rogue ninja sage-level prowess, only the enigmatic Vortex Face possesses such strength, while the remaining high-tier powers are limited, albeit they are led by the formidable Madara. Therefore, the subsequent plan is for Naruto and Akamatsu to fully restrain Madara, while the rest of the Ninja Alliance swiftly eradicates all the new rogue ninjas. Within the Ninja Alliance, figures such as Kakashi, Gaara, Nagato, and Itachi all possess near-sage-level strength, ranking among the most powerful in the realm of shadows. Thus, collectively confronting the mysterious Vortex Face and his remaining allies should prove to be a straightforward task, provided Naruto and Akamatsu can hold out until the Ninja Alliance has cleared the area. Once all are united in their assault on Madara, should this not suffice, They must exert every effort to severely wound him, paving the way for Shikamaru to act. By utilizing the Death Note, a gravely injured Madara could be made to vanish. Chapter 76. Arbitrary Slaughter. Meanwhile, Madara, having resurrected Hashirama, faces the impending ninja alliance with an air of complete composure. Had it not been for Hashirama's unfavorable draw, Madara might have initiated the war himself. Now that the other side is unable to contain their impatience, Madara intends to entertain them. With this thought in mind, he summoned Obito and instructed him, "Go and deliver some gifts to those young ones in the Ninja Alliance." Obito nodded before vanishing into thin air, fully comprehending Madara's intentions. After Obito's departure, Hashirama gradually materialized and addressed Madara, inquiring, "Why must you subject a child to such immense suffering?" Madara chuckled and replied, "Suffering? Had I not rescued him back then, he would have perished long ago. He ought to feel fortunate to be my pawn." Hashirama, filled with resentment, gritted his teeth but found himself powerless to act. At this juncture, one faction received news and prepared to engage, yet these ability users were persistently squandering his time. Consequently, he resolved to intervene personally and swiftly eliminate them, seeking an opportunity to disrupt the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sasuke's team of Hawks had also been informed. During this period, Sasuke had aided Suigetsu, Jugo, and Karen in enhancing their abilities. Now, their strength had reached a level close to that of elite Jonin, almost on par with the Kage. However, Sasuke himself remained stagnant in his own progression as he awaited the opportune moment, the news of the demise of the next gold card holder. Should the war commence and he still receive no word, he would take it upon himself to eliminate a gold card bearer. As the impending conflict became known among the ability users, they surmised that one faction would no longer concern himself with them and was surely preparing to intervene in the war. Thus, they resolved to depart. Although Mitsuba remained cautious and opposed leaving at that moment, several others were eager to venture elsewhere and showcase their prowess. Darui, already at odds with them, found it irksome to obey a warrior-esque command in this setting, so he departed without hesitation. Kamizuki was similarly quick to leave with Aburame Torigakure, sharing Darui's sentiments. Only Marahoshi Koji remained behind. Mitsuba held great respect for Marahoshi Koji, as he had never encountered an elder of such age possessing such indomitable spirit and will. Having witnessed Marahoshi Koji's prowess, Mitsuba regarded him as a mentor. Thus, upon noticing that Marahoshi Koji chose to stay, Mitsuba inquired with curiosity, "Do you not intend to leave? If I am not mistaken, you must have your own matters to attend to." With a warm smile, Marahoshi Koji replied, "Indeed, but I choose to trust your judgment. I too believe that leaving now would be unwise." Mitsuba expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your understanding. Rest assured, as long as I, Mitsuba, draw breath, no one shall harm you." Marahoshi Koji engaged in conversation with Mitsuba, unaware that their decision had indeed saved their lives. The three remaining individuals, convinced that no one was pursuing them, departed from Mitsuba's sanctuary without a backward glance, only to be met with an ambush outside. However, they were not afraid, reasoning that as long as one faction did not arrive, these adversaries were nothing to fear. Thus, they unleashed their full might in combat. Darui activated his ultimate technique, lightning armor, swiftly navigating through the throngs. All whom he collided with fell to the ground, incapacitated by electric shock. A few stronger individuals remained standing, but this was merely a prelude. Upon halting, Darui unleashed his ultimate technique, Electric Blade. Instantly, hundreds of formidable bolts of lightning erupted from his hands, targeting all those who had been touched by his lightning armor. Escape was futile. Only the chilling sound of screams echoed across the mountains, as hundreds lay lifeless at Dalu Yi's feet. Having vented his fury, Dalu Yi exhibited a newfound confidence, charging towards the throngs with a fierce declaration, "Come, witness who the true prey is." Zhongfeng and Yu Envi Jin, observing Dalu Yi reveling in chaos, could no longer contain their excitement. Initially, they had harbored concerns about Yifang Tongxing, but now those worries faded as they presumed that he had long departed. With a resolute wave of his hand, Zhongfeng summoned forth the bombing space, transforming Yu Envi Jin into a bizarre figure with a white and blue cylindrical head. Their powers could only be described as formidable. Zhongfeng summoned the bombing space, while Yu Envi Jin embodied it. Ultimately, the true combat prowess lay within the bombing space. Once transformed, Yu Envi Jin unleashed a torrent of blows upon the surrounding crowd. composed of relatively weak ninjas who stood no chance against their overwhelming force. In no time, the area was strewn with bodies, the forest floor littered with the aftermath of their onslaught. As fatigue began to set in for Dalu E and the bombing space, they contemplated retreat. Suddenly, Dalu E sensed a palpable aura of death. Before he could react, a white-haired youth materialized before him. In an instant, Yifang Tongxing casually swept his hand, and a head was severed cleanly from its body, the blood instantaneously siphoned and suspended in the air. Witnessing this scene, Zhongfeng fled in terror without a backward glance. But it was too late. With a swift movement, the previously drawn blood pierced his body like a blade, and in less than a second, he crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Only the bombing space, now bereft of its master, remained, yet with Zhongfeng's demise, it could no longer maintain its form. Yuanvi Qijin resolved to make a final stand before fleeing, as a strange energy fluctuation emanated from the bombing space's right hand. He unleashed a crescent-shaped blue attack toward Yifang Tongxing, who, sensing its intent, chuckled, "To erase space, is that something you have attempted yourself?" Before the bombing space could comprehend the implications of his words, Yifang Tongxing seized the attack with ease, employing his power to reverse its trajectory. In the next moment, the bombing space felt an overwhelming surge of energy spiraling out of control in its right hand. With a thunderous explosion, the bombing space could not withstand the backlash of its own power. Yifang Tongxing, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, "I expected you to endure, after all. If you can erase space, I thought you possessed greater might." Having resolved the matter with these three individuals, 2 gifts from the realm were bestowed. However, One Wei clearly remained unsatisfied, yet it appears he must set aside his discontent for the time being, as significant events are unfolding on the battlefield. Chapter 77, The First Hokage. Senju Hashirama. Am I seeing things? Could it possibly be the First Lord? This is inconceivable. I cannot be mistaken. This is indeed the First Lord. The First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Grandfather, why are you here? This series of astonishments arose from the unexpected appearance of an individual on the battlefield, none other than the original Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Even more startling was the sight of him standing beside Madara, a moment that struck all the ninjas of Konoha with immense shock before any battle had even commenced. Among them, Tsunade was the most taken aback. Hashirama, upon seeing the woman before him, clad in armor and wielding a shield atop a unicorn, initially failed to recognize her. Suddenly, upon hearing Tsunade's name, he exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be? You were little Tsunade?" Although Tsunade did not respond verbally, her expression conveyed everything, and Hashirama immediately understood. "Little Tsunade, I can hardly believe you have grown so much. Time truly flies, haha." Tsunade found herself at a loss for how to reply to Hashirama, as his demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of the Hashirama she had known in her childhood. Yet, the question remained, why was he standing beside Madara? What had transpired? Tsunade called out urgently to Hashirama, "Grandfather, why are you on that side? What is happening?" Hashirama's expression turned grave as he replied, "I apologize, little Tsunade. I too am in the dark about what has occurred. All I know is that I was resurrected by Madara, who now controls me, leaving me unable to command my own body." Furious upon hearing this, Tsunade shouted at Madara, "You dare to exploit even the dead. I will not let you get away with this." Madara chuckled, remarking, "Ah, Hashirama, is this your granddaughter? Her courage is commendable. Let us begin with her." Hashirama, taken aback, shouted at Madara, "Madara, what are you planning?" In the blink of an eye, Hashirama assumed a stance for hand seals and urgently called out to Tsunade, "Little Tsunade, run." However, before he could finish speaking, the jutsu was unleashed without the need for seals. With hands clasped together, he executed the wood dragon technique, sending a formidable wooden dragon hurtling towards Tsunade. Tsunade, resolute in her stance, raised her shield and declared, "Shield transformation. Knight's Guardian. Nature's protection." Instantly, a powerful enhancement surged through her, resulting in a remarkable leap in her defensive capabilities. The massive wooden dragon merely forced her back a couple of steps before it was halted by her shield. Hashirama, witnessing this, exclaimed with delight, "Little Tsunade, I had no idea you had become so formidable. With your strength, I could face death once more without worry." Tsunade, brimming with pride, retorted, "Humph. Do you still see me as that little girl? Who says only you can protect Konoha? I shall become Hokage and safeguard it even more than you." Hashirama laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are my granddaughter." Madara, however, regarded Hashirama with disdain, stating, "Hashirama, I did not summon you here for idle chatter. It is time to take action. After Ban finished speaking, Hashirama's body began to transform. He clasped his hands once more, and a sage mark appeared upon his visage, indicating that he was about to engage seriously. As he activated his sage mode, he addressed those before him, expressing his sincere apologies for the trouble a deceased being like himself had caused. However, given the circumstances, he had faith in the prowess of the new generation of ninjas, urging them to defeat him and Ban to bring this war to an end. As the battle erupted, Hashirama unleashed a formidable technique. Sage art would release True Thousand's hands, manifesting a colossal offensive that rained down upon the battlefield, resulting in numerous casualties among the ninja alliance with just one move. Hashirama felt a pang of guilt, yet he was unable to restrain himself. Nevertheless, the truly formidable combatants were about to make their entrance. Akatsuki released the imperial artifact, the Guardian Machine God, a massive stone statue that intercepted the oncoming assault, significantly mitigating the losses. Witnessing his attack thwarted, Hashirama exclaimed in excitement, "Oh, how impressive!" The emergence of Akatsuki signified an escalation in the battle's intensity, and indeed, it had escalated further with Hashirama's sudden involvement, leveling the playing field in terms of sage-level abilities. As Akatsuki made his move, Obito simultaneously acted, appearing before Akatsuki in an instant. He unleashed a spatial stasis, rendering Akatsuki immobile just as he prepared to strike. However, a terrifying force surged toward him, prompting Obito to abandon his attack without hesitation and utilize the space gem to escape. In the following moment, Naruto, empowered by the might of a Super Saiyan, charged forth, shattering Hashirama's extensive assault and rescuing Akatsuki, restoring his ability to move. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Hashirama immediately praised, "Oh, the power of that punch is truly terrifying, remarkable." Ban, in a moment of resignation, murmured to himself, "Had I known, I would have completely controlled you, rendering you incapable of speech." Unbeknownst to Ban, issues had already arisen on his side. Obito realized that Hashirama had fully revived. This revelation proved that Ban had deceived him. He possessed the means to resurrect Rin, but had continuously manipulated Obito. Thus, Obito chose to leave the battlefield, taking with him Kakashi. In no time, Obito transported himself and Kakashi to a desolate area using the space gem. Kakashi, with a cold demeanor, regarded the vortex-faced figure before him and inquired, "Who are you? Did you bring me here because you think I am easy to deal with?" As he spoke, Kakashi's blood surged with power. He had now reached level 45 as a blood mage. Given a little more time, he would unlock the power of awakening, rendering him exceedingly formidable. However, after Kakashi finished speaking, the vortex-faced figure responded, "You've always been so aloof, haven't you? Do you wish to kill your comrades once more, Kakashi?" Kakashi was taken aback, as if a forgotten memory had suddenly resurfaced, transporting him back to that rainy night. This is the memory he is most reluctant to recall. Kakashi trembled slightly as he addressed the figure before him. "Could it be you?" As the masked man slowly removed his mask, Kakashi instantly recognized him. "Uchiha Obito." Kakashi exclaimed in shock, "Obito, you're still alive." Obito, regarding Kakashi's reaction with disdain, retorted, "You promised me you would protect Rin." Kakashi fell silent, burdened by a lifelong shadow. Though none of it was his intention, the ultimate outcome remained undeniable. It was Kakashi who had, with his own hands, taken Rin's life. Chapter 78, Despair and Hope. Obito. Be quiet. I do not wish to hear your explanations. My sole purpose in bringing you here is to avenge Rin by ending your life. Kakashi once again fell into silence, then, as if finding a sense of release, opened his arms and softly said, "Go ahead." Obito, witnessing Kakashi's demeanor, was consumed by further rage. He shouted, "Do you think I will feel sympathy for you in this state? Kakashi, the moment Rin died at your hands." The despair in her eyes was profound. "How could you be so heartless?" As he spoke, two dark branches materialized in Obito's hands, launching directly at Kakashi, who showed no intention of defending himself. With arms outstretched, he awaited the oncoming assault. The next moment, a chilling sound echoed as the branches pierced Kakashi's body. He truly released no strength, allowing Obito to impale him without resistance. Obito was taken aback, unable to comprehend that Kakashi would not retaliate. For a moment, he felt lost. Staggering back a couple of steps, with tears of anger in his eyes, he cried out, "Why? Fight back. I do not need your pity. No one will forgive you. Kakashi, I certainly won tea, and neither will Rin." Kakashi coughed up blood, struggling to maintain his stance, and finally spoke, "I do not expect you to forgive me. I failed to protect Rin. This is my debt to you." Obito continued in fury, "A debt to me. Do you not owe Rin anything? You were the one who killed her with your own hands. Why did you do it? Why?" Kakashi felt his strength waning, yet in his final moments, he resolved to reveal the truth to Obito. Certainly, this was not an attempt to absolve himself of guilt. Rather, he wished for Obito to cease living in hatred. After listening to Kakashi's words, Kakashi collapsed, leaving Obito stunned in place. Upon reflecting on Kakashi's statement, Obito suddenly comprehended everything. It was all a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Madara, the curse within Rin, the plan to obliterate Konoha, and ultimately, Kakashi's hand in his demise. This entire charade was merely a ploy to manipulate Obito. Realization dawned upon Obito, yet it was too late. Kakashi's body had grown cold, and he felt as though his soul had departed. Kneeling before Kakashi, Obito cried out in anguish, "What have I done? This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, Rin would not have suffered. I even killed Kakashi. I am the one who truly took the life of my most cherished companion. No, Kakashi, I am sorry. I will not allow you to die like this. I have yet to apologize to you. We still need to revive Rin together. Kakashi, your and Rin's misfortunes are due to my actions. I will bring this to an end. Wait for me." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Madara had yet to make a move. While Hashirama single-handedly held off Naruto and Hinata, empowered by the fate cards, Hashirama exhibited extraordinary strength, effortlessly contending with both Naruto and Hinata, showcasing the immense power he possessed. At this juncture, although the situation appeared favorable for the Ninja Alliance, Madara had yet to make his move, and the enigmatic figure with a whirlpool face remained absent from the battlefield. Aside from the fierce clashes between Hashirama, Naruto, and Akatsuki, Gaara, Itachi, and Nagato exhibited immense strength. Confronting the remaining foes was as effortless as mowing grass, and soon Itachi set his sights on a particular individual with whom he shared a deep-seated enmity. Fueled by his long-standing desire for vengeance, Itachi targeted Orochimaru, who, engrossed in his relentless research, remained oblivious to the impending peril. Itachi signaled to Nagato for assistance, and with a nod, Nagato activated his dimensional leap, promptly transporting Itachi to Orochimaru's lair. Orochimaru sensed the intrusion almost immediately. Upon turning, he found Itachi looming behind him. Though he maintained a facade of calm, his inner turmoil was palpable as he stealthily concealed the vials on his desk, hoping to escape unnoticed. However, this fleeting thought was shattered the very next moment when Obito returned, with him as the target of interest. Upon Obito's arrival, Itachi's instincts heightened, readying himself for confrontation. Yet, Obito dismissed Itachi entirely, addressing Orochimaru directly. "Hand over the resurrection potion, and I shall only say this once." Orochimaru regarded these potions as his very lifeblood. Surrendering them to Obito was out of the question. Thus, he made one last desperate attempt to negotiate, proclaiming, "Obito, if you proceed with this, Madara will not spare you." In response, Obito swiftly initiated action, employing spatial stasis to immobilize Orochimaru, followed by a fire release technique that erupted from Orochimaru's body. In an instant, Orochimaru was engulfed in flames. To prevent the destruction of his precious potions, he was compelled to cast them all aside, oblivious to which vial contained the resurrection potion. Obito collected all the vials and, utilizing the space gem, departed in an instant, leaving Itachi bewildered, pondering the sudden shift in allegiances. After Obito's departure, he noticed his name had turned red, yet he paid it no mind. Returning to his previous location, he began examining the potions. Fortunately, the products from Qin Wange were well labeled, allowing Obito to swiftly identify the specific vial. This potion was singular in nature, which was why Orochimaru had hesitated to use it, instead striving to create a replica. However, the only existing replica had already been employed by Madara to resurrect Hashirama. If Obito wished to bring Kakashi back to life, he would need to utilize this authentic potion. Without further hesitation, he poured the contents of the vial over Kakashi. "Kakashi, I am sorry for all that has transpired. I will ensure that those who have exploited me pay dearly. I should never have doubted you. If given the chance, I shall revive Rin." These are the words left by Obito for Kakashi. After Kakashi used the resurrection potion, Obito departed, feeling unworthy to face him again. He took upon himself all the blame and vowed to make Madara pay. Obito also seized the remaining potions from Orochimaru, including the dimensional summoning elixir. This time, he resolved to stake his life to eliminate Madara. After Obito's departure, Kakashi, who had seemingly perished, regained consciousness, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. However, a glance at an empty vial beside him, still bearing its description, along with Obito's farewell words, clarified Obito's intentions. Kakashi understood. He would not allow Obito to face danger alone this time. He would not retreat again. Chapter 79. The most powerful artifact on the battlefield, chaos erupted. Originally, Hashirama was single-handedly holding off Naruto and Hinata, while Madara had yet to intervene. His forces were on the brink of collapse, yet he remained inactive. The pivotal moment arrived with the appearance of Accelerator. Upon seeing the white-haired youth, Madara exclaimed with a smile, "At last, I've awaited your arrival. If you hadn't shown up, I might have lost my patience." Accelerator replied nonchalantly, "If you wished to act sooner, no one was stopping you. Don't expect me to share the spoils upon my arrival." Their exchange stunned everyone present, for it was evident that Accelerator and Madara appeared to be allies. This implied that the only entity capable of countering Madara would not oppose him, plunging the Ninja Alliance into despair. They instantaneously lost their will to fight, resigning themselves to what seemed an inevitable defeat, until a voice broke through the gloom. "Do not give up, everyone. Are you truly prepared to abandon the peace you have long yearned for? Stand up and continue the fight." This impassioned oration instantly awakened the fighting spirit within the majority. However, as they followed the direction of the voice, they were astonished to discover that the speaker was none other than the first Hokage. There stood Hashirama, simultaneously unleashing ninjutsu while entangled with Naruto and Akamatsu, his face alight with fervor as he rallied the crowd. This spectacle left many bewildered, clearly unimpressed. One Punch Man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Madara, what is the situation with this individual?" Madara, somewhat exasperated, explained, "It was my oversight that allowed him to retain his consciousness. However, there is no need to concern yourself with him. He is currently under my complete control." Upon learning that the individual was being manipulated, One Punch Man shifted his focus away from Hashirama and instead directed his gaze towards the members of the Ninja Alliance. Observing One Punch Man's demeanor, Madara slowly approached his side. And in the next moment, a black rain began to pour from the sky. One Punch Man effortlessly nullified the falling droplets, and together, the two stood side by side, their formidable and terrifying aura rendering the entire Ninja Alliance somewhat breathless. Akamatsu, witnessing this scene, realized that further delay was untenable. She turned to Naruto and declared, "Naruto, I will take care of this. My current strength is insufficient to contend with an entity of Madara's caliber. We must rely on you now. Go." With her words, Akamatsu unleashed the curse of the malevolent spirit, countering Hashirama's onslaught and facilitating Naruto's escape. Hashirama, observing Akamatsu's actions, frowned and remarked, "It is truly too burdensome to place such pressure on a child like him." Akamatsu, with a wry smile, responded, "Indeed, it is my inadequacy as a predecessor that necessitates placing hope upon him. However, now that the challenge has been issued, I shall give my all, esteemed first Hokage." Hashirama smiled and assumed a stance, replying, "Very well. Come, defeat me and then assist him." Akamatsu, a smile gracing her lips, softly stated, "You need not prompt me. I would do so regardless." Manifestation of the demon god, essence of evil. In the next instant, a peculiar mark appeared upon Akamatsu's chest, emanating a chilling aura that transformed her very essence. The imperial artifact of ice, capable of freely creating and controlling ice, is hailed as the mightiest of its kind. Secret Technique 1, Mochaboat, which freezes time and space, rendering all but the user immobile. However, its consumption is immense, allowing for only one activation per day. Secret Technique 2, Ice Storm General, wherein a multitude of ice cavalry is conjured, storing energy for several days, which can then be released in a single surge to conjure a blizzard that envelopes the entirety of the empire. This state is the first manifestation of the Red Bean's true power. Indeed, it is the most formidable artifact among the gifts of the Red Bean dimension. However, even though the Red Bean can effortlessly wield the abilities of various artifacts, when invoking the manifestation of the demon god, there remains an uncontrollable urge for slaughter. A moment's negligence could lead to madness driven by this insatiable desire. Thus, during the previous period of the Red Bean's disappearance, she sought to cultivate her heart, ensuring it remained in a state of tranquility, unconsumed by the desire for bloodshed. Now, with the demon god's manifestation in conjunction with other artifacts, her overall strength approaches that of the divine, which is why she boldly declared her intent to defeat Hashirama. The two exchanged no further words. Hashirama's ears and body acted beyond his control, unleashing powerful would-release techniques towards the red bean, who did not evade. In fact, she made no movement at all. The sudden chill enveloped Hashirama's every attack, instantly freezing them in place. The red bean then charged towards Hashirama. In response, he summoned a colossal wooden figure, enhanced in both strength and speed. A massive wooden giant materialized before them, yet the red bean remained composed, with an ice flower appearing in her right hand. She then thrust the ice flower into the giant's body, prompting Hashirama to sense impending danger and leap upward. However, change occurred in an instant. The enormous wooden figure transformed into a vast ice crystal, from which a sharp ice spike shot upwards toward the airborne Hashirama. This time, he had nowhere to evade. In a split second, he shifted his body to alter the position of the injury, yet the colossal ice spike pierced through one of his shoulders. But this was not the end. With a flourish of her hands, the ice crystal spike erupted, scattering countless ice shards throughout the air. Just as Hashirama was about to be impaled by the icy projectiles, he was forced to reveal his trump card, transforming his body to resemble wood instantaneously. This is the life-preserving form of Hashirama, a being whose cellular composition harmonizes with that of a treant, rendering him impervious to physical harm. However, he was still struck down by the ice spikes unleashed by Akadama, and upon hitting the ground, Hashirama reverted to his original form, sustaining some injuries in the process. Akadama, intent on a swift resolution, commanded a multitude of ice crystals to surge towards Hashirama. With a hint of resignation in his expression, he cautioned, "Be careful, young one. I am about to release a formidable entity. I sense that this is exceedingly perilous. Should we falter, make your escape without delay." As he conjured an incantation, he continued to alert Akadama, who, sensing a peculiar unease, intensified her efforts, aiming to disrupt Hashirama's spell. Yet, she was slightly too late. The two ice crystals collided before Hashirama, triggering a massive explosion that enveloped the area in a thick cloud of dust. Exercising caution, Akadama ascended into the air using her technique, soaring for miles, to assess the situation. Soon, she discerned a monstrous silhouette emerging from the haze. Chapter 80. The Wish of Makai. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Hashirama's figure emerged, but to everyone's astonishment, another figure stood beside him. It resembled a colossal tree spirit, exuding an unsettling aura. Hashirama glanced at the entity and began to elucidate to Akadama. This being is known as the Twisted Treant, Makai. It is a gift from another dimension, but in an unconventional manner. It does not grant me its powers directly. Instead, it allows me to summon it forth. Exercise extreme caution. I am aware of its capabilities, and they are formidable. Akadama furrowed her brow, fixated on Makai, sensing an unsettling power emanating from within him, akin to a force driven by vengeance. With her hands outstretched, she summoned a plethora of ice crystal spikes, which surged towards Makai in a relentless advance. Initially, I merely intended to observe the capabilities of this individual, yet to my surprise, he did not evade my scrutiny, allowing the onslaught of attacks from Hongdo to strike him unimpeded. Infuriated by what she perceived as his underestimation of her prowess, Hongdo resolutely manipulated the icy crystal spikes once more, causing all the projectiles targeting Maokai to undergo a swift transformation. In no time, Maokai found himself encased in ice, and with a soft incantation, Hongdo commanded, "Shatter." The sound of cracking ice reverberated through the air as Maokai's frozen form disintegrated into countless fragments. However, this proved futile, for Maokai was immortal. As the shards of ice fractured, his body began to reassemble and restore itself gradually. Before long, he regained his original appearance. And gazing at Hongdo suspended in the air, he remarked, "You are indeed far superior to the spirits of Shadow Island." The opening words nearly terrified onlookers. Who could have anticipated that this creature was capable of speech? Yet, in the eyes of the Red Bean, the voice of Makai resembled that of an elderly sage, albeit a rather fierce one. In truth, Makai is merely a tree spirit, his imposing exterior concealing an inner turmoil of rage. Tirelessly, he battles the grotesque phenomena of Shadow Isle, a magical catastrophe having ravaged his homeland, transforming him into an embodiment of vengeance. The life essence coursing through his core, a fusion of vitality, is what shields him from the curse of the undead, allowing him to endure and evolve into his current form. Once, Makai was a tranquil spirit of nature, but now he is perpetually engulfed in fury. striving relentlessly to banish the undead calamity from Shadow Isle and restore his homeland to its former splendor. The gift from this realm was initially intended to be a simple transfer of power to Hashirama. However, he opted for an alternative path, driven by his own convictions. He had fought for countless years, to the extent that he began to forget the purpose of his relentless battles. Thus, Makai sensed that his strength was waning. He was in dire need of assistance, yearning for formidable support to restore his homeland to its former glory. For reasons unknown, Akane suddenly found herself devoid of the will to fight. She gracefully descended beside Makai, unperturbed by the prospect of his potential aggression. Makai, too, bore no inclination to strike. While Hashirama remained perplexed by the unfolding events, Makai turned to Akane and inquired, "I sense an essence of the forest emanating from you. Could you divulge its whereabouts?" Makai's query stemmed from Akane's recent experiences during her journey for solace. After departing from the Ninja Alliance, she ventured into an exceedingly remote area, marking her first encounter with such desolation. To her astonishment, amidst the barren surroundings, she stumbled upon a small blade of grass brimming with vitality. This humble plant unveiled to Akane a new world. This narrative unfolds the initial conception of Qin Wange's arrival in this realm. Upon entering this world, Qin Wange envisioned the inclusion of entities from other dimensions. However, due to the inadequacies of the trading system at the time, he set this ambition aside, although he had already brought individuals across in advance. He had merely neglected their presence, and unexpectedly, this time, Hongdo stumbled upon his territory. Unbeknownst to her, she wandered into a lush forest brimming with the essence of spring. Here, the atmosphere starkly contrasts with the desolation encountered outside. In this realm, Hongdo encountered a creature with the lower body of a deer and majestic antlers adorning its head. While it bore a semblance to a human form, its appearance was decidedly peculiar. Despite its somewhat frightening visage, it exuded a remarkable friendliness. Soon, Hongdo explained that she had stumbled upon this place by chance, and the creature introduced itself as the Forest Guardian. Although it was uncertain why it had come to this realm, it had chosen to reside here ever since. As their acquaintance blossomed, Hongdo discerned that the Forest Guardian's domain was perfectly suited for her spiritual cultivation, prompting her to commence her training in this enchanting environment. Thus, when Maokai mentioned this matter, Hongdo instantly recognized whom he referred to and responded, "I can take you to meet him, but first, could you assist us in enduring this impending war?" Without hesitation, Maokai nodded and declared, "I am surrounded by hollow shells devoid of souls, lacking reverence. Yet I shall instill fear within them, the grasp of nature." As his words resonated, Maokai summoned a colossal wall composed of thorns and brambles, which advanced slowly forward. Wherever this formidable barrier traversed, all adversaries were rendered immobile, effectively isolating the battlefield. Even the likes of Ban and Ichiraku managed to evade, demonstrating the terrifying potency of this maneuver, which led to Ban's abrupt betrayal. Kay, elated, exclaimed, "Huh? I never anticipated I would be of assistance to you." Indeed, mere control over me proved futile. Maokai, gazing at, responded, "You are the most harmonious human with nature I have ever encountered. I am grateful for your guidance to this world. I can help liberate you from this control." Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their astonishment and curiosity. However, Ban, sensing the unfolding scene, swiftly moved in his renegade state. In an instant, he stood before Hongdo and the others, sneering, "I never imagined you would turn out to be such a nuisance. Now vanish." With that, a wave of dark, ethereal energy was unleashed. Hongdo immediately countered, summoning a multitude of ice crystals, yet the disparity in power was insurmountable. With a mere swipe of the moonlight sword, Ban effortlessly cleaved through her icy barrier, coldly stating, "Perish." Boom. The black void erupted, unleashing an immense explosion that reverberated across the battlefield, a display of power that was undeniably terrifying. Concern gripped the onlookers as they pondered the fate of Hashirama and his comrades. Chapter 81. The despairing Power Naruto initially intended to rush to their aid. However, he found himself ensnared by relentless attacks from Accelerator, rendering escape impossible. His assaults, aside from his own energy-infused physical strikes, failed to inflict any damage upon Accelerator. Conversely, any attack from Accelerator that grazed Naruto resulted in grievous injuries, leaving him unable to withstand the onslaught. Thus, he was compelled to continuously evade Accelerator's relentless strikes. With no means to provide support, anxiety gnawed at his heart. As the smoke began to dissipate, only Madara remained suspended in the air. Had all of Edo Tensei's comrades been slain? Certainly not, for the fury etched upon Madara's visage revealed otherwise. He bellowed in rage toward a specific direction. Abido, how dare you betray me? Though many were unfamiliar with the name, it would soon resonate with them. In an instant, the figure of the masked man materialized before Madara, who slowly removed his mask and declared, I am Uchiha Abido. For Rin and Kakashi, I shall make you pay. Madara, with a disdainful sneer, retorted, Humph. It seems you are aware of the truth, but what does that change? Everything you possess has been bestowed by me, including your very life. Abido, with a fierce glare, replied, I know, which is precisely why I am willing to stake my life to end yours. Madara, upon hearing Abido's declaration, erupted into laughter as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. Haha, are you truly that naive, Abido? Before Madara could launch another round of mockery, Abido swiftly executed his plan, having previously intervened to relocate Hashirama and the others. Now, Might Guy had liberated Hashirama from Madara's grasp, and Abido returned the three to their original position. Observing Hashirama's state, Madara gritted his teeth and seethed, Very well, you wretches dare to provoke my limits time and again. Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to annihilate you? It is time for you to comprehend what true despair looks like. Second stage, Return of the Blade. In the midst of mundane words, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted forth, swiftly enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of black dread. Soon after, Aizen reemerged in a transformed visage. Following the second stage of his resurrection, his upper garments vanished, and dark liquid streamed from his eyes, leaving trails of tears that split into two beneath. The whites of his eyes turned a vivid green, while his pupils resembled those of a hollow in its masked state. His abdomen, legs, arms, and back were cloaked in ebony feathers, with the lower half of his robe split in two at the rear. His wings unfurled entirely, revealing claws reminiscent of a bat, and the horns upon his helmet elongated and sharpened, sprouting a long tail that could be deftly maneuvered. The tip of the tail bore a bone-like structure akin to a blade, while his feet were equipped with sharp talons. The hollow hole expanded, adorned with black patterns that stretched from the abdomen. Building upon the already elevated powers of his first resurrection, he dramatically augmented his strength once more, unleashing a spiritual pressure so profound that it felt as if an ocean loomed above, casting a weighty shadow over all. This is the second stage of the Return of the Blade. The landscape now is enveloped in a terrifying aura emanating from the figure of Uchiha Madara, who has yet to make a move. Everyone can sense the overwhelming power that lurks beneath the surface. Even Ichiraku, standing nearby, furrows his brow, lost in thought. After Madara activates the second stage of his Return of the Blade, his eyes lose all semblance of emotion, rendering him a chilling visage of apathy and indifference. His gaze sweeps across the battlefield, swiftly landing on Naruto, who is visibly shaken. Tremors run through his body. He has never encountered such formidable power before. The moment Madara's eyes turn toward him, Naruto instinctively recoils. In an instant, Madara appears behind him, and before Naruto can react, a black claw seizes his head and slams him to the ground with a single, devastating blow. The impact strips Naruto of his Super Saiyan state, leaving him sprawled on the ground, lifeless. The sheer shock of this scene immobilizes everyone, rendering them incapable of action. However, Hashirama soon resolves to rise against this threat. Yet, he is restrained by Might Guy, who warns him, it's futile. The malevolent force he wields is too overpowering for any of us to withstand. Hashirama, gritting his teeth in frustration, fixes his gaze on Madara, who suddenly turns to meet his stare. After a brief moment of contemplation, Madara coldly inquires, do you still harbor thoughts of resistance? It seems you have not yet succumbed to despair. As soon as he finishes speaking, Hashirama senses the impending danger, but it is too late for him to react. Madara has already materialized behind him. With a resounding crash, Madara's tail whips through the air, missing Hashirama only due to Abido's timely intervention. Nevertheless, the ground beneath them shatters violently, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Witnessing this devastation, some individuals can no longer contain their fear and begin to weep as they flee. The first to run triggers a chain reaction, causing others to lose their resolve. Gradually, the ranks of both sides begin to dissolve in panic, each feeling a profound sense of hopelessness, devoid of courage to remain. Madara silently observes the fleeing masses, raising a clawed hand with deliberate slowness. His slender fingers direct a dark void flash toward the crowd. The potency and reach of this attack in the second stage of the return of the blade are magnified several times compared to the first stage. It is clear that escape is impossible for these people, as the assembled onlookers brace for the inevitable sacrifice. A figure with crimson hair steps forward to intercept the impending strike. Gasps of alarm ripple through the crowd. Nagato, get out of the way. Indeed, it is Nagato. Although he is aware that the display of such overwhelming power by Madara renders their chances of victory nearly non-existent, he cannot bear to watch as innocent lives are relentlessly extinguished. He is, after all, the one who yearns most fervently for peace. These innocent souls shall be entrusted to his guardianship. With his eyes closed, Nagato summoned a formidable power from the dimensional realm, alongside his own unique force. After a moment of synthesis, he unleashed a self-sacrificial technique, dimensional boundary enhancement, dimensional thought convergence explosion. This strike from Nagato triggered a cataclysmic collapse of the alternate dimension, instantly distorting Madara's assault into the dimensional void, leading to a tremendous explosion. However, forcibly wielding an unawakened power, even in its enhanced form, came at a grave cost. After this strike, Obito was wounded, with numerous small cuts visibly adorning his body. However, Nagato had succumbed to a state of apparent death, having lost all his strength. Obito would not easily spare Nagato. In an instant, he appeared before him and, with overwhelming force, crushed him. Chapter 82. The Struggle for the Golden Cardinal. Konan fainted amidst her sorrow, while Jiraiya hurried to support her, his eyes brimming with tears of fury. Thus, a formidable and elite figure, in an attempt to save a few fleeing ordinary individuals, was slain by Obito. The moment Nagato vanished, the fates of all present reacted, signaling the commencement of the golden card recovery transaction. Qin Wange released the pre-prepared rules, and upon their emergence, Accelerator ceased to concern himself with alliances. He directly engaged Obito, aiming to seize the golden card that had belonged to Nagato, which had fallen into Obito's possession after Nagato's demise. Should Obito utilize this golden card to further his transactions, the consequences were unimaginable. From that moment forth, no one would be able to resist him in this world. Accelerator concentrated the force at his feet into a single point, allowing him to momentarily soar into the sky, manipulating the flow of air to generate a powerful gale. For tornadoes emerged behind him, and harnessing the force of these whirlwinds, Accelerator charged towards Obito with unparalleled speed. The speed exhibited now is nearly on par with that of Madara, who is engaged in a fierce battle with One-Eyed, both possessing formidable powers. The brief skirmish has nearly obliterated the entire battlefield, prompting Hongdo to urgently instruct everyone to evacuate to avoid the impending chaos. Suddenly, Sakura dashed from behind, anxiously calling out to Hongdo, "Teacher Hongdo, Naruto." Upon witnessing Sakura's distress, Hongdo assumed something grave had befallen Naruto and hurried to check on him, only to find that Naruto, previously gravely injured and unconscious, now bore no wounds and appeared even stronger. Before Hongdo could inquire about the situation, the clash between Madara and One-Eye began to encroach upon their vicinity. Just as the others prepared to engage, a golden figure surged through the crowd to the forefront, effortlessly shattering the attack with a single strike. Everyone stared in astonishment. And Sakura, unable to believe her eyes, exclaimed, "Naruto?" In the next instant, Naruto's golden aura erupted, enveloping him in a radiant display, accompanied by flickers of lightning. His presence radiated an intensity that seemed magnified 100-fold, rendering words unnecessary. Some could already perceive the transformation. Hongdo approached Naruto and inquired, "Are you ready to fight?" Naruto glanced up at the duel above and then at his own hands, recalling the fear he had previously experienced. Doubt lingered within him regarding his ability to contend with them, as the dread Madara instilled in him was overwhelming. Yet, this was not the time for hesitation. Naruto closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax. Soon, confidence surged back within him, and he nodded affirmatively to Hongdo. Hongdo immediately cautioned, "Do not overexert yourself. If danger arises, retreat at once. Your survival holds the key to hope." Naruto nodded once more and then charged into the fray. Observing Naruto's entry into the battlefield, the members of the Ninja Alliance were enveloped by a profound sense of guilt. He was still but a child, and in this critical moment, they, the seasoned fighters, had failed to bear any burden, leaving it all upon Naruto's shoulders. As Naruto advanced towards Madara, both adversaries sensed his approach. One-Eyed instinctively retreated slightly, while Madara coldly remarked, "You have yet to feel despair. What emboldens you to strike at me?" With that, Madara extended a claw towards Naruto, seemingly dismissive of him. Yet he would soon regret his underestimation. A subtle smile graced Naruto's lips as he instantaneously activated the Kaioken, combining it with Super Saiyan 2. His speed surged beyond that of both Madara and One-Eyed. Before Madara could react, Naruto was upon him, delivering a powerful blow to his face, swiftly followed by a ki blast. The sequence flowed seamlessly, prompting One-Eyed to remark, "Such a remarkable increase must surely be attributed to the golden card. Shall we collaborate? Let us dispose of him first, and then we may each rely on our own strength." Naruto pondered for a moment and deemed it feasible. Eliminating Madara was indeed one of his objectives. The sacrifice of Nagato weighed heavily on his heart, as he sought vengeance for his friend and yearned to bring an end to this war. The matter regarding the golden card was relegated to the back of his mind. Thus, Naruto readily acquiesced to Accelerator's proposal. Following their mutual agreement, Madara's voice emerged from the billowing smoke. "Did you believe that the two of you could confront me? Despair awaits you. Embrace death." Thunder Spear. In Madara's hands, a spear-like manifestation of spiritual energy coalesced, which he hurled directly at the two. Accelerator employed his powers to deconstruct the attack, only to find it exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, he had no choice but to employ alternative methods to misalign the strike. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed across the heavens as Madara's assault made contact with the ground, a development no one could have anticipated. This seemingly simple attack possesses a terrifying potency. With but a single strike, the battlefield was transformed by a colossal explosion that carved out the deepest pit in history. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly left everyone in awe was the sight of Madara conjuring another Thunder Spear in his hand just a moment later. Naruto immediately sprang into action, unleashing a tenfold Kamehameha, a technique he had never executed before. The immense power of his attack successfully countered the Thunder Spear. Observing this, one might have felt a sense of relief, but soon Madara's subsequent actions led to a profound existential doubt among the onlookers. This individual astonishingly condensed 2 Thunder Spears in his hands, followed by 5 additional Thunder Spears hovering behind him. From a rational perspective, such formidable offensive capabilities must surely come with some limitations or exorbitant energy costs that prevent continuous deployment. Yet, it seems that this technique employed by Madara is devoid of any such expenditure. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had just exerted 3/4 of his strength to withstand the earlier assault, found himself momentarily at a loss on how to counter Madara's current display. One Unstoppable also sensed the predicament and, with a tone of resignation, declared, "Leave those Thunder Spears to me. You seize the opportunity to strike." With that, One Unstoppable boldly advanced, prompting Madara to unhesitatingly unleash 2 Thunder Spears towards him. This time, One Unstoppable caught one in his hand. However, the moment he grasped the Thunder Spear, it detonated in his grip, leaving onlookers baffled as to his intentions. Yet, the ensuing smoke from the explosion dissipated almost instantly, as if absorbed by some unseen force. Soon after, it was evident that One Unstoppable had suffered a severed arm. Yet paradoxically, another Thunder Spear had manifested in his remaining hand. Chapter 83. The ownership of the golden card. It was clear that this Thunder Spear was not conjured by Madara, implying that it had been created by One Unstoppable himself. Madara, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, flung 3 more Thunder Spears at One Unstoppable, remarking, "Your actions are utterly futile." In response, One Unstoppable chuckled. "Isn't it just about having no energy cost? It's actually not that difficult." As his words lingered in the air, hundreds of Thunder Spears suddenly appeared behind him, launching towards Madara, clearly catching him off guard. However, it was apparent that One Unstoppable's Thunder Spears lacked the spiritual pressure that Madara's possessed, rendering them significantly less potent. Yet their sheer numbers swiftly tipped the scales in One Unstoppable's favor. After a terrifying clash between the 2 sides' Thunder Spears, both Madara and One Unstoppable found themselves devoid of any remaining projectiles. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto instantaneously teleported behind Madara, unleashing the full force of a 20-fold Kaioken. With a powerful dragon fist, he struck Madara squarely on the head, the tremendous force accompanied by a golden red dragon, driving Madara deep into the earth below. The confrontation was far from over. Naruto relentlessly pursued his adversary, channeling every ounce of his strength, akin to a meteor crashing toward the ground where Madara stood. Utilizing his extraordinary regenerative abilities, Madara had swiftly recovered from Naruto's previous assault, only to be taken by surprise as Naruto launched another fierce attack. There was no time to evade. Madara, buried deep underground, could only watch as Naruto barreled towards him. In an instant, two thunderous spears materialized in Madara's hands, accompanied by 4 black flashes, all aimed directly at Naruto. Yet, this time, Naruto was undeterred by the looming threats. With unwavering resolve, he charged forward, preventing Madara from unleashing his black flashes, and landed a powerful punch against Madara's form, even as the 2 thunder spears pierced his own body. This time, Naruto had learned from his previous encounter. He realized that his prior all-out attack had failed to inflict harm due to Madara's remarkable healing capabilities. Thus, he directed his blow straight at Madara's heart, provoking a rare expression of pain on Madara's otherwise stoic visage. Both warriors were locked in a desperate struggle for survival. After an intense clash, silence enveloped the battlefield, yet no one dared to step onto the scene. An imposing force lifted the earth, revealing the grim reality within. Naruto lay in a pool of his own blood, a gaping wound nearly consuming half of his body. Despite the horrific injury, it was evident that he had not succumbed to death, for he remained in his Super Saiyan state. Such tenacious vitality can only be sustained by the Saiyant's resilient constitution. Turning to Madara, it is evident that he has already lost his breath. His body, apart from the gaping hole in his chest, bears another bloodied wound at the location of his heart, seemingly inflicted by Naruto's powerful punch. However, One Way does not exhibit fear. He first approaches Naruto, casting him towards the Ninja Alliance, then strides towards Madara. The sight of Madara, despite his lifelessness, could easily mislead one into believing he is merely resting against the rocky wall behind him. He remains in the previous dual-phase blade form. One Way retrieves the coveted gold card that belonged to Nagato from Madara's person and ascends into the air, satisfied. Yet, he is a man of his word. He previously declared that the ownership of the gold card would be determined by merit following Madara's defeat. Nonetheless, Naruto's injuries are still grave. Sakura has treated countless individuals on the battlefield, but her current state renders her incapable of fully restoring Naruto. Even after administering the grand healing potion, Naruto appears to have healed superficially, yet remains in a state of unconsciousness. Observing the Ninja Alliance, One Way remarks, "As I previously stated, you may contest for the gold card, but it appears that that golden-haired brat will not awaken anytime soon. I shall grant you but one opportunity. Send forth a challenger, and the victor shall claim the gold card." Despite One Way's adherence to his promise, the entire Ninja Alliance currently lacks a formidable opponent capable of contending with him. The strongest among them, Akkad, still falls short, and while many retain some combat capability, they are by no means a match for One Way. After a moment of contemplative silence, Akkad resolves to step forward. Rising, she declares, "Let me take this on. He has lost an arm, which may diminish his strength. I will give it my all. That young lad Naruto has fought tirelessly for us, and I cannot let him down." With that, Akkad prepares to confront him. One Way, growing increasingly impatient, observes her advance and smirks as he says, "You cannot defeat me. You should be well aware of that." Akkad responds with a smile, "I know this. Yet what can I do? I cannot simply surrender." Although the two appear to be in harmony at present, conversing with smiles, they are acutely aware that the impending battle will demand their utmost effort. One party must secure the golden card, and to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he will hold nothing back. Similarly, Red Bean is equally determined to strive with all his might. In this tense atmosphere, what had initially been a relaxed situation suddenly became oppressive once more, signaling the onset of combat. Suddenly, an anomaly manifested in the sky, and those present recognized the peculiar blue vortex overhead. It was a portal from the trading house. However, who could possibly arrive from the trading house at this juncture? Was there still someone yet to engage in battle? Soon enough, 4 figures emerged, revealing themselves to be Sasuke's Hawk Squad. Many from the Leaf Village harbored deep animosity towards Sasuke, believing his presence here to be malicious. Sasuke's arrival interrupted the confrontation between Red Bean and one party. Red Bean, puzzled, inquired, "Why have you returned from the trading house at this moment?" Instead of responding immediately, Sasuke surveyed the surroundings with a slight chuckle and remarked, "It seems I've returned just in time." He then approached Red Bean and fixed his gaze on one party, declaring, "Leave this to me." Red Bean, even more perplexed, wondered about Sasuke's reasoning. As a seasoned ninja, he was acutely aware of one party's capabilities. Why would Sasuke dare to speak so confidently? Red Bean promptly explained the current situation, urging Sasuke not to complicate matters. To his surprise, Sasuke replied without hesitation, "I will contend for the golden card. Should I prevail, I will hand it over to the Ninja Alliance." Chapter 84. Sasuke, the possessor of the golden card before Red Bean, could fully comprehend Sasuke's words or voice his objections. A golden card materialized, suspended above Sasuke's head. This scene left everyone in awe. None could have anticipated that Sasuke would return bearing a golden card. Was it possible that Sasuke had struck fortune at the exchange and drawn a golden card? Certainly not. The golden card Sasuke possessed was derived from the one belonging to Hans. Rasputin had been waiting for this very opportunity. And it was only when Nagato was slain by Obito that the rules of golden card retrieval were activated. Without delay, Sasuke rushed to the exchange. Lacking the aid of miraculous tools, he hesitated before the 10 golden cards laid before him for an extended period. Ultimately, he managed to acquire one that captured his fancy. This card, though merely a weapon and seemingly not particularly formidable, exuded a palpable strength. Upon obtaining the golden card, Sasuke swiftly utilized the teleportation portal of the exchange to arrive at the battlefield. Thus, the current circumstances unfolded. Upon seeing the golden card above Sasuke's head, Accelerator remarked with interest, "Your side certainly has a stroke of luck. Since that is the case, let it be you. Rest assured, even if you lose, I shall only take the golden card I possess. Your card shall remain for another time." With newfound confidence, Sasuke retorted, "You will never lay claim to that golden card. It would be better for you to depart now. I have no desire to bully one who is already at a disadvantage." In response, Accelerator chuckled, and in an instant, his severed arm was restored. Such was his ability. Accelerator could discern the flow of blood and electronic signals within a body to assess whether an opponent or himself was in a state of health. Delving deeper, he could perform a degree of healing and emergency treatment. He could also stimulate hair growth by altering the direction of electrical signals within bodily tissues. Consequently, such an injury was trivial to him. Fully restored, Accelerator gazed at Sasuke with a smile. Sasuke signaled for Akatsuki to return. At this point, she truly had no reason to linger. Before departing, she did not forget to remind Sasuke, "Listen here, you little rascal, if you lose, I will certainly hold you accountable. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor." What Red Bean referred to was the moment during the competition when she assisted Sasuke in defeating Itachi. Naturally, Sasuke did not take her words to heart. Presently, his attention was wholly fixated on One-Eyed. And the two exchanged a brief gaze before One-Eyed relinquished his control over the ground, preparing to strike. At that moment, everyone overlooked a critical detail. Madara, who was never absent during such times, had stealthily reappeared underground. It was inconceivable that he could perish from the attack launched by Obito. His presence here was undoubtedly aimed at a particular objective. Orochimaru, with a sinister smile, quietly absconded with Madara's corpse, vanishing without a trace, leaving no one aware of his ulterior motives. On the battlefield, One-Eyed had commenced an all-encompassing and indiscriminate assault on Sasuke. Various attacks, composed of minute energy, relentlessly bombarded him. However, aside from evasion, Sasuke had not retaliated, occasionally suffering injuries. One-Eyed, unwilling to prolong the confrontation with Sasuke, suddenly conjured a sphere of intense heat in his hand, exuding an ominous aura. This phenomenon represents a one-way passage where the winds converge at a singular point, resulting in the air being compressed at an extraordinarily high rate. This compression transforms the air into a sphere of intense heat, exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius, which forcibly disassociates the surrounding air molecules into cations and electrons, thereby creating what is referred to as plasma. Manipulating this is distinct from mere reflection. It necessitates calculating both the initial and altered trajectories, rendering it a rather complex endeavor. Even a one-way passage possesses certain limitations. The current high-temperature sphere poses a significant threat to Sasuke. However, Sasuke remains entirely unperturbed, as he has yet to unveil his true prowess. Suddenly, he grasps the blade at his waist, his gaze fixated on the searing sphere, and intones, "Water breathing." Seventh form, drop ripple thrust. With a simple thrust, the colossal sphere freezes in place. In the next instant, cracks begin to emerge across its surface, culminating in an explosive rupture, scattering magma-like heat into the atmosphere. Without hesitation, Sasuke draws his sword once more, declaring, "Water breathing, sixth form, tornado vortex." As the blade begins to whirl, a torrent of water spirals into existence around him, instantly countering all released thermal energy. Observing Sasuke's technique, the one-way passage furrows his brow, realizing that Sasuke has yet to exert his full strength. Thus, the one-way passage presses on, as a multitude of replicated thunder spears materializes behind him. This is the technique I just mastered, the one that disassembles the thunder spears. Although the power of these hundreds of thunder spears is significantly diminished compared to the original, they still rival several of the authentic thunder spears in terms of potency, which is undeniably formidable. Without a hint of trepidation, Sasuke draws his sword once more. However, this time, the Sunwell blade in his grasp seems to undergo an instantaneous transformation. With both hands gripping the blade, he feels an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his entire being. Unfazed by the multitude of thunder spears raining down upon him, he boldly proclaims, "Breath of Flame." Fourth form, Raging Inferno Vortex. In an instant, Sasuke unleashes a swirling fire slash centered around himself, successfully countering the extensive assault launched by his opponent. In that moment, it seemed as if I faintly heard Sasuke's voice. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, Godspeed. This technique epitomizes the essence of a lightning strike, the swiftest flash, significantly enhancing both speed and the force of the strike, albeit at a tremendous cost. In an instant, a golden lightning bolt erupted from the vortex of flames, so rapid that One Way was caught unawares. With a swift motion, Sasuke grazed One Way, narrowly missing his head but leaving a deep gash across his chest. Sasuke discerned that One Way must have done something in the final moment, yet this was still a fortuitous opportunity. He swiftly swung his blade once more. However, One Way was not without his temper. Enraged, he bellowed, "How dare you? Do you truly consider me a virtuous being?" Ignoring his injuries, he pivoted and seized Sasuke's Daybreaker's sword, instantly conjuring the very energy from the attack that had previously wounded him. Chapter 85. The Demon Blade, Thousand Edges. Evil Spirit Edition. Sasuke sensed the impending danger and quickly retreated, but One Way clutched the sword with an iron grip, rendering Sasuke immobile. The Daybreaker's sword underwent another subtle transformation, igniting in fierce flames as it cried out, "Fifth form, Flame Tiger." Instantly, a torrent of flames erupted from the blade, gradually coalescing into a fiery tiger that lunged at One Way, who shockingly refused to relinquish his hold. He unleashed another attack upon Sasuke. With a sharp sound, blood splattered, and a grievous wound appeared on Sasuke, mirroring One Way's own injury. Yet the ordeal was far from over. One Way, astonishingly, absorbed Sasuke's attack, perfectly dismantling it and releasing the energy anew, as the fiery tiger prepared to engulf Sasuke. At this moment, it was evident that if Sasuke did not relinquish his blade, calamity would surely befall him. Ultimately, with a resolute determination, he released the Nick no Tachi from his grasp, narrowly evading the impending strike. One unhindered observed the scene with satisfaction and remarked, "So, without that sword, do you still think you can contend with me?" Sasuke took a moment to steady his breath, surveying his own grievous wounds, blood cascading from them relentlessly. Meanwhile, One unhindered had fully recuperated from his injuries. Enduring the pain that coursed through his body, Sasuke's voice turned frigid as he declared, "I had no intention of revealing all my trump cards, but it seems my naivety has led me astray. Very well, let us proceed. Demon Blade, Thousand Slices." As he spoke, an extraordinary weapon materialized in Sasuke's hand. The blade was comprised of thousands of fragmented shards, with a black hilt and half a blade. The surface bore azure streaks, depicting malevolent spirits, capable of emitting either blue or purple radiance. Only when the streaks shimmered could it unleash its formidable power, an offensive weapon that was unparalleled, the Demon Blade, Thousand Slices. This time, Sasuke not only acquired the golden card Demon Blade, Shinrin, from the exchange, but also received an incomplete dimensional gift from the world of Demon Slayer. All the breathing techniques significantly enhanced both his strength and confidence. However, Sasuke underestimated Accelerator. Unlike other golden cards or the formidable black-winged demon, Madara, the Demon Blade, Shinrin, did not make an imposing entrance. Instead, it appeared to be an ordinary weapon, but to think so would be utterly naive. The Demon Blade, Shinrin, is one of the national treasures of the Divine Forging Kingdom. Its thousand blade fragments can morph into various forms to attack enemies. It is purely offensive, unmatched in its lethality, making it the most aggressive weapon. As Sasuke grasped the Demon Blade, Shinrin, the blade emanated a brilliant blue light, and he charged at Accelerator. Although Accelerator was unaware of the source of Sasuke's confidence, He sensed that allowing him to approach would not bode well. Consequently, Accelerator compressed the air and wind once more, this time concentrating the winds of half the ninja world into a single point. In an instant, a fireball comparable to the sun appeared on the battlefield. One might think the sun had fallen. Without hesitation, Accelerator hurled this miniature sun towards Sasuke. Sasuke's demeanor was peculiar. He made no unusual movements, merely running towards Accelerator with the blade in hand, seemingly oblivious to the impending miniature sun. Just as the two were about to collide, the light on the demon blade, Shinrin, transformed to a deep purple. In that moment, Sasuke seemed to metamorphose into a demon, his speed rendering him indistinguishable from a mere shadow, as he glided through the miniature sun. In the next instant, all present were astounded. They witnessed Sasuke, with the demon blade, Shinrin, piercing through Accelerator, striking with precision. The massive miniature sun froze in place, silent, leaving everyone dumbfounded, unsure of what had transpired. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound echoed from the enormous miniature sun. Indeed, it was a singular sound. Following that, the colossal sun was flawlessly cleaved in two, crashing to the ground and unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. In that fleeting moment, they observed the sun being perfectly bisected, the smooth cut in the center appearing as if it had always existed. This scene was truly astonishing. One could only ponder what transpired in that fleeting moment. Regrettably, this was not a competition. No one could replicate Qin Wange's ability to showcase a replay. Thus, all confusion transformed into sheer shock. One unimpeded gazed at the unfolding spectacle, wincing at his own injuries, and managed a strained smile, exclaiming, "Impressive indeed. But do you truly believe that I have succumbed?" Sasuke offered no reply. In the next instant, the demon blade thousand slices in his grasp shattered into countless fragments, hovering around one unimpeded. Sasuke then spoke, "Indeed, you have lost. You must feel the shards of the thousand slices within you. If you refuse to concede, I shall crush your heart." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, one unimpeded finally comprehended that Sasuke possessed this hidden advantage. He had indeed lost. Though a sense of reluctance lingered within him, defeat was defeat, and he had no choice but to raise his hand in acknowledgement of his surrender. Thus, this war reached a conclusion at last. Sasuke sheathed the thousand slices, immediately feeling as though his head might explode. He hurriedly steadied his tumultuous mind. While one unimpeded observed this spectacle and remarked softly, "It appears that while your blade is formidable, its side effects are quite significant. I hope you do not allow it to consume your reason. That demon seems to have quite the appetite." One unimpeded discerned the drawbacks of Sasuke's demon blade thousand slices with ease. The ordinary form of the blade could not possibly wield such power. This particular blade had been augmented by Qin Wange, now imbued with a malevolent spirit, whereas the original thousand slices merely bore a pattern of a malevolent spirit without its actual presence. However, after Qin Wange's enhancement, the current form of thousand slices in its blue glow represented its utmost potential. Yet, in its purple state, the blade's power surged exponentially, but correspondingly, the malevolent spirit would emerge, beginning to devour the user's rationality. Though this power is formidable, it is conceivable that one day, a malevolent spirit may completely consume the user's sanity, ultimately transforming them into a demon driven solely by the urge to kill. Once the victor emerged, Itachi bestowed the golden card upon Sasuke, who, in turn, honored his prior commitment by handing the golden card over to Anko, representing the Ninja Alliance. Chapter 86, The Scheme of Qin Wange. The war has finally come to an end. Following Sasuke's victory over One-Eyed Man, news of the fate marks for all has been revealed. This signifies the dissolution of all factions, restoring everything to its former state, indicating that they have triumphed and the war has concluded. However, alongside the post-war recovery, a particularly complex issue has arisen: the distribution of the golden card. Nagato's sacrifice has left many filled with regret, prompting a search for a means of resurrection from the very moment the battle ceased. Yet, resurrecting an individual is no simple feat. After Obito elucidated the circumstances surrounding the resurrection potion, the entire shinobi world began to unite in the quest for Orochimaru. The matter of the resurrection potion is of utmost significance, as nearly everyone harbors someone they wish to bring back. However, Orochimaru, having long concealed himself, would not be easily found. Thus, the ninja coalition spent several months in pursuit of him, yet to no avail. Meanwhile, Akatsuki has temporarily secured Nagato's golden card in Konoha, assuring that it shall not be utilized by anyone. This golden card will be retained as a contingency plan. One purpose is to return it to Nagato upon his resurrection, and the other is to prepare for the possibility of another conflict arising. This golden card represents a pivotal opportunity. Initially, Shikamaru, intended as a trump card in this war, merely played a minor role, revealing how overly naive Red Bean had been. The Death Note, indeed a grotesque weapon, possesses its limitations. As the battles intensified, particularly from the moment Madara activated his second stage of resurrection, Shikamaru's influence waned. At that juncture, the Death Note became ineffective. Inscribing a name would only result in the user's immediate demise. Consequently, the ninja world retained the hierarchical distinctions witnessed during the conflict, aligning with the current state of affairs. Presently, the Hidden Leaf Village stands unrivaled in the ninja realm. However, the benevolence of its people has prevented any emergence of tyranny. After the conclusion of this battle, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to retire. The position of Hokage was initially intended for Kakashi, but he declined. Sensing an imminent awakening within himself and intending to leave the village for an extended period. Thus, the mantle of Hokage ultimately fell upon Tsunade, who had diligently followed and learned from Hashirama throughout the battles. In her quest to prove herself as formidable as her grandfather, Tsunade dedicated herself tirelessly, even forsaking her beloved gambling, balancing the enhancement of her skills with the acquisition of knowledge. She has now ascended to the esteemed role of the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Beyond these matters remains the character of Might Guy, who, upon encountering the Forest Guardian, was determined to bring it back to Shadow Island. Naturally, Red Bean was unable to accomplish this task, leading her to reach out to Qin Wange, who, disinterested in further complications, opted to facilitate the reunion between Guy and the Forest Guardian. These two beings, who do not belong to this world, were promptly dispatched, and after the conclusion of the conflict, it was Qin Wange who returned one faction to his realm. Initially, Qin Wange's suggestion for him to join was merely a motivational gesture, for one must either possess strength or allure to gain entry into the exchange. Just look at how exquisite Celio is. Coupled with the fact that one faction had not fulfilled his mission, it was evident that Qin Wange would not extend this opportunity to him. Once they had been sent back, the Naruto universe was left devoid of any external entities, populated solely by locals, and with no significant events transpiring. It seemed that a period of tranquility was to ensue. After Orochimaru had taken Madara's corpse, he arrived at Qin Wange's location, having acquired a substantial amount of resources from an unknown source. He had drawn a vial of resurrection elixir. Yet he would not foolishly employ it immediately. Having learned from past experiences, Orochimaru resolved to be thoroughly prepared this time. Thus, even if substantial events were to occur later, it would take a considerable amount of time. Observing the somewhat tedious world around him, Qin Wange began to reflect. He pondered whether the rapid enhancement of their powers due to the cards had led to the current situation. As he contemplated temporarily departing the Naruto universe to explore other realms, believing that no significant occurrences would arise here in the near future, he was suddenly presented with an intriguing spectacle. Two figures appeared before him, resembling familiar spirits, but now, their strength vastly surpassed that of their original narrative. Qin Wange smiled and remarked, "It appears that no matter how much one alters events, the course of destiny inevitably returns to its path. Let this be a farewell. I shall take a look." With that, Qin Wange vanished, and in the next moment, he found himself in the Valley of the End, where Naruto and Sasuke, upon encountering him, were momentarily taken aback. Qin Wange casually stated, "Do not mind me. Focus on your battle. I may soon be preparing to depart from here. So consider this fight as the final impression I leave in this world." Both Naruto and Sasuke were momentarily stunned. Naruto quickly inquired, "Uncle, are you leaving?" Although Sasuke remained silent, it was evident he too sought an answer. Qin Wange nodded and continued, "Rest assured, after I leave, Wu Tiaowu and Celia will remain here. Besides, it's not as though I will not return. When significant events arise in this realm once more, I shall certainly come back. Now, continue as though I do not exist." Upon hearing that Qin Wange was departing, both felt a tinge of melancholy. However, they had absorbed his words. Sasuke, already poised with his blade, coldly fixed his gaze upon Naruto and declared, "Naruto, if you dare to hold back, I shall claim your golden card." Naruto chuckled softly, clenched his fists, and his entire presence erupted with an explosive energy as he confidently declared, "Of course, I will give it my all. I've been rather displeased with you for quite some time, Sasuke." The battle was imminent, and silently, Qin Wange projected the scene of their confrontation into the skies above Konoha and other nations, capturing the attention of all. Without providing an explanation, he simply urged them to watch, for the two figures on screen were unmistakably clear. They represented the pinnacle of strength within the current ninja world, two young genin hailing from Konoha, engaged in combat for reasons unknown. Regardless of the outcome, Qin Wange intended for everyone to witness the mightiest individuals of their realm. Hurry and strive to surpass them, he seemed to convey. The details of their clash need not be elaborated. Naruto's Super Saiyan 2 form completely overwhelmed Sasuke's every technique. However, with the emergence of the Demon Blade Thousand Cuts, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. In the end, their desperate final strikes were intercepted by Qin Wange, for without his intervention, Naruto would have been cleaved in two, and Sasuke would have faced obliteration from Naruto's punch. Such a gruesome scene was certainly not to Qin Wange's liking. It would undoubtedly mar the ambience. Chapter 87. Preparing to depart. After being halted by Qin Wange, the two individuals breathed a sigh of relief, for their first-hand experience of battle had made them acutely aware of their own fates. Fortunately, Qin Wange intervened, and following this confrontation, the relationship between the two subtly evolved. Their combat actions witnessed by all present. Henceforth, in the realm of shinobi, whenever the topic of the strongest arose, it would invariably pertain to these two young genin from Konoha. Upon returning to the trading post, Qin Wange began to contemplate his future course of action, where to go and what to pursue upon his arrival. However, his peculiar behavior piqued the interest of Sairia, who ventured into Qin Wange's modest chamber to inquire directly about his intentions, aware that he would eventually have to reveal his plans. Qin Wange chose to be forthright with Sairia. Upon learning of his impending departure, Sairia was utterly disheartened. She had no desire to part ways with Qin Wange, especially since their small trading post had only 3 inhabitants. Given Wu Tiaowu's character, Sairia was reluctant to engage with him, and now, the prospect of Qin Wange leaving without taking her along was unbearable. From that day forward, Sairia became increasingly irritable, even going so far as to physically confront Wu Tiaowu during a disagreement. Of course, in a true fight, Sairia would not stand a chance. Nonetheless, Wu Tiaowu had been around the trading post long enough for even the most observant to recognize the depth of Sairia's connection with her boss. Even if it were merely unrequited love, should her dreams materialize, she would suddenly find herself in the role of the boss's wife. Thus, Wu Tiaowu would never entertain the thought of clashing with Sairia. Upon hearing the news, Qin Wange promptly sought to comfort her. The process was quite challenging, akin to soothing a distressed partner, as he acquiesced to her various demands and ultimately brought Linaz into the fold. The seemingly unassuming blacksmith is far from ordinary. Qin Wange possesses the omniscient eye of providence, enabling him to discern Linus's true prowess. It was anticipated that a mere blacksmith within the realm of the game could achieve such remarkable feats, undoubtedly concealing something profound. The bond between Linus and Celia resembles that of a father and daughter, ensuring that Celia would not feel lonely in his presence. After considerable effort, Qin Wange finally resolved all matters at hand, leaving only the contemplation of his next destination and subsequent endeavors. Drawing lessons from his experiences in the Naruto realm, he resolved to approach his tasks with discretion. Although fate ultimately resumed its intended course, many events underwent significant alterations due to Qin Wange's intervention, resulting in outcomes that diverged from his original intentions. Consequently, he decided against establishing a trading post in the next dimension. Furthermore, he would amend all existing regulations within this realm, opting to manifest solely as a mysterious merchant in the forthcoming dimension. He aimed to integrate into every occurrence while striving to preserve the original storyline, thereby addressing certain unresolved matters. Such considerations could indeed prove to be immensely beneficial. With the plan already in place, the time has come to select a realm to traverse, and there exists an abundance of potential dimensions. However, the more expansive realms, such as that of Naruto, are relatively scarce. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Wange resolved to embark upon the dimension of One Piece. In this realm, Qin Wange had never revealed anything from the Naruto universe, as her initial intention was to preserve the novelty for future visits. In retrospect, her foresight proved to be astute. After some time had passed, Qin Wange was thoroughly prepared for her final endeavor. She informed only the personnel at the exchange, without disclosing anything to unnecessary parties, before activating the dimensional space and departing. Once Qin Wange left, Sairia found herself increasingly melancholic, quietly shedding tears. Linus, upon witnessing Qin Wange's remarkable capabilities, could not help but express his admiration. He mused that this boss Qin could achieve feats that even true deities might envy. At that moment, Wu Tiaowu appeared beside Linus and remarked, "I have never dared to speculate about the boss's strength. I fear that no matter how extravagant my guesses may be, I would ultimately discover that they merely scratched the surface, and such a realization would plunge me into despair." Linus cast a knowing smile at Wu Tiaowu and said, "Young man, I have great faith in you. Your future is boundless." Wu Tiaowu, rather than feeling encouraged, sensed something peculiar in Linus's words and instinctively inquired, "Uncle, how many people have you said this to?" Linus laughed heartily. "Countless adventurers. Each one of them possesses a limitless future, just like you." Wataru, feeling a hint of awkwardness, managed to smile before promptly returning to his duties. Qin Wange had entrusted him with a crucial responsibility upon her departure. Aside from his daily tasks, his primary obligation was to oversee the stability of this world. Should he return to find any significant upheaval, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, from the moment Qin Wange left, Wataru effectively became the temporary steward of this exchange. His prowess was undeniable, yet the ultimate authority lay with Saria. Wataru's role was primarily to intervene in situations beyond her control. At this juncture, all matters were impeccably organized by Qin Wange, who had even left behind means for them to contact her in case of unforeseen complications. This was particularly crucial for those who had attained a certain level within this realm, most of whom relied on the aid of fate cards, thus possessing a profound connection to them. The stronger one's abilities, the deeper the connection. At the moment Qin Wange departed, Naruto and Sasuke sensed a change immediately. Gazing silently at the tranquil sky, their expressions tinged with melancholy. After all, their current selves were a product of Qin Wange's presence. Although her departure went unannounced to many, a significant number still became aware of it, transforming what was initially a private matter into a well-known event across the entire shinobi world. Almost everyone arrived at the exchange, claiming they wished to bid farewell to Qin Wange. Saria and Wataru were taken aback by the magnitude of this gathering, realizing just how profound an impression Qin Wange had left in this realm. With her absence now a reality, Saria could only relay the news to the crowd, which subsequently fell into a somber mood. However, she swiftly resolved the situation by offering each individual a complimentary chance to draw a card, framing it as a gesture of gratitude for their farewell. Though the value was modest, it presented an opportunity, and soon everyone was swept up in the fervor of card drawing, allowing them to momentarily set aside their thoughts of Qin Wange. Chapter 88. Windmill Village beneath a cerulean sky and beside a serene sea, with a gentle breeze and a charming innkeeper, this idyllic scene brought immediate comfort to the eyes. The observer of this picturesque vista was none other than Qin Wange, who had now arrived in the pirate realm, standing at the very inception of his dream. Windmill Village, a quaint hamlet within the Goa Kingdom, had birthed many extraordinary legends. As the genesis of his aspirations, Qin Wange felt compelled to immerse himself in its charm. Upon his arrival, his gaze fell upon a remarkable woman. With her deep green hair adorned with a headscarf and a perpetually delightful smile, she was known as Makino, the innkeeper of the village tavern. Her kind-hearted, gentle, and cheerful disposition was palpable. At this particular moment in time, the ship of Shanks had been docked here for over a year, marking the final stretch before the narrative truly commenced. Qin Wange's timing was impeccable. He still donned his signature black and white suit, a short cane in hand. His merchant-like appearance was unmistakable, and his congenial demeanor was instantly likable. Makino, who had ventured out to gather some supplies, happened upon Qin Wange, who seemed lost in thought. Mistaking him for a newcomer who had lost his way, the ever-helpful Makino approached him with warmth. "Excuse me, hello. You seem a bit lost. Do you need any assistance?" Qin Wange gazed at Makino, offering her a gentle smile as he replied, "I indeed require some assistance. Might I inquire where the finest tavern is located, my lady?" Makino was momentarily taken aback by Qin Wange's smile, rendered somewhat speechless, before she quickly regained her composure and responded with a laugh. "Sir, you truly possess a sense of humor. If you seek a place to drink, my tavern would be ideal. It is quite lively there." Qin Wange nodded, inviting Makino to lead the way, following closely behind her. Along their journey, Makino inquired about various aspects of Qin Wange's life, to which he revealed no secrets, sharing that he was merely an ordinary merchant, a wanderer without a fixed abode. However, when questioned about his wares, Qin Wange refrained from providing a direct answer and instead remarked, "My goods are reserved solely for those in need. Alas, Lady Makino, you do not require them." This remark elicited a frown from Makino, who, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "How do you know that I do not require it?" Qin Wange responded with a smile, "Because I can perceive it." Thus, the two engaged in conversation as they made their way to Makino's tavern. Upon entering, Qin Wange was greeted by the sight of a group of boisterous gentlemen reveling in merriment, drinking, and conversing animatedly. Among them, the most exuberant was a man adorned with a red bean headband and a straw hat. At this moment, Shanks was approximately 27 years old, in the prime of his youth. Notably, 3 prominent scars adorned his left eye, prompting Qin Wange to mentally verify the timeline of events. It dawned on her that Shanks had arrived in Fusha village after seizing the rubber fruit, being escorted by the Marines, where he would subsequently meet the 7-year-old Luffy. Shanks and his companions, consumed by their joviality, were utterly oblivious to Makino's entrance. Feeling somewhat awkward, Makino turned to Qin Wange and apologized. "I sincerely apologize. These fellows have had a bit too much to drink and are rather loud." Qin Wange, unfazed, replied, "No need to worry. I quite enjoy this atmosphere. Just find me a spot and a drink, and I shall be content." Makino, pleased, nodded and guided Qin Wange to a seat at the counter, where she promptly handed her a glass of wine. At that moment, Shanks finally noticed Qin Wange. However, judging by Qin Wange's demeanor, he hardly appeared to be a nefarious individual. Thus, Shanks embraced Qin Wange and remarked, "My dear brother, it's evident that Makino harbors feelings for you. Given her gentle demeanor, why not consider marrying her?" Ha! Upon hearing Shanks' words, the patrons of the tavern erupted into a chorus of playful banter, each chiming in with their own quips. Makino, exasperated, smacked her forehead and admonished, "Shanks, if you continue with your nonsensical chatter, don't expect to grace my establishment with your presence again." Shanks, immediately contrite, replied, "My apologies. By the way, brother, you seem rather unfamiliar. I don't believe we've crossed paths before." Qin Wange downed the drink before him, and an overwhelming sense of joy enveloped him. In his previous life, he had never been particularly fond of alcohol, believing that whether fine or ordinary, it merely incited individuals to engage in frivolous pursuits. Consequently, he had seldom indulged in drinking. Yet, this beverage from the pirate realm transformed his perception. It was refreshing upon entry, with a lingering sweetness that, surprisingly, left him feeling more alert. After finishing his drink, Qin Wange finally addressed Shanks' inquiry. Upon learning that Shanks was a merchant, the crowd's interest piqued. They clamored to see his wares, openly declaring their identities as pirates, some of whom possessed considerable wealth. Qin Wange, echoing his earlier explanation to Makino, stated to Shanks, "I shall only sell my goods to those in genuine need." His enigmatic remark stirred the crowd's curiosity even further. Just then, Qin Wange spotted a youthful boy with black hair yawning as he emerged. Upon noticing Qin Wange, the boy curiously inquired, "Mister, who are you? Why are you in my spot?" Makino quickly intervened, lifting Luffy and tossing him onto a nearby seat, explaining to Qin Wange, "My apologies, this is Luffy. He frequently frequents my tavern and has claimed that seat as his own." Qin Wange, unbothered, turned his attention to Luffy, finding the boy's indignant expression rather amusing. Before long, Luffy joined in the revelry, and within a mere half-day, Qin Wange had forged a strong camaraderie with this optimistic band of pirates. Shanks, unabashed, regaled Qin Wange with tales of their adventures at sea, while Luffy listened wide-eyed with wonder. Amidst their conversation, Shanks suddenly proposed to Qin Wange, "Brother Qin, would you care to join my pirate crew and embark on adventures with us?" Qin Wange never anticipated that Shanks would invite him to join his crew. Moreover, upon hearing Shanks' words, his crew displayed no signs of surprise or confusion. Instead, they gazed at Qin Wange with smiles, eagerly awaiting his response. Chapter 89, The Mountain Bandit King. Ultimately, Qin Wange shook his head in refusal, stating, "I apologize for disappointing your goodwill. I believe a merchant suits me better." Shanks, not exhibiting much disappointment, merely expressed regret. "What a pity. It seems that my dear brother Qin does not yearn for the sea." Upon hearing Shanks' remark, Qin Wange shook his head again, replying, "That is not the case. I greatly long for this vast ocean. However, I believe that being a merchant offers a greater sense of freedom." Shanks, taken aback by Qin Wange's words, chuckled lightly. "Freedom, you say? I believe that pirates embody the truest essence of freedom upon the sea. The two exchanged smiles, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, and the atmosphere returned to its previous state. However, such an ambience would not last long. In the next moment, the tavern door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a towering figure who announced, "Pardon my intrusion." As he entered, he continued, "Is this what they call a band of pirates? All sporting dull, foolish expressions." At this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned. Only Shanks continued to eat, seemingly unfazed, while Qin Wange calmly sipped his drink. The individual approached the counter, pushing past Shanks, and addressed Magino. "We are mountain bandits. However, we have not come here to cause a disturbance. Please sell us approximately 10 barrels of your finest liquor." Magino promptly replied, "I apologize, but we have just sold out." At this moment, the man shifted his gaze toward Qin Wange, who was seated nearby. Naturally, Qin Wange had no intention of casting even a glance at him. The leader of the Sig Mountain Bandits, with a bounty of 8 million berries, was an arrogant man. A title he bore not merely by chance, but due to his excessive hubris, which had become the subject of ridicule in the world. Encountering him in person confirmed that the tales were not exaggerated in the least. Sig, glancing back at the pirates, remarked to Magino, "It's rather peculiar, isn't it? Do these pirates drink urine?" Magino promptly replied, "The alcohol currently available for sale is all there is. There are no extra supplies." At that moment, Shanks interjected, "I must apologize. It appears we have consumed all the alcohol here. My sincerest regrets." He then picked up an unopened bottle from his table and extended it to Sig, saying, "If you wouldn't mind, you may have this one." Sig slowly reached out his hand, only to suddenly clench his fist and shatter the bottle. Magino and Luffy were taken aback, while the previously silent pirates now wore grim expressions. Sig, still exuding arrogance, declared, "Old Purple is a man with a bounty of 6 million berries. This bottle is hardly enough for me to rinse my mouth. Do not underestimate me." Shanks remained silent for a moment before expressing his concern. The floor is soaked. My apologies, Miss Magino. Do you have a cloth?" As he spoke, Shanks began to clean up the shards of the broken bottle. Magino immediately responded, "I can take care of it." However, in the next instant, Sig drew his sword, slashing the counter to pieces, and remarked, "It seems you quite enjoy cleaning. In this manner, one could indulge to their heart's content. Humph. Drinking while intoxicated has lost its charm. I shall take my leave." With that, Shanks sheathed his sword, turned, and departed with his companions, not forgetting to mock, "Farewell, you spineless cowards." At this moment, Luffy was seething with rage, his teeth clenched, while Shanks, appearing disheveled, leaned back in his chair. Marcy rushed over, her concern evident. "Are you all right, Captain? You're not hurt, are you?" Shanks waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression on his face. "I'm fine. I'm not injured." Suddenly, a smile crept across Shanks' lips, and laughter erupted among the pirates present once more. They began to tease him. "You truly have been humiliated. How embarrassing, ha ha ha." Shanks, donning his straw hat, joined in the laughter. Qin Wange observed this scene quietly, reflecting, "This is the demeanor of a true warrior. One who refrains from engaging in futile conflicts, possessing a patience beyond that of ordinary men. Truly admirable, Shanks." However, there was one who was not pleased. Luffy suddenly shouted, "How can you still be laughing? Don't you find that humiliating? Why don't you confront them, even if they are numerous and appear formidable? To be bullied like this yet still laugh? You are not real men. You are unworthy of being pirates." For Luffy, pirates represented the epitome of his admiration. He had always yearned for the life of a pirate. Yet, Shanks and his crew had instilled such notions in this 7-year-old boy, inciting Luffy's anger. He could not comprehend why pirates behaved in such a manner, leading him to vehemently express his emotions. Nevertheless, Shanks, with a sense of resignation, replied, "I understand your feelings. But it was merely a splash of alcohol. There is no need to be upset." Luffy, dismissive of Shanks' words, turned away, declaring, "I won't associate with you anymore." Yet, as he turned, he accidentally caught sight of a peculiar purple-patterned fruit on the table and unhesitatingly consumed it. Witnessing this, Qin Wange smiled at Shanks and remarked, "Captain, you should keep an eye on your belongings. Be wary of them being pilfered." Shanks, initially perplexed by Qin Wange's comment, was abruptly alerted by the sound of someone eating. Following the noise, he discovered Luffy stealthily devouring something. Thinking Luffy was simply eating to vent his frustrations, Shanks almost offered words of comfort, but suddenly recalling Qin Wange's warning, he reacted swiftly, standing up and exclaiming, "What are you eating?" Startled, Luffy quickly swallowed the fruit in his mouth and looked at Shanks with a guilty expression. Shanks, astonished, inquired, "Did you eat something from that box? Is that what you have consumed?" Luffy cautiously nodded, only to be taken aback as Shanks suddenly seized him, flipping him over and shaking him vigorously while shouting, "Spit it out. Immediately, give it all back. Everything you've eaten, spit it out." Confused by Shanks' fervent demand, Luffy exclaimed, "What are you doing, Shanks?" In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As Shanks continued to shake Luffy, he abruptly stretched out and collided with the floor. Instantly, he rebounded, akin to a piece of rubber. Dazed, Luffy remarked, "What just happened?" Chapter 90. Luffy captured the fruit you consumed is known as the gum fruit, a type of devil fruit. This fruit bestows the ability to transform one's entire body into rubber. Furthermore, one who consumes a devil fruit is cursed to never swim again, as they become detested by the sea and condemned to a life devoid of aquatic prowess. This time, it was not Shanks who spoke, but rather Qin Wange who elucidated the matter. Upon hearing this, Luffy was completely taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, you must be joking." Shanks, in a fit of anger, shouted back at Luffy, "You fool." Ultimately, the fact that Luffy had consumed the fruit was irreversible, and Shanks could only sigh in resignation. However, now his interest had shifted to Qin Wange. Slowly approaching Qin Wange, Shanks took a sip of his drink and inquired, "How does my old friend Qin know about the gum fruit?" With a smile, Qin Wange replied, "On my way here, I heard a rumor that a group of pirates had seized the gum fruit escorted by C9. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been you all, Captain Shanks." Shanks scratched his head, chuckling as he said, "Haha, I never imagined this news would spread so far, haha." Qin Wange, unfazed by Shanks' words, continued, "While I do not disapprove of the captain's earlier actions, that little rascal Luffy is bound to feel quite unsettled." Just as Shanks was about to reassure him that Luffy would be fine in a few days, they were interrupted by the urgent shout of Makino from behind. "Captain, it's bad. Luffy has been captured by those mountain bandits. We must hurry to save him." Startled, Shanks quickly rallied his crew and rushed off, while Qin Wange calmly resumed his drink, fully aware of the unfolding events. Luffy had intended to leave the tavern to test whether he truly couldn't swim. But on his way, he encountered Sig and his companions drinking. He overheard the bandits' brazen chatter. "Did you see the faces of those pirates earlier? They were drenched in liquor and didn't dare to utter a word. Haha. This bunch is utterly useless, haha," Sig disdainfully remarked. "Pirates are merely a bunch of spineless losers, all show and no substance." Unable to contain himself any longer, Luffy charged in front of Sig and shouted, "Shut up. You have no right to look down on Shanks and the others. They are not weaklings." Despite Makino's desperate attempts to dissuade him from continuing, Luffy, fueled by anger, yelled, "You have no right to belittle Shanks and his crew. A bunch of foolish mountain bandits." This provoked a classic scene, as the bandit king Sig harshly stomped Luffy down, sneering, "You are terribly rude, little brat. No one who has angered me has ever lived to tell the tale." As he drew his sword, Luffy defiantly retorted, "You were in the wrong to begin with, you foul monkey." Sig dismissed him with a scoff, "You are truly a hopeless child. Go to that world and regret your words." Suddenly, from behind the bandits, Shanks' voice echoed, "Would you kindly release Luffy?" Sig turned to see Shanks accompanied by his crew. Unconcerned, Sig remarked, "Pirates? Are you still lingering in this village? Have you been scrubbing the floors all this time?" However, Shanks chose not to respond to him and instead addressed Luffy, saying, "Luffy, isn't your punch as powerful as a pistol?" Luffy, brimming with excitement, retorted, "Stop rambling." Sig, incensed by Shanks' silence, declared, "I don't care what you're doing here, but you should leave before you get hurt. If you dare come any closer, watch out, or I'll blow your brains out, you coward." Yet, Shanks remained unfazed and continued to move forward until a mountain bandit aimed a gun at his head, warning, "I told you to stay back." Shanks' tone shifted as he replied, "Let us wager our lives. Since you've drawn your weapon, let us gamble our lives." The bandit, bewildered by Shanks' words, was taken by surprise when, suddenly, bang, the gun fired. But it was the hefty crew member holding a chicken leg who had shot the bandit, leaving everyone astounded. The bandits, still reeling from Shanks' unexpected aggression, were met with Shanks' voice once more. "Before you stands a pirate. Listen closely, bandits. Whether you douse me with liquor or food or spit in my face, I would likely let it slide. However, no matter your justification, I shall never forgive those who harm my friends." At this point, Shanks' tone had transformed, his words laced with palpable fury. But Sig only laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! You say you want to forgive me? You are just a pirate. "Boys, take them down." At this command, all the bandits charged forward, prompting Shanks's first mate to step forward, stating, "I can handle this easily." In the blink of an eye, Ben Beckman dispatched all the bandits without even firing a shot, then aimed his gun at Sig, warning, "Don't be so arrogant, bandit. If you wish to fight us, you'd better bring a warship." Luffy stood in astonishment, murmuring, "So strong." At this moment, Sig was truly alarmed and immediately began to explain, "Wait. It was this little brat who started it." Suddenly, Shanks interjected, "I've heard your head is quite valuable." Upon hearing this, Sig panicked completely, shouting as he pulled out a smoke bomb. Once the smoke dissipated, Shanks realized that Luffy had vanished. Thus, he began a dramatic display, exclaiming, "Oh no. I was too careless. What will happen to Luffy?" The hefty man who had previously fired a shot quickly reassured Shanks, "Don't panic, you fool. If we all search together, we will find him in no time." Only Beckman looked at Shanks with a knowing smile, feeling a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Luffy had been captured by Sig and taken out to sea on a small boat. Sig, filled with pride, remarked on how he had managed to escape. He reveled in his own cleverness, yet Luffy continued to berate him. Without hesitation, Sig threw Luffy off the small boat. Luffy began to struggle frantically in the water, while Sig watched and laughed maniacally at his distress, exuding an air of arrogance. However, his triumph was short-lived, for the Sea King, the ruler of the waters near Windmill Village, made its appearance. A colossal sea monster emerged behind Sig and mercilessly swallowed him whole. Thus, the adventure of the Mountain Bandit King came to an end. Chapter 91. The first trade after the Sea King devoured Sig. Its next target was Luffy, who was still floundering in the water. It swiftly approached Luffy, opening its massive jaws. However, in the next moment, Shanks appeared and saved Luffy, causing the Sea King to reconsider its intentions. Suddenly, Shanks fixed his gaze upon the creature, instilling fear in the Sea King, which dared not move, until Shanks darkly commanded, "Get lost." The Sea King promptly fled, not daring to look back. After the Sea King departed, Shanks began to comfort Luffy, saying, "Thank you, Luffy. I have heard from Miss Makino that you are fighting for us, right?" However, Luffy seemed to disregard Shanks's words, gripping the fabric of Shanks's clothing tightly, tears streaming down his face. Shanks smiled at Luffy and said, "Don't cry. Aren't you a man?" At this moment, Luffy could no longer contain himself and cried out, "Shanks, your hand." "Ah." Shanks maintained his gentle demeanor, placing one hand on Luffy's head as he reassured him, "It's merely a hand. It is of no consequence. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters." Overcome with emotion, Luffy burst into tears, his wails echoing across the vast expanse of the sea. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, Qin Wange gazed silently at the scene before her, a smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Shanks, you truly have staged a splendid performance for Luffy. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. It marks the first imperfection in this unfolding tale. Soon, it will be my time to make an entrance." After the events unfolded, Shanks and his crew finally decided it was time to depart. Having imposed upon the residents of Windmill Village for nearly a year, remaining any longer would be rather unreasonable. Shanks began preparations to load supplies onto their ship, and Luffy turned to him, saying, "You're leaving, aren't you?" Shanks nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, although we've spent so long here, parting is inevitable. You must feel quite lonely." Luffy candidly replied, "Yes, but I won't let you take me away again, for I've resolved to become a pirate on my own." With a teasing grin, Shanks retorted, "With your demeanor, can you truly become a pirate?" Luffy, filled with indignation, shouted, "I will. One day, I will find companions who rival your crew and discover the greatest treasure in the world. I am determined to become the Pirate King." Shanks chuckled, "Oh, so you aspire to surpass us?" He then placed his straw hat upon Luffy's head, saying, "Then, I entrust this hat to you. It is my most cherished possession. So take good care of it." Overcome with emotion, Luffy couldn't help but weep. As Shanks prepared to leave, he gazed at Luffy and thought, "You must return it to me once you have become an exceptional pirate. We have a pact, Luffy." Just as Shanks was about to depart, Qin Wange approached. Upon seeing him, Shanks promptly inquired, "Have you decided to join us, Brother Qin?" Qin Wange smiled and shook his head, "Not quite. But I do have matters to discuss with you." Shanks, puzzled, listened as Qin Wange continued, "I cannot bear to witness imperfections. Thus you have become the individual in need of my goods." Shanks still did not comprehend Qin Wange's meaning and pondered before replying, "So, does that imply I can now purchase your items?" His words piqued the curiosity of everyone around, as they had grown familiar with Qin Wange during their time together. The crew had long been intrigued by the wares he offered. Eventually, Qin Wange produced his merchandise, revealing the familiar fate card. However, this time, he held but a single card and informed Shanks, "You can purchase this card now, and its price is 8 million berries." This predicament left Shanks somewhat troubled, for the price coincidentally matched the bounty on the notorious bandit, Sieg, who had already been devoured by the sovereign of the seas. There was no feasible way to claim the reward. Consequently, Shanks inquired further with Qin Wange regarding the nature of this card. However, Qin Wange's response was, "This card is known as the Fate card, containing the potential to alter one's destiny. It can only be sold to someone in dire need of it, although the choice ultimately rests with you." Reluctantly, having finally encountered a product from Qin Wange, Shanks and his companions were reluctant to forfeit the opportunity. Thus, Shanks ultimately procured the Fate card for a sum of 8 million berries. Rather than revealing its contents in front of the crowd, he deliberately sailed away, wishing to conceal the card's secrets from Luffy. Infuriated, Luffy forgot his sorrowful farewell and shouted at Shanks's departing ship, "Greedy Shanks." It was only when Shanks's vessel had drifted far beyond the confines of Windmill Village that he unveiled the card. At that moment, everyone gathered around, filled with curiosity. Shanks did not hesitate to flip the Fate card, which, upon being turned over, emitted a brilliant burst of light that rendered everyone momentarily blind. Once the dazzling brightness faded, the crowd regained their sight, yet Shanks was still struggling to fully recover. He complained, "What on earth is Brother Qin selling? I could barely see." However, after voicing his thoughts, he realized that no one was responding to him until the rotund fellow clutching a chicken leg exclaimed, "Boss, your hand." It was then that Shanks looked down and, to his astonishment, discovered that the arm he had lost had miraculously grown back in its entirety. This scene left everyone in a state of astonishment, and Shanks himself was filled with delight. At that moment, he began to reflect on the words of Qin Wange. He had been reluctant to witness anything imperfect, and now it became clear what he truly meant. With a smile, Shanks gazed up at the heavens and remarked, "Brother Qin, I truly owe you a significant favor this time. I shall certainly return the kindness when the opportunity arises." However, upon this realization, Shanks' demeanor shifted to one of despondency as he lamented, "Ah, how vexing. I still could not persuade Brother Qin to join the ship." The crowd erupted into laughter once more, and the atmosphere aboard the vessel transformed into one of joyous mirth. Meanwhile, Qin Wange observed them quietly, and upon witnessing such an outcome, he could not help but smile with satisfaction. His primary reason for remaining was that there was still a business transaction yet to be completed. Contemplating this matter, Qin Wange's gaze turned towards Luffy. Chapter 92. Terms of trade. After Shanks and his crew departed, Luffy clung to Qin Wange, insisting on uncovering the secrets of the destiny cards. However, Qin Wange explained, "Each destiny card is unique, and thus, I myself am unaware of their contents." Luffy, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet, soon after, Qin Wange's words ignited a spark of excitement within him. Qin Wange told Luffy, "In fact, you possess an opportunity for trade as well." Luffy's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he eagerly inquired, "Does that mean I can obtain one of those cards?" Qin Wange nodded and continued, "However, I understand that you may not have much money to spare, so I have lowered the requirements for you. For a certain period, I ask that you assist Miss Makino with the tavern's business, essentially acting as her aide. As long as you can persevere, I shall grant you a destiny card on some future day." Overjoyed, Luffy leapt into the air, thumping his chest as he declared, "Is that all? Helping at the tavern is a piece of cake. Just watch, old man." Qin Wange chuckled, "I shall be watching with great anticipation." Upon returning to Makino's tavern, Luffy eagerly brought up the matter, which left Makino utterly astonished. Initially, she assumed Luffy was merely caught up in a momentary whim and paid it little heed, agreeing to the arrangement. To her surprise, Luffy approached the task with utmost seriousness. While his early efforts were fraught with mistakes, practice made perfect, and gradually, Luffy acclimated to his rubbery physique while assisting Makino. Throughout this period, Qin Wange became a regular patron of the tavern, returning each day without fail. Luffy began to suspect that Qin Wange was intentionally monitoring his progress. Thus, he exerted himself diligently. After some time had passed, one serene morning, Qin Wange surveyed the tranquil sea and remarked, "It is time to depart." He summoned Luffy, who had grown quite familiar with Qin Wange during this time. Upon seeing Qin Wange beckon him over, Luffy wore an expression of impatience and remarked, "Why did you call me over? Don't you know I should be at Makino's tavern at this hour? It was you who summoned me." Qin Wange smiled and casually handed Luffy a destiny card. causing him to promptly shut his mouth and eagerly accept it, his joy evident. Qin Wange then stated, "I've given you the item. I must be leaving shortly. After I depart, do not slack off, understand?" Luffy, grinning, replied, "How could I possibly be lazy? Makino always praises me as a very capable assistant. Are you leaving too, uncle?" Instead of responding directly, Qin Wange shifted the conversation, saying, "Luffy, the Destiny card grants you the ability to master agile combat techniques. Once you learn these, you will be able to easily defeat even some adults, enhancing your strength for the purpose of self-defense in times of danger. Your future carries a heavy burden. There is much you need not know at present, but remember, never yield in the face of adversity." Luffy nodded emphatically, declaring, "Don't worry, uncle. I intend to become the king of the pirates." After exchanging a few more words, Qin Wange instructed Luffy to return and assist Makino, while he himself did not accompany him. Upon Luffy's arrival, Makino inquired curiously, "Where is Mr. Qin? Did he not come with you?" Luffy shook his head and replied, "No. He said he was leaving and asked me to bring this to you." As he spoke, Luffy handed Makino a peculiar card, crafted solely by Qin Wange, which was not a Destiny card, but rather a storage card. This particular card contained the money from the Destiny card that Shanks had sold to Qin Wange when he departed, a total of 8 million berries. After receiving the card, a heavy bag of berries materialized in the tavern. Along with it came a note from Qin Wange, which read, "Thank you, Miss Makino, for your hospitality during this time. Consider this my payment for drinks. I have other matters that require my departure. May we meet again if fate allows. Signed, Qin Wange." Makino gazed at the berries continuously appearing and the note left by Qin Wange, expressing her admiration. "Mr. Qin truly is a free-spirited merchant." Luffy nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. It feels like Uncle is even freer than Shanks and the others. But merchants are nowhere near as interesting as pirates." Marcy interrupted Luffy's daydreams with urgency, requesting his assistance in tidying up the tavern and collecting the scattered berries. Without hesitation, Luffy set to work. Once they had finished, Luffy curiously retrieved the fateful card given to him by Qin Wange. Upon flipping it over, he was met with the image of an old water pipe and nothing more. Puzzled by its meaning, he soon discovered its significance as he descended from the stool. To his astonishment, Luffy felt an exhilarating surge of agility and strength coursing through his body, prompting him to dash outside in search of a place to test his newfound abilities. Marcy, watching him sprint away, sighed and remarked to herself, "Let him be. There aren't many patrons around anyway." After a while, while taking a breather, Marcy received news of the return of Vice Admiral Garp, which filled her with delight as she rushed to greet him. However, Luffy was nowhere to be found, leaving her puzzled as to his whereabouts. Shortly thereafter, the warship docked, and Manchi D. Garp, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a muscular build and a scar above his left eye, emerged. His blue eyes were framed by a mane of gray and white hair. Dressed in a black and red shoulder epaulette and typically adorned with a dog-headed hat, he was now without it. His face alight with a smile as he approached the crowd, exclaiming, "Where's Luffy?" Marcy promptly replied, "Luffy ran out earlier. He might be playing in the forest." Garp chuckled. "That boy seems to have forgotten even his grandfather. It appears he is missing my love's iron fist." With that, Garp removed his justice cloak and handed it to a subordinate, rolling up his sleeves as he strode toward the forest. Meanwhile, Luffy, still enveloped in excitement, reveled in his newfound prowess, executing movements that felt instinctive. He leapt and bounded through the woods, his agile maneuvers complemented by his rubbery physique honed during his time at the tavern. Convinced of his extraordinary capabilities, he exulted in his strength. Chapter 93. A first encounter. In the midst of his jubilance, Luffy was abruptly startled by a voice that sent a chill down his spine. "Luffy, grandfather is here to see you. Come out." Terrified, he quickly concealed himself in a corner, knowing well that his grandfather had arrived. Yet, Luffy's attempt at hiding was futile against Garp's keen senses. Soon enough, Garp found Luffy, and without further ado, prepared to deliver a love-infused iron fist. To Garp's astonishment, Luffy instinctively dodged the punch, a reaction he hadn't anticipated. This unexpected turn of events filled him with newfound confidence as he boldly declared, "Grandfather, I am incredibly powerful now. You won't be able to thud." Ouch, that hurt. As Luffy's words were yet to be fully articulated, a hefty blow from Garp struck his head, causing him to immediately grasp his noggin and cry out in agony. Garp, with a triumphant fist raised, addressed Luffy, proclaiming, "My love-infused iron fist shall eternally teach you a lesson." Clutching his head in distress, Luffy retorted, Why? Even though I have transformed into rubber. Does your punch still hurt so much, Grandpa? Upon hearing Luffy's exclamation, Garp appeared taken aback. After inspecting Luffy's body, he confirmed the truth of Luffy's words and promptly hoisted him to Makino's tavern. After ordering some drinks, the group engaged in conversation, during which Garp quickly became apprised of all that had transpired in Luffy's recent escapades. When Garp learned of Luffy's ambition to become a pirate, his mustache bristled with indignation, and he delivered a few more punches to Luffy's head, threatening, "You must become a Navy officer." Unfazed, Luffy stood his ground and retorted, "No way. I intend to be a pirate, and I shall undoubtedly become the Pirate King." Ouch! Hardly were the words out of his mouth when another punch landed, causing lumps to multiply upon his head. Yet, regardless of Garp's relentless assaults, Luffy remained steadfast in his resolve to become a pirate. Garp could only attribute all the blame to Shanks, gritting his teeth as he declared, "That rascal Shanks. If I ever lay eyes on him, I shall see to it that he is captured." Upon hearing Garp's words, Luffy leaped up, seizing Garp's mustache, and exclaimed, "Grandpa, you cannot capture Shanks and his crew." Garp, with an air of righteous indignation, asserted, "The Navy's duty is to apprehend pirates. Why should I not pursue them?" Thus, the grandfather and grandson engaged in a spirited quarrel akin to that of children, each wielding their illogical reasoning with fervor. It was not until the deep hours of the night, when Luffy had grown weary and succumbed to slumber, that they finally ceased their bickering. Garp, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Luffy, sighed and remarked, "Makino, has that scoundrel Shanks been here for such an extended period without causing any trouble?" Makino shook her head with a smile, replying, "The captain and his crew come here daily to drink and chat. Not long ago, they even saved Luffy's life." Upon hearing this, Garp pondered for a moment before continuing, "Do you know anything about the businessman Luffy mentioned?" Makino, still smiling, responded, "Of course. Mr. Qin, known as Qin Wange, is a merchant, although the items he sells are quite peculiar and unlike anything we have seen before. According to him, my goods are only sold to those in need. He had been in the village for a while and even had Luffy help me at the tavern." Intrigued by the unusual merchant, Garp began to inquire further about Qin Wange. After a thorough questioning, Garp expressed his astonishment, saying, "You mean to say that Luffy also received that so-called destiny card from him?" Makino nodded, affirming, "Yes, it was given to Luffy just before Mr. Qin departed. And it was after seeing that card that Luffy excitedly dashed off into the forest." At this moment, Garp recalled how Luffy had remarkably evaded his punch at noon, an astonishing feat that one would not expect from a mere 7-year-old. Of course, with the exception of Ace. Ace's prowess stemmed from his childhood battles against wild beasts in the forest, which had honed his skills to a level surpassing that of most adults. Now, witnessing Luffy transform through a mere card was indeed quite preposterous. However, Garp soon found solace in the thought that this was not entirely unwelcome. After all, he had intended to bring Luffy to live with Dayton. With this newfound strength, Garp felt less concerned about Luffy's safety. Amused by his own thoughts, he chuckled aloud. Suddenly, Luffy, lost in slumber, murmured, "I want to become the Pirate King." Upon hearing this, Garp's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his fist and exclaimed, "Fist of love." Bang! Ouch! That hurts. Thus, the night passed, and the following day, Garp took Luffy to meet Dayton, Callie Dayton. The woman with golden curls and a cigarette dangling from her lips exuded an aura that suggested she was no stranger to mischief. Upon the arrival of Garp, Dayton promptly emerged to greet him. However, upon noticing that Garp had brought along a young boy, an unsettling premonition crept into Dayton's mind. She immediately broached the subject of Ace, stating, "Ace is already 10 years old. We can no longer manage him. Please take him away." Garp, seemingly oblivious to Dayton's concerns, raised Luffy, who was in his grasp, and proclaimed, "From this point forward, this lad is entrusted to you. Luffy, say hello." The suspended Luffy waved at Dayton and her companions, prompting Dayton to inquire in astonishment, "Who is this boy?" Garp replied nonchalantly, "He is my grandson." This declaration sent Dayton and the others into a frenzy, as they quickly knelt before Garp, exclaiming, "Impossible. We cannot care for another child. We can barely manage Ace." Garp, undeterred, began to issue threats. "Very well, the choice is yours. Spend your remaining days in prison or raise this child. You have committed numerous crimes, and I have consistently turned a blind eye. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Luffy, feeling bored, surveyed his surroundings when suddenly a spittle flew towards him. He instinctively turned his neck to evade it and shouted, "Who did that? How disgusting." Soon, he spotted a boy, freckled and wielding an old water pipe. Seated atop a massive beast, Luffy strode over and demanded, "Whoever you are, apologize to me." Upon hearing this, Carp approached and said, "Luffy, this boy is Ace. 3 years your senior. From today onwards, you will live with them." Luffy, still fuming over the earlier incident, paid no heed to Carp's words and continued to glare at Ace, who returned his gaze with an icy indifference. Carp then addressed Dayton and the others, stating, "It's just a minor matter. I will come by to check on you when I have the time." Chapter 94, The Indifferent Ace. After uttering these words, Carp departed, and Luffy entered the small wooden cabin. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed an imminent danger. A mountain bandit, unfamiliar with Luffy's origins, pressed a knife to his throat, attempting to intimidate him. However, Luffy was no longer the clumsy boy he once was. He swiftly raised a foot, elongating it, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the bandit flying. This sudden turn of events startled all the bandits in the room, who exclaimed in astonishment, "Who is this little imp?" At that moment, a person outside the door lamented, "He is Mr. Carp's grandson and will be living with us from today onward." Upon hearing this news, the bandits exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Another one? Why don't we refuse? Our leader is utterly useless." Just then, Dayton emerged with a large platter of meat, exclaiming, "This is so annoying. Everyone, it's time to eat." Instantly, all the bandits rushed forward in a frenzy to snatch the meat. Their speed was so astonishing that Luffy, who was visiting for the first time, barely had time to react before all the meat was devoured. Feeling a bit disheartened, Luffy clutched his stomach and sighed, "I wish I could have some meat too." At this moment, Luffy spotted the boy who had previously spat on him. Now aware that his name was Ace, Luffy approached him directly and said, "You're Ace, aren't you? You haven't apologized for spitting on me earlier. However, if you prefer not to apologize, simply share your meat with me." Ace completely disregarded Luffy, showing no interest. At that moment, Dayton chimed in, "All this meat comes from Ace. He hunted the wild buffalo. It's because he shared with us that we have food on the table. If you manage to hunt a beast yourself, you can have meat whenever you like." Luffy, with a look of defiance, retorted, "It's just a beast. I'll go catch one right now, humph." Ace, casually eating his meat, glanced at Luffy without concern, then set down his food and carried the water pipe outside. Dayton and the others inquired about Ace's intentions, but he ignored them completely, having no interest in Luffy. However, observing Luffy's earlier display, Ace thought that despite his lack of intelligence, he seemed quite formidable. Thus, Ace discreetly followed him, curious to see what Luffy was capable of. Yet, this was Luffy's first time in this unfamiliar place, and he struggled to find any beasts. After wandering for quite some time, hunger overwhelmed him, and he sat down, complaining, "I'm so hungry. Why can't I find a single beast?" Suddenly, he inadvertently caught sight of Ace on a higher slope. At that moment, a scene from the tavern with Shanks flashed through Luffy's mind, and everything clicked. Luffy sprang to his feet and ran towards Ace, calling out, "Hey, I'm Luffy. I'm not angry anymore about you spitting on me." He smiled happily and continued, "There's nothing to be upset about. Let us be friends." However, Ace remained unresponsive and instead turned to a large tree beside him, delivering 2 powerful kicks. The sound of cracking echoed as the enormous tree splintered under his assault. Rolling down the slope, Luffy was initially taken aback but swiftly leaped, extending his arms to grasp a branch overhead, deftly avoiding the tumbling tree and landing next to Ace. With a cool demeanor, Ace remarked, "You have some skills. If you follow me again, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, Ace turned and walked away, while Luffy relentlessly pursued him. Yet, Ace was well acquainted with the area and quickly distanced himself from Luffy. They reached a suspension bridge atop a cliff, and as Ace strolled leisurely, he sensed someone following him onto the bridge. Turning around, he discovered Luffy had managed to catch up after considerable effort. With a beaming smile, Luffy addressed Ace, "Hee, let us be friends, Ace." However, Ace's gaze was far from friendly. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he tightly gripped the pipe and charged at Luffy. At first, Luffy was oblivious to Ace's intentions, but as Ace launched his attack, Luffy finally reacted. He took a solid hit, but cleverly grasped the suspension bridge with his hands, preventing himself from being sent flying. Ace showed no signs of holding back, and with Luffy unwilling to retaliate, he soon found himself unable to avoid being knocked off the bridge by Ace. Qin Wange, silently observing their growth, could only express his helplessness at this scene, lamenting, "It's all that rascal Shanks is doing. He is the reason Luffy has turned out this way. Otherwise, how could Luffy be so easily bested by Ace?" Alas, it doesn't matter, At least this fellow has developed some self-defense capabilities. After being knocked off the bridge, Luffy safely descended to the bottom of the cliff by utilizing the protruding rocks and vines, a look of dejection on his face as he pondered. Why doesn't Ace want to be my friend? It's so strange, I'm really hungry. Suddenly, Luffy sensed he was being watched, and within moments, a pack of wolves slowly revealed themselves, causing him to bolt in fright. In truth, if Luffy had a better command of his abilities, he could have easily dealt with the wolves. However, his one-track mind prevented him from considering this. Thus began Luffy's self-sufficient life of exploration at the valley's base. After a week of perseverance, he finally discovered a way back up. Returning to Dayton's place that very night, Luffy, who had been missing for a week, was presumed dead by Dayton and the others. To their astonishment, he returned, looking quite disheveled and having endured considerable hardship. Dayton furiously approached Luffy, pinching his face, and exclaimed, "Hey, you little rascal, where on earth have you been?" Luffy replied nonchalantly, "I was chased by wolves at the valley bottom and couldn't find a way back up." Dayton and the others, puzzled, inquired, "The valley? What were you doing there?" Luffy remained silent, after which Dayton tossed him back into the room where Ace was also present. Upon throwing Luffy inside, Dayton shouted, "Now there's just another big hassle. Go to sleep quickly. We'll work tomorrow." With that, Dayton shut the door. And Luffy fell asleep instantly, having spent the entire week searching for food and evading wolves without proper rest. Thus, upon returning, he felt a sense of relief and fell into a deep slumber, while Ace noticed but said nothing, continuing to sleep as well. Chapter 95. Sabo's entrance and Luffy's capture. The next morning, Ace once again took his pipe and set out, while Luffy, as cheerful as ever, called out to Ace. "Good morning, Ace. Are you going somewhere today? Take me along. Let us be friends." Ace glanced back at Luffy and immediately began to run, disregarding him. Observing this, Luffy promptly gave chase. A group of mountain bandits could do nothing to hinder him, merely shouting to Dayton, "Boss, that guy is off to pursue Ace again." Thus, for several days, Luffy and Ace engaged in a relentless game of chase, with Luffy always in pursuit, unable to catch up. They traversed Crocodile Lake, navigated the boulders tumbling down the hillside, encountered venomous snakes and giant pythons, and crossed the waters teeming with piranhas. This continued for an entire 2 months, during which Luffy tirelessly pursued Ace each day, only to be outpaced consistently. However, over time, Luffy grew increasingly attuned to his own body, skillfully navigating the traps set by Ace. On this particular day, after losing track of Ace once again, Luffy turned a corner and unexpectedly came face to face with the master of Gulber Mountain, a colossal tiger. Despite his newfound confidence, the sheer size of the creature instilled a deep-seated fear within him, causing his legs to weaken and him to collapse to the ground. Ace, witnessing this scene, anxiously muttered to himself, "Why aren't you running? You'll be eaten." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Ace prepared to intervene and rescue Luffy, when suddenly, an equally massive black bear emerged from the shadows, engaging in a fierce roar with the tiger. The two beasts were evenly matched, allowing Luffy the opportunity to hastily roll and crawl away. Upon seeing this, Ace could not help but smile. Having narrowly escaped death, Luffy soon spotted a rainbow in the sky, instantly forgetting all that had just transpired. He lay on the ground, laughing heartily. Qin Wange, observing Luffy's exuberance, remarked, "It truly isn't an easy feat for you to survive and grow up, Luffy." A month later, Luffy finally discovered the location Ace frequented, navigating through the forest. After crossing the woods to the north of Gulber Mountain, where Dayton's family resided, he arrived at a place known as the Junkyard, the final destination for discarded items. The residents here are all ruffians expelled from the nation's heart, a veritable lawless zone. Devoid of medical care, crime and disease proliferate relentlessly. This place is a wasteland, henceforth referred to as the dump for convenience. After an extensive search throughout the entire refuse site, Luffy still failed to catch a glimpse of Ace. At that moment, Ace was embroiled in a treacherous act of betrayal, having pilfered a bag of treasures from 2 unsuspecting individuals and was poised to make his escape. By sheer coincidence, Luffy witnessed this scene unfold and, with a beaming smile, promptly decided to follow. At this moment, Ace had arrived at his modest stronghold, where another individual had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. Sabo. Ace, bearing the spoils of his recent plunder, combined them with the treasures Sabo had previously acquired. It was at this juncture that the two divulged the purpose behind their heists. Both were driven by a shared ambition to embrace the life of a pirate. having amassed their riches over the course of 5 years, with the singular aspiration of purchasing a pirate ship. At that moment, Luffy, who had just arrived, overheard the conversation between Ace and Sabo and immediately exclaimed with excitement, "A pirate ship? Are you pirates too?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ace and Sabo rushed down, each delivering a punch to silence him. Consequently, Luffy was effortlessly bound to a tree by the two. Yet, undeterred, Luffy continued to speak to Ace, saying, "Ace, so you come to places like this every day?" Sabo, furrowing his brow, looked at Luffy and inquired, "Is this Luffy the one Ace mentioned?" Luffy, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Yes, I am Luffy. Has Ace talked about me?" Ace replied nonchalantly, "He merely complained that you are quite troublesome." Ignoring Ace's words, Luffy turned to Sabo and asked, "Are you Ace's friend? Can we be friends too? What is your name?" Just as Sabo was about to respond, he quickly realized and retorted, "Why should I tell you?" Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about how to deal with Luffy, ultimately deciding that Ace would eliminate him, a notion that Luffy overheard. Without hesitation, Luffy began to wail inconsolably, prompting Ace and Sabo to hurriedly cover his mouth, yet they were unable to suppress his cries. Soon, Luffy's lament attracted unwanted attention. The two individuals Sabo had previously robbed were members of the Brujum pirate crew. They returned with reinforcements, and Ace and Sabo quickly untied Luffy, hiding together. Before long, the group appeared, among them a towering figure wielding a machete, exuding an intimidating presence. Sabo recognized him as Burgimi, a formidable subordinate of Brujum, notorious for skinning those he captured. His methods were exceedingly brutal, and at that moment, Ace realized he had inadvertently crossed paths with dangerous men. Initially believing them to be mere street thugs, they might be formidable, but they were just a few youngsters. These were seasoned pirates who had taken lives. The trio quickly concealed themselves to assess the situation, but before Ace and Sabo could gather any information, Luffy was seized by Burgimi. In the face of the towering figure, Luffy struggled futilely, his efforts to escape proving in vain, leaving him no choice but to call out desperately for Ace. This moment captivated Burgess, who fixated on Luffy and threatened, "Since you know Ace, quickly disclose his whereabouts." Then came one of Luffy's iconic scenes, a woeful fabrication, his gaze averted, lips pouting as he declared, "I have no idea." Upon witnessing Luffy's reaction, Burgess's expression morphed into a sinister grin as he replied, "No idea, you say? Very well. I shall assist you in recalling. Come with me." Thus, Luffy was taken away by Burgess, leaving Sabo and Ace gritting their teeth, uncertain of their next course of action. As soon as they returned with Luffy, Burgess swung a massive hammer down upon him, yet Luffy, being a rubber man, was entirely impervious to the blow. He rebuffed Burgess's strike, exclaiming, "I told you, I am a rubber man who consumed the gum-gum fruit." Burgess's expression darkened further as he retorted, "A devil fruit, is it? It seems true. Bring me my gauntlets." At this moment, his subordinate finally reacted, promptly suspending Luffy in the air and presenting a spiked gauntlet to Burgimi. Chapter 96. Do not always rely on others. Following this, a gruesome scene unfolded as Burgimi struck Luffy squarely in the face, causing blood to spatter instantaneously. At this moment, Luffy began to truly sense the terror and danger surrounding him, bursting into tears and crying out for help. "Save me. It hurts. It's so frightening." Yet, the only response he received was the relentless barrage of punches from Burgimi, leaving him bloodied and battered. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo frantically worked to relocate their treasures, as Ace believed it was merely a matter of time before Luffy's cries would signal their downfall. They felt compelled to swiftly move their hoard, fearing that 5 years of hard work would be rendered futile. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the remarkable strength of Luffy's willpower. As time passed, Luffy found himself too exhausted to continue his pleas. Burgimi's gloves had become soaked in crimson, and Qin Wange, who had been observing the scene, let out a resigned sigh. Murmuring to himself, "It appears that Shanks has indeed influenced you deeply, Luffy. I recall advising you not to rely on others, and it seems I must intervene." With that, Qin Wange vanished, soon finding himself beneath a towering tree, where he spotted Ace and Sabo busily engaged in their task. Upon seeing him, they instinctively seized their weapons and regarded him with suspicion, yet Qin Wange's demeanor did not suggest he was a villain or an underling of Burgimi. Ace, eyeing Qin Wange warily, demanded, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Instead of answering their question, Qin Wange inquired, "Why are you relocating your treasures?" His words left them momentarily dumbfounded, astonished that he was aware of their valuables. Ace swiftly readied himself for combat. But what Qin Wange said next utterly shocked them. That boy named Luffy is your friend, isn't he? I see he is undergoing severe interrogation. Remarkably, this little fellow's willpower is astounding. Even on the brink of death, he remains silent. It is a pity you do not seem to share the same regard for him. With that, Qin Wange departed, leaving Ace and Sabo in a state of astonishment, their minds swirling with complex emotions. They both realized their thoughts had been selfish. And without hesitation, they abandoned their treasures, rushing to rescue Luffy. At that moment, when Luffy's despair was at its peak, the image of Qin Wange appeared in his mind. Imparting a message, the strength I grant you is to inspire you to refrain from perpetual reliance on others. Learn to protect yourself with your own power. In an instant, Luffy experienced a moment of clarity. As Burgamy once again pushed him backward, Luffy deftly wrapped his legs around a nearby pillar. In a swift motion, he elongated his body and propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Burgamy flying. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and his subordinates hurried to assist him. However, Burgamy was consumed by rage. Rising to his feet, he forcefully shoved those around him aside and seized his previous machete, swinging it mercilessly towards Luffy's head. At this critical juncture, the wooden door shattered, and Ace and Sabo burst in, wielding pipes as they launched an assault on the thugs. The ordinary pirates were no match for their prowess. Yet, Burgamy was a different breed. His towering stature allowed him to easily grasp Ace with one hand, though Sabo was there to lend support. Together, they managed to rescue Luffy, and Sabo immediately prepared to flee with him. However, Ace refused to retreat, declaring, "I will not run away once the battle has begun." Sabo, startled, shouted back, "This time is different. This guy is not on the same level as those petty thugs." Undeterred, Ace pressed on, prompting Sabo to grit his teeth and reluctantly set Luffy down, joining Ace's side with an exasperated remark, "Honestly, you always do this." Thus, the two engaged in combat with Burgamy. Luffy, witnessing the scene, yearned to assist, yet his injuries rendered him immobile. Before long, Ace and Sabo found themselves at a disadvantage. Burgamy's blade effortlessly severed their pipes, but their agility allowed them to hold their ground. In a crucial moment, Luffy summoned his strength and stood tall, using his rubber-like abilities to coordinate a few maneuvers with Ace and Sabo. The battle raged on until nightfall, and ultimately, the three brothers managed to exhaust and defeat Burgamy before making their escape. Once they reached a place of safety, Ace shouted at Luffy, "Why didn't you call for help? Those men are ruthless pirates who wouldn't hesitate to harm women and children." Luffy replied, his voice tinged with sorrow, "Because if I did, I wouldn't be able to be your friend anymore." Ace immediately countered, "Isn't it better to remain friends than to face death? Besides, why do you want to be my friend so much? So far, I've put you through so much hardship, yet here you are, following me." At this moment, Luffy's emotions could no longer be contained, "Because I have no other reliance. I cannot return to Windmill Village, and I despise mountain bandits. If I do not pursue you, I will be utterly alone. Being alone is more unbearable than pain." Ace was taken aback but quickly inquired, "What about your family?" Luffy, tears streaming down his face, replied, "I only have a grandfather." Ace asked, "If I were here, would you not feel sad?" Luffy nodded affirmatively. Ace then questioned, "Would you be troubled if I were not around?" Luffy again nodded. Ace fell silent, reminiscing about his past as the child of the Pirate King, Roger. He had been subjected to hatred and disdain from countless people, labeled as a demon unworthy of existence. He grew up filled with animosity towards everything around him, with no one wishing for his survival. Ace asked, "Do you wish for me to live?" Luffy immediately shouted with seriousness, "Of course." In that moment, Ace's perspective shifted profoundly as he muttered to himself, "Is that so? Yet, I still find your tearful disposition quite bothersome." Luffy rushed in front of Ace, exclaiming, "Have you ever been struck by a thorny fist? I am much stronger. If I weren't only 7 years old now, by the time I reach 10 like you, I surely would not cry." Ace retorted, "Even at 7, I never cried. You fool. Do not compare me to you." Luffy continued to shout, "I will become stronger than anyone else because I made a promise with Shanks to become a great pirate." Then the two began their playful bickering. Chapter 97. Qin Wange arrives. At this moment, Ace and Sabo had fully accepted Luffy. After deliberation, they realized they were being targeted by the Brugam pirate crew. If they failed to find a secure place to rest at night and were discovered in their exhausted state, their fates would be sealed. Thus, Sabo proposed a suggestion, and by the following dawn, a third little rascal appeared in Dayton's humble abode. Poor Dayton, with a sharp tongue but a tender heart, could only relent upon seeing Sabo's cheerful visage. From that day forth, the little hut became home to three mischievous souls. The trio's daily existence revolved around battling beasts in the forest, hunting for meat, and confronting the local ruffians from the junkyard. They also clashed with the pirates from the bay, gradually earning infamy that reached the heart of the kingdom. On this particular day, the three were engaged in pairs of combat. Originally, Luffy should have been no match for Ace and Sabo. However, during the first day, his performance was dismal. In the ensuing days, he managed to hold his own against Ace and Sabo, and with his rubber fruit abilities, there were moments when he even surpassed them. Thus, they led a tranquil, yet fulfilling life. One day, the trio disguised themselves as adults and ventured into the kingdom with a crocodile hide. They first arrived at the outskirts, a haven for thugs and miscreants. As they ventured further in, they encountered an even taller stone wall. Beyond it lay the affluent district where nobility resided. In a nation known as the Goa Kingdom, lauded as the most pristine and beautiful land in the East Sea, Luffy's birthplace, Windmill Village, was a nearly forgotten place but was still under the dominion of this kingdom. As they made their way to the heart of the nation, they successfully sold the crocodile hide and decided to indulge in a feast, guided by Ace's recommendations. They arrived at a ramen shop, where the owner initially deemed the three youngsters unfit to dine there. However, Sabo produced a noble S insignia, prompting the owner to apologize profusely and welcome them. In the end, the same narrative unfolded as the three unwittingly dined and fled after being exposed for eating without paying, only to encounter Sabo's father on their escape. Sabo merely claimed he had mistaken him for someone else. Ultimately, under the persistent inquiries of Ace and Luffy, Sabo revealed his true identity. He hailed from a noble lineage, a birthright that he found repugnant. His parents viewed him merely as a means to gain power and wealth, forcing him to learn all manner of aristocratic etiquette, with the sole purpose of marrying a princess to elevate their family's status. Should Sabo ever defy their wishes, his noble title would become worthless, and no one would care for his thoughts or even his life. In Sabo's eyes, such a family was worse than being an orphan. Finally, the three partook in a brotherhood ritual, sealing their bond, with their collective ambition focused on the vast sea before them. In the days that followed, Luffy and his companions moved out from Dayton's household to establish their own secret base. They lived joyfully until they went hunting again. As was customary, they captured their prey, only to encounter a formidable tiger once more. This time, Luffy was not afraid. However, Ace and Sabo urged him to flee. The tiger's attention was fixated on the prey they had caught, rendering it oblivious to little Luffy. Yet, unwilling to back down, Luffy boldly seized a nearby pipe and shouted at the tiger, "This is my prey, do not even think of snatching my meat." In that moment, Luffy struck the great tiger directly in its eye, causing the beast to howl in pain and retaliate with a swift paw aimed at Luffy. Poor Luffy was sent flying by the force of the blow, while Ace and Sabo rushed to his side, preparing to flee. However, the tiger's attention had now shifted entirely towards Luffy. Ace and Sabo hastily took Luffy away, but their small stature was no match for the enormous tiger, which quickly closed the distance between them. The tiger blocked their path and launched an attack on Ace and Sabo, who immediately fought back. Yet, lamentably, their feeble efforts with old pipes proved ineffective against such a colossal creature, and soon both fell injured to the ground. Just as the trio faced imminent doom, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, the only sound in the still forest being the echo of polished shoes against the earth. The tiger, for reasons unknown, suddenly froze in place, its expression one of fear as it gazed towards the source of the sound. Luffy and his companions also turned their attention to the newcomer. Before long, they beheld a gentle face clad in a black and white suit, wielding a short cane. It was immediately clear who it was. Originally, this place was meant to be graced by an elder named Nagli, a captain who had once challenged Roger and could be considered Luffy's first mentor. However, with Qin Wange's unexpected arrival, it was evident that he had assumed that role. Upon Qin Wange's appearance, the enormous tiger stood transfixed, unable to move. Luffy instantly recognized him. Shouting in excitement, "Mr. Merchant!" Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, having previously encountered Qin Wange during their attempt to rescue Luffy. Qin Wange smiled back at Luffy, saying, "I wondered why it was so noisy at this late hour. It turns out to be you, you little rascal." Luffy, with a smile and scratching his head, asked, "Uncle, why are you here? Didn't you say you were leaving?" At that moment, Luffy had completely forgotten about the formidable tiger, but Ace and Sabo reminded him. Suddenly realizing the gravity of their situation, Luffy began to shout, "Uncle, save us. There's a giant tiger that wants to eat us. It's terrifying." However, when the three looked back at the tiger, they found it now lying on the ground, nervously watching Qin Wange. As Qin Wange approached them, he finally turned his gaze to the great tiger and calmly said, "You may leave now." As soon as Qin Wange's voice faded, the tiger began to flee into the forest with wild abandon, as though it had encountered a ghost. Ace and Sabo exchanged astonished glances with Qin Wange, while Luffy remained oblivious, exclaiming in wonder, "Does the old man possess such a terrifying ability to scare off wild beasts, just like Shanks?" Qin Wange chuckled and replied, No, I am not as brutish as he is. Perhaps that tiger was simply more frightened of me." Chapter 98. For the fate cards, however, such words could only deceive a child like Luffy. Ace and Sabo were entirely skeptical of Qin Wange's claims. Before long, the three of them, along with Qin Wange, gathered outside to kindle a bonfire and began to roast meat. Initially, they assumed that someone as elegantly dressed as Qin Wange would be reluctant to indulge in such fare. To their astonishment, he began to devour the roasted meat with gusto, his refined attire starkly contrasting with his hearty appetite. He even produced a bottle of wine he had brought from Makino's, exhibiting no semblance of decorum, which quickly allowed the three young boys to bond with him. As their conversation unfolded, Ace and Sabo learned about Qin Wange's past acquaintance with Luffy, though they found little interest in those anecdotes. Instead, their curiosity was piqued by the fate card Qin Wange had mentioned, the very card that had enhanced Luffy's abilities, making him nearly equal to their own, if not superior. Thus, the three boys, with visions of strength dancing in their minds, set their sights on acquiring a fate card from Qin Wange. However, he had his own stipulations. Yet, the very purpose of his arrival was to address this matter, so Qin Wange directly stated, "If you desire to enhance your strength, the fate cards can fulfill that wish. But do you possess any money? I must clarify that the treasures Ace and Sabo have saved do not count." Instantly, silence fell over them, and Sabo asked, puzzled, "Why can't those treasures be used as currency?" Qin Wange replied calmly, "You yourself have stated that those are treasures. I only accept one form of payment, berries, and nothing more." However, he quickly added, "But if you are eager to obtain a card, I can propose an alternative method of trade, which Luffy is aware of." Luffy chimed in, "Yes, the last card I received was for helping the old man at Makino's tavern, and I had to endure to earn it." Qin Wange nodded, affirming, "Precisely. To gain something, one must be willing to give something in return. Therefore, if you wish to obtain your own fate card, you must assist me with a task." The three boys, brimming with anticipation, urged Qin Wange to divulge what was required, while he, unhurried, continued to eat and drink, saying, "There is no rush. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet an elder, and I will inform you of what needs to be done afterward." With no other options, the trio continued to gather around the campfire, feasting on meat. After some time, Qin Wange, feeling satisfied, decided it was time to depart. Rising and adjusting her attire, she instantly transformed back into her previous gentle demeanor, as if her very essence had shifted. Before turning to leave, she remarked, "Do not forget to convene here tomorrow morning. The three of you." After Qin Wange departed, the three returned to their secret hideout, where Ace and Sabo expressed a burgeoning interest in Qin Wange's card. They incessantly queried Luffy about various details, yet Luffy, oblivious, could only recount, "The card that Uncle gave me resembled an old water pipe, much like the ones we use now. I glanced at it, and suddenly felt significantly more powerful." Ace pondered for a moment before stating, "If what Luffy claims is true, then that merchant uncle is undoubtedly extraordinary." Sabo nodded in agreement, declaring, "We must acquire a card from him to investigate." With a shared resolve to obtain Qin Wange's card, the trio eventually drifted to sleep. Meanwhile, following her departure, Qin Wange arrived at a concealed cove, where she encountered an elderly man laboriously crafting a ship with a hammer. He was Nagli, surprised that someone had found his secluded spot. Nagli assessed Qin Wange and sensed her benign nature. Abruptly halting his work, he addressed her, "Ah, I didn't expect anyone to discover this place. If I'm not mistaken, you must be here to seek me out." Qin Wange replied with a smile, "I prefer to engage with intelligent individuals. Greetings. I am Qin Wange, a merchant. I have come to assist you in building a ship, so you need not harbor any concerns." Nagli, taken aback by her proposition, responded, "Assist me in shipbuilding? Your words are indeed surprising. However, I am merely an old man without the means to afford someone of your caliber. Surely, You have an ulterior motive. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Wange nodded. It is merely to train 3 young souls. Therefore, the ship shall be entrusted to them. Tomorrow, you may meet them and assign the task. Rest assured, should any misfortune befall your vessel, I will promptly compensate you with a new one. Nagley chuckled, remarking, though I do not know you well, I have concluded that you are not like those cold-hearted nobles. Had you not mentioned being a merchant, I might have mistaken you for a pirate, haha. Qin Wange smiled in return, contemplating. It seems that prolonged exposure to this world can alter one's character, nonetheless. Such a transformation may not be unwelcome. Soon, Qin Wange completed all tasks at hand, leaving only the selection of cards for the 3 little spirits. In truth, many items from other realms could be utilized for their benefit. However, such an approach could very well lead to a disruption akin to that of the Naruto universe, a scenario Qin Wange wished to avoid. Thus, this time, he resolved to provide them with their own resources, namely, their future abilities encapsulated in cards, granting them an early advantage. The unfolding events promised to be exceedingly intriguing. With this thought in mind, Qin Wange swiftly chose the destiny cards for the trio. All that remained was to quietly await the arrival of the morrow. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Ace and Sabo sprang from their slumber, eager to return to the location from the previous day, while Luffy remained blissfully asleep. The 2 resorted to playful punches and kicks to rouse him. Once Luffy was awake, the trio hurried to the designated spot, where they found Qin Wange already waiting for them. Luffy joyfully greeted him, and soon after, Qin Wange summoned Nagley. Upon seeing Nagley, Sabo was taken aback. Recognizing the old man from the junkyard, where he had seen him scavenging peculiar items, incessantly hammering away at something, and often bullied by local ruffians. The image of that elderly figure lingered in Sabo's memory. Chapter 99, The Devil's Child. What? A pirate? Nagley remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, it was a long time ago. He added. Qin Wange elaborated. Nagley was once the captain of a pirate crew, but after experiencing certain events, he became separated from his crew and ended up here. Nagley, indifferent, replied, you needn't concern yourself with my past. Feel free to speak freely. I once challenged Roger, but ultimately met with failure, thoroughly defeated. It was then that I lost contact with my crew. For all this time, I have been searching for materials to build a ship, with the aim of setting sail to find my companions. Qin Wange continued, thus, your mission is to assist Nagley in constructing a vessel, along with my additional stipulations. The vessel must ultimately meet my standards before it can be deemed satisfactory. With that, Nagley led them to inspect the ship. Nodding, he guided Luffy and his companions to a secluded bay. However, Ace's demeanor was rather unsettling throughout the journey. Upon their arrival, everyone was rendered speechless, including Nagley himself, as he discovered that all of his hard work had vanished. What remained was merely a peculiar mark. Ace immediately addressed Nagley, saying, hey, old man, are you toying with us? In this seemingly empty space, you had claimed to have been constructing ships for quite some time. Where are the vessels? Nagley felt a tinge of awkwardness and helplessness, uncertain of what to say. Suddenly, Qin Wange appeared from an unknown location and addressed them. I was not entirely satisfied with the previous ship designed by Nagley, so I have reimagined it. Now, all you need to do is walk up and place your hands on that mark to behold it. Luffy, filled with excitement, rushed forward to take a look. Indeed, as he placed his hand upon the mark, a magnificent pirate ship materialized before him. It was neither overly large nor small, yet its design was undeniably impressive. Observing Luffy's astonishment, Sabo and Ace approached to try it as well, expressing their own amazement. Nagley, too, stepped forward to experience it, and then immediately turned to Qin Wange, saying, my lord, do you believe this ship may be too challenging for these children? By the time they finish constructing it, I may not be able to endure any longer. Ace promptly shouted at Nagley, what an old fool to underestimate us. It's merely a matter of building a ship. Just wait and see. With that, Ace spun around and departed, followed closely by Sabo and Luffy. At that moment, Qin Wange reassured Nagley, do not worry. These 3 are no ordinary youngsters. Besides, I do not have much time to remain here. Before long, I shall take my leave. If they fail to complete the ship, I will present you with an entirely new pirate vessel. I keep my promises. In the end, Nagley could only reluctantly acquiesce and nod in trust of Qin Wange's words. Meanwhile, as Sabo and Luffy chased after Ace, they soon lost sight of him due to his swift pace. Luffy immediately recalled Ace's location at their secret base. Just as he thought to return and find him, Sabo suddenly grasped Luffy's arm and informed him. The reason Ace is alone is likely because he heard about that man. Luffy gazed at Sabo in confusion. Sabo continued, "In truth, Ace's father is the Pirate King." Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" "Ace." Sabo quickly covered Luffy's mouth, urging him not to shout. However, Ace seems to have a strong aversion to his father and is reluctant to speak of it. "So when we return, let us not mention this matter. Understood?" "Everything must appear as usual." Luffy nodded, and the two made their way back to the secret base. Upon their return, Luffy's first words were, "Hey, Ace. The Pirate King is your father." This is not the first time Luffy has sold out his comrades in such a manner. In an instant, Sabo was left dumbfounded. And soon thereafter, he and Ace received a thorough reprimanding. Ace, having departed alone, sought out Nagali and inquired, "You must hold a grudge against that man who defeated you back then." Nagali replied, "Who? Roger? Not at all. That man possesses remarkable grace. As a pirate, one must be prepared to sacrifice their life in every battle. Had I not challenged Roger, I might have met my demise long ago. Thus, I harbor no resentment towards him." Ace, incensed, retorted, "Do not jest with me, old man." Nagali, remaining calm, responded, "You are Roger's child, are you not? I never anticipated that Roger would have descendants." Ace, in a self-deprecating manner, remarked, "Do you believe the son of the devil should not be alive?" Nagali shook his head, saying, "Not at all. On the contrary, I admire your courage. If I were in your position, I would never choose to become a pirate, as it would mean living perpetually in Roger's shadow. Therefore, I find you remarkably brave." Ace scoffed. "It is precisely because of that man that I am determined to become a pirate. I shall defeat every adversary before me. One day, my name will echo across the seas, and all will recognize my existence. I will not be bested by anyone." At that moment, applause echoed from a distance, and Qin Wange approached, saying, "Quite an impressive declaration, but it may be a tad premature for you. Living in the present while envisioning the future is what you ought to focus on." Feeling belittled by Qin Wange, Ace suddenly conceived a notion and pointed an old water pipe at him, declaring, "Old man, let us duel." Qin Wange, intrigued, asked, "What has prompted such a thought?" Ace smiled, "I know you must be a formidable warrior. Only by sparring with the strong can I grow stronger." Qin Wange chuckled, "Ah, Ace, I must say your thinking is rather childish. While it is true that training with the strong can enhance one's abilities, I am not the strong figure you envision. For you, Nagali already qualifies as a strong opponent. You could spar with him." Ace disdainfully regarded Nagali, saying he is merely an old man. Although he was once a captain, he can no longer measure up. As soon as Ace uttered these words, Nagali slowly rose to his feet. Observing this, Ace struck a fighting pose and smirked, "Did I touch a sore spot, old man?" Suddenly, in a flash of motion, Ace's water pipe was sent flying, leaving him wide-eyed and momentarily speechless. Qin Wange then stated, "This sea is far larger than you can fathom. Strive to grow, Ace." Chapter 100. The 6 Styles of Rewards in the days that followed the completion of the 6 styles. The 3 companions dedicated themselves to constructing a ship for Nagali and engaging in sparring sessions with him, while Qin Wange observed them, seemingly overseeing their progress. As time passed, Nagali's vessel neared completion, prompting the trio to temporarily set aside their labor. They devised a plan to challenge the formidable tiger they had encountered earlier, declaring that whoever vanquished the beast would assume the title of captain. However, it must be noted that these 3 youngsters were rather inexperienced. Perhaps they could collaborate effectively, but individually, none could hope to defeat the great tiger. The moment the tiger appeared, Ace charged forward, swinging an old water pipe with ferocity at the creature's head. The impact resonated with a sharp clang. It was evident that Ace's strength had considerably increased during their training, for the tiger staggered from the blow. Yet, it was but a trivial matter. The tiger swatted Ace aside with ease, and then it was Sabo's turn to take action. He unleashed a carefully prepared trap, causing 2 severely warped trees to spring up and strike the tiger, pushing it back a few steps. Nevertheless, this too proved inconsequential, as the tiger dispatched Sabo with a casual swipe, leaving only Luffy to face the beast. Luffy, trembling with fear, summoned his courage despite his apprehension in the presence of such a colossal creature. Ultimately, he unleashed his attack with a rubber pistol punch, but his fear prevented him from delivering his full strength, leaving the tiger unharmed. The beast, now advancing towards Luffy, raised its massive paw to strike. In a moment of urgency, Ace and Sabo rushed to Luffy's aid, bracing against the tiger's claws. It dawned on Ace that one person's strength was insufficient to conquer this adversary. He immediately called out to Luffy, "Luffy, use your balloon technique to topple it." Upon hearing Ace's command, Luffy sprang into action, inhaling deeply. Rubber balloon. Instantly, his body transformed into a colossal sphere, propelling the tiger's paw away and disrupting its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Ace and Sabo leapt atop Luffy's inflated form, launching a combined assault on the tiger's belly. With a thunderous bang, the tiger was sent crashing to the ground, defeated by Ace and Sabo's united effort. The trio erupted in cheers of victory, yet soon found themselves embroiled in a dilemma. Who would become captain? Observing quietly from the sidelines, Qin Wange stepped forward, stating, "A captain requires not only strength, but also the recognition of their crew. You are still young. There is no need to quarrel over this matter just yet. Now, let us complete Nagli's ship." The three individuals nodded in unison, and soon, through the diligent efforts of the three little spirits, the new ship was finally completed. It was a significant improvement over the vessel that Nagli had previously cobbled together from various scraps. Once aboard, Nagli promptly hoisted the sails, embarking on a quest to find his long-lost companions, leaving only Qin Wange and Luffy behind. As Qin Wange watched Nagli depart, he murmured to himself, "It is time for me to leave as well. Before I go, here is your reward, take it." With that, 3 fate cards materialized in the hands of Luffy and his companions, who were immediately filled with exuberant delight. Before the trio could even unveil the cards, Qin Wange interjected, "Since your sole desire is to grow stronger, the fate cards will bestow upon you the most practical techniques for enhancement." This referred to the 6 styles, also known as the Navy's 6 styles. However, it is not solely the Navy that possesses these techniques, but rather they have the advantage of instruction. Luffy, visibly displeased, remarked, "Navy techniques? Not a fan." Sabo pondered for a moment before responding, "I have heard of them. The 6 styles are renowned for transcending human physical limits. And they are indeed formidable techniques." Though Ace harbored a strong aversion to the Navy as well, he was not as oblivious as Luffy. In his eagerness, he promptly revealed the card in his hand. Before Ace could comprehend its contents, Qin Wange began his explanation. The 6 styles consist of Soru, Tekai, Jeppo, Renkyaku, Shirgan, and the like. Ace, your fate card grants you the technique of Jeppo, one of the defensive skills among the 6 styles. It allows you to release all bodily strength, deftly maneuvering as if painting on paper, adapting to the shifts in airflow created by your opponent's movements. Attacks directed at you can be evaded at the last possible moment. It is a technique that enables agile adaptability in various combat scenarios. Upon hearing Qin Wange's description, Ace appeared somewhat disheartened. He was not particularly inclined towards the defensive technique and remained uncertain of its efficacy. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sabo swiftly unveiled his card as well. Just as he flipped it, Qin Wange provided further clarification. "Sabo, your fate card has granted you the technique of Shirgan, a skill reputed for its gun-like striking power. It allows you to concentrate all your strength into your index finger, releasing a strike with a hardened fingertip in the blink of an eye. The tip possesses bullet-like offensive capability, capable of piercing through flesh and even steel with ease." Upon hearing this, Sabo was immediately invigorated, attempting to test the technique by pointing at a nearby boulder and exclaiming, "Shirgan!" Crack! In an instant, the colossal stone began to shatter, effortlessly pierced by Sabo. Witnessing such formidable power, both Ace and Luffy were filled with admiration. Sabo, pleased with his handiwork, turned his attention to Luffy, who, surprisingly, appeared unfazed when one would expect him to be the most exhilarated. Luffy was preoccupied with the earlier words of Qin Wange, his simple mind pondering whether mastering this technique would lead him to become a part of the Navy. Ace and Sabo began to jest at Luffy's expense, taking the time to explain once more before urging him to hastily unveil the card in his possession. With palpable excitement, Luffy opened the fateful card, and Qin Wange elaborated. The technique Luffy had acquired was through, in a fleeting moment, 0.36 seconds, by executing a rapid sequence of footfalls upon the ground. A tremendous reactive force was generated, allowing for swift movement that rendered him nearly invisible to the enemy's gaze. In that very moment, Luffy felt as though he had mastered this technique and eagerly commenced his attempts. In the blink of an eye, Luffy vanished from his original position. The next second, Ace and Sabo realized, to their astonishment, that Luffy had already relocated to another spot, his speed astonishingly swift. It seemed Luffy had indeed acquired a remarkable skill. Ace, with a playful tone, remarked that henceforth, he need not worry when fleeing. Sabo joined in the laughter, and soon Luffy, incensed, began to bicker with Ace, transforming the atmosphere into one of jovial camaraderie. Qin Wange, observing the playful antics of the trio, smiled and mused. The tale here was only just beginning. Chapter 101. The arrival of the celestial dragons. The day following their arrival, Qin Wange vanished without a trace, leaving Luffy in a state of melancholy for quite some time. However, his spirits were soon lifted by the presence of Ace and Sabo. During their subsequent training sessions, the trio discovered that what appeared to be Ace's least formidable technique was, in fact, the most advantageous in battle. Throughout their training, neither Luffy nor Sabo managed to secure a single victory against Ace. The assistance of paper drawings rendered them incapable of inflicting any damage upon him. Sabo's fierce thrusts were futile if they failed to connect. No matter how swift his movements, Fokai's speed was merely that of evasion, while his attacks were consistently dodged. It was at this juncture that Ace truly recognized the potency of the techniques he had acquired. However, their good fortune was short-lived. One day, while at the dump, the trio was suddenly encircled by the Brujum pirates, who had been watching them intently. Although the three were initially unperturbed by the presence of these ruffians, it was not long before Sabo's father arrived with armed forces, confronting them with a battalion of gunmen. The trio was swiftly apprehended, and ultimately, Sabo bartered his freedom to ensure the safety of Ace and Luffy, returning to that so-called home afterward. Not a single day passed without Sabo feeling discontent, particularly with the addition of a new brother, whose grotesque demeanor only deepened Sabo's disdain for his surroundings. Finally, one day, Sabo received alarming news. The king had decreed the incineration of the dump, which meant not only the destruction of Refuse, but the annihilation of all within it. Unsure of the validity of this information, Sabo ventured into the streets, where he found the townsfolk behaving as usual, momentarily relieved to think it was merely a rumor. However, after inquiring with several individuals, he discovered that they were all aware of the impending doom, yet chose to maintain their routine, viewing the people of the dump as nothing more than Refuse. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Sabo resolved to escape and relay the news to everyone. Unfortunately, his initial attempt at fleeing was reckless, leading to his capture by the military, who confined him in a cage. Nevertheless, Sabo seized an opportunity to escape, utilizing his spear to effortlessly unlock the cage and flee once more. Yet, fate proved to be merciless. The 10-year-old Sabo found himself unable to alter the course of events. Soon, he was severely injured, crawling helplessly down an alley, yet still determined to exert every ounce of strength in a bid to thwart the impending catastrophe. At this moment, a man appeared before him, Monkey D. Dragon. In a state of despair and helplessness, Sabo poured out all his sorrows to Dragon. He felt a profound shame regarding his identity and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the wretched system, which was far removed from the freedom he truly desired. Dragon listened to his lamentations and expressed his understanding of Sabo's sentiments, after which Sabo succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the garbage dump had erupted into a roaring inferno, a scene orchestrated by the king, who had cruelly toyed with Brujum. Trapped within the flames, Brujum and his cohorts, driven to madness, plotted to kill Luffy and Ace. In this moment of peril, Ace erupted with fervor, unleashing his conqueror's haki for the first time at the tender age of 10. Instantly, everyone except Brujum collapsed to the ground. Enraged, Brujum seized Ace and aimed to shoot him. At this critical juncture, fortunately, Dayton arrived just in time to rescue Ace, and the group, initially poised to flee together, found their plans thwarted when Ace refused to leave. Ultimately, Dayton resolved to stay with Ace, vowing to bring him back safely. The two managed to defeat Brujum, but the fire had already spread. Dayton shielded Ace from the flames with her own body. They finally escaped, but Dayton had sustained grave injuries. Ace hurriedly sought a hidden spot to hide her and ventured into town to steal medicine and bandages. It took several days to pull Dayton back from the brink of death. During this time, a significant event occurred. Sabo set sail, stealthily commandeering a fishing boat to leave the country. He could no longer bear to remain, fearing that he too would be consumed by this nation and everything it represented. Upon reaching the open sea and feeling the ocean breeze, Sabo experienced once more the intoxicating allure of freedom. However, this day also marked the arrival of the celestial dragons in the Goa Kingdom, the world aristocrats who resided in the holy land of Mariehua. Descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago, they regarded themselves as progeny of the creators. disdainfully refusing to breathe the same air as commoners while donning bubble-like headgear. They treated other races as slaves and enjoyed all privileges. Any offense against them would summon the might of the Navy's admirals or high-ranking officers for protection. Male celestial dragons appended saint to their names, while females added gong to signify their nobility. In essence, they were merely a group of imbeciles cloaked in special status. This was the first time Qin Wange had truly laid eyes upon the celestial dragons, and it could only be said that their reality far exceeded the rumors. When Sabo's small boat was discovered by a celestial dragon, the fiend promptly seized a cannon and obliterated Sabo's vessel along with him aboard, leaving Sabo bewildered as to why he was attacked without cause. Typically, the celestial dragons appeared foolish, yet beneath the surface, they could reveal a depraved nature, clearly. They were not to be trifled with. This time, Qin Wange's intervention transformed everything. She directly rescued Sabo and brought him aboard the celestial dragon's ship. The celestial dragon, with an expression of fury, glared at Qin Wange and Sabo, exclaiming, "Why are there two beasts on my ship? Wasn't that brat on the previous vessel?" Upon hearing the celestial dragon's command, the entire crew on the ship swiftly gathered, intending to seize Qin Wange and Sabo. As Sabo remained bewildered by the unfolding events, a large group approached with intentions to capture them, prompting him to swiftly prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Qin Wange, unfazed, remarked, "Sabo, do you know why that fool with the fish tank is attacking you?" Before Sabo could respond, her words astonished everyone aboard the ship. All eyes turned to Qin Wange, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They thought she was doomed, for one who insults the celestial dragons could not possibly survive. Sabo, confused, inquired further, and Qin Wange began to lead him step by step towards the celestial dragon, stating, "Because this fellow's identity is that of a celestial dragon. It is precisely the kind of identity you detest most, and it is among the highest echelons. Should he appear before your parents, commanding them to do anything, they would undoubtedly comply, even if it meant making the king of this nation bark like a dog. He would have no choice but to obey. This is the nature of his identity. Hence, he attacks you without reason, as he likely finds you an eyesore. Do you understand?" Chapter 102. Qin Wange gains recognition. The celestial dragon glared at Qin Wange as she approached, immediately bellowing, "Impudent beast! Now that you know who I am, you dare to act so brazenly. Kneel and apologize, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, all associated with you shall perish." Ignoring his threats, Qin Wange smiled at Sabo and remarked, "You see, this is the vile countenance of those at the pinnacle of this world. To alter this abhorrent reality, far more is required. Remember that man in the black cloak you encountered?" Sabo nodded, and Qin Wange continued, "That man is named Dragon. He has been labeled the most notorious criminal in the world for advocating revolutionary thoughts that seek to overthrow the world government. He is recognized as a potential leader capable of dismantling its rule, aiming to eradicate the unjust laws that plague the world and establish a realm of harmony, freedom, equality, and dreams. If you desire to change this world and seek true liberty, I suggest you consider joining him. I understand that piracy is your aspiration, so I merely offer this as advice. The ultimate choice remains yours." The two engaged in their conversation, oblivious to the chaos around them, inciting the celestial dragon's fury. Raising his weapon, he aimed it at Qin Wange. Bang! After the gunfire, Qin Wange remained unharmed, clutching a round piece of ammunition. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, her gaze resembling that of a reaper, fixating on the celestial dragon, who, in terror, began to sweat profusely, exclaiming, "Help! This person means to kill me." At that moment, he realized that everyone aboard the ship appeared to be frozen in place, unresponsive to his presence. Qin Wange coldly regarded the individual before her and remarked, "It seems you are more anxious than I am. Allow me to escort you on your journey, as a fitting welcome gift to this world." With that, Qin Wange extended her hand towards the celestial dragon, and with a gentle pinch of her fingers, the next instant resounded with a soft pop. In that fleeting moment, the celestial dragon's head exploded within the confines of the fishbowl. Qin Wange found this outcome rather satisfactory. If you refuse to breathe the air outside, then let your demise occur within your little aquarium. The situation has escalated dramatically. A celestial dragon has perished, and that too in broad daylight. Under the watchful gaze of countless witnesses, the entirety of the Goya kingdom bore witness to this moment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yet, once the initial shock wore off, a cacophony of frantic cries erupted. The celestial dragon was dead, and none dared to contemplate the repercussions of such an unprecedented event. This was an occurrence that should have been inconceivable, and in mere moments, the news reverberated across the globe. The visage of Qin Wange was captured clearly in photographs, and at that instant, the world recognized him. Qin Wange remained remarkably composed, while Sabo stood in stunned silence, recalling Qin Wange's earlier revelation regarding the identity of the deceased. Such a figure, if harmed, would undoubtedly provoke an enormous upheaval. Trembling, Sabo inquired, "Uncle, are we in danger?" Qin Wange, maintaining his calm demeanor, reassured Sabo, "Do not worry. We have merely eliminated a fool. Remember this. When one possesses power that transcends all, the rules will no longer bind you." With those words, Qin Wange vanished with Sabo from the ship, leaving behind a crowd gripped by sheer terror. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by a bandit from the Dayton family, leaving me utterly astonished for an entire year. In a frantic rush, he hastened back to Dayton's abode. Upon arrival, he heard Luffy joyfully exclaiming that Ace and Dayton had returned safely. Yet, before they could revel in the moment, he hurriedly reported the alarming situation he had observed. Upon hearing his account, Dayton, in sheer disbelief, momentarily disregarded his injuries and leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "What? That fellow has killed a celestial dragon." This could spell doom for the entire Goa kingdom. Both Luffy and Ace were taken aback. But these were merely the reactions of minor characters. Soon, the astonishment of more significant figures would follow. Meanwhile, Dragon had just rescued a group of individuals trapped in a landfill by flames when he was abruptly confronted with this shocking news. He was momentarily rendered speechless, and before he could formulate a response, Qin Wange unexpectedly appeared alongside Sabo. The members of the Revolutionary Army instantly adopted a defensive stance at the sight of the man materializing aboard the ship, but Dragon swiftly commanded, "Stand down. Do not be disrespectful." He then regarded Qin Wange with reverence and inquired, "My lord, what brings you back to me? Your current situation is exceedingly perilous." Qin Wange smiled, entrusting Sabo to Dragon, stating, "This young lad is now in your care. You must have encountered him before. He believes the Revolutionary Army can lead him to true freedom." With those words, Qin Wange departed without a moment's hesitation, for soon, the true power players would come seeking him. At this moment, the kingdom of Goya was engulfed in chaos. Qin Wange stood alone on a fishing boat, nonchalantly drifting upon the surface of the sea. Before long, naval ships arrived, bringing with them the might of the navy, led by the formidable Marshal Steelbone Kong. The fleet included the Grand Admiral, the War of Buddha, and Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, who, despite having assumed the role of instructor, still retained his title. The presence of such a powerful assembly was unprecedented. Even the legendary Roger might not have received such an honor. All of this turmoil stemmed from Qin Wange's audacious act of slaying a celestial dragon. This was soon followed by the emergence of the world's most formidable intelligence agency, overseen by the celestial dragon's officials, known as C0, who were regarded as the ultimate shield of the celestial dragons. In a flash, agents of the world government and personnel of the navy converged, united by a singular purpose, to apprehend Qin Wange. It wasn't long before a multitude of warships encircled Qin Wange's modest vessel. Unperturbed, he rose leisurely, stretched, and surveyed his surroundings, remarking, "They arrived rather swiftly. Let me see if there are any familiar faces. All right, I just arrived. So I have no acquaintances here. What a pity." Soon, a man clad in a black suit, draped in a cloak, and adorned with a tall black hat, accompanied by a parrot perched upon his shoulder, approached Qin Wange. It was Rob Lucci, an agent of C0, who stood before Qin with an air of unwavering confidence, ready to speak. However, Qin Wange raised a hand in a gesture of silence, saying, "Hold your words. On what grounds do you presume to meet my gaze?" In an instant, no one could comprehend what transpired next, as Lucci found himself tumbling into the sea, prompting the C0 agents to rush to his rescue. Chapter 103. The mysterious merchant Qin Wange. The onlookers were bewildered, and Admiral Karp observed Qin Wange in silence. He had previously heard of this man from Machino and had hoped to meet him one day, although he had not anticipated such an encounter to occur so soon, and under these peculiar circumstances. As for what had just transpired, Karp was entirely at a loss. He initially suspected it was the Conqueror's hockey at play, yet others present possessed the same ability and could not have missed it. At this moment, C0 could no longer contain himself. Upon witnessing Qin Wange's audacity in inflicting harm, he promptly initiated a naval pursuit. Karp and Zifa, however, feigned ignorance. Carp, who had always harbored disdain for the celestial dragons, silently approved of Qin Wange's actions. As for Zifa, it goes without saying that despite no longer being the youthful man he once was, the gravity of the situation warranted his presence. The man, steadfast in his pursuit of true justice, has always harbored a disdain for the celestial dragons, the parasites of this world. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Helpless, Steelbone could only cast his gaze towards Sengoku, who, with a resigned sigh, steeled himself to confront the situation. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Wange smiled and stated, "Sengoku, I presume? Well, I have come today merely to introduce myself. If you attempt to intervene again, I fear I might inadvertently shatter this beautiful world." The onlookers were utterly perplexed by his words, and Sengoku stood frozen in place as Qin Wange began to levitate gracefully into the air. He then softly declared, "I am Qin Wange, a merchant hailing from another realm, here solely to seek an individual for a transaction. I have no desire to engage with your affairs, but should I encounter individuals like that fool with the fish tank again, it will not merely be a matter of slaying one." The crowd was once more taken aback by Qin Wange's audacity. A group had come to apprehend him, yet he was now issuing warnings in return. Nevertheless, his words were indeed worthy of contemplation. At that moment, someone from the world government could no longer contain themselves and shouted at Qin Wange, "What do you think you are? Having slain the most noble celestial dragon, do you believe you can escape today?" With a resigned sigh, Qin Wange replied, "Has being a dog sunk to such depths? Very well, let me clear the field a bit." Upon finishing his sentence, a black leather glove appeared on his right hand, its surface shimmering with an array of colors. With a gentle snap of his fingers, in the blink of an eye, the man who had spoken, along with all those surrounding him, and a portion of the navy, most of whom were from the world government, vanished entirely. They disintegrated before their eyes, disappearing in the span of a mere second. Everyone stood in stunned silence, no one daring to take further action. Qin Wange, possessing the power to do as he pleased, opted to avoid a gruesome spectacle. Instead, he fashioned a rudimentary infinity gauntlet, selectively erasing a segment of individuals. After completing this, he continued, "That is all I have to say. Should any matters arise, feel free to seek me out. I will be traversing the seas in search of my clients. Farewell." With that, Qin Wange vanished into thin air, leaving behind a multitude of warships, a living man who had simply ceased to exist. This operation unfolded like a farcical jest, shrouded in mystery, leaving others perplexed when inquiring about the events that transpired. Their only response would be that they encountered the divine. Thus, Qin Wange departed with nonchalance. Yet the gravity of his actions demands serious consideration. Upon returning, Steelbone promptly reported the incident to the highest echelons of authority, ultimately reaching a figure known as M. Residing amidst the blossoms in the deepest recesses of the Holy Land, Mariehua, he is the leader of the celestial dragons, the clandestine ruler of the world government, and the sovereign of the Void Throne. The ultimate boss of this world, upon receiving the news, had not yet reacted when Qin Wange was already sipping tea in his presence. As M looked at the man clad in a black and white suit, a wave of fear enveloped him entirely. Qin Wange took a sip of the freshly brewed tea and remarked, "The flavor is quite pleasant. To think you have come this far is truly remarkable. I never anticipated that such an existence could thrive in this world." In a flustered manner, M addressed Qin Wange, saying, "My lord, I am at a loss as to why someone of your stature is here." With a smile, Qin Wange replied, "You must have sensed something and guessed my identity. Do not concern yourself. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to see what the enigmatic leader of the celestial dragons looks like, and frankly, you appear rather ordinary. I shall take my leave now." With that, Qin Wange turned to depart, casually taking a few packets of M's tea with him. It was only after Qin Wange left that M exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. During Qin Wange's visit, M felt as though deities had descended upon him. The sensation of impending death was utterly terrifying. After so many years of life, he had never imagined encountering someone like Qin Wange. The formidable M was on the verge of grasping the dimensions of power, and it was conceivable that within the confines of Qin Wange's trading post, even Gojo Satoru might struggle against him. It was only natural for him to sense Qin Wange's terrifying presence. Once he had regained his composure, promptly filed away all information regarding Qin Wange, vowing never to meddle in his affairs again. He surmised that this was Qin Wange's intent. As long as he did not provoke him, he would be safe. However, it soon dawned on him that the foolish celestial dragons might not heed his warning, prompting him to issue a new decree. From that moment forth, regardless of whether they were nobles, royalty, or celestial dragons, anyone who encountered Qin Wange must not provoke him, for he feared that these imbeciles might incite Qin Wange's wrath. Should that happen, he would truly be finished. Regrettably, the proud celestial dragons, having lived their lives in arrogance, were unlikely to listen to such commands. They all believed themselves to be the gods of this world, the rulers of its realm, dismissing this news entirely. Meanwhile, the navy, upon returning, had no choice but to promptly issue a bounty for Qin Wange. Mysterious merchant Qin Wange. Bounty, 3 billion berries. The terrifying bounty was intended to deter certain individuals from courting death, and soon this news spread across the vast ocean. Recent reports indicate that the enigmatic merchant, Qin Wange, has become the target of the highest level of pursuit by the Navy and the world government after slaying a celestial dragon in the kingdom of Goya. It remains unclear what transpired, but the world government has suffered casualties exceeding 10,000, with the Navy sustaining losses in the hundreds, while Qin Wange has managed to escape unscathed. Chapter 104. A reputation too great at this moment. Far away in the Grand Line aboard a pirate ship, Shanks and his crew were reveling in a banquet filled with merriment and feasting. Suddenly, Ben Beckman inadvertently caught sight of today's news, and upon learning of the shocking events, he spilled his drink in disbelief. This immediately drew the attention of everyone present, prompting Shanks to jest. "Beckman, you've managed to get drunk again, haha." However, Beckman had no time for banter and quickly presented the newspaper to Shanks. Upon reading it, Shanks was momentarily stunned, but soon leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "What?" Once the crew learned of this news, their hearts were tumultuous, as they struggled to reconcile the image of the previously gentle and amusing merchant with his current actions, which left them utterly astonished. Shanks, clutching his recently healed arm and gazing at the sky, remarked, "Brother Qin, I never expected this. I truly look forward to what lies ahead." He turned to his crew and declared, in celebration of Brother Qin's monumental achievement, "Let the festivities continue for 3 more days." Ha! Cheers erupted once again. Meanwhile, the architect of these events, Qin Wange, was leisurely sipping a drink at Makino's tavern. With a worried expression, Makino inquired, "Mr. Qin, are you truly unconcerned? The Navy has issued a bounty on your head." Qin Wange, displaying an air of indifference, slowly took a sip of his drink and replied, "It's nothing to worry about. The Navy's actions are merely to prevent some fools from seeking their demise." At that moment, the concerned Carp had come to assess the situation, fearing the repercussions might extend to this place. As Carp appeared, the inhabitants of Dawn fell to their knees in fright, anxiously questioning whether they would survive this encounter. Carp, laughing heartily, reassured them, "Fear not. This matter will be quelled by someone unknown." Only then did they sigh in relief. Luffy, brimming with excitement, asked Carp, "Grandpa, is that merchant still wanted?" Carp nodded and produced a bounty poster featuring a smiling photograph of Qin Wange, inscribed with the words, "Mysterious merchant, Qin Wange. Bounty, 3 billion berries." Instantly, Luffy and the others exclaimed in shock, "What? 3 billion? Goodness, I've never seen a bounty this high in all my years as a mountain bandit. That uncle is indeed formidable. When I set sail, my bounty will surpass his." As soon as Luffy uttered those words, Garp delivered a powerful punch to his head, chastising him. "Are you still dreaming of being a pirate? It seems I must teach you a lesson." With tears streaming down his face, Luffy clutched his head and exclaimed, "How infuriating. That didn't count as a fair attack, Grandpa. I've already mastered a new technique, and you won't be able to hit me again." Garp, intrigued, responded, "Oh? Then let us see you try." Iron Fist of Love. Just as Garp's fist descended, Luffy swiftly employed the 6 powers technique, vanishing from sight, which astonished Garp. Though familiar with the Navy's 6 powers, Garp quickly regained his focus and pursued Luffy with the same technique. A precise Iron Fist of Love landed on Luffy's head, causing a large bump to swell, prompting Luffy to wail, "Ah, that hurts. How can Grandpa still hit me?" Ace rushed forward to shield Luffy, confronting Garp, "You old man. Do not bully Luffy." Garp, with a grin, turned his gaze to Ace and said, "Ace, have you also learned some techniques that you wish to showcase to me?" Ace remained silent, fixated on Garp. Without hesitation, Garp threw a punch at Ace as well. However, at the last moment, Ace managed to evade it, proudly declaring, "Old man, your punches no longer affect me." Before he could finish his sentence, Garp delivered another punch directly to Ace's head, resulting in a similar bump. Garp, with a sense of pride, remarked, My iron fist of love can discipline you two little brats at any time." Yet, beneath his playful exterior, Garp was genuinely astonished. Luffy had mastered the technique of shave, and Ace had learned the technique of paper drawing. Only the most exceptional students from the Navy headquarters are privileged to learn the Navy's sixth style. Thus, it is quite perplexing how Luffy and Ace have suddenly mastered these techniques. Their proficiency does not resemble that of novices. Rather, they appear remarkably adept. Consequently, Garp inquired directly of Luffy, "Luffy, from whom did you learn that move?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy replied, "I learned it from the merchant uncle's cart." "Impressive. Isn't it?" Ace quickly covered Luffy's mouth, exclaiming, "You fool. That uncle is now a wanted criminal, and the old man is part of the Navy. We cannot expose him." It dawned on Luffy in an instant, and he shouted at Garp, "Grandpa, are you going to capture the merchant uncle? You mustn't. He is a good person who trained us. He even helped Nagley build a ship, and both Ace and I received a card from him. He also saved Sabo." Ace hurriedly covered Luffy's mouth again, realizing that the more he tried to silence him, the more Luffy spoke, nearly recounting all their previous exploits with Qin Wange. Garp was taken aback to learn that Qin Wange was connected to Luffy and the others. This incident clearly indicated that Qin Wange was no ordinary individual, a presence they could not afford to provoke. Yet, Garp was baffled as to why he would have ties with Luffy. After a brief moment, Garp departed. Luffy and Ace found themselves by the seaside, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean. Ace said, "Sabo, you will be all right. I believe that in the future, I will surely hear your name across these waters." Luffy chuckled and called out, "Hey, Sabo, when I set sail, I will be even stronger than you and Ace. You both will have to let me be the captain. Hee hee hee." Ace looked at Luffy with a resigned smile, and the two of them lay on the shore, chatting and dreaming about an anticipated future. At this moment, all the preliminary work for Qin Wange had concluded, leaving him with a considerable amount of time devoid of pressing matters. However, although the narrative had settled, Qin Wange was determined to create some excitement. He resolved to fashion a unique little boat for himself and embark on a journey to explore the beautiful landscapes of the world. Perhaps he might even encounter some intriguing events along the way. With this thought, Qin Wange's mind began to envision his vessel. Chapter 105. Cherishing memories. After bidding farewell to Makino and the others, Qin Wange set sail on his handcrafted little boat, beginning his wanderings. His boat was somewhat larger than an ordinary fishing vessel, yet it was still smaller than even the Going Merry, making it quite sufficient for one person. Although he could easily let the boat navigate itself, it felt devoid of spirit. Thus, Qin Wange contemplated whether he should summon an assistant in this realm. With this idea in mind, he began to select a companion in his thoughts, which turned out to be quite a dilemma. Ultimately, Qin Wange decided that choosing a girl who possessed both beauty and intelligence would be ideal. After some deliberation, he made his choice. The summoning ritual commenced, and in the next moment, the goddess from the realm of Data Live appeared before him. Her long black hair was styled into two braids, cascading gracefully over her shoulders, and her slender form seemed delicate enough to break with the slightest pressure. A waterfall of bangs obscured the left side of her astonishingly beautiful face, while the right side revealed a wine-red eye and lips as tender as cherry blossoms. She exuded a devilish charm capable of captivating any male with just a fleeting glance. Her skin was as smooth and white as pearls. She was Tokisaki Kurumi, a being of formidable strength, striking beauty, and keen intellect, truly a paragon of perfection. Qin Wange gazed at the girl before him with satisfaction and remarked, "I did not expect you to be so exquisite." Upon her summoning to this world, Kurumi was already aware of everything. Faced with the unfamiliarity of both the world and Qin Wange, she displayed no signs of confusion. Instead, she leaned closer, teasingly asking, "Do you find me pleasing in this form, master?" Qin Wange was not an ordinary individual. He faced Kurumi's flirtation without a hint of embarrassment and replied, "Just call me boss from now on. You will accompany me as my assistant to sell goods throughout this world. Do you understand?" With a smile gracing her lips, Kurumi nodded obediently and stood beside Qin Wange. Since another person had joined them on the boat, they decided to slightly enlarge the vessel for their journey to the renowned ship of love. At the mere thought of it, the small boat beneath their feet transformed into a vessel comparable in size to the Merry, albeit not a pirate ship. Instead, it manifested as a merchant ship, a singular marvel upon these vast seas. Its design was simple and unadorned, yet it bore a unique feature. Hovering above the ship was a colossal fate card, nearly the same size as the vessel itself. From a distance, it resembled a grand sail, but upon closer inspection, one would discern it as an enormous card, suspended in midair. The ship had indeed been enlarged, now featuring an array of leisure amenities upon its deck, such as reclining chairs. Additionally, 2 rooms had been established, occupying nearly the entirety of the space beneath the deck, as Qin Wange required little else. Once everything was set, Qin Wange cast a glance at the side, where Kurumi stood, and after a moment of contemplation, a splendid outfit materialized in Kurumi's hands. Qin Wange spoke, "Since we are embarking on a maritime journey, it would be best to replace your student attire. This ensemble suits you splendidly." Kurumi nodded with a smile and retreated into the room. In no time, this exquisite maiden emerged clad in a light blue naval uniform. While it was indeed charming, it slightly belied Kurumi's essence, prompting Qin Wange to make an adjustment, transforming it into a black-themed naval outfit. Instantly, the aesthetic resonated, accentuating her long, elegant legs. Understanding the transformation, Kurumi stood before Qin Wange, her eyes gleaming with joy as she inquired if she looked appealing. Qin Wange nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he imparted upon Kurumi the most formidable nautical skills, entrusting her with the stewardship of the vessel, while he would merely indulge in repose. Thus, an unusual merchant ship, manned by a man and a woman, began to drift across the azure sea. Qin Wange's purpose for this voyage was straightforward. He needed to make his presence known in the lives of the prominent figures of the future before they had fully matured, ensuring that each individual would remember him. However, given the magnitude of recent events surrounding Qin Wange, it was unlikely that many would remain unfamiliar with him. In the ensuing days, Qin Wange arrived at Coco West Village in the East Sea, a place still steeped in tranquility. There, he encountered the youthful Nami, who was joyfully living with her sister Nojiko and their adoptive mother, Bellemri. Apart from young Nami, the rest recognized Qin Wange upon his arrival, prompting some to flee in panic. Nevertheless, Bellemri welcomed him warmly, even enthusiastically selling him some oranges. Young Nami, eager to snatch a card from Qin Wange, was caught in the act, leading to a stern reprimand from Nojiko, which left Nami weeping on the ground. In a gesture of comfort, Qin Wange offered Nami a card, assuring her, "This card will prove immensely valuable in the future. Should you encounter peril, be sure to unveil it. Remember this well." Nami nodded happily, and of course, Belmel knew that the value of the Qin Wange card was exceedingly high. However, in the end, Qin Wange accepted merely a single berry. Among the cards left for Nami was a spirit of life, intended to alter the tragic fate of Belmel, who would later be slain by the evil